It's created in a radial. It ejects radially, which means like an explosion. It would
Oh,
just go out like a
maybe,
light,
yeah,
like a
was it
light bulb.
dark matter, yeah, or vacuum or something, yeah. And it's projected towards what? So the gold found as well its way to a rock, like a ball that was just happened to be moving. How did the ball form?
Well, let's think about it. Okay, now you got all
Yeah.
this matter ejected. You'd have to assume how big the star is. To be able to get enough matter, let's say, to form the Earth, you'd have to make sure there's enough matter that's ejected from this neutron star or whatever it is, that it would make
Yes.
it to our solar. But it's being only a very small portion of that would probably make it to around another star.
Yeah,
Very small.
I just got that. I just realized that. Yeah, it's another possibility. A small portion of the neutron star that exploded was a round ball about the size of Earth. It was flung into the far galaxy in 42,000 years, and then there was gold upon it.
Well, see, think about it. Think about this. If it's going as fast as Nate says, however many miles per second, and you got another star sitting there, do you think it's going to go into elliptical orbit, or do you think it's going to be ejected past that star?
Well, that depends whether you believe gravity exists or not.
Well, I mean, I'm working within their own model. I always like arguing within their own model. So, which means the matter would have to start slowing down. The further it gets away from its original source, though, the speed would become constant. And then as it got closer to another source, like another sun or another gravitational field, it would start accelerating towards that. Remember, 9.8 meters per second. So if it's already accelerating at 2,000, miles, whatever it was, he said per second, you'd have to basically, it would speed up out or maybe slow down a little bit, but then continue in its trajectory. But someone would have to slow it down to keep it from passing that star.
And Jazz said to us today he doesn't believe in fantasy. He wouldn't read fantasy because it's fucking fantasy. But everything that they tell us is complete fantasy. I mean, it's just balls. Sorry, but it's balls. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, the morning when I first sat down in an astronomy class and I talked to the professor, and I actually asked the guy, "How did you determine the distances?" And he honestly, I thought it was strange that he didn't know he couldn't answer the question. And I thought, this is interesting. You're teaching astronomy and how far these are away, but you couldn't tell me why, how you got that number. Well, I said, wouldn't you be able to have to travel it to know to verify?
Dude, these guys are legit just reading it out of a book, dude. Like I went to debate one of my teachers at the school I work at on the Coriolis effect, and he didn't know about the reference frames. So it's like, do you really know how Coriolis works if you didn't know about the reference frames? I mean, they know like the surface level stuff, basically.
Well, and see, that's why I'm trying to make a point with Nate. I mean, I'm just bringing up just me thinking off the top of my head. Like, is there any problems? Like, what's the problems getting matter to another location? And where does the matter come from? And then what are the problems, or what are the issues, or what are the things to be able to get that matter there? And then when he starts giving me numbers, I thought, well, that creates more problems. It doesn't actually solve it. It might solve one problem, but it might create three others. So you got to be able to how to solve those problems too.
Yeah. So Paul, you were kind of like a bit of a science fiction freak, a bit of an asteroid stargazer kind of person, but like ourselves, and you went, shit, this is not working out. Like you genuinely wanted to go and study the universe and the asteroids and big bangs and supernovas. And when you started asking the questions, they just went, or made shit up, dark matter.
Well, but it's just critical thinking. I mean, you can either accept something blindly, or accept, that they've done the work, they must know, and accept it. Or if you question, I mean, it's that, I mean, there's some things that may be scientific or observational, which I can get that at one level, but that doesn't solve all the problems. I mean, that's why they created dark matter, and dark energy. Their observations didn't match some of their models, so they had to come up with something to plug it in to solve it. They have no evidence for dark matter and dark energy. They have no scientific evidence. It's just a mathematical proof or mathematical number they plugged in to make the equations work.
It's the thing. They just made shit up again. They just make shit up all the time. It's like actually listening to fucking Once Upon a Time in a fairy tale land, long time ago. There was this whatever. They just make shit up.
Well, and see, here's something to consider. Natural science has to do with really experimentation, right? And maybe you can make some observations and determine causes by just looking at something. What's the cause of a chicken? Well, it's an egg, because we see the egg come out of the chicken. There's no scientific, experiment in that. We just see the egg come out. The chicken lays on the egg, and the chick pops out. So what's the cause of a chicken? An egg. I mean, they could get more in depth than that and get into the sexual reproduction aspect of that. I mean, that's just looking at things and studying how things work, But when you get into saying, we got gold from neutron stars, billions of light or millions of light or millions of years ago, you're getting into forensic science. I mean, no one's there to see if that thing occurred. It's just all speculation. It's every bit of it. So when you get into the past and trying to say, well, this happened in the past, when it comes to science or astronomy or, astrophysics, whatever, it's every bit of it speculation, and there's no way to prove it.
Yeah,
because it's not observable. You can't even observe it.
Yeah, it's just mathematics. That's all it is. That's it. It's a degree of philosophy. What might have happened in your imagination. I mean, I don't know how much simpler to put it. But what they're feeding us is bullshit. Absolute bullshit. They have no proof of most of anything. Everything is a fucking theory. But and why would you believe some guy in a white suit? Just some guy in a white suit. Why would you believe him? Because he says, well, listen, I had a thought one day, right? And I thought that maybe because this and because that. Oh yeah, you must be right, yeah. And the whole scientific community gets behind it because that's what they want to do. They want to steer your thought in a certain direction. Absolute bullshit.
Well, the thing is, science is always evolving and changing. And they think that's a good thing, which I guess at one level you could argue that it could be a good thing. But if you put your faith in something, like I remember a doctor saying when he was in medical school, his teacher told him, I'm sorry. I said, no, I said science is they argue that it's always changing.
Yeah.
They say it's always changing. I said, that being said, then why do you put so much faith in the current understanding that's always changing? I said, two, and I remember a doctor was telling a story about going to medical school, and his professor told him, he says, half of the things you're going to learn today are going to be wrong tomorrow. He said, the problem is I can't tell you which half it is.
I like that guy.
And I was like, and he says, and I thought, that's so true. I mean, they used to tell you to throw Tylenol at kids when they have a fever, right? Now, if you go to the pediatrician, this is when I was a kid. So every child got Tylenol when they had a fever. Now, when you go to the doctor, guess what? They said, don't let the fever run its course. And if it gets excessive, then you give them Tylenol and you reduce the fever, So they want the fever to, which means their knowledge come to find out is that you need the fever is actually for the immune system to help the body fight off the infection. If you reduce the fever, it can't fight off the infection, So it's just, I mean, why put faith in something that changes every time you turn around?
Yeah, we have no problem with science and natural science and how things work. I can eat mud. I climbed trees when I was a kid. I was perfectly fine. I had the flu a couple of times. I've been great forever after. Now you fucking isolate people and make them fucking social distance or whatever. That's the natural. We have no problem with science. Science is a very good way of working things out. I don't think any flat earther would disagree with that.
Well, I guess I'll be more clear. Sorry. When I use the term science,
I wasn't
well,
arguing with you.
I mean, I just want to be clear for the whoever's listening. So,
Okay.
I mean, well, usually when I say science, it's usually what the scientists say. Okay, but the scientific method is a very good method.
Yes, the
You know,
scientific method. Well, what the scientists say, you always take with a pinch of salt because it's probably bullshit. They're not after your. They're not looking out for you or whatever. They money in their pocket. Well, the scientific method you cannot argue against, right?
no, I mean
So
it's a method. It's designed to elucidate cause and effect.
you experiment. If it doesn't work out, you scrap it. Like we were talking about this here the other night. I think Jerry was saying you either scrap it or you make shit up to make it work. But basically, you have to. If something doesn't work, you have to scrap it. That's it. Back to square one. Make a new experiment. Try something else. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a good method. I just don't understand how people they'll go down roads of talking about all kinds of formulas and
I remember a discussion with Zanuck probably several months ago, maybe 6 months or a year ago, when he says that it's like if I made a point saying sunlight causes a sunburn, right? And they say they could, I've actually almost heard, I don't know if it's him or somebody else, or maybe it was in the discussion, I don't remember exactly, but well, it's not exactly sunlight that causes a sunburn. I'm going like, what do you mean? And he goes like, it's ultraviolet light that causes a sunburn. I said, well, is there ultraviolet light in the sun, in sunlight? He goes, yes. Then yes, sunlight causes a sunburn. Now you can say more specifically that it's the ultraviolet light within the sunlight that causes the sunburn, because you can probably isolate it or create ultraviolet light and prove, that's the frequency of light that causes a sunburn. But sunlight still causes a sunburn. Does
yeah,
water cause plants? Does water cause plants to grow? Yes. Now, is there other factors that cause plants to grow? Yes. Because you can take all those out and remove some of them and show more specifically on what those things are that causes that thing to grow. But does it stop to say that water causes plants to grow? It does. Because without it, they die. They don't grow.
yeah. They get too specific. They take it down roads that are just like bore the actual shit out of you. I mean, let me think. We're talking about what we were talking about recently.
But that's how knowledge is gained by, you figure out, well, there's one aspect and maybe is there something more specific? And you can ask that question and that's your cause and effect. And you just go in and eliminate the variables and, do your test and determine it. That's what science is about. That's what it does. Or scientific method is what it does.
Yeah, but the point you made is that they would take down the ultraviolet light and try to break that up and look into it. No, but listen, bro. Sunlight causes sunburn. That's it. That's it. But they'll take you down this rabbit hole of fucking formulas and I can't even think now. It's just it will hurt your head to even think about it. They complicate it as a purpose in order to obfuscate your mind. There's only one reason for things. It's basic. If you want to get into the nitty gritty of it and why it happens and what's there, go ahead. But I thank you. I don't want to. Sunlight causes sunburn. No, but the ultraviolet and the ultraviolet came from a star that was back off. I don't know. Maybe I. But
Yeah, it's not even the hot part of the light that burns you.
Well, that's what I was kind of saying. Is the ultraviolet light part. I mean, it could be you could be in a very cold environment and it still won't burn you.
It's good to understand what it actually is. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't dig a little bit deeper and understand it a little bit more. That's fine. But these people, whoever, they'll take you on a path that, jeez, man, you wish you never.
Well, I think there's. I mean, it just happens on both sides, and I get fall into this trap too. And I think there's an argumentative nature. Want to be right?
Yeah,
I don't think so. I don't think there's any argumentative nature at all. Actually, prove me wrong.
Actually, my wife. Hang on a second. My wife's calling.
I like to argue the fact.
Yeah, you're right. I was being a little bit argumentative.
No. I agree with your argument, and now I take the argument further.
Okay, I guess I made his point then. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, you killed this next. Thanks.
I'm gonna flog myself with a.
I was talking absolute nonsense anyway, and you just destroyed my nonsense. Thanks, bro. Yeah, so were people talking about the motion of the Earth, the day shortening by 0.5 some milli fucking seconds in 22nd of June and 2022. And you're like, bro, the Earth, there's still no curvature. It's definitely not a ball. You can't prove shit. Gravity's still a theory, but people will sit for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours talking about how time dilation. Seriously, point, 1 of a second. That's what you're focusing on.
Well, I was actually thinking about that. I didn't get all the conversation, but I was actually thinking about it a little bit yesterday. And I thought to myself, if relativity is true, that means I could be sitting still and an object that passes my view will look more contracted or compressed, I guess.
Paul, I don't care.
I know.
I actually don't care about dilation and the things you've seen passing you and whatever fucking milliseconds they did it in. It's still not a fucking ball.
Well, I know, but I mean, it's good to analyze the,
sometimes it's not, because now you're sitting talking for 4 hours about analyzing ultraviolet rays and how that sunburns you. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean,
too deep into the fucking nitty gritty of things. In reality says to you, show me the curve. I've been waiting for 8 years. I haven't seen a curve. Gravity's still a theory. So is evolution.
I got the ether explanation to gravitational time dilation. I'm going to post in the main chat if you want, Paul. Yeah, take a look at that and see what the explanation says to that. It's in the text chat right now.
Well, I'm driving, so if you want me to see it, actually, because it'll get lost, just DM it directly to me.
All right.
I mean, I was just thinking about that. Just either way, either way, I was just, just from, like I said, I guess what I was going to say is you got the devil's in the details, as they say, right? Which means the details actually can undermine the very thing that you're trying to prove if you get into the details of it. Because if you just keep it generalized, it's easy to prove something. But if you get more specific, in the details of it, it can actually undermine your argument. And so that being said, that's what I was going to say about the time dilation thing. If I'm sitting still and an object passes me at near the speed of light, which means basically I wouldn't even see it because it'd be so compressed I wouldn't see it. That's what it would have to argue because its length contraction is it's contracting to such a point where you would never see it to begin with. And then if the person that it's moving passes me, then the same thing is occurring. So what would they see? They would see nothing. So how do you measure something you can't see? How do you measure something you can't see?
It's explained through the Doppler shift, i.e. the red-blue shift. But that's also explained through the magnetic field. Ken did a video I posted the other day where he shows how he takes a magnet under a ferrocell and kind of moves it analogous to what would be, I guess, akin to two different reference frames perspective. And as he moves the magnet, it phase shift at a ratio of 1:5. And you also see the blue shift happen at 1 mile per hour. So it's the slowest red-blue shift ever witnessed. And it's all done through a magnetic field. Something interesting to look at.
I mean, that actually brings up a point I've often said about looking into the stars and saying they're redshifted. That's their determination, determining that something is accelerating in a way. And the only argument they say is because the wavelength of the light is either stretched out or whatever it is. But that's just assuming there's only one cause of that, which means the object is moving away. But there could be other causes. Have they eliminated the other causes?
Yeah,
no.
the other causes is the difference in light at the red end spectrum versus the blue end spectrum. The red end spectrum has a much lower capacitance, and it also has a much larger spatial footprint, opposite to that of the blue spectrum. So that affects how the light gets distorted, I guess.
Well, if there's, even if I'm not even arguing for the ether at this point, but I mean, if there's magnetic fields all over the place out in space around stars, on objects, whatever, and there's other mediums, like there is interstellar gases, even though there might be a very minute thing.
Wait, sorry, what? There is interstellar gases.
Remember, I'm always arguing within their paradigm. Okay, I'm not arguing. I'm just. Okay. I analyze the argument. I analyze the claims. Like even within the ether, I analyze the claims. So, but even in that, I mean, yeah, if there is the ether and there's magnetic fields around other stars or in there, how's that going to affect the light? Between the ether and the medium that it's in and all those, how's it going to affect it? So there's an assumption that there's their argument that there is no substance between stars, just very few stellar gases. But that's even if there's a certain amount of stellar gases, those magnetic fields will affect those gases, which could potentially affect the light.
I mean, I swear to God, right? I could sit here right now, I swear to God, and I could make shit up, right? And I could tell you there's gases and vacuums and a big fucking exploding stars. But I could make up a whole new fucking world. I could write a fucking book, bro. It's like, Foundation series, Isaac Asimov. It's just bullshit. No, sorry. I understand that once you understand something and you want to delve deeper, that might prove your point, that might give more to your point or somebody else's point, but I don't understand why people do that. I mean, why? I mean, we're just trying to figure out, the shape of the Earth, why we're here, what the fuck's going on. And maybe they're lying to us. Oh, if you want to sit and talk about a time dilation for like 0.0 of a fucking second, go ahead, bro. Knock yourself out. What changed that? Sorry, I didn't mean to. I understand if if you want to delve deeper into something that that's entirely your. I am not going to stop you. I'm just not the kind of guy who's going to do that. Well, I mean, what's the point? It's either you got two answers. It's either flat or it's a globe. That's it. That's all that matters. That might have simplified that a wee bit, but I'm a simple kind of guy. Did that make sense? Anybody? Paul, did that make sense? That was a ton of shit.
Oh, that makes sense. I'm actually. Oops.
Simplification. But like we're not gods trying to figure out how fucking everything works down to the nitty gritty and to the last fucking detail. We're just trying to figure out, is the Earth a globe or is it flat? That's basically it. Well, if it's not a ball, if we figure out it's not a ball, then everything they say after that, distances, uh, 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 black holes, and possibly not true. Possibly not true. They're probably lying to us about that shit. Pictures of black holes and solar systems and shit they got there. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like you said, you can sit for 5 years in Nathan Oakley's doing the what do they call it? There's some kind of questions anyway, and it's the same. You repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat.
Housekeeping, they call it, people.
Barry, what's up, bro?
What's up, bro? You right?
Am
Yeah,
I telling you
housekeeping,
that?
they call it in Nathan's.
Sorry, what was that?
They call it housekeeping. Those questions.
Housekeeping. Thank you for that. Housekeeping. Jesus, how dumb am I, man? I can't remember fucking housekeeping. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think sitting on repeat for 5 years is going to get you too far.
Yeah, it'll drive you fucking crazy, man.
I definitely think there's a lot more to discuss other than just whether it's flat or a globe. Not that that's not significant or important, but I just think once we start getting into the discussion of the truth versus the lie, I think there's many things to be uncovered, and they're all relevant to one another.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. That very relevant. I just like I've sat and listened to certain servers, this one and other ones, And I sit and listen, play a bit of poker, and I'm like, oh my God, this is the same fucking thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Nobody, I don't know. Sometimes I like it, but it's just like, what the hell am I listening to? It's 2 guys, it's 4 guys, 6 guys, and they're all fucking getting upset about each other, overstepping each other because they're all trying to prove a point about something or other. And it's like, we're only here to figure out where the fuck we are, bro. That's basically it. And I'm not demeaning that. Diesel, you're 100% correct. And if guys want to sit and discuss the intricacies and the nitty-gritties of why it is and how it could be and distances and lights and things traveling, knock yourself out. Knock yourself out, bro.
But I do get your point, in that it does get kind of repetitive. I definitely feel like we should have some kind of like an end goal in sight as to what this is all amounting to and what we're moving towards and all that happy shit,
Well said, bro, because I guarantee you, if nothing changes in 10 years' time, if I'm still alive, God willing, Allah willing, Thor willing, whatever God you believe in willing, I will say the same thing in 10 years' time, and nothing will have changed. Nothing.
It's going to require somebody to formulate things in such a way and kind of I almost said get the ball rolling, but
The globe, you mean?
get the frisbee flying, I guess,
Get
things moving in such a way, have some sort of a direction and aim in sight.
You know what? That's a fucking brilliant point. That's the best thing I heard all night. That's a really good point. We need an end goal.
Right.
Yeah. That's good, bro.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I'd like to see this discussion brought to the doors of academia. I think that's really where the conversation should ultimately be had. I think right now people are just kind of getting their ducks in a row. That's kind of what I'm hoping, at least. But yeah, I'd like to see this whole conversation more in a formal setting that's going to have some sort of a result rather than just a pat on the back and hey, good discussion, and repeat tomorrow.
All right, well done. Housekeeping questions, bro. It's the same fucking 5 questions for fucking 10 years. Brilliant. Nothing's changed. Yeah.
Well, when you're talking about that camp, the Nathan Oakley camp, they're pretty rigid on what they're willing to discuss and entertain, and they keep themselves on a narrow bandwidth of information, and they filter everything else out. So you're going to have that effect, when you're only focused on a certain amount and type of conversation.
Yeah, you're words, bro. It's fucking hard. English, can you speak it? You're limiting yourself to that paradigm. That's it. You're in there, scientific this, scientific that. It's a great fucking method, but there might just be something else going on. There just might be,
Well, what I say is look for the intrinsic connection that everything is premised off of in phenomenal reality, and that would be that grand unified thing that supposedly science is seeking, but in our reality they're not. They're hiding, and that would be magnetism. People need to understand what it is, how it works, and how it permeates through our entire existence.
Aha. Now we're sucking diesel. Yeah, but different direction. Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
That's the one thing they can't get away from, and the one thing they hide from the masses. And in doing that, they're able to create all these other fictitious things, such as gravity and this particle wave duality and quantum fields, and they just pulled the wool over everyone's eyes because most people aren't willing to dive into what magnetism is, what defines a magnet.
I like your thinking. I have to disappear for like 2 minutes, but D-Slow, you keep going, bro. I'm enjoying that. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean it all ties in with the ether. And that's why I say there's only ever in the history of science, there's only ever been two postulations presented as to what the cosmos is predicated upon, and that being the ether, or the other postulate is quantum relativity. Those are the only two things ever put forward in the history of science, and most people are only understood upon one of those. Most people couldn't tell you what the ether was, and rightfully so, because there's been so many postulations throughout history as to what the ether was, and they don't all coincide. Most of them are materialistic, which ether isn't. Ether is the antithesis of materialism. So it's a big deal when when you've got bona fide educated people that have never heard of these things being discussed, and when they have heard of them, they've heard of it in such a way that where it was just dismissed with Michelson-Morley or other faulty experiments that weren't necessarily depicting the ether to be accurate. That's all I really have to say. That's all I've ever really had to say.
That's good enough. That makes me think. Like I'm a simple guy, flat or curved, one or the other, but the possibility, magnetism, ether, and what there, but it's not a bad avenue to go down. It's we're trying to figure out, well, why they're lying and why is it not what they say it is, and is there something else underlying that? And if people like Whitsitt and yourself have proof of that, but not proof, but damn good theories, far better than fucking anything they ever come up with.
Yeah, I think it's a far more concise theory. Not that I came up with myself. It's just something that I've come across and subscribed to, and this is what I assert myself upon, rather than that of particle interaction and all these things they can't necessarily explain using logic, rather than some sort of a perverted dogmatic way to illogically create this sort of a scenario to basically dazzle people and overcomplicate them into accepting the lie. That's what they've done. They've overcomplicated things in such a way to where it's like you have to be an expert in order to be able to speak on a specific topic. And this is all intentional to kind of keep the simple man with logic out of the conversation because he's not qualified. But you don't need all that qualification. All you need is simple logic and to look at what's being said and to analyze it, using common sense and logic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Quickly see how big of a story it is. And then when you question them upon their story, it all just falls apart like a house of cards.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with keeping your brain ticking over and thinking about what it is, where it came from, or what yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I'm a bit more simple than that. A very, very stupid man. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with trying to. That was the point I was trying to make. It's okay to sit and talk about how figure out things and magnetisms and whatever's. That's fine. But I'm not going to sit and discuss with you 0.00 motion of Earth and do that forever. I mean,
Yeah, no.
that doesn't make sense to me. So if the Earth is accelerating, but you see, you have to, in the first place, suppose a premise that you're on a ball. You know, so if the ball is moving faster, let's just pretend we're on the ball for a second. What is making that move faster? Is somebody pushing it? It's like a ball in a swing. There you go, kid. Yeah. I mean, nah. Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with keeping the brain ticking over and thinking. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that's wrong. It's either flat or it's a ball, and magnetism, ether, and whatever else you think might be going on. That's fair enough to talk about. Like it's it'd be dumb for somebody to say you shouldn't be talking about that. That's fucking ridiculous. No, you should. You should, but you should always keep in mind the first part. It's not a ball. It can't be a ball. Water does not behave in that. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, ether explains away gravity, and without gravity, they can't have a ball.
Sorry, Shitlery. I always read his name as Shitlery. You have something to say, bro?
What?
Oh, sorry.
Were you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
What's up?
You're a baller, right?
No, I'm anti-flat earther. What's up?
Oh, you're the worst kind of baller.
Oh, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm not telling you, bro. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, you dumb cock.
Okay,
I'm just kidding.
cool.
Toroidal fields.
Is everybody fucking still sleeping?
They are after listening to me.
Did these guys come in here this morning, or did they just fall asleep in here last night?
What did you say, Don?
I was Dicelo. I was saying, did these guys fall asleep in here last night, or did they come in here this morning? I always wonder that when I come in here early in the morning and I see people that aren't talking. It's like, did you guys just pass out in here or what?
I don't know why people do that. They do it in other service too. Like, why is it so quiet? Why is it so quiet, bro? Somebody not say something? No, fuck you. You say something.
Yeah, I think Nathan Oakley's channel ran out of steam, dude. They've come to the point now where they're like analyzing other people's videos, and then Nathan will stop in between sentences and like pick apart what they're saying and shit, and then like continue playing. It's kind of weird.
No, I do like him, but I don't see too many crow's feet in that man's face. He always comes across to me as kind of like a almost robotic. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to attack a man's character, but I do like his person. I do like what he says, but there's something suspicious about him to me. I don't know what it is, but I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's there. Like,
Well, I can tell you they're anti-ether.
oh, really? Oh, fuck yeah. I heard about that. There was a whole big hoopla. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, drama.
Yeah, those guys are anti-ether, man. They believe in like photons and
Yeah.
fucking
Here. What I'm saying, right? They shut that down completely. You should never shut anything down completely. You know what I mean?
right.
Ever.
Yeah, in a truth discussion, or something along those lines, like they're trying to be portrayed as. Yeah, you can't just dismiss other evidence, because it doesn't fit within your narrative, and
Yeah.
it's highly dishonest, man.
Yeah. That turns me off. Absolutely turns me off. Like I listen to Nathan's like 5 minutes a day for like the last 3 years, but I mean 5 minutes, like, because it's the same old bullshit. And when somebody comes in and says, "But maybe," and shut up, you fucking retard. Science and like they're what they believe. That's a turn off, man.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, you're so free. So you figured out that the world's not what they're saying it is, and then somebody comes in with an idea that might be a positive, and your view is you have no view. You're so open minded. Actually, bro, you just closed somebody down, right? You did 2 or 3 people that had 3 different opinions about what you about the nature of the earth and science. You just shut them down. You didn't even give them a chance to speak because you're calling them retards. That's just wrong, bro.
Right.
That's not free at all. There's no free
Well,
speech.
it creates an echo chamber, and that's
Yes.
kind of what they've done to themselves. That's why they all kind of repeat the same
Do you think?
information, and they're sitting there like patting each other on the back as they're like repeating it to each other. It's fucking weird, dude.
Do you think they know that? Know that?
I mean, they've been told that, but I think they're in denial of it.
Have they been told that? Echo.
Yeah.
Like, it was so funny. We were talking about how you shouldn't shut anybody down, and about concave Earth. And I think I don't know the guy might have come in and role played it, but he started talking about concave Earth, and I noticed that within 5 minutes, people just would not listen to what he had to say. Just would not listen to it at all. Thought it was the most ridiculous. Well, see, when I first heard about flat Earth, I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. The only reason why I went into the thread was to take the absolute piss out of these people. And I came out of that thread about 2 months later, a flat earther. It's so funny how it can change. Like everything can change in a blink of an eye. You think one thing, like you're a flat earther and you believe in ether and you believe in whatever you believe in. I guarantee somewhere along the line, somebody might just come in and go bang, and you'll be like, holy fuck. If you listen to them, if you give them the time of day, but most of them don't.
Yeah, I just got to work, so I can't really talk at the moment, but give me a few minutes. I'll be listening meanwhile.
Yeah, I'll be back to myself. I need a couple of minutes. Sorry.
Sorry about dropping out. Yeah, sorry about dropping out. My wife needed me, so I had to drop out.
That's understandable. What's up, Flatty?
Not much, bro. Just making some food.
Yeah, all good? You doing well?
All good, man. How about yourself?
Yeah,
You
not too
okay?
bad. Well, hey, see if I had to start telling you about what happened in my life in the past 2 years. I'd probably
Yeah.
bore you to tears, bro. I'd bore you to tears. Actually, you want to be my friend because you would not believe what happened to me the last 2 years. You just wouldn't believe it. It's like, yeah, that's crazy. Anyway. I mean, who am I to tell anybody what they should think? We all come into this world by some fucking miracle, and we all go out on our fucking Todd. Jack Todd. You're done, you're done. I think people forget that. Sure. Does Reckon ever speak? I mean, I seen him the last 2 years, and I remember Reckon going, sure. Get to a chopper. I don't think he's spoken in about 2 years. Reckon, do you have a tongue? Nah. Okay. Shitlery. Shivarity. Shitlery. Battle Rider. Hey, Mac, you look really good in that fucking tutu, man. I have to say that, bro. White suits you. Return of the Mac. She lied to me. Return of the Mac's global, right? Aren't you, Mac? You're a global, right? Aren't you? I'm sorry. Just babbling on. Suits you, bro. Crypto. Now there's an English voice I'd like to hear. That's one of them intelligent people. Crypto, we've known each other now for how many years now? It must be 6 or 7. Bro, I've nothing but bad things to say about you. You fucking wanker. Sorry, yeah, you can't talk. Yeah, I like crypto. He's alright, you know. Nobody fuck with crypto, eh? Fuck with crypto, fuck me. True story. Just see past the fact that he's English. Hey, crypto, do you know why they called it the Dark Ages? Because there were too many nights. It's a bromance. That's a definite bromance, bro.
We've seen that episode. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
No, where's it from?
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Is the name of the show.
Oh,
Funniest thing.
I try to
Fucking
get
awesome, man.
Is it? Okay.
It's worth watching, man. It's good.
It's very dry. I tried again. I couldn't. Because somebody told me, yeah, you have to watch it, man. Always Sunny in Philadelphia or something like that. And I'm like, nah. I like The Office. But that was on point. Is that you? Yeah, it's me. Is that you? Yeah. That's a true story. That's a true story. A sea change is coming. There's a sea change in the air. You have to pick your sides. You have to. You have to. It's definitely coming. There's a sea change. SEA. Sea change. Battle Rider. What a name, man. I didn't know it was Benedict Cumberbatch that did Smaug, but he was fucking brilliant. Until like a year ago. I've watched it for like freaking how many years it's been out. Yeah, he's pretty good. Pretty, 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 pretty good. Bloody, did you ever watch Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I've seen a few bits, man, not too much.
Dude. Dude. It is the best. The best of the best. There's better, and then there's best, and there's betterest. I just made that word up because it deserves it. The Larry Sanders Show. You ever watch that? That was brilliant. Hey now. Hank. Hey now. Millions and millions of light years. Gold flying everywhere. Oh, that's all right. I thought you were fucking ignoring me, you bastard. Never liked you anyway. Wanker. Ball bag. No, you're a wanker. No, you're a ball bag. No, you're a wanker. You're an absolute ball bag. So are you. You fucking ball bag. That should be my friend, my best mate. You have to hear us. Honest to God, like in text, he's like, "What are you up to, you ball bag?" I said, "Oh, he calls me a her." You know, like a wee man in a wheelchair, like I'm in a wheelchair, like I can't look after myself, and I went, "Fuck you, ball bag," and I like a ball in the bag. It's it's so funny. He came in the middle of the night, and I swear to God, me and him were in stitches, bro. We just made shit up. It happens almost every night, but not every night, but almost every night we're together. He says something, and I say something. And I actually, like, I was wiping the tears off my eyes, like, fucking ball bag. You can cut your friends on one hand. You're lucky. You're always there for you, no matter what. I mean, I can call that man from fucking Saudi Arabia and go, I'm fucking stuck, bro. He'd be on the next jet plane out with a ticket, my new passport, and, get me the fuck out of the fucking doors, He would do that. The people you can count on. Always there, through thick and thin, all the shit we've been through, whatever. He's always there, man. And that's so good, man. I mean, you cannot put a price on that. If my girlfriend, let's just say, for instance, I had a new girlfriend, told me to dump him, I'd kick her out the door. I'd tell her to fuck off. I swear, that's how good it is. And I do have a lot of girlfriends, by the way. Sometimes I juggle one or two. I love it, man. We tell each other we love each other. That's crazy, isn't it? Like two fellas, like, I fucking love you, bro. I fucking love you more, like, you fucking silly bastard. Yeah, we actually do. He's like more than a part of me. He's like a part of me. You know what I mean? You can't buy that shit, bro. I think so. Also, by the sound of my voice and the shit I say, you might realize that if I'm your friend, I'll do anything with man. I have two of them, but I actually would, within reason, like. They're still fucking flat, bro. They're ballers. Hey, P-Mac, what about the fucking flatter thing going? Shut the fuck up. I'm not telling you anymore. You guys are too fucking stupid. You don't even know what it is. That's what I was saying. Fucking ballheads. Did I just pour my soul out in fucking some kind of Discord thing? Yeah, you did, yeah. Did I? Yeah, you did, yeah. Shut up, bro. Battle right now. Okay. I find that Jezza, he's not here, but he never once read a book in fantasy fiction. No, I don't, Paul, because it's absolute shit. Yeah, but bro, just let yourself go. Just pretend. And I can't believe that, man.
Mic check. There we go. What's up, guys? Just got the okay to use Stellarium for the angles. We're about to do this fucking GP thing and get busy here, find these distances out. Shit's about to get fucking real.
Oh shit.
I mean, I don't know why we haven't used this before. Why do I have to think of everything all the time? Come on, guys.
That's why you're a fucking mod, bro. That's why you can pay the big bucks. Jeremy.
What's up?
You're right in my book, bro.
I don't have no idea what you just said.
It says you're all right in my book.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I have a very big book. Lots of names on it. You're in the all right section.
What about my left?
Well, yeah.
I'd be
Yeah.
all right if it wasn't for my left.
Fuck the left. Jesus, I've run out of paper. Right, left, right. What the fuck? Anyway, sorry, what were you saying?
Distances, bro. Distances are going to tell us everything.
Big books and they cannot lie.
Distances are going to tell us everything we need to know, P-Mac.
They're humongous, bro. You cannot measure the distance. They're too big. It's ginormous. Is it
What's
ginormous?
ginormous?
It's, well, you see, ginormous, and then add another ginormous.
I don't know what you're saying.
Neither do I.
Lay off the sauce for a minute, bro.
Fuck off, man. It's the one thing I hate. That's the one thing I hate, man.
You're drunker than Jazza was earlier.
Jeez, he was really drunk.
He's always drunk. I've never heard some of you guys sober. I don't even know what you guys sound like sober.
Good point. I don't even know what I sound like sober. Yeah. Ginormous amounts of fucking copious distances that stretch on forever and ever. That's basically it, right? That's the universe in a nutshell. Like, it's massive. That's what she said. So, Jeremy, how's life?
Good, man. It's good. I could complain.
Hey, Jeremy, you okay, man?
I'm good.
Did Jazz
Good.
tear you up in that debate, bro?
What's up?
Did Jazz tear you up in that debate? Talking about seeing to infinity and shit and seeing the future. Awesome. That was like
I don't know
beaming
what
away.
you just said. I heard the word future out of all that.
Did Jazz beat you in that debate?
No.
Yeah,
No,
he wrecked me because I didn't have a fucking flat earth optometrist. I know.
Come on, man. Like, that's like the first thing you need is a flat earth optometrist.
Of course. How could we do anything?
Fuck, dude. He's got us, brother. You can't say nothing about
I'm
that.
telling you, he's drunker than PMAC.
Not possible.
Yeah, I suspect so.
That dude's a helicopter pilot. I don't know when the fuck he flies helicopters because he's always fucking drunk, but
Please, when I'm not fucking drunk. Please.
as you get in a helicopter, he's the fucking pilot. Holy shit.
Hey. Did you know there's a fucking ram? Oh, Jesus Christ, we did.
You give him a warning. You should give him a timeout if he curses people, though. It's not nice.
We really don't want to like mute or silence anyone. We want to let everyone have their say. I mean, some of this shit does get a little fucking ridiculous. So
I like him. I do. He just needs a little bit of care. A little bit of love.
Check you guys later.
All right, God. Rick. Cheers, bro. Thanks for popping and hang out.
You said you could drink. Where's Jazza from? New Zealand or Australia?
Yeah, it's like Canada, America. So it's the same
Doesn't
thing.
even matter. Yeah, same thing. I don't know. I still don't get the whole elevation angle. Angle proves the flat Earth thing. I was just on Oakley's a minute ago on that shit.
Oh, were you listening?
What's up?
Were you listening? To
I was on the
Oakley?
panel.
Oh, you were?
I was in it.
How'd that go?
It went fine. I still don't understand how you get just because you make a horizontal baseline, it proves Earth is flat. I don't get it.
Wait, was that there like today?
Yeah, like 10 minutes ago. That's where I was just now.
Oh, okay.
In between that fucking Jazza bullshit. I might have got that thing with Nate wrong earlier about the dark energy. I wasn't thinking about inside galaxies. I guess you could get an exploding sun from one star to another planet
crazy
inside
wrong,
that
bro.
galaxy. But yeah,
Yeah,
inside that
those,
galaxy, but it would never
yeah.
go to another galaxy. You can never get it to another galaxy though. One that's getting closer together, but
You were crazy wrong, bro.
I know, Nate. I just woke up. I had bad Chinese food last night.
Oh damn.
Is that your excuse?
That's some Kosho broke me off with that one day. He's like, he got something like crazy wrong. He's like, dude, I had bad Chinese food last night. Leave me alone.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm trying to find out now. So, how did you enjoy the echo chamber? Was it echo chamber?
I wouldn't say it's an echo chamber. Anyone can go. It's free to go challenge them.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, that's gonna go, but you're free to go try.
Yeah, I'd probably get ripped apart. I mean, yeah, they're probably. Hey, this guy's drunk. Fuck him. he's more drunker than Jazz. No, I'm not really, but
I was trying to catch 10th man in the pre-show, honestly, but I got in. He got in late. He came in. Sorry, I'm late, guys. Da da da. I'm like, shit. It was too late by then. There was mad heads were in there. I'm telling you, man. You make a horizontal baseline, and then what? Like, okay, you have an angle to the star now. I don't get how this horizontal baseline. Why does the ground have to follow it? It doesn't make sense. We're gonna get to the bottom of this shit though with these distances. Don't worry, guys. On it.
I believe you will.
We're on it.
Distances. I can never find this man. Yeah, the last thing I seen was like a fucking 17 hours ago last night. He's got two channels, right, or something. Nathan Oakley and Nathan Oakley Live, or I don't know.
Dude, I want to have a three-way debate with you, Jazza, and Johnny Bernard.
Who's Johnny Bernard?
Just someone else who's always drunk.
Right, so you have to get drunk, bro.
I mean, I get drunk once in a while, but not like that.
What do you mean? Okay. A million. Right. Subscriptions. I don't know why I don't see them. Anyway, let's just figure it out. Jeremy, post a fucking link, bro.
Link to what? What do you want? What do you want?
Nathan's, bro.
What? Link to Nathan's what? There's mad links, dude. What are you trying to do?
Does it? Jesus Christ! How do I spell this out? GAREMAEY THELANK.
Dude, you're just saying letters. I feel like
Yeah.
I'm a cop and I gave you a sobriety test and I told you to say the alphabet and you're failing.
I'm sorry, Oscar. I could not possibly drive this car.
What do you want? Do you want to get? Are you trying to get on his show? Are you trying to get his YouTube link? Like, which link
No,
do
I'm
you
trying
want?
to find the latest one that you were on, but
It's not even on. It's not anywhere
okay.
yet. Dude, I was only in it for 2 seconds. I was in the pre-show. I was in a minute of the show. We were talking about Infinity, which is neat. He was going over some video about how some lady was talking, said most flat earthers believe it's an infinite plane, which is not even close to true. I don't even believe in infinity, and it's fucking unprovable as far as distance. Like, you can never prove a distance is infinite because you would just keep going and going and going, and you'd be like, "Oh, are we at infinity yet?" Like, you would never know because it just keeps going. That's why the whole expanding universe never sat well with me, because it's like, if it's infinite, how is it expanding? Like, it goes forever. There should be nowhere for it to expand into because it's going forever.
Yeah, same, exact same.
You tell me it's infinite, but there's an edge where it's expanding into something else. No, I'm not buying that one.
Yes, absolute nonsense.
I got to figure out this thing with Kosho and then go back, hit Oakley back. Sorry, I got a text message. Yeah, I gotta figure out this thing with Kosho with the angles and the distances and shit, and then
Don't ask him anything about light, photons, virtual photons.
Reality.
Yeah, stay away from any of that.
Kosho.
No. Oakley.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't. What about the photon? I mean, what? I don't know. That whole shit's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. You'll get muted real quick. That happened to me. I made the mistake of asking a few questions.
We'll break this off with the questions.
No, I just asked, what is a photon?
All right, you're muted.
Yep. Exactly.
That's a good question, though. What is a photon? Is it that'd be like a thing, right?
Is it a particle? Is it a wave? Is it a wave particle?
Yeah, nobody knows.
Yeah.
But you asked that and you were shut up. I mean, why did you?
I mean, people will say things like it's the smallest quanta of electromagnetism or of electromagnetic field. Yeah.
Energy.
Lowest quanta of an electromagnetic field, but then it still has a wavelength, but it's a single particle that makes up a wavelength, which is multiple points.
Doubles to the experiment.
Yeah. Don't bring anything about quantum up with Nathan Oakley. You'll start to get muted real quick if you start asking questions.
Even if quantum erasers in there, you can't pick up quantums.
Yeah,
I mean, think they would like that because, like, Einstein's gravity doesn't. There's a whole bunch of shit that doesn't work in the quantum realm, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the gravity period, the calculation or the force of gravity is not accounted for at all within standard model particle physics. So they take into account all the three other quote unquote fundamental forces, but the fourth fundamental force is just not even accounted for in standard particle physics, which would be gravity.
I gotta
Which is
say,
a-
gravity should be in their model. They say it's the weakest force. I feel like gravity should be the strongest force because in their model can bring you to a spot where gravity is so strong, it's stopping light. Show me another force that can stop light.
Yeah, I don't think
Literally,
that's gravity.
it's literally the strongest force in their model because you got a black hole, light can't. It's so strong, letting light escape. Like I don't know if you could show me another force that strong in reality.
Nope.
If we lived on in a black hole, we'd be saying the strong. They'd have gravity labeled as the strongest force probably. They'd be like, "Yo, shit's so strong, it won't let light out. Look at it. Look how strong it is."
Jeremy, maybe we are living in a black hole. We just don't know it.
That actually used to be my theory back when I was a Glober. I thought that every galaxy, sorry, I thought that every universe was inside a black hole. Our universe was just inside a black hole, inside another universe with mad black holes in it, and every black hole in our universe was its own universe if you like went inside of it. That's fucking dope, bro.
Definitely food for thought.
That's fire right there. And I made that up. That's actually a real thing. I made that up in my mind before I ever heard anyone. Like I didn't know that was a real thing that people already thought of before I thought of it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you came up with that all by yourself.
I mean, it's a real thing, and people there are theories like that. I mean, I'm using the word theory loosely.
Black hole is just a big fucking wormhole, right? Into another dimension or
It's a
something.
whole nother universe in there.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm not even sure if they fucking actually exist now.
No, yeah. Well, I, to me, no, not possible because if you have 1,000 black holes, like I said earlier, in one galaxy, the entire galaxy would be eaten up by it. I think that's the most dumbest thing I ever heard. Something that swallows light, a gravitational force that it swallows suns and everything. Well, it would just keep going. Even if we had one black hole in the Milky Way should not be here by now. So it's just fucking fantasy. You know what I'm saying?
Like, why didn't the black hole swallow everything up already?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, if it existed, it would have, but it doesn't, so it can't. There's no such thing. And when we're talking about black holes, right? You automatically imagine space and fucking all these universes and big gaseous clouds of things. See, that's where they want your mind to go. There's no such thing as that. I notice I do this myself. When somebody speaks about stars and speeds and distances, and then no, there's no such thing. Well, okay, I can't say there's no such thing because that would be ridiculous. I would just come across an asshole. It's a possibility. But in my mind, it's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
I'll tell you something now. When I heard about the flat Earth, right, I thought about, and before anybody said anything, there was a couple of things I thought of, and I went into the thread to take a piss out of flat earthers because I thought it was the ridiculous, funniest thing I ever seen. Right, and these guys must be living in the Stone Age. But after about 5 minutes, then I thought, helicopter was up. Helicopters. I remember Earthrise. I remember the photo of picture from the moon,
Brian.
and I thought that before, and while I'm still trying to figure shit out, right, and I'm thinking that should be bigger.
Are you
Actually,
good?
yeah, that should basically take up.
Ah,
Yeah, but it doesn't.
just checking on you.
Yeah, so those kind of things they occur to logical thinkers. I think.
How are you guys doing on this stationary flat plane today?
Well, we're not moving.
That's awesome, man, isn't it?
I wasn't listening.
What?
I wasn't listening. What'd you say, P-Mac? Were you talking to me that whole time?
No.
No. Life is good on an enclosed system where the creator is above the highest dwelling place. Everything is perfectly made for us. Isn't that awesome, guys? Can we just appreciate that?
No, it's crazy. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yes and no.
I say heaven, yeah, but otherwise I agree. It is indeed kind of crazy.
Well, the very fact that you admit that doesn't that make you think? I mean, there is something definitely created this, but
Yeah,
this
man. Imagine you wake up in the morning and you think you're living on a spinning, tilted, wobbling spaceball flying through an ever-expanding universe.
That's
and
even
living
worse.
on other planets and thinking that there is no creator. Ultimately, there is no moral compass, and then when you die, you just seek to not exist anymore. And there's no judgment for your wrongdoings. I mean, how miserable, pathetic that life must be.
Yeah, Clay, I get you. No, yeah, I'll go with you, bro. The alternative is fucking awful.
Do I ask you a question? What are you guys talking about?
How good it is that we live in a state of order, like not the state. I'm saying that everything that is in existence has been created with logical thought
What are you
and
guys
order.
talking about?
We're talking about a creator.
Yeah, no, also the creation in itself. Everything regarding this, the perfect establishment of a dwelling place for us human beings, existing on the land and even having dominion over the animals and so forth.
Yeah. It's a proven ground, isn't it? It's a test, isn't it?
And it's just amazing, I mean,
No,
what a
but
privilege we have.
Logically,
why do we have dominion over animals, though? Like, who decided?
The Most High decided that.
Did he tell you that?
Hang on.
It's in the scripture. We have
told you.
dominion over the animals.
No.
That's why we
All right.
keep animals.
Okay.
And that's why we
So you read it in the scripture. And when you read that in the scripture, what do you get from that? What do you understand us having dominion over animals to mean?
What?
What do you understand it to mean when it's said in the scripture you read that we have dominion over animals?
That we can use animals for our for food, for example, for work and so forth. They're very good companions, Like
really?
when you have a good horse or good
horses,
cow. Back in the days, they were heavily used for growing foods and so forth, but doing all kind of sorts of work. Nowadays, it's mostly for generating meat and all the other like milk products and so forth.
Are you sure?
I'm
Sure.
cool,
Okay,
yes,
all right.
we have pure dominion
So
over all the
that's what
elements
you
of the land.
understand it to mean. But do you think that's what the scripture actually meant,
Yes, because we are
taken
not
into
animals.
context? Who was saying it? Yeah, but I mean, let's give it context, right? Who was saying what to who and when? This was what, God talking to man in the
Yes.
Garden of Eden, right?
Yeah.
He was going even so far that he gave man the decision to name every animal. That's how important it
Yeah.
was for him that man is the one deciding even over the very names of the creatures that he has created. Isn't that wonderful? He really loves us so much.
No, definitely. I agree. Yeah. God gave us that authority. It's just, I mean, let's look into what God meant when he said we have dominion over the animals. Did he mean we could eat them and kill them and use them to do
Yes.
work for us, or did he mean we should take care of them?
I mean, we even offered precious animals that back in the Old Testament, they even offered precious animals to the Most High. Instead of eating themselves, they sacrificed them
Yeah,
as
but that
offerings.
is that's sacrifice to God. That has nothing to do with man having dominion over animals. Let's just stick to God telling Adam in the Garden of Eden, sorry,
Allegory.
that he has dominion over the animals. What did God mean? Did he mean we could kill and eat animals, or we should take care of them and protect them?
All three.
Sure, we can kill and eat them. I mean, they're made for that, right?
Take care,
They
eat,
what?
and look after.
They're
All three.
made for food. Like how else should people in the Arctic or like let's say in areas of Russia where you have like minus 40 degrees live if they don't eat animals? They will just all die. You cannot grow any vegetables, so they need to eat fish and
Yeah.
Well,
so
maybe man
forth.
isn't supposed to be living in minus 40-degree weather, right? But
Right.
we have
As you
to
can
take
see, it
context
works.
into consideration. In the Garden of Eden, it wasn't minus 40 degrees. We can't use all of these other happenings outside of the Garden of Eden
Yeah,
to
but
give
man was
context.
thrown
I
out
had a
of
fig leaf.
Eden.
I had a fig leaf around my penis.
Yeah, but we have to use context. We can't use things that happen outside of the Garden of Eden to give context to the conversation between God and Adam. It happened in the Garden of Eden. As far as I know, in the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve were not eating animals.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Or have you read something that says in the Garden of Eden they ate animals?
No, that's why
No,
I
but we're not in the state of Garden of Eden. Sin entered the world. We were thrown out. So yes, we have dominion still over the animals,
So
and we
now
can eat them.
that's
I'm
a
not
very good
saying
point
that.
you made.
I'm
That's
not
a very
saying
good
that
point.
in
There was sin in
Eden
the
that
world.
I'm not saying that in Eden they were where it was necessary to kill animals. I think they didn't actually kill any animals because it was necessary. There was plenty of food, but once they were thrown out, they needed to plant their own food, harvest their own food, have animals for food, and so forth.
Yeah.
Things got way more complicated after that.
And not many
After the sin.
Yeah,
vegetarians.
but
Not
once
many.
we got thrown
Okay.
out the Garden of Eden, did we still have that dominion over animals? Was that still our
Yes,
right to
sure,
have? Or did God not
100%.
all of a sudden make animals our enemy?
I'm
Isn't it
sorry.
the snake became the enemy of man?
I'm
Yada,
sorry.
yada, yada, this, that,
You
and the
can
third.
trample them under your feet,
Where's your
man.
species?
You can trample them under your feet. That's
While
what
they
he
bite
says.
at our heels. So I think the whole
No
dominion aspect is
poison.
thrown out the window there.
No poison can harm you. You can just trample them under your feet, the serpents.
What do you mean no poison can harm you? People
You
die from
you
snake bites.
you actually think that Adam and Eve is actually happened?
That's not what's being discussed. What's being discussed is what was meant
By animals?
by us having dominion over animals.
Yeah.
What did
Yeah,
God
let
mean?
me read you this. Mark 16:18. They will pick up snakes with their hands, and when they drink deadly poison, it will not hurt them at all. They will place their hands on
Yeah,
sick
but
people, and they
that's
will
not
get
true,
well.
bro. If you pick up a snake
I
with your
believe
hand,
that.
prepare to be bit. Like, come on, you know that.
No,
You know
it
that's
is
not true.
not. It is not. It is for the ones who are with the Most High.
That's
As someone who is
Are you with the Most High?
Yes, amen. I have received
So
to
if
be
you
born
pick up a
again.
snake, it's not good, and it bites you, you won't die.
Yes, yes, I believe that.
You are immune to snake venom.
The viper.
I think that the Most High will not let me die.
Yeah, but are you immune to snake venom?
I don't know. It also says you shall not test the Most High, so I will probably not test getting eaten on purpose, being bit on purpose. But I think if randomly, if that would be the case, if a snake would ever bite me, which I think will never happen because the Most High would not let that snake bite me, I would still
What?
survive.
Why
But
wouldn't he let the snake bite you?
why
If
would
if 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 you are walking right in the woods and there's a snake under a rock and you lift the rock and it's in the snake's nature to attack someone or something
yeah,
when
and
it
it will
feels
not harm
threatened,
me.
why would the Most High take away the snake's nature just so you don't get bit?
I don't know, man. There are many cases of animals that, for some reason, did not kill a child that fall into their arms and so forth. You know, you really think
Yeah,
that
but
the Most
you're
High
not a
cannot?
child. You're a grown man.
I am a child of God.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right. I'm just asking questions,
No,
man. I'm
no,
just
no.
I
asking
That,
questions.
have faith in
that's a
my
very good
Lord and
answer.
Savior, man. I have no fear of things regarding that could harm my flesh. I don't have any fear about that.
No,
Yeah.
that's fine. But I'm not talking about having fear. I'm talking about whether or not you would actually get hurt. If you're fearless, that's fine. You know, bravo to you. I'm shit scared of snakes. But if you
I mean,
fearless, I understand that. But that isn't the question. The question is, would that snake bite you? You feel it wouldn't, and I want to know why you feel a snake wouldn't bite you.
or is a snake essentially made by the Most High? And if it's His will, then the snake either doesn't bite me, or if it bites me, it will not kill me, as it is promised in the scriptures.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, He is the author of all things, man. Even if the poison would react with my blood, it is still in His hands to give me over into death, or
This
let's
religion,
say,
this
give
religious
over.
stuff is
No, it is the faith I have. Faith is not based on evidence. Faith is based on believing something, regardless of the evidence. You believe His word to be true. Otherwise, if you would just, based on evidence, have faith in Him, it would not be faith in the first place.
But faith is something that's taught, no? If your parents are strong believers in a faith of some sort, you will be a strong believer. But if your parents didn't teach you anything, you wouldn't know any different.
My parents teach me nothing. I was raised in a completely natural liberal family, but there's no one believing in a God or the Bible or anything like that. So, that goes out of the house. It was purely His work leading me to Him out of pure darkness. I was living in pure darkness, and He chose me out of that darkness. Why? I don't know. Maybe that I can be the foolish guy on Discord telling everyone that, the Most High has a glorious plan for everyone, and that He has a finished work that can lead to eternal life, which is the Word became flesh and was crucified and died for our sin. And then He said it is finished, because He finished the work which He has made in order for us to be saved. It is not man's work to save himself. Doesn't work. You cannot save yourself. That's religious. That's religion, actually. All the religions in the world have one common theme, that they all think they can do something in order to reach paradise, heaven, however you want to call it. That's a very specific thing people need to understand. The scriptures tells us that He is the author of all things, and then He is the finisher of uh, the good gospel. He is the one who finished the work on the cross. There's nothing. There's not one good man. No one can do anything to gain it. It's a free gift. 1 Corinthians 9:19-23. For though I am free from all men, I have made myself a slave to all, so that I may win more.
As a person that sounds like they've studied the Bible, you don't would never think that the Bible was some type of time recording or a diary or something like that. So everything is worded in a way that you think is one thing, but actually it's telling you something else. Your etymology of the Bible was probably wrong, because the etymology being taught is the one. If you use all the syllables, then you'll probably get another thing, and then you have each verse a colon between them, just like our time. You know, there are similarities that are so evident that we choose to ignore them and think some hocus pocus writings and stuff. I mean, you think major publication and stuff like that didn't take effect until 1700s, so your Bible couldn't have been mass produced before then. Therefore,
Again, the spirit of truth that I have received, that has me given insight of understanding what has been written through this spirit, the one and only spirit from the Most High, is also the one who reveals the understanding, gives me wisdom through him. It's not my works to gain wisdom by reading his word. It is him revealing his character through reading his word. And the Bible for me is the only book on earth that is perfectly made and finished to perfection. Because at the beginning you have sin entering the world through one man. At the end, when it is finished, you have the finished work of salvation that entered through one man. See, you have this perfect closed-up system again. Same with our stationary plane Earth. You have a closed-up, perfectly finished work, all from the Most High.
I believe you believe what you believe, but I also believe that you're some delusional. Okay. The Quran says many other things. The Bible says one.
Yeah, the Quran is a copycat of the Bible.
It is.
The Quran tells you to kill people. The Bible doesn't. It's strictly against it.
Oh, it does?
The very character the Most High revealed to us says we ought not to kill.
Well, yeah, that's one of the first fucking.
Well, let's rephrase this. Not to murder.
The first one.
Right? There's a difference between killing and murdering, right? That's also something many people misinterpret. Killing and murder is a big difference.
Okay, so you take a life. And no, sorry, it's delusional to me. All right, I believe there is a God. I believe that you are undergoing some kind of spiritual awakening. But
do you believe you're a sinner?
Absolutely. But the last, yes, completely, 100%.
Do you believe that the Most High has finished the work on the cross in order for you to be saved, and you have repented from all your sin?
Not really.
Okay. I mean, that's honest, man. I would just suggest to open the book up, go through all the chapters that has been written down about you. You know the transgressions you did against your father, and before he opens it up, just open it up here on earth, and tell him all the things that are a heavy burden upon your soul, and he will forgive you. You know, if you're sincere.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Well, I believe it, but it could be possible that a God sacrificed his son, lost his shit, got really, really upset for a long time, watching his son suffer, in order to take on a hypothetical burden of my sin and everybody else's sin. That's a completely 100%. I would never say that's fucking ridiculous, because that could happen, right?
He is perfect. Everything he does is perfect.
Oh, how could that happen? But Earth can't be a globe.
Wait. We're not talking about globe now, bro. Hey,
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Hey, sorry, did you notice the religious undertones?
Because see, if you see,
bro, you talk like Hulk Hogan. I can't even understand what you're saying.
I am.
If you see the perfect enclosed system that he has created regarding all things, even your body is a perfectly enclosed system with the very inner workings and so forth, with the cycle of blood and water and all of the things that are going on within your body. you can see that pattern of perfectness, of finishing up something everywhere. If you go to the Bible, you see it, a perfectly
Yes, but
finished book.
I do not.
You
I do
go
not
to
believe.
you
I
go
do
to your
not believe.
flesh. What can I
Okay.
please finish? You're just
Okay.
interrupting me.
Sorry, bro.
A perfectly finished,
Fuck up.
enclosed system of a human body. The same with every other animal you will find. I'm not saying that the humans are animal. I'm just saying the other creatures that have been created are also perfectly made. And then you go into the spiritual realm of you having a spirit, a soul, and a body. Again, we have these layers. Then you go into the very creation of the establishment of the world with its foundation, as it is written in the scriptures, and the firmament dividing the waters, which are above the and so forth. Right? You have this perfect.
It's almost unending.
You have this perfect way of doing things. He has established everything good. He's, it says in Genesis, and he's seen all things, and it was good what he has made. Very good indeed.
That was a lovely sermon, man. Are you Catholic or?
No, I'm just a believer in his word.
Just don't go to
Wow.
church.
I believe in his finished work that every man can receive the free gift of salvation. I'm not saying that every man will receive it.
Do you pray?
Do you think you would have
Yes.
learned that word if nobody taught it to you? Do you think you would have learned that within yourself if you were
The Most High
isolated
taught
somewhere?
it. The Most High taught it.
He told it to your heart?
Yes.
So you think without any preconditioning, any other stimulus from other man teaching it to you, if you were isolated, grew up in a desert, in a jungle, no other human contact, you think you would still get the word of God if nobody showed you a Bible?
If it is will, yes, indeed.
Wow. Okay, buddy.
He
What
is the
evidence
Most
do you
High,
have
man.
to support that? What evidence do you have?
I don't need to give you evidence. I will not put you in the seat of judging about the things that the Most High can do.
Right.
He
Right.
has
So how
created.
can you eliminate your
He
bias?
has
How do you know
created.
you weren't
He
taught
has
that though?
created.
How do
He
you know
has.
you're not under a spell? How do you know
He
other
has.
man hasn't put you under a spell since you were a baby and made you teach that? Why can I finish my question?
Don't. He
He has
hasn't finished.
created he has created all things. He is the author of all things. So there's every miracle that he can establish if it's his will. And if you want to have evidence, I will not put you in a seat of judgment and decide whatever this creator is capable of doing or not. I will not do that. And if you want
Right,
that, I will
man.
not
I
give it to you.
appreciate your guess. I appreciate your guess that you think the creator would be in your heart without other people teaching it to you. But what do you have to say you can remove that bias from yourself? Like, can you not admit that you only have learned this stuff from other people? So why would you think you would have learned it by yourself?
I have learned almost most of it from reading his word and having
Right. So
having.
what happens if you didn't have that book? What happened if you never read that book?
I can't tell you because I've been grown up in this Western world.
There we go. That's honest. So
Yeah,
you
I
don't
can't
know
tell
if you
you.
grew up without the book. Yeah. So if you grew up without that book, you might just be a savage.
I have never grown up with this book. Actually, he made me read this book.
Okay,
So
look,
can I say something really quickly
go ahead,
to
go ahead.
Don? No matter where you're born, we're all born with common sense, and we have this voice within us of reasoning and distinguishing right from wrong. And I don't think that you would have the word of God per se without the Bible, but I think you would definitely know good and bad and right from wrong.
He's not
without
saying
it.
that. He's not saying that the Bible. No, let me finish. Let me finish. He's not saying
man.
that the Bible. Wait, whoa.
Nah, man. I will
What?
respond to him.
Right, hang on. It's not an exercise in fucking morality. We don't need a book to tell us morality. What he's saying is that it's taught him different things, way of life, nothing to do with morality. That's just a
I'm not
fucking.
asking about morality. I mean, I appreciate it. Daiso saying right. Daiso's response was good, and I respect it. But Daiso, I'm curious that like
for instance, you're like, oh, the common sense. Well, I would have common sense to be hungry. The right and wrong that you speak of, I would only boil down to survival. Yeah, is it going to keep me safe or not? And am I going to eat or not? And why would it be okay? Where do you find the gray line of right or wrong? Like, I'm going to kill this thing to eat it, but I'm not going to kill this other thing. You know, like, or like, what does it matter? You're killing something to eat it, or you're this murder and killing. Killing is killing. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
But murder is different. If I kill an animal because I need food to eat, then I can righteously kill it because I have dominion over that animal. But
All
if
right.
I kill,
What if?
can I
What if
finish?
it's just you?
Can I finish?
What if it was a
Can I
tiger and ate up
finish?
the
If
vegetable?
I
Yeah. What if it was
can I
another human being?
finish? Why can I not finish, please?
Because you're gonna go on for
Why
5
can I
minutes
not
with the sermon.
finish?
Come on,
We
bro.
know
Why
what
can I
you're
not
saying.
finish, man? I was
We
talking
know
10
exactly
seconds.
what it is
Complaining, killing, and
Why
you're gonna
can I
murder.
say.
not
We get it.
finish? Okay,
Never
Because you
can
go
mind.
on for
can
so
I
long, man.
finish?
I just
Can
want
I
to ask you a
finish?
question.
Dude, if what I'm
If it
saying is
was
so
you
wrong,
and a
why are you
human
so
being
roused? Why are you so
in a
roused when
jungle,
you can't even listen to the 20 seconds that I have to say, okay?
but because it's not 20 seconds. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. If I would have murdered that animal because I was already filled and not hungry and just for pleasure of murdering something or the pleasure of killing, then it is murder. And then it is
Dude, we're
indeed
not in
wrong.
kindergarten, buddy. We're not in kindergarten.
Yeah,
Okay,
like we all knew that is exactly what you were gonna say. That's why we were cutting you off. Now, my question is: if you are alone with a human being on a stranded on an abandoned island and you are hungry, is it fine to kill that person and then you wouldn't
No.
label that murder because you want to eat them?
Why? Oh well, why not? You're hungry.
You're
Because
hungry,
it's a
yeah.
human
It's not
being,
murder.
it's not
Comes
an
up with-
animal.
So
I'm not a
what?
cannibal.
Who cares?
Wow.
Why are humans different than animals? That's the question right
Yeah.
there. God's
Because
beautiful
the most
creature.
high
You can
because
eat
the
some
most
of
high
them. You can't eat other ones. Man, you would read that shit in a book, dog. You would have never come up with that shit on your own. Fake as hell.
What if it was a lion and it ate up on your family, and then you were like, "Oh, I'm gonna get revenge on this lion, but I'm not really hungry." Would you not kill it?
Yeah. The ghost.
Isn't it funny how
Yeah.
man
What if
Just couldn't
it was
turn dark.
what if it was a family of birds and the baby birds needed the mama bird to stay alive so that they could eat, but you are hungry and you go and kill their mother and eat their mother, and now they can't survive. Is that right? Is that murder?
Well, technically,
No. If I need to
technically, we
survive, I
can
can
eat
kill the
fucking
bird.
vegetables and fruit, fruit-bearing plants, stuff like this shit. I think we would have to bring the situation to a much more harsher circumstance, like stranded on a boat where you've got nothing to resort to, or on a desert island, some shit
That's
like that, where it's you and an individual.
Let's come up with something that is so hard to explain or to give an answer to that we can
so
just hide
hungry.
behind our bush
Is it
and
fine
not
to eat that human? Is that murder?
recognize that many things and questions we have already been written down in His Word. So we can just go away and live our life in sin and just ignore the Most High. But you cannot. The thing is, the more you try to get rid of Him, the more people like me will come up and make you feel very annoyed inside. But
You don't make us feel annoyed inside, though. Like, where did you get
need to
that
have
from?
this reminder. But you need to have this reminder.
I feel very annoyed. I'm actually,
You can't hide.
no,
you
I'm
can't.
actually.
So what?
I'm
So what?
telling you.
Did God
I'm telling
send
you
you
out
to
of.
us?
I'm telling you out of love. You cannot hide from the Most High. You cannot do that.
All
Not
right, but
even
German
God.
guy, did God send you to us right now? Are you the vessel right now to
His
which
name
the
is-
All
I
High
am.
is
I
speaking?
am. I
His
am
name
the
is
food
Clay.
for the Most High. Yes, I am.
You are
Maybe I
speaking
am.
for him right now. He sent you right now to come and stir us inside and make us feel guilt and turn towards him. That's what's going on right now.
His name is
I'm
Clay,
not
by the way.
saying
Not
feel
German
good,
guy.
but I'm saying it
Asshole.
is important to know that you should open the book up before he does it, because then it's too late. Just open up your
Before
book by
who does?
yourself. Before
I should
you
open the
stand
book
before
before.
him, before you stand naked before him, and he's going to open up your book and talk about the things you didn't want to talk about in the very being that you are right now. Many people are afraid of talking to God about the things that are on their soul. The things, the very depraved and wicked things they can't even talk about with their wife or people they love or know. And I know everyone has these thoughts and everyone has these things that he hasn't shared with
including you,
anyone.
right?
Yes.
Including you.
Yes.
You sin, right? Like right
Chirality.
now, right
Chirality.
now, you're not even sure if you were going to heaven, right? Like if you died right now, there's a good chance you could go to hell, right?
No.
No.
Not at all. I 100%
Not at
know
all?
that not at all. He has chosen
What?
me into salvation.
He chose you.
Yes.
How do you know he chose you?
Because I was born again, man. I have a new spirit inside of me. I do not cuss anymore. I'm not addicted to any drugs that I was addicted
But
prior
you
to.
said you sin, though. I asked you, you sin as well, and you said yes.
Yes.
Do you not sin, right? Like to this day, you are still a
I am
sinner,
still
right?
in my flesh, so I'm still a sinner. Yes.
You still sin. So there is a chance you could go to hell.
No.
It's not certain, right?
No.
No.
Because I have the blood of the Most High covering me. I have repented.
So you are immune, even if you sin. There's no way you're gonna go to hell.
I confess my sins every day. I confess it.
That's not true.
Chirality in the Quran, do you stand naked before Allah? And he's like, so what have you been up to?
But even
I mean that happens to us as well, but it's a bit different from what
is a bit different. How
the
could you
Christians
describe the
do and
differences?
say. Way different. So with us, it's not, for example, even you snacks, you would go before Allah, even if you're not a Muslim, even if you've never read the Quran, right? You don't do salah.
Already this afterlife sounds like a lot of paperwork. This is like a bureaucracy.
It does sound like it is a lot of paperwork. But the point I'm trying to get across is you don't have to believe in Allah to go to heaven. If you're a good person, snacks, you will go to heaven, even if you've sinned before, even if you've done wrong.
Yeah, the land of the remembered. We remember
you don't need
the
to
good
believe.
things, the
But
good
with
lives on.
Christians, it's a bit different.
You know what I think the Creator is perfectly
That's
pure.
nice. Please don't
and
go
he
somewhere
cannot-
nice.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut Nate off. Nate was still going.
I was done.
I think I think the Creator is perfectly and pure and holy, and because he is perfectly pure, 100% holy, and he's a righteous judge, he cannot go against his own established laws. So the only thing that would happen if you don't have someone who paid for the penalty, which is death, regarding your transgressions and through sin, you're gonna stand before him. You're gonna be judged according to the law you have been that you have broken. So the only thing you can logically have is someone who has paid the fine in order for you to be saved, which is the finished work of salvation made possible through his own hands. See, God cannot go against his own ways. That's why I don't understand Muslims, right? Muslims say, how can a God be the Son and the Spirit and three in one? That is not a God. What I believe to be a God is just one God, and that's it. But the same on the same way they say, yeah, when you go to heaven, the good things are gonna, the good things you did are gonna be the important things, and because he is going to have mercy with you, you're just going to get in. That's not a righteous, pure, holy God. You cannot even do this in a court room here on earth where you have broken several laws, many laws. We have all broken a lot of laws, and you would just go there in front of the court and say to the judge, actually, even though I've broken so many laws and I'm actually my penalty would be death, just look at me being a good guy sometimes, having done good things. I mean, isn't that enough? And the earthly, human, fleshly judge would say, I'm sorry, but I need to judge you according to laws that you have broken. And if you think God can be replaced with a being that is not 100% pure and holy and righteous and just in judging, then I don't know what God you believe in, but it's definitely not God.
You believe in a God of paperwork.
I believe, no, it's a difference. I believe in a God who is 100% pure, righteous, and holy, and he cannot go against he can't go against his self-established laws and penalties. He needs to enforce them no matter what. And the only thing we can be made righteous and just in front of that judge is by his own work through salvation, by his one and only begotten Son. the truth, the way, and the life, who was crucified on the cross and finished the work in order for us to be saved. He is the sinless Word that became flesh, died for my transgressions, and because I have been born again through the Spirit that has also raised him up, it will also raise me from the dead, and I will be made just in front of the judge.
That's a cool viewpoint, man. Yeah, I'm glad you have it, and I wouldn't wish any other viewpoint that you would have. I'm glad you have your particular viewpoint, and that's what you have. That's all good.
The reason I speak about
Isn't that nice?
It is nice, but the only reason why I speak about it is because I want other people to have this gift of eternal life, right?
Oh.
I mean,
There's nothing wrong with thinking that way. Nothing wrong at all. It's a possibility. Do you deny that the creator might have sent somebody here and to die for our sins, or take it upon him? Do you honestly? Can you honestly, in all seriousness, say that you know for a fact that whoever created this place did not do something outstanding? Do you think that? Can you honestly say that?
What?
Because if you can, then good luck. Because
honestly say what?
Clay, I'm agreeing with you.
Yes.
I honestly think that to say that whoever created this place did not go through great suffering in order to do something on a spiritual level to redeem our sinful souls from this place. If you think that that is an impossibility, that it could not happen, never happened, will never happen, you are lost. You're
I think it's definitely possible, but we got to eliminate to sit here and say, I know the true word of the creator in my soul. It speaks to me, and then be like, but I've been conditioned by everything around me since birth. It's just not fair.
All right, Don. All right. Yeah, I understand. But when somebody has a subjective view of the world, and there's certain things happening, sometimes it happens to other people. I know what happened to me. I know somebody spoke to me. I'm not quite sure who it was, but you cannot. If you think that for one moment that's not possible, you're lost.
I know it's possible.
The thing is,
course it's possible.
I have been actually born into a world where I've been taught that sinning is not bad, that I can do whatever I please to do, that I can be my own captain on my own ship,
yes,
that I can save myself and so forth.
Why
would I turn away from instead of giving me the glory for beating addiction towards cannabis, cigarettes, and all the other dark and depraved things I did? Why should I not just give me the glory and look good in the eyes of men and say, look at all the things I have done, being a new man now? Why should I not do that? From the paradigm I have been indoctrinated to as a standard. Why shouldn't I do that? But instead of doing that, I go completely against it, being mostly ridiculed on the internet for talking about the Bible and scriptures and giving all the praise to the Most High. And people get aroused and annoyed by that, as if their paradigm is clashing with the very truth of that is written upon their hearts. Because in the very inner being, you know that the Bible is true. You know that what happened on the cross for all men in order to be saved is true.
Okay. The answer is because you're stuck in a middle ground. That would be my guess. It seems like you're in a middle ground. You either go all the way God, or you go all the way savage.
Okay.
Yeah, we're kind of between two worlds, because we know what they're telling us is bullshit, and they write it in books, so we read it in books. Therefore, it must be true. It's a book thing. The Bible thing. That was. I think when somebody mentions the Bible, that sets a lot of fucking alarm bells ringing or something. But it's a personal, subjective thing between you and the Most High. And he definitely must exist. But
there's some killers out there that got a personal relationship with the Most High. The Most High telling them to kill everything and take over the world. They do that in God's name.
Yeah, but
The
that's
truth is not
not
in
God,
him.
is it? That's the devil.
Yeah, that's the devil.
Yeah, but that's your subjective opinion. To the other guy, it's God. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying this is good or wrong, but based off of what you just said, everybody speaks to God themselves. It's subjective to them, and then this other guy's doing it, and you're oh no, but that's not God. That's the devil. Think about
There's
that,
some
brother.
people that don't.
He came to
There's some
seek,
people
kill,
that
and
don't possess
destroy.
empathy.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think if somebody says to you, go out and kill and destroy entire fucking civilizations and just kill, you think that's God? Like
If
Muhammad,
we are starting with,
Muhammad,
listen, this other gentleman presented a rule. Okay, whoever presented the rule of people speak to God directly and they have their own subjective opinion on what the message from God is. That's his rule. I didn't make up that rule. I'm challenging that statement that he made with this example.
and I'm telling you, that's not God.
But to answer PMAC's question, God has done that multiple times. He's instructed people to wipe out.
Hey, Eggs, is that you? You're coming in really low, Eggs.
Happy New Year, Eggs, and they called it the devil. All of a sudden they know it's the devil. All of a sudden.
Hold on, Don. Hey, Eggs, we can hardly hear you, buddy. I want to hear what you're saying, but I'm struggling to hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, Rodden, come in louder.
He was saying to address PMAC, the gods and things.
So, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
way better.
Is that Australian?
So to your point, PMAC, God has in history asked people to asked individuals to kill large numbers of people, and he asked Abraham to kill his own son.
And
So
why
to
did he do that?
say because the instruction is to kill, therefore it's not God, is just not biblical.
And why did he do that?
Well, it was sacrifice.
I don't think the people at the time knew either.
Do you think there's a reason why he
Sacrifice is a
did
little
it?
different than
That's a
killing.
very good point.
Sure.
That's a very good point.
Sure, I'm sure there's a reason, but I mean, my understanding of the Abraham story is that reason was definitely not apparent to Abraham.
Do you think there's punishment that can be caused through the hand of the Most High, being an example for other nations if they don't follow His will?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Don's point was no. Let me finish though. Don's point was you could hear somebody, a voice in your ear telling you to go and kill people, and you guys went, well, that's the devil. That's just you can't know. That could be craziness. It could be the devil, or it could be God trying to punish other people. Sure, whatever reason you want to put on it, because he wants you to exercise your forearms a bit more, so he wants you to do it by stabbing children. Who knows?
So
he might want you to get stronger, man. We're little pussy little things. Maybe he wants everyone to be super bodybuilder warrior people, and that's the way to get there.
Right. So if I say to you, the God of the bush, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Muhammad, that's not God. If I tell you that's not God, would you believe it?
Where are you getting that from, though? What test are you applying?
So
what test do you apply to determine God or devil?
Right. Yeah, a subjective, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. No. Don't laugh.
So your devil is someone else's God, though.
Did Jesus command anyone to kill someone?
God. Right. Claim I believe that the God of the Bible is the God. I don't believe that. I don't believe the God of the Bible is God. I don't believe the God of the Jehovah's. I don't believe the God of the Muslims. I don't believe that's God. I think that's the devil.
All the wars in the Old Testament, weren't there in the Old Testament?
Hear me out. That is not good. That's the devil. That's the opposite.
Demiurge? Are you talking about the demiurge?
Sounds like you're picking and choosing, man. What your own subjective thing is.
No, I'm not.
Sounds like it to me.
Wait a minute. I've never said that I believe in the Bible. I've never said I believe in Muhammad. I've never said I believe the God of the Bible is real or he is the God.
Rules, man. The rules, not who the God is, but the rules. Sounds like you're picking and choosing the rules.
No. Can you honestly tell me, right? If somebody says to you, if somebody believes in the Bible, if somebody believes in the Quran, and somebody believes in fucking Buddha or whatever, right? They think that that is not the God of this world. The God of this world operates on a different system. He does it in his own time, in his own way. I do not believe that is God, right?
Sounds like you're saying like the devil has power over the world, but God is above him or something. I don't know what you're saying.
Is it the creator?
That you're more...
You've almost got it.
But is it the creator who has let death enter into the world, or was it man who has decided to let death enter into the world, which also concludes all the death you will ever see, including your own death? Being the very cause,
created man.
Being the very cause of one man's transgression against the Most High. So it was not the creator making death a possibility, it was man through the transgression making death a possibility.
That's so illogical, man.
So no, it's not. It's logical. So making
the creator created everything. Everything that happens is the creator's fault.
Okay, if you don't want to acknowledge that man is
if you don't follow, I mean, hey,
man had the free will to either.
Clay, I had to say, listen, you started. Okay, Don, give me a second. You started an argument with an atheist or agnostic people or atheist people.
Oh.
You're never going to win. You may as well give up. Because
I'm not here to win, man. There's nothing I want to win.
You cannot argue against an agnostic or an atheist. You cannot win.
I really have no pleasure in winning anything. There is nothing to win.
You're talking to me, though, right? You're talking to me, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about you, Don. Yeah. About you, Don.
Yeah, okay. Wait, what you say about me? Are you saying I'm the atheist?
Well, specifically, what are you?
I had so many conversations of this. I mean, the very thing is why
I believe in a creator, like all this, like, but I want to remove my bias. That's the thing, buddy. I want to hear the true message from the creator.
Do you think you could, Don? Like, if you just think about anything that you are more powerful than, so you think about like a child where like you can open and close a car door and it can't. And you immediately go, my understanding of the world is so advanced that sometimes I can't even explain my motivations to you. I cannot explain to you why you need to go to the doctor and get an injection because I know you don't want it because your ability to comprehend things is so far beneath mine. And that's just a member of the same species that's a little bit younger. If we're talking about something that created all of existence, could we think that like they would go, oh yeah, you get anointed and you've got to do this on this special day of the week and it's really important to wear that hat. Like surely any creator, if they did exist, is looking down and going, you didn't create a magical day of the week, you fuckwits.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it goes both ways. That's a great point. It's like, to one, how am I to ever think that I could understand this greater thing going on? So of course, like if there's some winning formulas, I should just go along with them. That's fair. But at the other time, it's like, hey, he's above my comprehension. Like, so maybe I should just do me. Like, I have a survival instinct. That's my compass. Survive.
Exactly. Like, try to think about like how you would try to explain to an ant colony that was living under your house why you had to flamethrower it, like why you poured kerosene down into the holes and set it alight. They would like it just would be incomprehensible to them. Your life would seem like eternal to them because they live like a week and you live 80 years or something. It wouldn't make any sense. There's no story you could say. If you tried to go, well, I live here and you're kind of annoying me, they would just be like, it doesn't make any sense. No, it must be we angered this all-powerful creator. Those ants will tell themselves a different story.
Yeah. And the ants will figure out why you faked the moon landing.
Did he
exactly?
Did he leave? Clay? I think they're
But
ants will figure out.
I don't think the
ants
ants need to be told what to do. Ants have an inherent purpose that doesn't need to be passed on to them as far as information goes. Like, that's the funny thing about animals is like they have like these instincts that go against our instincts in a lot of ways. Like, for example, a sea turtle knows which direction after it hatches out of the egg to go to the water, and it's not like it. Right. That's the beauty of it. Like, it's almost like an internal blueprint that's already mapped within them, and Yeah, so it's they don't necessarily have free will. Like they're just doing what they've been programmed to do.
They're just
Exactly. I mean, wouldn't an all-powerful creator think that of us? Just they're just living their lives. They eat and breathe and shit and fuck, and they don't really, they're not really able to think much further into the future beyond 50 years.
What other
They've
living
got a tiny little
species?
parochial.
What other living species can you point at that is unique as unique as us? Like in the sense that we're able to plan out our lives to a large degree and even see beyond what's in front of us, using the mind's eye and hypothesize things. Like we're so fucking unique, man. Like there's nothing in the universe as unique as us.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. I just mean like we're limited in that we die after 80 years. We seem to have empathy, but that seems to be limited to people that look like us or members of our own family, and we're not very good at empathizing with people who lived 200 years ago or will live in 200 years or live in Afghanistan now.
I've always found myself as a young
animals
kid
don't have
empathizing
hospitals.
with the monster. Like, have you guys ever heard a monster story and like empathized with the bad monster that's doing all the bad stuff at the end once he gets apprehended and he's going to be put to death or whatever it may be? Like, I've always found an over amount of empathy.
You always rooting for the bad guy?
No, I don't. I'm not rooting
for the bad guy. Just go on.
Yeah.
You were saying it. I think we're agreeing.
I mean,
I just often see things from somebody else's perspective.
The bad guy. Respect everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
So earlier,
like I worked in prisons for a bit, and I was like talking to chaps who'd killed people and stuff. But it's like if you spend a moment to talk to somebody, my belief is people make the best choice available to them at the time. And if people do terrible things, it's usually because they had terrible choices available to them.
Look, sometimes people are shitheads too, but the point is like, God is God. We are not God. So who are we to sit here and say what we know that the God wants? You know what I'm saying? Like, if based on the rule of, we have our own subjective message, that's still back to that foundation. I'm humble enough. I'm not God. I'm listening to the message he's giving me, and that's what's happening to everybody else. Then I can't turn around and judge and go, oh, well, that killer's not doing what God wants. No, well, that's my opinion.
Consider this, Don. One of Jesus's 12 apostles was a warmonger, a murderer. He killed many, and he still somehow made it to the pearly gates. So, how do we figure that out?
Yeah,
that's a good point, man.
The idea that he created
forgiveness.
It's when people open a book and say this is the way it should be, that people get their backs up, the hairs raise up on their necks. No. It's not about that.
Well, I don't mind if there's evidence for it, but I mean, there's evidence that God seems to keep creating gay people. Why would he also dislike it?
Back to back, and therefore it must be true. You're not gonna listen to one word I say, none, because I have a faith in a book. But it's turned out that books are not truth. I mean, we figured that out. That's why we're here, right? We've been told shit, we've read shit, and we believed it. So when somebody says to you, I believe in God, and this is why, because in Genesis chapter 1, they say, and Paul to the Epistles and the Corinthians, no, it gets your back up. That's. But there must be some truth in it. There has to be.
Why does there have to be some truth in it?
Well, because it's so good.
But so would there have to also be some truth in like the Bhagavad Gita?
Yes.
The Hindu, like one of the Hindu religious texts?
Oh, obviously.
Because I'd say that then what it comes down to is people seem to like to want to be nice to one another, and all of the what hat to wear and whether gay people are okay and whether it's okay to eat shellfish or pig is just irrelevant.
Yeah.
That stuff's all over the place.
But what is the one accent, or what is the one thing that I live by, and probably most of you too. Treat people. I had a buddy here the other night, right? I said to him, so what's your philosophy of life? He said, Paul, I treat people how I want to be treated, and that's it.
I think that's a bad rule.
What?
I think that's a bad rule. I think that, like, if you take the way a lot of men treat women, they are treating women the way they want to be treated. They're shouting out to them in the street going, hey, you've got nice tits. Because most, like, let's be fair, most of us are blokes here, right? We'd love it if women went, geez, your butt's looking good today as you walk past them in the street. So that's men treating women the way they want to be treated, randomly sending them photos of their genitals and stuff. I think it's better to try and figure out how they want to be treated.
Okay, you kind of lost the point.
No, I think it's an important point because it's a that golden rule is in all of the religions, and to me, it's a very obvious thing.
I treat people how I want to be treated, with respect.
I think it's
if you treat me with disrespect, you think?
Yeah, I think it's better to try to figure out how they want to be treated.
That's what you think. I treat people how I want to be treated. If you
I try to figure out how they want to be treated.
Right. If you want to treat me in a different way, that's up to you. I won't. If I can, I'll blank you, and if I can't, I'll fuck you out. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't. We've been fine, but I treat people the way I want to be treated. And if you don't treat me that way, you can just fuck off. And if you don't fuck off, I'll make you fuck off. You know what I mean? No, I live by that. I honestly live by that.
Yeah, I think it's a good start, but I think a better one is try to figure out how they want to be treated. Because, like, you know, I like speaking up a lot. I like to encourage other people to speak up a lot. So if I just treat other people that way.
So if you could describe your philosophy, describe your philosophy of life in one sentence, what would it be?
Oh, I don't think it fits in a sentence. But when it relates to this, it's treat people how they want to be treated.
Sorry, what?
Treat people how they want to be treated.
Okay, so you just basically said what I said.
No, there's an important difference. You're saying treat people how you want to be treated, but they might not want to be treated the way you want to be treated.
If you treat people the way you want to be treated, they're going to treat you the way they want to be treated. So it's vice versa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're not listening. I'm saying treat other people. I should try to treat PMAC the way PMAC wants to be treated, not the way I want to be treated. Because PMAC's not me. He's probably got different thoughts and desires, and some things piss him off that don't piss me off, and I might love some things that he hates.
It's fucking hard way of life, sir. You're fucking trying to wrap people in cotton wool.
It's equivalent to saying, like, when you're at a restaurant, order somebody else's food for them. No, ask them what they want.
That's
don't
hard.
Get them what you're eating.
So you're thinking about other people all the time, not about yourself ever.
What? Where did you get to that?
Well, you just said treat people the way they want to be treated. It's the same, bro. It's the same fucking thing.
If it's the same thing, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it's stupid and that's also what I think. I mean, I guess you can. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
What you said makes it perfect sense. It means that you treat people the way you want to be treated.
No,
you're thinking about them. You're thinking about them and the way you want to treat them and what's going to make them happy. That's how I break well. But
yeah,
it's the same thing. I mean, where's the difference?
The difference is that I think that you end up being better to other people. You're being more alive and awake to their needs.
Well, you did not. See, your philosophy there coincides exactly what I said to you, but somehow you're denying it. I don't understand.
I don't think I can make it any clearer.
I treat people. I think about people. Therefore, I think about how I would like to treat people and make them happier and make them comfortable. So, yeah. So, while I'm doing that, I would think about, but that's hard work, bro. Do you understand what I'm saying about hard work? It's like you're making hard work for yourself. I treat people the way I want to be treated. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's definitely much easier, much simpler.
Yes. Yeah, you are making hard work for yourself, man. You're
I don't think it's a.
No, you're
not sure that's a bad thing.
about how. I'm not sure that's a debate. Yeah, that's probably not a debate. Probably. It's the same thing, man. Think about it.
Yeah. So it is. Sometimes just gotta sit back and listen to the silence.
Enjoy the silence.
Like with a woman, just enjoy the silence sometimes.
Roddy, man, it's good to hear you, man.
Yeah, good to hear. Where are you been?
Mostly, I mean, I've been in these little groups, so no new Discords or anything. Just been, up and down East Coast, USA, Florida, Carolina.
Awesome. Doing what?
Fucking road trip, bruh.
Trying to get this money, man.
Yeah, awesome.
I'm gonna try to win the WPT, man, down for me, and maybe I'll see me on TV this season.
I'll fight you.
You got like good set of wraparound shades. Top poker players, sunglasses. Gotta have them.
Yeah, please y'all don't get it twisted that I'm like supporting the killing and the murder, but I'm saying I'm biased and I want to really keep it fair for whatever creator. I don't like when people speak for the creator as if they are the creator.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
It's
particularly considering every massive genocide and all of the awful things that have happened, the people have claimed that God was on their side with that, right?
I mean, go ahead and give it a 4-star review. Give Christianity, give your faith a 4-star review. Let people know about it if you want to. Roll out the red carpet, but when you get to you might want to accept this now, or you might go to eternal damnation. Hurry now. Supplies may not last. It's that type of thing. That's a pressure sale, and that kind of just spoils the whole thing for me. I'm done.
Yeah.
Point well made.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem quite living up to some of the ideals of humility and yeah.
I said it before. I think what gets people's backs up is when you open a book and say, "This is how it should be, and it's forevermore, and amen." And nah, that's not God. God is not.
Yeah, how could
he's not in
how could you have a book with limited pages describing it?
Yeah, he's not
how long would the ant book be describing the owner that napalmed them? It wouldn't put it into ant words, let alone have it be a book of finite length. It would just have to be a never-ending book.
The thing is,
and it definitely wouldn't have stuff about how to treat your slaves and whether it's okay to beat them to death and stuff. That's just not gonna.
Yeah, they did that, right? The Romans used to get on the death of somebody, they used to get 2 states to fight to the death together. just for some fucking reason that was for
how to make a lovely potpourri. Just Bible life hacks. Where is that at? That's not even. No, there probably are. There probably are some in there.
Look, this is not a happy place. This is not the best place you could be. People have been slaving each other from fucking day dot. It's
not like
yeah, and so we figured out. Holy fuck! There's a sexual trade going on, and it's been going on under our fucking noses. So the world is not a happy place. I don't know if a benevolent God made it. I don't think so, but I think he's trying to give us a message on how to get out of this fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
well, the Hindus don't believe in a benevolent God.
I don't care about Hindus, Buddhists, Catholics, Protestants. I don't care. That's not God. Now, all I'm saying is what I said earlier. Do you think that God is in any of those places? He's not. He's not. He's giving you wee niggly things in your brain. He's telling you something. He's trying to sell. He's giving you messages. Everybody has it. Right. Another thing you said about ants. We are not ants. We are.
Right, but we would be consciousnesses. I'm trying to give something comparable to an almighty, all-powerful, eternal thing that's able to create an earth.
Yes. If you look at history, if you look at life, we probably are. It looks like we're equivalent of that, but we are not equivalent of that. But we're not. There's.
I'd say we're even more insignificant than ants compared to an all-powerful, all-knowing, eternal creator.
You think he doesn't care about you at all? You're like just an ant.
No, it's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like ants' intelligence compared to us, though the difference is vast, isn't infinite, but an infinite being of infinite wisdom and infinite caring would be infinitely smarter than us.
Yeah, we're capable of basically doing for ants what we would think God might want to do for us. I mean, we could build them all types of little farms and stuff. Yeah. So, or we could be like we could make a hell for ants. Just magnifying glasses all over the joint.
See, now you say that, I could actually look at an ant farm and actually have a love for every individual ant, and I'd give them all names. That's Peter. That's Paul. That's James. I would actually have an individual name for every ant in the ant farm. There's 3,506 of them. I'd name every one of them motherfuckers. Does that make sense? Just make you laugh. Okay.
Yeah, I'm making a kind of a poor example. I mean, it would take a large concerted effort to torture every single ant or provide them all some kind of fantastic palace. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's worthwhile that humans are here, right? I'm not trying to validate existence necessarily, right? But
I know what you're saying. We
make just some good music, right?
So insignificant that there's nothing else. We have to be insignificant.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have that viewpoint.
You don't? What's your viewpoint?
Possibly more significance than ants. At least as much as beavers. They're capable
to be clear,
of
my analogy isn't about the significance, just about the gulf in consciousness.
Well, at least they're mammals. I mean, I'm not going to compare myself to a tiny insect. I mean, come on. They're in a colony. At least beavers seem to have some freedom, But
But beavers are super smart. Like you're going too smart. Like the analogy doesn't work if you take a beaver who can build a dam.
Yeah. Well, beaver never be president. So whatever.
That's true. Never had a beaver solve pie. Hang on, never had a human solve pie either. Maybe beavers are as smart as humans.
Beaver's good with stocks as well. I don't know if you know that. Good day traders. Anyway.
This reminds me of the analogy where somebody said, "Why don't you make bear-proof bins for like the national parks?" And one of the rangers said, "Well, we've tried, but there appears to be a significant overlap between the smartest bears and the dumbest humans." That's a great saying.
That's funny. That's weird.
Beaver shoe. Yeah, beaver shoe.
They have polar bear traps up in Svalbard. Polar bear trap's nasty. It's just like a stake attached to a shotgun. It's kind of like Looney Tunes level. Yeah.
Did you ever see that video? Right, that's crazy, right? Because
it's the safest way to take down a polar bear, though.
Yeah, the polar bear and the tiger is the only two animals that were hunchy. But there was one video. Oh my god! In Russia, and the little baby thing, and the dogs are barking, and you seen this big bear come up, and the just like crazy. Yeah. And they just went at the end of this. All three guys in the shack, 2 dogs dead. The bear just went fucking spare.
Like there's some kind of communication that's going on too, because like how does like you ever seen like a cat video of a cat like takes on a bear? You know what I mean? It makes no sense, right? It's just no way. It's that, but somehow the bear's like persuaded. He's like, I'm all right. I'm moving on. It's like fine. Or like a dog. You ever see those videos?
Yeah.
And a bear's not capable of losing this. It's like there's some appeal to like, is there like some communication that's happening? It's like, rah, rah, rah. And then the bear's like, oh, fucking.
I'm prepared to lay down my life, bro. But you're gonna get a couple of scars in your fucking nose. I'm telling you that now.
I'm just a bear. Like I just want to get into all this bullshit. I'm I'm out of here. You know.
Yeah, the mess with the cubs. Yeah, the bear went. The two Alsatians, three humans just go on.
I just think it's weird, and I think it's like that. There's like a universal kind of communication that happens with anything that's alive. Possibly can communicate to another alive thing, right? We just have no reference to like say like, oh yeah, bugs are really smart and they think things. You know what I mean? There's just no. They're gross looking and hairy. Some of them multiple eyes. It's hard to relate. You know what I mean? But like you could imagine.
There's one that cooks up chemicals in its butt and shoots animals in the face with it with like a hot jet of weird acid stuff.
A spider?
No, like it's its defense against spiders. It has like a little fiery poppy thing.
A bombardier beetle?
Maybe.
I think spiders are amazing. I honestly do. I know it's spooky, but I would hold it in my hand like a big thing. It's almost the size of my hand. I would put it out before I'd kill it because they're fucking. Spiders do so many different ways of catching prey. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. You wouldn't believe it if you see.
Trapdoors are pretty cool.
Trapdoors. Spider webs, and yeah, they're absolutely amazing.
Yeah, like we have no natural advantages over like spiders. If spiders were our size and they had some fucking ideas in their head, I mean, fucking who's stopping them?
Yeah, we wouldn't be here.
Right.
They'd rule the fucking world. Yeah, if spiders were as big as us, forget about humans, man. That's what I always say about the cat. The cat too. I have a couple of pet cats, but I know the way he looks at me, and I thought to myself, and I said to him, See if I was a wee bit smaller and you were a little bit bigger, I'd be thinner, wouldn't I? They just got this cold look about them. I love cats, but
cats are like feral, but they don't really seem to have planning going on. They don't build houses,
Posable thumb. They'd eat you, bro.
What doesn't build houses? Cats don't build houses.
Right? Yeah, but spiders.
Well, I think
spiders.
they're cleverer than that, though, right? They don't need to. They get us to.
True.
But looking at some of these like Maine Coon breeds, they're just enormous cats, house cats. But it makes me wonder, like some of these like etchings, you see like some giant guy holding up 2 cats, and it's like, is that for real? Like some dude's holding up 2 lions. You know what I mean? It's got to be smaller cats than that. Even if you're like 8 feet tall, just not holding up 2 lions. Probably not even based. It's probably based on a true story. You know what I mean? But not really.
Yeah, look, don't fuck with cats. That was brilliant. Guy turned out about.
That's a great doco.
Isn't it great?
About some super inept people, though. Has anybody seen Don't Fuck with Cats?
Oh my god, how sleuthy are they? How fucking detectivers. Detectivers.
They're sleuthy. They're definitely very sleuthy. But they are the most inept people. They've figured out this guy's a serial killer, like cat torturer. And they just do nothing about it. They're like the core part of the story. But then when you replay it in your head at the end of it, you're like, these guys had absolutely nothing to do with this guy eventually getting caught.
No,
this guy's like uploading videos of him.
They figured out
torturing cats.
Yeah, it was in Norway or Holland. But he actually killed 2 people.
Mm.
Yeah. You ever see Don't Fuck with Cats, bro? He killed 2. I think it was 2 people already, murdered them. And he put cats in vacuum bags and he sucked it up and just watched the wee kitten die. And people lost their shit. And they figured out where he was, who he was, eventually. A complete narcissist. Trying to be a model and all this kind of shit. Like the ugliest bat. Anyway.
I'm sorry. I thought for a second you were saying that the cat was killing people.
That'd be good.
It's like the most dangerous house cat you ever known.
He put cats in a vacuum bag and people lost their shit, bro. They actually figured out who he was. He thought he got away with it. Turns out they killed the guy. I think 2 guys already. So he's a murderer. Yeah, you know what they say about serial killers and fucking animals. It's a great documentary. If you haven't watched it yet, you ever listening? Don't Fuck with Cats. Netflix. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I do love cats. They're easier to look after than dogs. You don't have to walk. You don't have to walk them. Make them go for shit. Bathe them. Cats just don't say. Do you remember the woman that put the cat in the button? It's crazy. Like she picked it up and she went. That cat was in that bin for like 11 hours, but people say that CCTV figured out who she was just from that one video. Her life was ruined after that. She's like persona non grata. Even God couldn't maybe. Do you remember that though? As UK people, she put a cat in a bin, a wheelie bin, rubbish bin, trash bin. Destroyed her. Her life was never the same. They figured out just from her putting that cat in the bin who she was and where she lived.
I heard like some fucking stories though, man. Man, look around. It's people fucking at like fucking doing some nasty stuff. I don't want to repeat. But
yeah, I know. The dark side of humanity. I thought to myself the other day, Paul, it's time to let the dark side.
I think it comes out of like
be dark,
like really shitty times, like shitty times. You know, like Depression era people growing up like all fucked up, like you know. Yeah. Weird. It's just weird.
Well, the Iceman. Remember the Iceman hitman? They killed him in jail eventually. He did a whole fucking, Jesus, like an hour and a half fucking interview. And the psychologist, he says, well, he was like, I'm getting a wee bit annoyed with you. He said, well, what do you think of me? I think you're a complete psychopath. I think you have no empathy, no feelings, nothing. But he loved his family. He had a family. Look at this guy drove next to people on bikes and shot them. Driving one day, a car full of kids annoyed him, killed them all. Just killed them all. Just no war to him. What was the scariest thing? He says, well, there's people out there, right, that paid me to put somebody in a cave and just leave them there. What do you mean? Well, the rats came in, and I had to videotape it. It's like a 2 or 3 day fucking videotape of the rats eating this person to death. He says, and this is what he says. This sick individual says, "There's some sick people out there. They paid for that." You know what I mean? That's dark. This is a guy who had no compunction, no feelings at all for taking your life, but he calls other people dark.
That's some old world vengeance right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I want to see him suffer. How are you gonna do that? Well, I'll tell you what. I'll put him in my cave. Take a 48 2-day video of it, and
like somebody's just like, yeah, I was just reading some Edgar Allan Poe. I thought of an interesting way to kill this motherfucker. Listen here. That's what we're gonna do, right? You're gonna put him in a cave, all right? You're gonna dress up like a clown.
Do you want to play a game?
Yeah.
John Cusack's latest one there about Edgar Allan Poe, absolutely brilliant. Really, really good. It's not dark or scary. Like, it's really good.
I'm of the opinion like nothing about Edgar Allan Poe should or could ever really be good.
Yeah.
You know, it's like he can't capture him. He's too ineffable. Like in cartoons, I think it works, you know. But in real life, I don't know.
Well, the latest film, The Raven, I think it's called The Raven, with John Cusack. Cusack's very good, man. I actually enjoyed it. I thought, like, I'm a big admirer of Edgar Allan Poe. The first book my dad bought me when I was like 15 was the complete works of Edgar Allan Poe. I don't know why he did it, but he must have sensed I liked it. But I read the pen on them and all that, everything, right?
That's good.
yeah, and the Raven.
Yeah, I used to like John. Well, I didn't like John Cusack, but I didn't mind him. But then I'm like, he's too old to be John Cusack anymore. He should like change his name.
John.
He just looks different. I don't know. Or maybe it's the 4K. What do I know?
Did you see the film?
Was
The
that
Raven. The Raven. The race
No.
one. You seen it? Yeah. I thought it was good, bro.
All right.
I thought it was good. I'm a big fan of his. I don't know why. Maybe just darkness or something. Raven.
How the fuck old is Anthony Hopkins though? Right? He's gonna be like 90.
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood.
Yeah. Clint Eastwood might be 90. Yeah.
Hey.
Still doing push-ups.
5, 6, 7. I'll be fucking happy, bro.
They just need to hit Clint Eastwood with like 200 pounds of stem cells. Yeah, he'd be good as new.
Pretty messy for me. What a film.
I'd like to watch that. I've just seen like clips from it. It looks pretty good.
You ever watched the whole thing?
No, I've seen like I have seen like parts on TV, and then, but that was a long time ago.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
It's just it's a badass name for for a movie.
Play Misty for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like shot on like Kodak, like pan color lens. Like I don't know, like I feel like look that one up for
panoramic view. Back in
yeah,
the day.
it's in Panavision. It's like like specifically like
Panavision.
I looked at that movie just I was like, man, this looks great. It's like Kodak 5.3 something. Okay.
If you're stuck for something to see, right, and you haven't seen film, Play Misty for me is brilliant because you can see Clint Eastwood. I'm not going to fucking give them away. But
It's just interesting because like, you can take like footage, like if it's raw footage, you can like push it through different like color grades and stuff like that are film emulation.
Like panoramic?
No, like they used like Kodak like film and 60 millimeter cameras and all that business. Then they're taking it for processing. So yeah, you can like digitally you can do that. So you should be able to do the same thing with the moon photographs. You know what I mean? You should be able to use like their same Kodak film stock.
It's a good segue. I like that.
And just film in black and white. It should look pretty moon-like.
Slow it down a little bit.
Yeah. The box that they brought back like for display and stuff like that, it just has holes in it. Like light would have just peeked right like into the camera body. It wasn't weather sealed. They didn't bring a weathered sealed camera to the moon. Nah. Nope. We didn't do that.
Just put in this moon buggy.
You just got an off the shelf camera that was sold at stores and okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Radiation. What radiation?
Yeah.
Well, that radiation. Oh yeah, probably something.
Let's not even get into that. Let's just shoot everything in infinity at a 80 millimeter lens. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we're just going to the moon once, right? Yeah, probably. I don't know. Whatever. Just any old camera will do. Were the other ones worse? Did they have worse cameras than the other ones that didn't make it, or?
Yeah, there was Apollo 13, 11.
There's the one that didn't make it. Apollo 13.
13 didn't make it, yeah. But you know what? A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
They were probably carrying too much camera equipment on that one. Oh, like, we'll slim it down for next.
Oh my god, it's so stupid. And they fell for it. They're buying
it. Yeah. Although you'd also think that they have these astronauts down to like really low weight. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be making sense?
Yeah, yeah. If you have you ever seen a astronaut in a moon suit?
It should be like that Colin dude.
He's as fast as that. He's
Where's Issa to talk about dropping weight? But no, they should have been, right? Because like, doesn't it cost like lots of money to like for every ounce you're putting up on the moon? Let's say, it's costing you some money.
yeah, or on the ISS, but they can put up monkey suits and guitars.
Mm-hmm.
I said I can't figure it out how people still do that shit. It just makes sense to me. Well, hey, Joe Biden's president of the United States. So anything can happen.
Yeah, he's the man. So slap some sunglasses on him. He looks like a pro poker player.
If you can't figure out if you're Trump or me, you ain't black.
Joe Biden's going to retire from being the president and then win the World Poker Tournament. That's my prediction. He's that good.
It's fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. Oh god, that's good. My body's texting, what you doing? I'm drinking, talking to silly hers on the internet. I didn't say that.
Even that movie, Amazon Women on the Moon, it's kind of a letdown. You think that would be fun? I should remake that.
Now I'm interested. Amazon Women on the Moon?
I don't know. Let's just let's just do it right now. Is that Peter Bogdanovich or something? No, maybe not. Amazon Women on the Moon, yeah. I mean, could you imagine trying to think, like Dolly Parton, maybe prime Dolly Parton on the moon? Just, you think trampolines are interesting?
I think you can see your tits from fucking the earth, right?
It's like slow motion, right?
Three moons.
Unbelievable.
Three fucking moons. Three fucking moons.
Yeah. Sports would have been crazy on the moon. Don't you think? If you could go to the moon and bring like a soccer team, it's just set up in a crater already. Got a pre-made stadiums. Come on.
Is a soccer team made of men or women?
Moon soccer? You wouldn't watch moon soccer, moon football? Every team's got their own crater. You know what I mean? They could put up like big ass signs on the moon. You can see it from the ground. You're like, yeah. Oh, and maybe I should bet on it too. There's betting companies like, oh shit. Yeah.
No, I'd watch it. I'd definitely watch it.
It'd be like 3D soccer, 3D football, footy. What do you call it? I don't know, but yeah.
Oh, that was the other thing. Helicopters and fucking Earthrise and cameras. You could send a drone to the moon, but just send a drone to the moon with fucking 10 cameras attached and 10 drones, right? And just plant them on the moon and look. I know journalism says this, but I thought it's right at the start when I was in a flat earther. I was like,
somebody should be doing moon drones. I mean, you know what I mean?
I had a whole fucking business idea. Like
what? Like if you're in like the armed super rich club, it's like, yeah, it's just like send rockets up. You know what I mean? I got my rocket company. Let's do that, right?
Screensaver.
There's not a number 3 guy saying like, I'm gonna be that dude. You know what I mean? I have all this money.
$2.50 a month just to watch that.
Get thrown to space now. I want it done like yesterday. That's that. Where's that guy? That's who you need to talk to.
Who's that guy? Putin?
I don't know.
Pay that man his money.
Pay that man his money. He so overdoes the.
He does me.
The man, he's like
and there's just chips everywhere. Peter, I bet you.
He beat me.
he beat. I bet you. I lost.
Check.
Gee, you check. I know you're fat. You're nothing. And he sprinkles his hand there, all the chips going everywhere. And he goes, I bet you. And he beats him. Pay that man his money. No, you do better, Snacks. Pay that man his money.
Oh, man.
Pay him.
Don't hurt him. Pack and pay him.
Who's the bad guy's name? The muscle? What's his name? Like Kramer or something?
Pay that man his money.
Rounders is such a good movie. It's like his best movie. I don't think Matt Damon's done a better movie.
Matt Damon. I thought you were Matt Damon. There was some movie, man. I just saw something where the actors were saying that the other actor blindsided him with the voice of the character he was going to. I'm thinking that might have been it, man. Where they like had no idea what voice he was going to do, and then he dropped that on them. So they all started laughing. I think that's the movie they were talking about.
Oh, Malkovich, yeah.
John Malkovich, yeah.
Oh,
I actually think that's the best. It's one of the. It actually is one of movie history's greatest moments. I honestly believe that.
I feel sometimes like John Malkovich is actually,
but
John Malkovich actually plays Jace, that guy that comes on here sometimes and talks. Is played by John Malkovich.
Get Malkovich to play Jace.
Or is currently happening. I'm not sure either which one.
Oh my god, that's funny. You sound like Jace.
Oh, I didn't. No.
It's a good approximation.
That's like the Darth Vader's like, it's like, I'm Darth Vader. No, I don't want to sound like Jace. Yes. All right, time for more coffee.
All right, Nate. What do you think about the opals on Mars, Nate? Let's drop the old beef and let's mine gemstones together.
Do you know what? Because opals aren't regular gemstones, because opals are made through organic processes.
Oh, Nate's gone. Oh, really?
Yeah. A lot of times opals are like from woods, and because of the cross grain of the wood, it takes different molecular attachments over time, like trickling. That would be from ashes usually, trickling over something that was probably burnt, and
I'll be right back.
Mineral shit. Yeah, go ahead. I'll explain opals another time. But yeah, that's an article too. Mars opals. They're gonna start shipping them in, selling Mars opals to us. Be a big jewelry craze, you know. These are from fucking Mars, bro. Yeah, that's why they're expensive. That's why it was 5,000 for this opal. It's from another planet, bro.
I got a question for anyone who wants to answer it. So, the Coriolis effect is apparently the cause of hurricanes rotating different directions in the north and south. Why in the world does it cause them to spin in those directions, though, for each hemisphere? So, in the north, hurricanes spin counterclockwise as opposed to clockwise in the south. But why would that not be the opposite? It just seems so weird to me. Like, Coriolis is basically saying that the winds from the equator moving upward, like if a hurricane's moving up north, those winds are going to curve to the right because of Coriolis as we know it. So all those winds, if they're being drawn into the storm, are going to be curving right from every direction. Why in the world is it spinning left?
Seven psychopaths. Colin Farrell, Christopher Walken, and fuck, what do you call him, man? He is absolutely, but he actually makes the film. Not a, like, huh?
Which movie?
Seven Psychopaths.
Oh, check that out.
Very underrated, right? But I guarantee you, man, that is fucking movie history there, bro.
I'm not gonna deny it. It seemed like you probably have good taste. I'll check it out.
All right, I got the most underrated film nobody's ever seen. Okay, with an A-lister. It's called. I've dropped this bomb before, but it's been some years. So if y'all haven't seen Blackmail before, y'all got to see Blackmail with Bokeem Woodbine, I believe is the star.
Wow.
It's just called Blackmail?
Yeah, I believe it's Mail, I believe, but it could be Blackmail. But it's one word. It's got Bokeem Woodbine, and it's like the lowest budget movie ever.
2018?
Oh no.
Oh, you're talking 1929.
Well, like 1990s maybe.
Oh, okay. It's hard to find. There's quite a few. I'm gonna watch it, bro. If you say it's good, I'm gonna watch it. But you have to watch that 7 Psychopaths.
I'll watch it again all the way through, make sure I know, because I know I've seen that. I think, but I was like high and all that shit. But yeah, so I see this here. It's Blackmail, MALE.
I guarantee you, when you watch that, you'll be like, "Did I even see this film?" You'll be like watching it over again. I guarantee you. Yeah, I can't find this bastard. Blackmail. Spell that.
Well, I'm trying to share it. I typed in Blackmail Woodbine and it came up, but it's Blackmail, MALE, one word, and type in Blackmail Woodbine, one word, and it'll come up.
Okay. Why is it so good?
It's just funny. Like, it's just real. You know, there's just a couple scenes in there where they don't do the extra, make it super rare, never gonna happen type of movie thing. It's just like real. Like, to me, it's like this shit is how some shit would really fucking happen. Like, and it's hilarious. It's just, I don't know. It just was something that, you know, nobody knows about this movie. And Bokeem Woodbine, he's an ace, bro. This dude he's aces, you know?
Right. And just becomes an underground pit fighter, kind of.
You know what also was good? Once upon a time in Hollywood, and I thought, man, it's gonna be shit, absolute shit. But you know, DiCaprio and fucking Pitt and Tarantino, and I thought, nah, it's probably just another one of those fucking horror flicks, fucking blood everywhere, shit, right? But at the end of it, you're kind of like, holy shit, what if? I'm not giving the game away here, but what if? Brad Pitt was good in it. He was very good. It's a bit like Troy, one of my favorite films of all time. Troy. I went to the pictures. I'm sad to say, on my own because I had no girlfriend at the time. But I went and watched it, and see the very next day, I bought a $400 gym of fucking some company, and they sent it out. It inspired me to get both. Not that I hadn't, but it took me 3 days to fucking build the thing. I was sweating. You know, I bought a home gym. Took me 3 days to fucking build it. Thought it wasn't going to happen. I just laid things out and thought, oh fuck, this is impossible task. But I had the steps and everything, pull downs, the lats. This is kind of crazy. Like you go and watch a film and it just inspires you to make yourself better. Okay, well, probably shouldn't over. That's what Troy did to me. It's kind of the moment at the start where Brad Pitt, what do you call him, the King of Kings bastard. And they have the two heroes. You could save a lot of people's lives here today just if you fight. And they had to wake him up from a fucking hangover or something. And this big bastard's like, with a spear and everything. And Pitt just kind of did a wee side step. Achilles, it was Achilles. A wee side step and guy's dead. But I wish that was me, man. Yeah, I know that sounds crazy, but champions. The Muslims used to do that away a lot. For morale, they used to, the Muslim armies, Arabs, and they used to like, who's your hero, next hero, and then they used to fight each other. Yep, morale. One of them took out like 2 guys. I'm like, fuck, man. I'm not saying I'd like to fight people to the death, but that's a hero. You know what I mean? Like you're fighting to the death in front of an entire army, 2 armies watching you. Anyway, back to movies. Troy inspired me, yeah. Do not watch Mulholland Drive. Please do not. Somebody. Oh no, my God! Oh my God! You will end up at the end of it going, "What the fuck did I just watch?"
I have a. After Mulholland Drive, I want to make a point. After y'all quell that one down, or
I'm
burn
done.
it, or whatever. Okay. Check this out. So I brought this up in the other server, but here's a little bit of like a conspiracy point about the movies. Have you guys seen the God, what the fuck is the channel? It's I'm sorry, I'm gonna forget it, but the YouTube channel with Mr. Green, and then he changes the levels and puts up the Hollywood movie like Pirates of the Caribbean, and then he saturates the green levels or whatever, and it shows the extras appear in the movie. Have y'all seen that? And I think the consensus is it's probably fake. I wonder if anybody thought that it was real or if anybody knows.
Nah, no.
I'll post it.
Do not watch Mulholland Drive. Waste time. Or, but I think the general gist of the thing is that things aren't real. Somehow it's I think the only takeaway I got from that is life isn't real or something isn't real or, simulation theory and all this fucking shit. But my God, what a waste of time, man.
All right, y'all watch the little 20-second thing I posted in chat, and then maybe we could talk about if this is legit or not. Like, to me, I'm like, this is crazy, man. This shit is crazy right here. Or is it just more lies spread by the YouTube propaganda?
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
Nice video.
So what do you think though? Like, is that legit or like that's probably bullshit?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Really?
No. Yeah.
I'm like, how do they see through them motherfuckers? Like, wouldn't they block them in the foreground? Like, I don't know how it works.
I don't think I don't think he's hiding himself. He's pulling on fucking Johnny Sheen, right? But like Amber Heard. I wake up, I go shit, and then I get out of bed. There was a meme. You remember Johnny Depp and the Amber Heard, right? And he talked about how she would take a shit in bed. And again, there was a meme came out when I wake up, I take a shit, and then I get out of bed. It was a fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, I like the scientific discussion over what the poop could or couldn't be.
She wakes up, she takes a shit, and then she gets out of bed. Amber turd. Amber turd. Oh my God, you couldn't write that shit. Still came perfectly together. Amber turd.
Her family's proud she finally lived up to her name.
No. He was probably a bastard. And I think Johnny Depp was probably a Satan worshiper, but because he big supporter of the Memphis Three. I got that right? Yeah, the Memphis Three, the boys that took a little boy in the woods and killed him. Free the Memphis Three. And now one of them is got like full of tattoos.
You mean West Memphis 3?
Am I right? Johnny Depp is a very big supporter of the Memphis Three. They took a little boy into the woods and killed him. But like
You're talking about the West Memphis 3.
Yes, it was all circumstantial, but yeah, he's out now. That's what we're saying about the fucker. Yeah.
If I remember correctly, it was Damian Eccles, Jesse Miskelly, and what's the other kid's name?
What a memory, bro. That's a good memory. Yeah, Eccles is he's got tattoos now. He's giving online. He's making a fortune from online. Talking about I don't know. It's not even some kind of candles and whatever. He wrote a book. Yeah,
Dude, that case, dude, that's the type of shit pisses me off, dude. That case, they still flip floppy back and forth, man. There is no answer to that case. I mean, you ain't gonna get a clear answer.
Free the Memphis Three. Johnny Depp was a big fan of that, a massive supporter. Probably because they did take a little kid into the woods and killed him. But anyway.
2 kids.
Oh, was it 2?
Maybe it was 2. Wasn't it 2?
I don't know. Echoes and all that there, man.
Maybe it was 1. I'm sorry, but this is. Either way, you see documentaries going back and forth, and it's like, it's sick, man. If there's a chance innocent people are being persecuted for something like that, it's just, I don't know. It just sucks, pretty much. That's stuff we need to solve. That's the reasons that I'm for surveillance state and shit like that. For reasons like this, stop trying to track my money and what I put in my body. Just make sure we keep everybody safe, and I'll bow down to surveillance state all freaking day. I'm on team neighborhood watch. Okay,
yeah,
we can all neighborhood watch, buddy.
Yeah, in the early days, 2002, I said I'm all for like surveillance or there. I would actually. I said one time I'd take a chip just so we know where everybody is every time. So if somebody murders somebody, it's basically you. We pinged your chip, that was you. I don't think that's a bad thing. And somebody said to me, and rightly so you don't actually believe in freedom or whatever, right? That's fair enough. But the world's going so mad now that I would gladly. I wouldn't put any other foreign objects into my body, like a Jabba Dabba Doo and all that shit there. But I would take a little chip right in the fucking, right there in the wee fucking palm of my hand. Just if everybody, like I know it sounds like a very, what do you call it, just dystopian fucking future, controlling all there. But at least you know that if you kill somebody, you're done. That's it. End of. There's only 3 chips to be there, and you're one of them. I don't think that's a bad thing. Pros and cons, bro. You know what I mean? We do that with phones now, right? But yeah. I don't think it's a bad thing to be able to track people wherever they are at all times. That's fine. That's fine. But they have the right to bear arms, and do what they want with their lives. But I don't think it's a bad thing to chip people, for the purpose of the location, because no murder will go unsolved. If everybody's chipped, you can kill somebody and bury them in the desert and never be found. You know what I mean? Yeah, they all have different ideas. I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, does anybody disagree? Think it's a bad thing to be chipped?
Again, it's like, it's like what they gonna use it for type of situation. For the reasons you said, no, it's cool because basically there could be cameras in the sky, watching people go everywhere. You couldn't stop it if someone, government or rich people or whatever, put cameras in the sky. They gonna know where you are.
Yeah, they do by the phone, right? So I actually don't care.
Exactly. I don't care. But stop trying to be like, nosy on this extra shit or, it just needs to be about safety. Unless somebody was something taken from somebody or somebody hurt, it should be ignored.
Yeah, the only reason why they would access that is to find out who the fuck. Okay, why did we find a skeleton in the desert, and who was near him at the time? Oh, fuck, it was you, and you, and you. Oh shit! I thought I got away with it. No, you're not getting away with it. You did it. Confess up. Right? I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, they do that by the phones. I mean, how exciting is my life? I've been worried about somebody. Like, all right, information. Don't search my fucking internet history and all that there because I might be into some freaky shit. But the location, no problem. Not the problem. And some people see that as taken away from their basic human rights, the ability to be free, right? But if it's going to solve murder, I mean, like if you cannot get away with the murder, it's impossible. I agree. Stick it in me, bro. Does that make sense?
My thing is, you can do it if you want, right? But it shouldn't be forced upon people.
Yes. Yeah. Good point. Yeah. It's entirely voluntary. At the same time, I have a phone right here. So most of us right here in front of me, right? That's a thing. So you don't really need fucking, not today.
Yeah, again, you have the choice, right?
Yeah. You have a choice on the phone, and then people can ping it if they want to. The law enforcement can ping it. You were here at this stage, you were there at that stage, and we didn't even put a chip in your body. That's your fucking phone, bro. Same thing.
But then why go so far as to putting a chip in your body?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, why? Yeah, it's not necessary, is it? It's not necessary. Everybody's phone is like the third arm. If you're without it for like 5 minutes, you're like, oh fuck, where's my phone? It's always by your side. Do you know what I don't get though? And I've heard people say this. They get nervous reactions from not being able to take a phone to the toilet, or they can't stop watching a screen or listening to music. Now, I admit I've done that sometimes. I put certain things on just to hear background noise, but basically, today I just turn the fucker off and go to sleep. But people can't do that anymore. They have to have some kind of something playing in the background for company, or it's kind of crazy. Actually, take a nervous attack if you can't go to the toilet without having your phone on you. That's a bit strange.
I mean, I do it all the time, but it's one of the other problems with everybody being so attached to their phone is the expectations others have of your response. Meaning, there's many times where I don't have my phone on me. My wife tries to text me or give me a call or something like that. And then it's like call after call after call. Why didn't you answer my call? Where were you at? Blah, blah. Oh, I didn't have my phone on me. What do you mean you didn't have? Why didn't you have your phone? Or the expectation, somebody sends you a text message. Many people have unreasonable expectations as to when you should respond to the text message.
Yeah, I hate that. I honestly hate that. There's a comedian, I can't remember his name now, here in the UK. He doesn't own a mobile phone. Hasn't for fucking 10 years. And they said, why? He said, I cannot abide the thought that somebody could just fucking ping me, and I'm supposed to respond. No. I have a house phone. If you want to hold me, house phone. If you don't answer, leave an answer message. He cannot, and I agree with him because it does annoy me. People ping my phone every now and then, and you feel obligated to, because most people know if you don't answer, you're ignoring them. Because
I assume that,
yeah, and that's fucking annoying, man. I mean, sometimes.
But see, the problem is like those same people who think that you're ignoring them or get annoyed that you don't immediately respond back are the same people that would get annoyed if you're having a face-to-face conversation and your phone buzzes and you pull it out and you're immediately distracted by your phone while you're having a face-to-face conversation with them. So it's like you can't have it both ways, which I'm annoyed if people like, you're having a conversation or you're sitting at a table and people are like, oh, my phone buzzed. Let me get my phone out. Let me look at my phone. Oh, I saw the light come on. Let me look at my phone.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I don't do that. I'll sit there
like utterly disrespectful, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'll sit there with groups of people, and it's like 4 hours later, I'll eventually look at my phone.
Yeah, it depends on the Oh yeah, oh by the way, Mr. Texas, man. In actual fact, you actually couldn't give a shit. You do, like the message is important, but annoyed that you have to answer it within fucking space of time.
99% of the time, the messages aren't important enough that I need to respond immediately, anyways.
There you go.
You know.
But yeah, I do. You know, you do banking, pay the internet, whatever, online, and so without the phone, you're like, oh fuck, how am I gonna? It's like a party, you know. If I could throw it in the bin, I definitely would. But I have to go the old-fashioned way then and pay on the internet and online banking and all that fucking shit.
Yeah, I don't know if you have the ability to not bank online anymore, to be honest with you.
What's that?
I don't know if you have the ability to not bank online. A lot of banks here in the United States actually charge you to see a human being. Oh, you want to go inside the bank? That's going to cost you.
Oh, you want a paper bill? That's bad. $4 per month.
Yeah. Pretty soon it's all going to be eliminated.
Yeah, maybe not even that much, but $2 a month, like, or $2.50 or $3. You're like, why should I even pay that? I got a phone, and they're promoting that stuff. Go paperless. Yeah.
Yeah, I find this all the time, especially nowadays. Like when you're paying people money, just like friends and stuff like that. Because I play sports with people, right? So like my hockey team, you have to pay a fee for the hockey team, and everybody's like, "Oh yeah, Venmo me money or do this or do that."
Yeah,
like, bro, you take cash? Can I give you cash? It's just as good as money. Will you accept it?
Yeah, so you're a hockey player.
Yeah. Well, I just got back into it, but yeah, soccer and hockey. Yeah.
You like fighting?
I mean, I don't prefer to do it. No.
Have you ever taken your gloves off, your helmet off, and just fucking laid in the way?
Well, that's the thing. You know, when you play in recreational leagues, most people have face masks anyway, so it's pretty pointless.
But that is the best part of professional hockey when the boys just fucking get laid in the joint. Vacuum, and just bang.
Oh yeah, drop the gloves.
Oh yeah, drop the gloves. Keep the helmet on. Smart move. Get laid in the joint. People know that shit, man. Like MMA too. Like I didn't know what MMA was till about 6 years ago. Sorry, what do you call that Irish bastard?
Are you talking about like Conor McGregor or something? Are you talking MMA?
Conor McGregor, yeah. And he was good. Like he actually was a champion. He moved up and down the fucking levels too. Like he lost weight, gained weight, and three of them at one stage, and then the boy beat the shit out of one. I think it was about a minute and a half into the first round. The guy it was a Brazilian guy, just fucking and choked him out completely, tapped out. The mighty Conor McGregor. It can happen to anybody. The guy was a slugger, man. But I love that. And there was these two girls. The girls are in it now, but I never seen so much blood in my life. They beat the absolute shit out of it. It was a American and Mexican girl. Wish I could remember the names. But it was probably the best fight I ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, women have a higher pain tolerance than men, so they might have the ability to just sit there and slug it out a little bit longer.
No, I know, I know what you're saying, but no, they actually bled each other like from the start. But the legs look good, and some of the butts. But anyway, it was fighting, man. They were just fighting, fighting. I sound like Christopher Walken. Just fighting. Seven Psychopaths. Please watch it. You'll fucking enjoy it. Trust me. Sam Rockwell makes that film. Colin Farrell, Harrelson, and Walken, very, very good. But Sam Rockwell makes that film.
What film? What are you talking about?
Seven Psychopaths.
Mm.
It's a slow burner. Farrell was he's a writer, and he figures out he should write about two psychopaths, like they're a couple, and all they do is they go around killing other psychopaths, not innocent people. Their modus operandi is to kill people who kill people. They just kill psychopaths. Like, fucking brilliant, hey? Christopher Walken, he's there. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure. Sometimes. Yeah, shit. Doing a Christopher Walken impression.
Hey guys, why do we have to wrap astronauts up in blankies after they come from space when they're wearing their spacesuits?
Because they're big marshmallows.
They're cold. It's chilly up there.
It's fucking cold, man.
Yeah, but they're supposed to protect from minus 250, plus 250. Pressure.
Well, but heat in the suit, man. You never hear it? Yeah. No.
I guess they're not as warm as they say they are, huh?
Yeah, it doesn't happen. It's absolutely ridiculous.
There's no ballers in here today.
No.
What's going on?
There has been. There has been.
Do you want to go find us some? Bring them back in here. Knock them out.
Where are they all at Gems?
They're on the ball, bro.
Transvestite server. Maybe they're at the transvestite server.
There's a transvestite server? What are you
They're
talking
only
about?
Gems trying to get money.
Yeah.
Thank you for paying for my operation. You're such a decent human being.
Is that the theme of the server, I see?
The cosmology one, yeah. I call it the transvestite server.
Why? Because COVID?
Well, because I posted some picture thing where the transvestites, they're teaching children, and they told me I can't post that.
Because you're a horrible human being. Why would you do that, sir? I'm really kidding.
Well, I think one of the owners is
Well
trans.
done. Well done.
Well, the thing I posted was a protection of children, was parents protesting against those freakaloids teaching their children anything.
Yeah,
So
you remember the mother that showed up in a whatever kind of suit it was. And she pulled that was brilliant, man. She pulled the clothes off. Does this look at the Parent Teacher Association? Does this look inappropriate to you? Do I look inappropriate? Is this something I should wear to a Parents Teacher Association? Like, she was dressed really scrimply and looked pretty hot by that. And they went with the honourable person, please wear. So why is there a guy standing on the stage wiggling his bum in leathers with his, I don't know, his cock tucked in or tucked out, doing that to my 6-year-old kid?
exactly. And why would you not talk against that? And why would you stop somebody from talking against that? Doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, you were one of them. Now, if you're one of them, well, yeah, then you're going to fight, of course.
I would never allow that. I'm telling you now, I'd never allow that. If I found out my 8-year-old kid was looking at a drag queen on a stage, wiggling and really, really erotic behavior, I'd lose my shit. I think I would basically lose my shit. I'd slap him. I'd knock him clean off the stage.
Yeah, why would you want to teach? And listen to this now. From 3 to 10-year-olds, they were teaching 3 to 10-year-olds. Men dressed in drag with a lot of their stuff hanging out, teaching 3 to 10-year-olds. Why? Why?
And somehow that's a right. That's a pedo right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they opened the book one day. Remember the guy? He opened the book. And he read the book out to another Parents Teacher Association, and it was talking about licking pussy and this and that. I'm like, what? He said, why is this? I don't understand it, man. It's like they're trying to normalize this kind of shit. But the fella actually did, and they do actually talk about cunnilingus and giving other people oral pleasure, and it's a 9-year-old book. It's a 9-year-old's book available in the library about cunnilingus.
Yeah, it's despicable. It's despicable behavior. Like, I'm hardly a guy to say that I don't push boundaries and shit, right? I grew up, with long hair, jean jackets, rah, rah, rah. But never in my wildest imagination would I ever consider harming a child. Ever, never. It's like unconscionable. Like, to me, this is like, this blows my mind. I mean, I just can't believe this. I just can't believe this.
Yeah, they've changed their school name. Sir Francis Drake, they actually changed that because of peer pressure from whatever, the slave thingy, Sir Francis Drake. Great explorer. They're now going to change that. Anyway, that's just like a side effect. But why would you even consider talking to a kid who is like 12 years age, even 12, about sexuality? Nobody has a right to talk to a 12-year-old about sexuality in any shape or form. Nobody, except the parents. You're 12 now, 13, here's the birds and the bees. Only the parents should be allowed to do that. But what the fuck is going on, sir? I don't understand it. I mean, honestly, I mean, my kids are growing up now, 20 and 23 and 29. But if my kid was 12 years old and I heard that somebody was talking to them about sexuality and masturbation or what's between your legs, I'd fucking destroy him. I mean, that's not the prerogative of their place, but they're making it their prerogative, right? But that's the parent's place. Only the parent. Anybody else who does that is a pedo.
Imagine, look what I just posted now. Imagine that dude on the left teaching your child something. Just imagine that. A guy with a beard, mustache, dressed like that, teaching your child something.
Not the fuck. No.
And one of them was called Demon something. One of them.
Oh, I have all these nice satanic names. Huh? Yeah. Look, I'm 55 now. There's a possibility I might meet somebody and have a wee kid. There's no way in hell that whatever's going on here is. It fucking annoys that shit out of me, man.
So this video, I posted it everywhere a couple of months ago. Gems here, Bevs, everywhere. Guess which server told me I cannot post this and took it down? Didn't even ask me, took it down and told me we don't talk about this here. Guess which server?
This got to be a trick question.
No, it's not. That's the cosmology server, the one I named the transvestite server now. That's the only server that forbid me to talk about this or even show it. So that's why I call it the transvestite server.
Because it's exposing them for what they are. That's just too raw, bro. You're just putting it out there. As plain as day, you're fucking you're pedophilian the kids. You enjoy talking to kids, to 12-year-olds about their sexuality because it gets your rocks off. You fucking pervert.
And look at this Chucky dude. Did I check my fact claims? You, I don't even want to say it. Did I check my fact claims? Dude, 3 to 10-year-olds being taught by that freakaloid on the left. Yeah, I checked my fact claims, dude. Yeah.
You know,
what do you gotta say to that?
It's this kind of thing that makes me realize that there is a war going on, and I think they are turning the frogs gay. I think that.
No, they're trying to push this, and they're trying to make us look like we're prejudiced. You understand?
Yes. How dare you?
I don't care what you do in your bedroom.
Love rainbows.
I really don't care what you do in the privacy of your bedroom. I really don't care. But when you want to pass that on to children, 3 to 10, you're gonna have to go against me, dude, and a lot of people like me.
Yeah, you know what?
Get used to it.
You know what, Montreal? I don't know how they think they can get away with this because they're not. It's not going to happen. There's just too many people. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's like kind of another test. Let's see how far we can push people. We'll get grown-ups to talk to kids who haven't even an idea what fucking sex is about their sexuality. Turn them, drag queen. I don't know. Nah, it's not going to happen. I honestly believe it. It's kind of like a second revolution or some sort because the government is going to accept. The government already accepts this. They accept this as normal. They're trying to make this normal. People are just going to listen, bro. Listen, fuck you, fuck your police, fuck whatever you have. We're done. We are absolutely done. This is fucking ridiculous, man. I mean, what kind of world do you think we're fucking living in?
This is the end of our civilization. If this
Yes.
goes, I hope people realize the severity of this. This is it. Western civilization is gone. You better learn how to speak Chinese or Russian or some other language because it's gone. If this happens, this is the beginning of the end. You know how Rome burned?
Yeah.
You better learn Mandarin.
I would say Mandarin. That's what I would go with. Because they're looking at us and they're going, "Hey, you see what these Westerners are doing? Look at this. We got guys with dicks hanging out and folded dicks and big fucking wings and talking to kids about their sexual. And how old are they? They're 10. What? And they're accepting that? Hang on.
Can you imagine if your 5-year-old comes home from school and says, Daddy, I feel like a boy. And they told me that I can change to become a boy, Daddy. Can you please start putting me on these things, these pills they told me, Daddy? Imagine that.
Shit straight out of them. I said, you're never going back to that school. I would slap the shit out of them. No, I mean, not in a bad way.
Yeah, but now imagine this.
I would put a
Imagine
red
if the
mark.
police, listen, bro, listen, it's very serious. Now imagine if the police come to your house and say, Sir, we heard that your daughter wants to transition into a boy. Are you preventing them? We're going to have to take your daughter away from you, sir.
Exactly.
It's child abuse. This is what's coming.
Yeah,
I hope you people are fucking listening.
Yeah, no,
Hope you're listening.
Montreal, I hear you 100%, bro. 100%. We are actually living, let me put it this way. This is the satanic environment where everything is accepted, pedophilia, normalizing all this shit and rainbow flags and all that. We're actually living in the satanic universe where our civilization. And Putin and the Xi Jinping, or whoever it is, are actually going, look at these fucking silly bastards. Degenerate. Absolute degenerates. What are the parents doing about it? Well, nothing, because they're fucking too scared to say anything. Because if they say anything, they'll be called bigots. Oh, God forbid somebody would call you a bigot. Huh? God forbid that, eh? No, this is actually this is the actual collapse of Western civilization as we know it. The Chinese just walk on.
Yes.
I believe it.
It's happening right now under your very noses. Wake up. Western civilization, wake up.
It's done.
The freakaloids are taking over.
It's gone. It's gone. I mean, why would you even fucking believe in that shit? I mean, it's ridiculous.
And they're going after the most vulnerable because they know with us they stand no chance. So this is it, man. This is the last generation. This is the last generation.
Thank God. It's the end of it. That means there must be something better coming along at the end of it. Holy fuck.
Did I fact check my claims? You moron. Did I fact check my claims? Wow, man. Just fucking wow. Excuse the moron part.
Yeah, well, he probably is a moron.
Come on, speak up, man. Say something. Chucky, protect these child abusers. Come on. Do it, man.
Hey, it's normal now. Oh my God. No.
Not freaking believable.
We all see it. It's not like we don't see it. It's like we wake up every morning and go, what fucking world have I just been? What the hell happened? Did somebody flick a switch and suddenly everything just went to fucking pot? Like, what is a woman? I don't know what a woman. Men can have babies. What?
They asked the top American, what are they called? The director, general, medical, whatever, the top medical woman in the States. They asked her, what is a woman? She's a woman, and she couldn't freaking answer the question.
I can't answer that question, but she said, yeah.
These are your leaders, Americans. Wake up.
It's fucking Joe Biden, Boris Johnson, Richie Sunak, a fucking multi-billionaire. Yeah, this is we are getting closer. It's definitely something because but at the same time, the good thing you have to be positive, right? Because I don't think people are going to take us much longer. You know what I mean? You can't be afraid anymore. I mean, they're actually putting it on fucking job applications. Do you identify as a male, female, transgender, and whatever other genders? I seen that the other day. I was like, what?
Yeah, I filled out a Canadian thing the other day, and it said man, woman, or other. What the fuck is other? There's no other. There's
Yeah,
man and there's woman. That's
yeah.
it.
Over here, other also they've got other and they've got transgender and a couple other wee things. That's what they have here now. So they're just confusing the kids, and they think that we don't see what they're doing. They're trying to change the generation in front of our eyes that are so confused they have no idea what the fuck they are. They don't even know where they are. Right. So this is the whole thing I was saying earlier. I think that the flat Earth was getting too fucking big, too fast, that they decided to make people focus on other things. But fuck me, did they focus on the wrong thing?
When it comes to our civilization, bro, I could give a shit about the flat earth or anything about it.
Yeah.
Civilization, children come first. I could give a shit about the shape of the earth when I talk about this. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is something all sides have to get together on, without exception.
And listen, I honestly believe that there is a revolution coming. This is a great reset or whatever it is, but there's something coming. There's people are going to lose their shit. You said, listen, we've had enough of this crap. Definitely, we're
Like,
done.
look at that freakaloid that Napalm just posted. Are you fucking serious, man? Seriously? You want that freak to teach your children? Fuck, I wouldn't want this dude 100 fucking miles away from any kids I have. I wouldn't let my dog near that dude. Never mind my kid.
I wouldn't let it eat my dog food. My dog food is gravy.
If I have to be the one, so be it. I couldn't give a shit what people think about me.
Montreal, I kind of stopped worrying about that about fucking 5 years ago. Honest to God.
Look at all that I said, all that we said, right? Chucky Bradboy, what does he choose to pick from all that? This guy's part of the problem. SC Montreal, do you still claim 5-year-olds can't get hormone treatments? Of all that I said, this is what he chose to fucking ask. My God, bro. You know something? You're not a human being to me.
Do you still claim 5-year-olds can get... Montreal, did you ever claim 5-year-olds can get hormone treatment?
Yes, I claim that. Yes, I read that somewhere where there's certain places in the States where you can give your 5-year-old hormone treatment. Yes, I said that.
And did you believe it? That's a bit strange, pal.
I'm not saying it's true or not. I just said I read it and look into it. That's not the point. The point is your children are being taught by freakaloids. That is the thing that I'm talking about. A naked man with a beard, blonde hair, dressed as a woman in skimpy outfits can teach your child. That's what I'm fighting against. And yeah, the hormone thing and the sexual change is one of those things. Yes. If your little boy starts playing with dolls, well, obviously he has to transition.
Right.
Yeah.
That is kind of strange. But anyway, I got a meme there somewhere.
But notice, no defense of child at all. Not one person in here as the baller has defended a child. It's only, are you sure of this, SC? Are you sure of that? You make me fucking sick, dude. You make me want to puke right now. Please. I said enough. I did my preaching. Let's change the subject. We all know where we stand on this.
Okay. Anybody goes near a 5-year-old in relation to sex or hormone blockers or whatever, you're sick. In my mind, you're a sick individual. Doesn't matter. Anybody who teaches sex to a kid, let's say kids are like from 10, 11, 12, 12 under, don't. If I heard in my ear that somebody mentioned sex to my 11-year-old daughter, I'd fucking fold them up in a wee ball and put them in a fucking middle of a forest somewhere. He might survive, but he's going to have a hard time. But in fact, anybody's kid.
Notice the silence in the room, huh? Me and you are the only ones that have talked. Notice that.
Well, there's people listening, so that's okay. But I mean it. I actually mean it. If I hear somebody talks to an 11-year-old about sexuality, I'll fold them up and put in a wee ball. But they're making this normal now, so they're doing this in school before they're even 11. Like when they're 8, hey, have you heard about your vagina? And you could be a boy or a girl or both, or maybe in between there. Dysphoria. It's sickness, but we've made it legal. I mean, the world's going to fucking shit, bro. With dysphoria, dysphoria, which means you have actual fucking disconnect from your brain to your actual body, is a perfectly acceptable condition. That's what they're doing.
I'll say one last thing. I heard this bill trying to be passed that will allow, they call it a weird thing, they call it a different name. In other words, older people can have sexual relations with underage kids, and they call it something like, I forget the name of it. I almost puked when I heard that. But that's going through, I don't know where, I forget which county it was, or I forget where.
What do you call that? They don't call it pedophilia. They call it something.
Yeah, they're trying to change that shit, man. They're trying to say that people that have those tendencies, it's the same as people that.
Normal.
Yeah, like
it's like a TED Talk.
If you're attracted to the same sex, right? That's just the way that you are. And if you're attracted to underage people, they call it minor attracted person. So it's just the thing. They're trying to normalize that shit.
Minor attractive person. So it was actually a TED Talk or something. Some girl that came up and they're not actually bad people. They're just attracted to minor people. Nothing wrong with it.
I call that hanging, getting hanged. You're attracted to children? Come here. We have a solution for you. Step up these stairs. There's a rope there for you. See if it fits, motherfucker.
Minor attractive people, yeah. That's the one. It's fucking crazy, bro. I mean, just when you think the world can't get any fucking weirder, it's normalizing pedophilia.
Yeah, this really irks me, man. Like, really, really irks me.
Yeah, I've been where I could talk. I agree. All this would be absolutely, that's no bueno. But it's going around to also that this stuff is being spread as propaganda and that it's not actually happening. So then that would lead me to think, well, where's the evidence that it actually happened? And it's not some nutter on the internet saying that it happened just to stir controversy.
Sky, they're teaching it in schools. They're teaching gender dysphoria to 8-year-olds.
No, I'm talking about this interaction with the children and telling them these things. I haven't seen any evidence that actually happened.
I posted a thing on it, Left Lane. That's just one of the. You must have heard of the New York Library and all these other things. You never heard of that?
No, huh?
Sky,
Really?
Sky, there's a pornographic book in a certain school in America that the father opened it up and read it to the PGA, and it was absolutely disgusting fucking thing that you would read to a 6 or 7, 8-year-old. Absolutely disgusting. It was talking about cunnilingus, blowjobs, everything.
So either way, so Left Lane, right? So you said, where's the evidence of this? Maybe this is just anecdotal, but do you think that there are more people who are of school age that are transgender, identify with some sort of gender fluidity, and or are confused about whether they're a male or a female than when you were in school?
I think children that are less than pubescence, prepubescent children.
School age. I just said school age people.
Well, you got school age children. They don't reach puberty until middle school, right?
I didn't ask about puberty. I just asked about whether or not you feel that there are more school-aged people that have some confusion about their gender or sexuality than when you were in school.
Don't know.
I
do think that back in the day when I was in school, that it was something that was kept in the closet for sure, so that it would be hard to get a statistic who was actually in the closet and who was not. I think that would be a difficult statistic to get.
There was about 2 boys in your PT class you thought might have a wee bit of a little bit of bendy water, but everybody else knew there was 2 sexes, male and female.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, you can't get around that. You can twist it, turn it, claim your pronouns, whatever the fuck you want to do. I want to be called president and smartest man in the world. That's my pronoun, motherfucker. It just doesn't work. It's something that's not going to stick.
Scott, you can't, because I already took on pronouns. I am the smartest man in the world and the president of everything.
Yeah, and you're going to call me that when you address me, right? That's not going to happen.
How are we going to address each other if I'm the smartest man and so are you?
I just really believe that this is something that people is. If I'm going to stand up, we're going to turn this into some big movement. It's a movement that's going to fall because it doesn't make sense.
Please,
transgender movement.
Right. Please God, yeah.
Are you referring to the transgender movement or what?
All these pronouns and being able to re-identify and turn nature on its head and ignore nature, and we're just going to make something of our own making. It's just not going to happen because it just doesn't work.
What's wrong with the fella when he starts swimming against other females? Hang on, he swims against other females and he wins everything, but he identifies as a woman, and he somehow thinks that that's an achievement.
Do you realize, Left Lane, that what you just said could get you fired at pretty much any job in America now?
Oh, I definitely.
So I work for myself.
And the guy, he became a weightlifter, and he came 5th. Fucking silly her. Not even that good, like 5th. I think it was 5th. Even the woman outlifted him.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's all this stuff written in and company policy and all that crap.
Do you see the 2 people they sent to Russia? It was the first transgender. What is he? Or her, or whatever it is. admiral. No, not even an admiral. He was kind of like a colonel. And that guy with the bald head and the lipstick that stole baggage out of certain airports because he wanted to wear a woman's clothing. That's who they sent to Russia.
Yeah, the transgender with the red dress you're talking about and the high heels, the bald dude.
Yeah, whatever.
Have you guys seen that? Oh my god, man.
Nuclear hasn't got a degree in nuclear physics, but Joe Biden appointed him the waste fucking nuclear something or other, like a big red lips, bald head, wearing a woman's dress, sitting there as bright as day with a moustache, eating at the in Russia. Russia looking at that, right? And the other boy next to him, the other boy used to be a man, is now a woman, was the most decorated fucking colonel or something in the U.S. Navy. these are the people that America are sending, and Russia's going, holy fuck, bro.
Yeah, well, that's what's taking place even in corporate America, right? Corporate America, most people that are getting most large corporations, especially in the United States, if not the world, are actually starting what would be considered racist and sexist policies where they're intentionally creating programs and or promoting people solely based off the color of their skin, their gender, and or their sex, right? So within the corporate world nowadays, there are 3 categories that cannot be celebrated, that are actually the opposite of being celebrated.
White.
Yes.
Let me guess. White.
Yes.
What
2 more.
Yeah.
What are you? What categories do you fall into?
Fuck. Do you know what? I've heard so many times. Heterosexual.
Correct.
White heterosexual male.
Correct.
Thank you.
Those 3 things cannot be celebrated, recognized, or anything. If you fall into those 3 categories, you can only be a advocate for other people in the office. You cannot be celebrated, and you certainly cannot be promoted based on any of those 3 factors. Now, if you possess factors that are antipodal to those or different than those, you certainly can be promoted, celebrated, and or recognized for those attributes within corporate America these days.
It's just crazy, isn't it? Because people used to say a white heterosexual male must be racist, maybe he did blackface, part of the time. No, we were perfectly normal. But now they've turned it about. They've turned it absolutely around. White heterosexual male was probably the most basic, good, down to earth person you could ever fucking be. But now that is a curse. Do you see how they've turned that around?
Yeah, I can give you a perfect example, man. I was literally chosen within a diversity and inclusion group at my work during a large all company, all department meeting for something that the diversity and inclusion group was doing. I was chosen to represent a white male, right? Because we had representation for all other categories, including like handicapped people, Pan-Asian, African-American, gay, LGBTQ, like every single category that you can think of. And I was chosen to represent white male, right? Because I get along with everybody, blah, blah, blah. I was literally... No, it gets better. I was literally morning of the meeting told that I was not going to be able to represent that category because somebody was offended within diversity and inclusion that category was being represented.
Oh my god, it's worse than I thought, man.
So I was literally excluded from the diversity and inclusion solely based on my race and gender.
And they think we're racist.
Wow. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. I freaking told you, man. I freaking told you. but I didn't think it was here already. Wow.
And here's the thing: do you think if I wanted to, that I would even have the ability to seek any type of like legal action for discrimination? Do you think I would even that would even go to trial or anything like that, or get anything?
No chance. No
Exactly.
chance.
Yeah, I just wouldn't bother.
So it's here already, ladies and gentlemen. It's here already.
This was like 4 or 5 years ago.
No way.
Here. Yep.
Seriously?
Yep.
Wow.
How long ago?
Like 4 or 5 years ago. Like 4 years ago, I think.
I knew it was here, but yeah.
And this is because everybody has been intimidated into silence. Like nobody can do what I'm doing right now, what we're doing right now. Everyone's afraid to say it because they're going to be deemed, what's the term? Racist? Sexual racist or something?
Pick a word.
Sexual discrimination? What?
Bigot or something.
Yeah.
You dare to have a heterosexual male.
See, the problem is it's gotten so far that all the words that you guys are saying right now are automatically assumed most of the time when somebody looks at somebody that may be a straight white male. They automatically assume those things.
This is what the left does. It switches it around. It's very, very clever. They switch it around. They make they point and they say, yeah, and in the guise of freedom, or free speech. But they have totally taken that away because everybody's too afraid to say anything. So they point a finger at you. I guarantee you, if somebody's in this day and age, somebody's pointing a finger at you, that's exactly what they are. They're calling you a racist. I mean, there's not a racist bone in my body. I mean, not. And I don't care if you're, I don't care what sex. My daughter's gay. I don't care. But I am enemy number one purely because they've made it so. And under the guise of freedom and
I'm glad you said that, bro. Gays and lesbians are not the problem.
No.
They have been part of the community for millennia. They're productive members of society. It's not the gays or the lesbians. And as a matter of fact, I think this could be put down by the gays and the lesbians. They're the ones that need to be in the front. They're the ones that need to speak out against this.
They're
amongst the LGBTQ community, all that, like the gays and lesbians, that's not good enough anymore. They're actually starting to be ostracized by the rest of the group because it's it's kind of it's a binary thing. Like especially like a woman who wants to be a man, they're kind of like the being ostracized, probably the worst. Or no, I'm sorry.
Let it be known.
Not that.
I'll march. I'll
Not
march
that wants to be
with the
man.
gays
Like,
and the lesbians.
I said that wrong.
I swear. I'll be in the front line with the gays and the lesbians on this. I swear.
And it's pretty funny. Oh yeah, bisexual. They're the ones that are getting the worst of it. Because it automatically points to a binary gender, like male and female. So yeah, it's pretty funny. Like you have to go along with a spectrum. You're not allowed to say I'm either this or that. So now you have to be trans, or you have to be fluid. Yeah,
like fuck off. Yeah.
As FAD would say, fuck off. Fuck off. What a pile of shit.
I hate to be so blunt, man, but
No,
somebody's got to say
FAD
something.
would say that.
I mean,
fuck off.
Yeah, we were having a conversation with some gay friends of ours not too long ago, and they were talking about the huge problems with these like hormone blockers and stuff like that with friends of theirs within the community that were basically told that these things were safe. They weren't really told the side effects or some of the irreversible things within these hormone blockers and all that kind of stuff. and they were talking about how detrimental it was to these people, especially if they chose at some point in time that they didn't want to continue to do this, if they didn't want to continue to transition or anything like that. They were talking about how basically most of the people in the trans community that are older felt like they have been they were lied to by doctors and things like that for a specific agenda, almost like basically the doctors' hands were tied. Basically they couldn't say that there was irreversible side effects of these drugs, so they weren't really given the full picture. So they didn't have let's just say they weren't informed. They didn't have full informed consent.
Yeah. What are yours? Katie Hobbs, who beat Carrie Lake. Guess what her husband's profession is. Katie Hobbs just won the Arizona election there. He's a psychologist that deals with transgendering young people. So the money is flowing into their coffers, right? Katie Hobbs' husband, fact check me if you like, is a psychologist that deals with kids who don't know what gender they are because they're brought up in schools and they're just confused. He deals with that, and he gets paid thousands of dollars per month to deal with that. And she's all for put it into state law, Arizona, about abusing. You cannot abuse your kid. If your kid think the color's pink is great, then he is probably a she, and don't you dare fucking interrupt that. Katie Hobbs' husband works with fucking transgender. He does. And they're making
He is a she.
Fact check it. It's a true story.
Wouldn't that be a violation of non-contradiction if he is a she, because he's already he, right? So how is he supposed to be a she if he's he? That doesn't work, man.
Hey, listen, if you don't use the correct pronouns, I think you should be muted for like 5 minutes.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
You're a bigot if you try to use logic.
How dare you?
Okay, I bow to the agenda. It's fine, guys.
Yeah, well, next thing you know, I'll be calling you a bigot. That's strange, bro. What the fucking world have we woken up today? What I mean, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
it fits along with the math is racist thing too that's going around now. Anybody picked up on that one? Yeah, math is racist.
Yo, mic check.
Yeah.
Hello, yeah.
Check. Hey, can
We
I
can hear
try
you.
to throw a wrench in your guys' gears? Can I try to do that?
What? Can you repeat?
Can I try to throw a wrench in this gear right now? Can I try to do that? So I have a friend, I've known him since like my freshman year in high school, and I've been friends with him all the way till now. But like literally 3 years ago, he started transitioning. Like me and him used to like date girls, have stupid together, always be very like hetero and masculine. And then he drank hella Gatorade, going to work every morning, working for his job, started getting kidney stones. And then he like vehemently decides that he needs hormone therapy or to like pump up the amount of estrogen in his blood or whatever the hell they do. And I think that it wasn't truly like him just deciding to do that. I think it had to do with the kidney stones and the type of milk you drink. If the milk got soy, then it's got estrogen, and I don't know.
How old was he?
Right now he's 30.
Wow.
So I've known him since he was 16. He started transitioning when he was 27. And I really chalk it up to his kidney, because I heard somewhere that the kidney might have something to do with hormones or something. I don't know.
I don't think kidney stones are going to make you fucking want to change your gender. I think he's confused.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kidney stones, like I've got them.
There is a relation. I would have to like look it up right now, but I know the kidney produces some kind of. Oh man, I would have to look it up. Sorry.
Well, all I'm saying is I don't think that kidney stones is going to make somebody want to transgender from a man to a woman. I think it's propaganda. I think he's been listening to too much shit. He's watching too much TV.
How is that propaganda? Like, where else have you heard that?
Everywhere.
Maybe when he passed that kidney stone through his dick, it hurt so bad. He was like, I never want to go through that again. Cut this thing off.
I'd rather have a vagina. Shit, that was kind of funny.
Yeah, like
that was so painful. I'd rather not do that again. I'd rather have a vagina. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that was the joke.
If you just want to crack jokes and be insensitive, I was trying to bring a detail in that I don't hear being mentioned. Maybe it could provide better context as to why people make this quote unquote decision. I don't think it's truly a decision. I think something happens to people. It's like a type of trauma. Maybe there's an event that changes the course of your chemical imbalances.
Yes, I agree.
Like we want to solely blame somebody for making the decision to chop their shit off. I think that's not the case. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean.
No, you don't gotta apologize. It's just like I always make this argument. But I always make this argument, man. That's all.
But what's happening is it's happening more and more frequently.
They put hormones in chicken, right? They put estrogen in soy milk.
Yeah.
I think like people piss hormones into the water supply, and you can't really filtrate that out. So who knows if we're really drinking hormones? Like I think there's all kinds of reasons that people could be more and more transgender over time. Okay.
Yeah. Like you remember your mate when you were 16, you like girls and all that there. You don't see it anymore. Maybe they are, like you say. I agree. They're putting shit into the fucking food supply to turn the frogs gay. Sorry, a bad joke, but it's happening more and more frequently, and it's incredible. It hasn't happened in the history of mankind that every fucking third or fourth kid decides they want to transgender. Why is that?
You're over exaggerating.
You think?
They're still a minority, man.
Maybe a little bit. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's only because it's blown up in the media and stuff like that we think it's as big.
Happening everywhere. It's not really. It's like a couple of kids. Yeah. Okay.
It's definitely more than it should.
We're starting to see it like in the real world, not just on the internet. My uncle was just saying how he saw one of these bearded ladies at the gym last week. The person who checked me out at the grocery store, it's like probably like a 16-year-old boy, but thinks he's a girl named Samantha. And I live in a rural area where like this, it should be extremely rare, but we're even seeing it out here.
Yeah. Well, I suppose, it's happening everywhere. It is. I'm sorry, but it is. And there's a reason for that. It's propaganda. It's estrogen. It's whatever they put in the food supply. They're just turning people fucking strange. Yeah. That's the truth. I mean, obviously your friend decided when he was 27, shit, bro, that's fine. But this shit's happening everywhere. I'm not exaggerating.
You guys know the Alex Jones, they're turning the frogs gay thing, right? Like everybody knows that. They're turning the frogs gay.
Turning the frogs gay.
What most people don't realize is there's like everything that Alex Jones tends to do, right? There's a little bit of truth in it. It's just mixed with all this acting and whatever to demonize what he's saying, right? So the truth of what he was saying with that is there was a microbiologist that was dealing with amphibians, and was doing a study on atrazine, which is sprayed on crops, right? It's like a herbicide or something like that to ensure that there was less pests on crops. And he started testing the amphibians around these farm fields and started realizing what effects. He started isolating and figuring out that it was this atrazine that was being sprayed on the crops that was causing these frogs to become, males would physically morph into kind of like female type frogs. They would start displaying homosexual behavior. They didn't want to mate with females. There was this whole weird gender
imbalance,
confusion and imbalance. I think it almost got to the point where like the frogs weren't fully male or female at some point. I can't remember the exact study, but this guy even did a TED talk and all this stuff. So this information's out there, right? But the trope is just that Alex Jones, you're turning the frogs gay. So people don't even look into what is actually taking place. And it's this chemical atrazine that's been tied to all these gender issues and weird things that are taking place with certain, live biological beings. So who's to say that this couldn't be at least a small factor in what's taking place within human beings, right? The people may legitimately think that they have these feelings, but are those feelings or what they're doing, is that something that has been maybe introduced into their system?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I believe it. I believe it 100%. And all these people with MS, in 1960, if you knew somebody who knew somebody with MS, that was rare. Today, every single family has at least one member or two that has MS. And cancer, they're pumping all this money into cancer. Cancer is on the increase. Every second person I've heard in the last fucking year has died from the big C. Cancer, 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 cancer. They're pumping shit in somewhere. They're to put it in a polite way, or to use what do you call it, analogy. They're turning the frogs gay. They're making people have MS and giving them cancer because they're feeding us this shit. And if you think that that's not happening, that there's a kind of a culling going on, like there's too many of us, then you need to go away and have.
Well, we can also turn it around, and when you say they are doing all these kind of things, you have to consider that people are accepting these kind of things, because if people were thinking these kind of things, there would be more homesteading people that control their own food supply and all that kind of stuff. So it's not just about them, it's also about dumbed down people who is not taking control of their own life. It's a combination.
Did you hear what I said about MS?
You said a lot of things.
Okay, well, I'll say this one thing. Go back and check the records. 1960, if you knew somebody who had MS or somebody who knew somebody that had MS, that would be rare. Today, every family has at least one person. And
that's not true, though. That's not true, though. On neither side of my family does anybody have MS. In fact, I don't know anybody personally who has MS. I did know one person shortly after high school who developed it.
Okay, well here in the UK, my three aunts got it. One of them died from it. My ma got it. She died from it. My cousin has it. It's everywhere. It's just everywhere.
Are you referring to multiple sclerosis?
Yes. MS. Yeah.
My aunt had the bad kind of MS. There's two different types of MS. One's really bad and it'll degrade you quick. The other one's not that bad. My dad has the not so bad one, but one of my aunts she died from the really bad one.
My ma had the really bad one. It just deteriorated within a couple of years. That was it. This
like
thing,
my dad's had MS for like 30 years now. He's fine.
Oh yeah, you can live with it.
But my aunt though, she had it for a long time too, but she is not. She died.
3 aunts, my sister.
What's with the MS though? You're saying more people have it now than before?
Absolutely. Like there must be something in the fucking water.
Well, people are surviving.
All the chemicals
and living
all
longer.
the chemicals and shit we eat. Did you see what they're feeding the animals we eat? They feed them like
energy
they feed
drinks.
them food. They
exactly
feed the animals. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Mumble through me the whole time.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. Can you mind a wee bit of interruption? I'll mute myself. Go ahead, bro.
Right. Come back, Jeremy. Baby, come back.
All the shit they feed the animals. They feed it food. They feed animals food we won't eat or we don't eat or it's expired or whatever. And they don't usually take it out of the packaging in there. So the plastics, the paper and shit with the ink on it, all that shit just gets crushed up, fed to the animals. Then we either those animals or drink the milk from those animals or whatever. So it's not surprising that we're getting all fucked up these days. Plus with all the chemicals in the water, just everything combined, the shit in the air. They don't care because it's all about the money. It's cheaper to just throw all the shit with the plastic in the machine, grind it up, and feed it to the animals, and take it out of the packaging or
Do you
whatever.
have evidence for this?
Profits, bro.
You have what?
Profits. He says, do you have evidence for this? Holy fuck.
What? When they feed the animals?
Yeah,
they feed the animals plastic.
Yeah, farmers.
Yeah.
There's videos, man. There's guys.
It's not something I have ever experienced here in Denmark, and I have visited many farms.
Okay, you guys are weird in Switzerland, Norway, Finland, all them countries up there. You guys do shit the right way. You guys are good up there. In the big countries, though, like we don't give a fuck. It's all about the dollar bill, y'all.
Yeah, I don't
It's all
doubt
about
that
going
there is
after
truth.
America. They're going after America, guys. That's the last free country. It's all about going after America.
Oh, well, that's fucked.
Once America falls, it's game over for the West.
Yeah, but don't get it twisted. Like we're like an experiment up here in America, and it's extraordinary, horrible what's being done to us. However, the other countries still have shit being done to them, and even though they're being told this stuff isn't in their food, doesn't mean that there isn't stuff in their motherfucking food. We're being lied to on a grand scale. So if you understand it on that point and you're over there, there's still bad shit over there. It's hurting them and killing them in many, many ways. And cancer on the rise, like you're talking about in the UK and shit. So it's still happening. But we get it like tenfold over here.
The companies are so powerful in America. Take Monsanto's, for example. They have convinced the government, and of course it's too late now. Well, maybe not, but they have convinced the government that they can monopolize a fruit. In other words, corn, tomatoes, everything you've eaten in the past 20 years, it's all Monsanto's.
Well, the problem
a small farm.
Think about the salmon. Think about the GMO salmon they're releasing into the wild that's going to breed with the natural salmon, and those defects, whatever defects they have, could spread onto the native population and completely decimate our natural resources.
Yeah, before we get onto the salmon, though, that Monsanto thing, what they do is the guy will go work for Monsanto, get millions of dollars in stock options and shit. Then he'll go work at like the board member on the FDA or some shit. Oh, he's sitting
Yeah,
on
they're all
on
in
the F.
cahoots, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they headhunt them. Absolutely, Jeremy. Yeah, they go after the executives. That's one of their ways to do it. Yeah, and they turn them into their executives or lobbyists. That's the number one problem in the world
Exactly.
today in
Hit the
America.
nail on the head, dude. Lobbyists are a big problem, dude. And the fact that you have the fact that you have these government people taking more than one term, politicians, they should only be allowed to serve one term, because the problem is it creates inherent corruption when these people are going against the will of the people just to get reelected by the lobbyists who fucking fund them. Like if we were to eliminate multiple terms of reelection for a lot of these officials, and stifle them from being able to invest into these businesses that they have their hands in, we would see corruption just fucking fall off.
Yep. If you want to start somewhere, start with the lobbyists. That's the
problem
biggest
is you
problem.
The problem is you can't stop these people from investing. Like, you could say, all right, if you sit on the FDA, if you're on the board of the FDA, you can't have Monsanto stock. All right, cool. Their brother can, their kids can, their wife. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
they're trying to prevent that.
stop it.
They're trying to prevent that right now. There's a bill in place to stop politicians and their family members from having any sort of endeavor with investment like that because of that purpose. Is it going to pass? Probably not.
There is a huge conflict of interest. I mean, you know how much stock George Bush owned in Lockheed Martin?
Sam Bankman-Fried, the guy with the FTX issue, that's a prime example. That guy got regulatory clarity upon coming into the industry, where XRP, Brad Garlinghouse, Ripple, was asking for clarity 8 years prior to this guy getting a fucking stamp of approval. And it just goes to show. And then this guy's putting money in the Democratic Party's pockets.
Funnel it straight back in the Democratic Party. Straight back. Money laundering. Plain and simple. What happens?
Pure corruption, dude. And they know it's happening. They're letting it happen.
It's just been proven. And yet there's still a Democratic Party in America. It was proven that he funneled millions of dollars into Democratic Party's electioneering. Proven.
I mean, I was just giving an example, but yeah, you're absolutely right. And this goes on and on and on. I mean, look at Dick Cheney when we invaded, after 9/11, invaded the Middle East.
Yep.
And he had his construction company, was it Halliburton or whatever the fuck?
Halliburton, yeah.
Yeah, think about how much money he made off that. I mean, these guys are just...
Condoleezza Rice, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld all had millions and millions of dollars invested in Iraq. They rebuilt Iraq after they give democracy to the people. Condoleezza Rice had shares in oil companies. Donald Rumsfeld and fuck, what do you call them? Big money in construction. They owned all the firms. And guess who? Do you remember the Patriot Act and all the fucking? You know this, guys. Come on now, I'm preaching to the choir. Who owned the fucking all those automatic things, all those X-ray machines, the fucking airports as the Patriot Act? It's a really short name. Scorsese or fuck, what do you call him? Really.
Yeah, point is, man, is they
millions.
Smite all competition, dude. They've got a monopoly to where it's like the political parties have literally overtaken the free enterprise.
Yeah, they've made millions. And when they asked what do you call this Speaker of the House? You, what do you call her? Fuck me. My brain on fucking Guinness.
Actually, it's the other way around, bro. It's the enterprises that have taken over the government. Just like Eisenhower warned us. The military industrial complex, remember that speech?
Yeah, right. And I don't disagree with any of that. But what I'm saying is they've got such a stronghold on all industry to where any competing industry, like if you or I were to be able to create a power company, do you think that power company would ever get off the ground?
Nope.
No, it's a symbiotic relationship. Both will fight you, government and enterprise. Absolutely.
Right. And now the EPA, I think they've manipulated the EPA and all these regulatory facets that govern how we do things, whether it be through pollution or whatnot, or doing things the proper way. They've got all this shit manipulated. They've put up so much fucking red tape to where the average man can't set out to create business for himself the proper way.
Nancy Pelosi, she was asked, is there a conflict in Israel where you've just spent millions of dollars, your husband spent, Paul Pelosi, into just before the bill passed where the American government agreed to spend billions of dollars into the Silicon Valley. And he just happened to, about a month before, a couple of weeks, invest about, it was like $1 million, something like that, turn it into fucking 10. And the reporter actually asked her, is there conflict of interest here? What'd she do? Put the mic down, ridiculous, walked off stage. Remember when they asked Donald Rumsfeld, where did the $7 trillion go? What did they do? Does somebody know?
Probably black budget.
Yeah, when Congress asked Donald Rumsfeld, where has the $7 trillion disappeared? It's gone. Where is it? What did he do?
Well, a couple of buildings fell after that.
Anybody guess?
Maybe three of them.
No, what did he actually do? Physically do when they asked him that question? Anybody know?
Didn't he refuse to answer the question?
He shrugged his
and
shoulders.
walk away?
He shrugged his shoulders.
I was going to say he shrugged his shoulders.
There you go. Nah. Because they know
that's all these people have to
they're
do.
Untouchable. They're untouchable. They're fucking
completely untouchable, dude.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
And we allow it. We fucking allow it.
Exactly. And if we allow
all it takes is one fucking sheriff, not a deputy, but an actual sheriff, to start going after these individual people. Not that his life wouldn't be in danger, but that's where the change is going to come from. The actual authority going after the corruption. But they've got everybody fucking bamboozled and on the take to where no one's going to do anything. Look at Assange. Look at Snowden. Anyone who whistleblows against these people are quickly fucking demonized and thrown under the bus.
Locked up for life.
No, I would disagree that the authority is the corruption. You say it's going to take an authority to go after.
It's hard to hear you, Stein.
Wrong.
You're coming in a little muffled. If you could repeat that.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
It's just
go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think your statement about you said it's going to take someone with authority to go after the corruption, and I would say you're wrong. I'd say the corruption is the authority. they are the ultimate authority. The corrupt are the authority. It's not going to take some sheriff or deputy. I get your point, but I'm just saying it's like they are the authority. There is no taking them down.
I hear you. They've infiltrated the authority, but like all I was trying to make a point was all it takes is one good person with authority to try and start that change, that spark that's needed to ignite this fucking heap of corruption.
No, I agree. No, I agree with the sentiment there. I get it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because if we did it as the common people, we would have the perceivability of a civil war on our hands. That's how they would try to turn it. They'd twist it into a civil war rather than a revolution.
Dude.
any sheriff or police chief or anything like that that does go after the system in that way will be replaced at the next election cycle.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No, they'll just be suicided, bro. Heart attack gun. I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. There's another tactic. Yep.
Seth Rich.
Yeah, well, I mean that's more of an extreme. Yeah, like these guys they're just going to lose their job for the most part. Somebody gets a little too much going on. Sure, that's always a possibility.
Wasn't Seth Rich a whistleblower? He provided the emails from the Democratic Party showing that they were corrupt as fuck. What happened to Seth Rich?
And yet nothing have happened. Maybe a civil war is the only way to go.
What?
Yeah, even with all these whistleblowers, nothing happens. So maybe civil war is the only way to go.
The problem is nobody stands behind these individuals. Nobody's standing up for Assange. You know, we need to stand behind these people that are putting their lives on the line for better, and literally like defend these people and surround these individuals.
Did you see that? Did you see the video of that poor woman that was killed on the 6th of January? Like the guy could have shot one in the air. What did he do? He pointed it straight. Yeah. Did you ever see that video? He's just a fella.
Well, maybe not even a civil war, but let's say 10 million people walk the streets of Washington. If you wouldn't interrupt me, if 10 million people walk the streets of Washington, they couldn't ignore that the people wanted something else.
Yeah, but that's happening worldwide. We have it happening right now as we speak in Brazil. We have it happening in China. We have all this demonstration of protests taking place on a massive scale, but it's still not enough because they control the media. They control every facet of information that's
the yellow codes of France. Yellow codes of France, 2017, 2018. They fucking just rebelled. Yellow codes. Remember yellow codes?
What about the yellow vest in France? I mean,
the
people around the world are upset and they want better and they're not getting it. And they all realize the corruption is above them and put them in the position they're in. And now it's like the only thing they can see to do is wave a flag and out of desperation. But what's that really going to do, man?
Critical mass, bro. It's reaching critical mass, and I'm honestly going to say this now. I've said it for 10 years. America is definitely going to have a second civil war. It's not a good thing to say because there's going to be a lot of fucking fatality. But America, in my opinion, is definitely within the next 3 or 4 year civil war.
What are the sides going to look like?
Yeah, that
side to pick now.
Yeah, that won't be much of a war, man. There's one side with weapons and one side without them.
Oh, yeah. I got the weapons. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, the ones with the weapons are gonna. No, it's just a feeling I have. I don't know why.
I come bearing great wisdom. Always seek the truth.
Here is my olive branch. Yeah, here's my fucking gun, motherfucker. I win.
You get stuck, P-Mac?
No. I said olive branch.
I thought you were mid-sentence there. My bad.
Oh, sorry. I was just afraid that if I interrupted you, Jeremy.
Don't over-talk him, Jeremy.
I don't know. I thought he cut out. His mic cut out or something.
No. My brain cut out.
Brain cut out?
Mm-hmm. It does that sometimes. Stops.
What do you think, Jeremy? How do we fix the corruption?
You got to get rid of money.
And what do we do? How do we barter?
As long as you have any kind of barter system or any kind of monetary system, there will always be corruption.
So what do we do? How do we trade for goods and services and the things that we need?
Rid of government.
I don't know, man. I just told you I just told you what to do, not how to do it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what you're saying, Jeremy, right? Like it'll just it's just always going to be there. You're not getting rid of corruption.
If we could live without the money system or any kind of system, then you might be able to get rid of corruption. But I mean, until then, yeah.
Sounds like you're advocating for communism, Jeremy.
Yeah, you show them nothing and you show.
No, I'm advocating for like all of humans to just work together. And you know how much time and energy gets wasted on money? Ridiculous amount. From the printing of it to the banks and the buildings we got to have for the like, it's crazy.
Money's nice, bro. I love money. How you want to get rid of money?
Money, as in like a job.
Yeah, people need a carrot to follow.
Bro, like I feel so good when I have money.
So it's not so much the money system itself. It's more like who controls the money creation. That has to be on the people's hands, not on private investors.
I don't think it would matter who controlled it. Whoever controlled the money, it would still be corrupt. Because I mean, even when we had the barter system, was shit not corrupt then? Before money?
Yeah, it was.
I don't know. Did we? I've never seen that.
I will say.
I don't know why you want to get rid of money.
I think
it's so nice to have money.
I think wanting to kill corruption is the wrong goal because, as you said, it will never go away. But we can diminish the effects, stuff like that. If a government is actually for the people, by the people, to the people, and the money creation is by the people, for the people, to the people. You know, it's really simple like that.
Yeah, it's really
get rid of income tax in a different way. Like a Danish economist has suggested a 1% transfer tariff, and that would mean that everyone that is using electrical transfer devices and stuff like that all pay into the big treasure chest of the state. That means that big businesses that normally is in tax havens, when they want 10 million kroner out of Denmark, they still have to pay that 1% because they electrically charge that stuff out. And that would mean that everyone from big to small is paying their fair share. The money creation is controlled by the state, and the state is controlled by the people.
Yeah, fuck a state, man.
We cannot, I don't think it would happen without a state. There must be some sort of a little centralized thing to organize things for the people, like road system and school systems and all that kind of stuff. Even if it's on a small scale, just less centralized than it is
No,
today.
sir, you could do it decentralized through voting.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yes, he said that, decentralized.
Less centralized than it is today. Today they are working towards super centralized shit where there is a one world government or 7 states of the world pretty much or something like that. That's too much. Like we have to go back to region what is it called, boundaries,
districts. Yeah
exactly. And
self-governance.
Like a little quote unquote government is not bad at all. It's how we get our infrastructure, our school systems, our healthcare and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, a little cancer is not bad, you know.
Just not
if you look at it like that.
But my government gives money to Israel, so I don't like them.
Right,
No,
you want some medicine, bud?
I missed that. Say that again.
It was weird. Our government gives money to Israel, but doesn't every fucking government?
No.
No?
No, sir.
I'm pretty sure the UK government probably gives some money to Israel.
But one of the biggest things that would change the world is that people are getting properly educated, critical thinking, learn how money works, all this kind of stuff. Not just being taught how to be a worker, a little worker bee like today, but real education, learning about life, learning about survival, learning about money again, learning about how
they need to know about the flat Earth.
Exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. They need to know
whole money thing.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, no. No. We don't need government. We absolutely do not need it.
How would you do it then? How would you?
Well, like you said, decentralize. And
so a smaller form of government or a council.
A council, yes, not government.
So different word, but still the same concept.
Well, instead of
Well,
having elected officials, we should just vote on the laws directly.
nobody gets paid for being in the decentralized district. Nobody gets paid. If somebody wants to get paid, you hang them from near a tree. Because now they're talking about fucking government again.
Yeah, to me the problem isn't really like money isn't really the problem, right? Like we all need some sort of like transacting method in order to like trade things, right? The problem really comes in with bad money practices. I think that over the years, obviously, there's been just a host of corruption, inflation, all these things. They're just printing money. There's all these practices that they've been doing for so long that have given the money a bad taste in people's mouths, right? We don't get fucking paid much, right? Inflation, all this shit. The dollar's just like decreasing. Everything's going up. Like no one gets paid enough. And so it's more so the entire ecosystem of which money does exist in that needs changed. I
Federal
think that
bank.
Bitcoin, I think some of the cryptocurrencies could have solved some of this, but they were never like really taken into, or who knows, they may be integrated. But I do think that monetary like structure is like it's
No, it's not.
it's no,
No,
it's
whatever.
entirely necessary to run
No, it's not.
a world, on like that has this many people with some sort of logical like system that has like things like the money notes or whatever. But it's just like I said, I think it's the amount of corruption that has seeped in throughout the years that has really given it a bad taste. And it's like now it's like, what do we do? It's like we're trying to re-straighten out something that has gone so crooked over the years. It's just it's a daunting process to even think about because
Right.
money is so all encompassing.
I
It's what
understand what
everyone
you're
needs.
saying.
Everyone
Right?
needs it, right? Unless you're a tribe in Africa in the remote to the
Right.
desert, right? It's like you don't.
People believe.
for
Can I say something? Thank you.
Go ahead.
People have been brainwashed to believe that government is an essential part of human society. It's not. It's not. It's a drain. It's a legalized fucking stealing your bastard money. I don't believe in government. I'm just going to put that out there. I think it's the worst thing that anybody could do to oneself. And I think that anybody who wants to be part of a government and ride in big black cars and own fucking two houses should be executed. And now I know that sounds a bit, no, I know that sounds a wee bit communistic, but it's not that. It's even beyond that. Self rule. That
Listen, hold on.
What? Right. Okay.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeremy. I said a lot. Go ahead.
Yeah, we knew you were done. So you definitely need government, right? Because you got to have police, you got to have
No, you don't.
firefighters, you got to have guys that organize shit. Who's going to fix the roads, shit like that. So I mean, you got to have. Even if we were to get rid of the government now and try to do it ourselves, we would end up forming some sort of government.
Yeah. The answer to bad government is not no government; it's good government. Okay, this is the thing. Is like, yeah, I like the same thing that I just said about money. It could also be applied to government, right? Government is good, right? Authoritarian, right? It's like right. Just take the analogy of like the kids and the mom and dad, right? The kids, if democracy is good, then the kids, right? The kids just get cookies. They want cookies for dinner every night, right? Well, no, the parents know best, right? They're the sort of like government in the family. That's the sort of structure. It's like, no, you're not going to have cookies every night. You need this, right? So the kids don't know what's best, right? So in the same, we could say that like, look, the people really don't know like what's best. We need some sort of like group, like structure, some sort of thing. But it's like, again, the answer to bad government is not no government or anarchy or just fuck the government. No, it's good government. Okay. And there are countries in the world that have great fucking governments because their people keep them in fucking check. And us over here, we've gotten so lazy, so fucked, so cocked, and so fucking fluoridated that no one gives a flying fuck. And our government shits all over us, and we love it.
I kind of know what. Yeah, I can hear that.
So you see what I'm saying, P Mac? If we were to get rid of the government right now, we were to just be like, all right, let's let's just do our thing. And then we would end up, somebody's house would burn down and be like, oh shit, we need a fire department, guys. And then we would organize a fire department and we'd say, well, how do
You
we
don't
get
have
money
to have
from
a
the fire department?
Fire company doesn't have to be governmental. You can have a private. You can have private companies, just like any other thing, like mechanics. You know, have a fire company and pay their workers, and they can. I guess they'd be having to compete over the fires or something like that. But yeah, all this stuff can be privatized.
Yeah, and they might
And
actually
who
do a
pays
better
them?
job. Think of it this way: most county fire, like if your house is on fire, their job is to make sure that they put the fire out. It's not necessarily to protect your property at all costs. It's to make sure that they put the fire out so it doesn't spread. So it's not like when your house catches on fire and they put out the fire that, okay, now your house is saved. Most of the time, if you have a house fire, you almost have a total loss within your home. It's not easy to rebuild after fire. There's so much damage. Like they come in and completely destroy your house to ensure that the neighbor's house doesn't catch on fire.
You see how much people love government, though.
Okay, we've gotten rid of government. I'm going to open up a fire department. Your house catches on fire. I go put the fire out. I paid my guys. It's all private. Who pays me?
I guess to give the
what do you want, a pig?
People can. Here's the thing: people can actively choose to have fire insurance, which includes people that come out to put the fire out. Right? It could be included within your home insurance. The same can be said for law enforcement, and actually, there would be more of a motive for the law enforcers to actually find who stole your bike and return it to you. Right? There's many ways that there would be more beneficial services provided if they were private, because there would be a vested interest in providing the best service for somebody who's paying you for it.
Okay, so I didn't have fire insurance. It would cut down on the corruption and stuff of that too within the police department.
So I didn't have fire insurance. I want to respond to that, please. I didn't have fire insurance. You guys don't come put my house out. The fire spreads to my neighbor's house and another neighbor's house, and it's in the woods. And now we got a big fucking giant fire going.
Nope. Fire department's still going to come out. Your bill is just going to be what the cost was for them to come out. It's not going to be, spread out like it would be for somebody that actually pays for the insurance, right? It could be $25 a month, or you could have one lump sum of $25,000 when your house catches on fire. Pick your poison. Either way, the fire department's coming out.
They're just sitting there, bro.
Can I say
Napalm's right. Napalm's
yeah, he's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good answer, because I was kind of stuck wanting to answer that and didn't know what to say. But having an insurance, doing it like with an insurance company like that would be a good answer. What I was wanting to say about the police departments too, though.
Yeah, just
I'll just make this quick.
Fire, like if I have fire insurance on my home, right? I'm paying $20 a month to ensure that if my house catches on fire, it's going to be put out. That's also paying to ensure that if my neighbor who doesn't have insurance, if their house catches on fire, that is put out, so mine never even starts.
If your house catches on fire, it's pretty much insurance.
Can I jump in? They're actually here, not where I live in Tennessee. There's a company called Rural Metro. It's actually a private company. It's not funded by the government. And you have to pay them. You can pay them per year, I think, whatever it costs. I can't remember exactly. Or if they're called and they come out and have to put your fire out, they just send you a bill, which I thought, that actually kind of works. And actually I live in an HOA, and our HOA actually covers the cost of that. So we've actually had Rural Metro come out twice in our neighborhood, once at our house, and I think somebody else did, and it didn't cost us a nickel. But it's, in a sense, covered in my HOA, which I think is a good idea. I think even like a police force could be something similar.
I think it's probably the best way that's what I was trying to get to with the police, is like, that's probably the best way actually, is to privatize it. You'd have competing departments to do it cheaper and better. And when they do something corrupt or something wrong, they can be easily replaced.
You just fire them. Yeah, you just fire them and get somebody else. And I think that, and I think the Like I have a problem with tax. I mean, I'm a taxationist theft person. If you take money from me, telling me I have to have something, I think that's a little different. But if I'm, can go out and find a way to accomplish the same task more cheaply without force, I think that's a better way to do it. But I don't
Even
think
if
you
it's
can.
more expensive without force,
Sure.
I'd rather do it that way, right? Because at least it's my choice.
Right, exactly. And I think even you need some level of governing body. But I mean, that can be argued like,
Minimal.
it's minimal. But I mean, you could say it's like a city council. People come together to make decisions regarding the community they live in. That's a governing body. You can call it a government, whatever. But and I mean, I don't think it's bad in one sense. And I've said this on here 100 times. If anybody said it, the reason things are corrupt is why? Because people are corrupt. So, but I mean,
Correct.
but I
It's
think
people.
yeah.
And the
And I
problem
don't care
is
what
we always say
Paul.
government. Sorry. We always say government, but we don't always realize that government is just made up of people, right?
Right. I mean, there's good people in government, people that try to do the right thing, but there's also people in government that do the bad thing, do it for their own means or whatever. So that's across the board.
That's why I advocated on here a long time ago. Anybody who wants to govern should have a massive hit of psilocybin. The only problem with that is, of course, once they'd finished the little trip, they're not going to want to govern anymore.
Well, I mean, just think about the aspect of policing being privatized. Think about the benefits that could come from that, right? You have competing security forces, right? So you're paying for this security yourself. They have a vested interest in ensuring that you are being protected, not just you personally, but your stuff, right? Think about nowadays with social media and the internet, you have ABC police security force. If they're constantly posting on their Instagram every 15 minutes, here's little Johnny's bike that was recovered for him. So-and-so's house was broken into last night. The response time was less than 30 seconds. None of their belongings were stolen, or stolen belongings returned to, the Smith family, courtesy of XYZ security force. All these things, the amount of quality that you would have compared to what we have now, which is almost like, let's be honest, freaking government gangs, like literally gangs of people that do, not all of them, but a lot, do very bad things and see no repercussions for their actions.
Okay, you couldn't. My bad. I thought you were done.
Go for it, man.
Christ. So, the fire department thing, I don't think you can make that even fiscally work financially. And with this police thing, I mean, this doesn't sound like it would financially work either. What? My kid gets his bike stolen. I call the cops. I got to pay to get the bike back? Like, how's that work?
You already pay for the service, my man.
It's $2.
Did you listen to Paul's story about what the fire protection that he has in his area? That's privatized. It's not governmental. Did you hear his story?
I missed it. No.
Yeah, I'll get back in on it. There's a company called Metro. They're locally, and they're a private fire department. They have their EMTs as well as fire department. And if they go around actually advertising, to pay for their service. Like there's neighborhoods that may not have an HOA or have a means to, but they go around and talk to people about, getting a membership fee. And then if your house burns down, if you're part of the membership fee, it's covered. If your house catches on fire. But if they have to roll on, which they're still part of the 911. So if they roll out on your house and you don't have the coverage, they send you a bill for whatever it costs to put the house out. It might be $5,000-$10,000 depending on what it costs. And it happens, and it works because they're a big company here where I live.
I like that.
$10,000 to put out one house. I'm gonna join up.
Well, that's what I'm estimating. I think that's what last thing I heard is like $5,000 to put out a house. But you got to imagine
$4,800.
What's that?
I'll do it for $4,800. Just call me and my guys.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I mean,
put your house out. Come and call me. Yeah, exactly.
I kind of think $5,000 probably is not enough to cover like sending all those people out, the trucks out, the maintenance of the trucks, the insurance on the trucks,
That's what I'm saying. You gotta have guys.
Yeah, it's not enough. It's not enough for that, but it would be like if with the like you have a subscription service, you don't have to charge the full cost of the bill for going out to that one job, but you might have another, I guess, like what would it be? Kind of like a deductible, basically, that you'd have to pay.
Well, like I said,
It's 15 guys getting paid $300 a job. That's 15 men on a job. That's 4,500. I mean, that's overkill. No, I think I can make a profit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends on how many trucks roll. I mean, I'm never saying that's what I was guessing, but I mean, if they only roll one truck and one truck handles it, it may not be as much. So, I mean, I don't know how their pricing works, but I mean, either way, but they actually advertise for a membership. You pay so much and it doesn't cost you. If it's a couple $100 a year, let's say if you got a neighborhood that has 300 homes or whatever in it, or whatever, a neighborhood, maybe 1,000 homes in a neighborhood, and they got $100 or whatever, $200 a year in annual fees. I mean, that could pretty much cover the cost, because actually half the time they're just sitting in the fire department not doing anything. So there's no danger, not much happening. I've driven by the fire department many times and the trucks are still sitting there.
So you're telling me there's this business where it's just a fire department and they don't get no subsidies or nothing. They just get all the money from the people and then they go around and put houses out.
Yeah, look it up. It's called Rural Metro. Rural Metro.
I've
They
seen
got dudes
it.
sitting around all day. It's not like you go get 300 guys, go do a job, and all your guys get $300 or whatever. These guys need to be sitting around nonstop, 24/7.
Yeah, they're sitting there. Yeah, you have to. It's like any fire department. If you need them to respond, they have to be ready. I mean, let's say if I'm in a fire department, I'm in work, and I'm on the fire department. Well, I've got to leave my job, go to the fire truck, and go somewhere. So yeah, I mean, you're actually in a sense paying these guys to sit there, but they're there when they're needed.
I've seen 2 houses go up completely in flames. It's actually pretty common, like completely engulfed, right? And it was only like maybe 3 guys on the job site, and they put it out in less than 2 hours, the whole house. So I mean, there's definitely profit there.
What's the name of the company, Paul? I don't think this could financially work. They got to be getting subsidized or something. Like, there's no fucking way.
How many houses do you think you'll catch on fire a day, Jeremy? I mean, they probably one a month, maybe. They go do one job a month.
Rural Metro. And also, you got to imagine, too, they also do EMT services. So they might offset some of the costs with the billing for the EMT services, too. So they're not just fire department, they're EMT, too.
I'm thinking they're making a killing. I mean, subscribe, $15 a month you pay, and you never use me. One person uses me once a month, and I'm getting $15 a month from 5,000 people. Yeah, I'm thinking they're making a killing. Not enough.
That's true.
That actually
I guess
sounds
if it's like
it's like insurance, man. These guys, that is a really good way to make money, but you would be scamming people. I feel, man.
Actually, now that you
Have
say
any
it
of
like
you
that,
ever-
it could be profitable. If you got tons of people paying,
Yeah.
if you got tons of people paying
That's so funny.
$15-$20 a month or something, and yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, I mean, you would make so much
ID
money
to the
doing
person.
that.
Hold up, real quick. This is so funny. The person who just said that would be a scam. Huh. Welcome to the world. Dude, the entire world economy is a scam. Like everything. Your labor is a scam. Yeah, everything is a scam. So you saying that's a scam? It's just like, okay. Well, welcome to the world where everyone is being scammed continuously, constantly, every day.
Have any of you ever seen the movie?
But yeah, I mean,
Gangs
you
of
would
New
make a lot of money doing that, man. You would.
Have any of you ever seen the movie Gangs of New York?
Yes.
Weren't they burning houses down on purpose in that because the fire departments were?
Yeah.
The feuding fire departments because they were privatized. It has been tried in major metropolitan cities and failed. There's a reason we have
but it's because of the system that they had there for that. Like they literally got paid. The first company to make it to the fire got to, they would fight with each other like, no, this is our fire, and then they would put it out, and then they would get paid for that fire. It's not like what we're talking about where you have an insurance program to cover it. And these two companies could both come out and work together on it if it's a big one or whatever. Like,
I appreciate that's the way the movie look, but that's not that's not the truth behind it. And the truth behind it is exactly what you're talking about, where they use an insurance style where you would pay for coverage and have certain fire departments that would cover your area or your home. And if another fire department made it first, they would actively block that fire department so that you chose them in the future.
What happens if you ain't paid up on your fire department premiums? Then they don't come and take out your fire, or what?
They would rob you.
But like, wouldn't okay? But I don't
What are
understand
you
what you mean.
talking
But
about,
like,
dude?
what did they check to see? Like, let's say Jeremy's house is burning, and Jeremy calls in. You know, my house is burning. Come and help me. Wouldn't they check to see is this dude paid up on all of his premiums? If he's not, we ain't budget.
No, they
didn't
put
pay
the
his
fire
premiums.
out and then send you the bill after the fact. You're either covered or you're not covered. Either way, the fire is being taken care of. The emergency medical services are
But
being
you
taken
gotta
care
pay
of.
for coverage, right?
What?
Ain't you paid monthly to be covered?
Okay, you send me a bill. Hold on, you send me a bill. I'm like, yo, fuck that. I'm not paying this $20,000 bill with all these dues and shit, whatever it is. I just sell my house and you never get the money. And my credit score is ruined. Big whoop.
You can't sell your house if there's
You
a lien
can't
on
do
your
that.
property.
Yeah, that's
They just lean
The
your
fire
property.
department puts a lien on my property now. That's what happened.
Yeah.
You
What
can't
the
sell your house.
fuck, guy?
Why the fuck are you trying to dodge your bills, man?
Yeah, what the fuck, Jeremy? Stop acting broke, bro. But really, wouldn't they say because you ain't paid up, you haven't paid your premiums or your subscriptions, we ain't coming in, like how
Well,
insurance companies do.
No,
If
They
you ain't
wouldn't do
paid up,
that.
they
they
wouldn't.
technically
Okay.
could. I guess they technically could do that, but I mean, I guess I'll say I think that obviously they probably have to get a contract with the county, and there might be bylaws written into the law, for them to do that. And obviously, so if you bail on something like that, it might be written in the law, which I've never really looked at. But I mean, they could. There's probably ways they've got it written into the. If they're going to use a contractor to take care of things, something like that, instead of hiring a fire department. But if you think about it, though, it's actually cheaper to have a contractor do something than actually hire employees to do it. Like on anything really, because the contractor, since it's a business, can run things more efficiently. So like a regular fire department run by the county or the city would probably not as efficient with things as a business would be too, as well. I think we talked about that earlier.
They're both businesses.
Yeah, but
Well,
no, they're definitely not as fiscally responsible. My wife used to work for the sheriff's office here where I live, and guess what happens when they come to the end of their fiscal year? They make sure that they spend all of their budget so that they get an increased budget the next year. So they're buying all kinds of shit they don't need to ensure that they can hit their budget, right? They don't want to come in under budget ever.
Yeah, my friend was in the Marine. It was something. It was like a big. I can't remember. It was a big deal where that happened with somebody, and they got caught doing it. It got brought to the people's attention. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, my friend was in the Marines, and every year or quarter, I forget what he said, but they used to just buy all new stuff. If they had money left, they would buy all new office furniture, even if the office furniture was fucking brand new from the last year. Like, it didn't matter. They would just start tossing shit and buy new shit. Because you got to get the same amount. You got to at least make sure you spend all the money you get so that next time you're getting the same amount of money at least.
Damn, those motherfuckers need to spend that money on fucking drugs, bro.
Yeah, I remember one time my wife just comes home with like 3 extra jackets, sweatshirts, these like leather-bound notepads with the sheriff's office embossing on them, like all this just boxes full of stuff. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, yeah, they just got a whole bunch of stuff because we were under budget, so they had to spend the budget. So they literally just bought a whole bunch of shit they did not need and distributed it to people. So
yeah, that was a big deal once upon a time. People really gave a shit when they found out about that initially. They did stand up to it. Yeah. The money should be returned. Somebody ran. I just can't remember who it was, but somebody's political platform. They ran on. Who was it? Was that in California? Jesse Ventura, or who was that? Right. That was like his biggest. That was like his first point. He was noticing that in all the with all the government municipalities were just doing exactly what you described, and he ran that it should be returned, and he got it returned. to everybody in California?
Yeah, I'm sure there's some that got returned, but here's the thing: you have to be vigilant, like every single quarter, every single year, to ensure that what is being budgeted and how it's being allocated is actually efficient and it's actually things that are needed. If you want to keep a real close eye on that, you're going to have to hire a bunch of people to be able to audit all this shit. I mean, it's not as easy as you
Imagine being
think.
the treasury.
Now, if you're
hey, bro,
running a business,
see the millions you send to NASA?
right? But if you're running a business, right? If it was your business, then there was a financial aspect, right? A profit motive or anything like that. You have a vested interest in ensuring that you're not just randomly spending money on shit you don't need.
Yeah, private businesses wouldn't do that, but the public, it's like they're like, "Fuck it, it's not our money, we don't care." You know what I mean? There's no accountability, and that is probably a lot of like.
Well, there's no reason. Like you're saying, you are saying it, Jeremy. I just want to add, there's no reason to keep it affordable when it's like that. Yeah, but go ahead. That's what you're saying. There's no reason. They have no incentive to keep it affordable.
Well, it wasn't having the SSF caught fucking on kitty porn.
What?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. I'm not sure exactly what Napalm said, so maybe he already said this. But like when it comes to the government, they have a given annual budget, and if they don't use it, they lose it. If they say, "Hey, we came in under budget this year," then they go, "Oh, cool. Then you don't need this budget to be so high next year."
Yeah, they only come in under budget on election years.
Yeah. So yeah, no matter what the budget is, they have to spend all of it, and then ask for more next year.
But don't they ask for like a report on what you spent your budget on?
And then you have to justify it, just like taxes or anything else.
Yeah, but who's auditing that, right? And like I said, when I talked about my wife working in the sheriff's office, right? So they bought a whole bunch of stuff that was logoed with the sheriff's office. So who knows how many coats the sheriff's office needs, or sweaters the sheriff's office needs, or binders and notebooks and all this kind of stuff, or like fancy pens.
Well spent there, right in that NASA motherfucker hole.
You just buy new computers. That's it. Like you're going to say I didn't need a computer? Of course I need a computer. Yeah.
So the money you were going to spend on the new stuff.
Why do you think all the police departments got militarized with like, like all brand new freaking gear and tanks in some cases and like military weapons, because they had money to spend.
No, it's hidden for
instead of spending the. Go ahead, PMAC.
So it's heading for a second revolution.
Yeah, so I feel you, Napalm. The money you were going to spend on, say there was this office and they were going to spend 3 Gs they didn't need to spend. You now have to hire a guy to make sure that they're not buying frivolous shit. So you're going to just end up spending the money on that, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, there's a cost involved in ensuring that you have an accurate audit of the funds. Now, within a business, you have an accountant and you have a team of accountants that you pay to ensure that you're being as efficient as possible with your money, but there's a motive behind that, right? Within governmental agencies, you typically don't have that oversight. There's a cost related to it. And even then, typically the corruption, for lack of a better term, is pretty high within these departments, right? So say it's something like I gave the example of a sheriff's office. So do you think if the sheriff himself comes into the accounting department and is talking about all this stuff that we need, blah, 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 do you think that accounting department is going to be as diligent as possible to ensure that, we actually bought 2 more coats than we needed to this year? No, they're not looking at that shit. Whereas if the CEO of a company comes in and says, hey, your bonus is based on the efficiency of the company, meaning I will pay you more money. You get a $500 bonus or a $1,000 bonus this year if we ensure that we're cutting our costs and we don't have what would be considered like fragrance,
bad
like
over-
overages in our budget, blah, 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 then there's an incentive for the accountant to ensure that their audit is accurate because they have a vested interest in ensuring that the company's saving money as well.
So is the
Yeah,
clear
they're not-
difference between privatizing it and having it a government, is the clear difference that the government will make sure to spend every money, every cent, because they want to keep the taxes high and or raise them or make more money and have better stuff and then go from there. And then the private business would do the exact opposite, where they want to offer their customers the lowest price with the most stuff. So they would, the lowest price for whatever service they're providing. So
Well,
they
the
would do the
government-
opposite price.
Because the staff
The
can pull it.
government's incentive is to keep for that office to keep the same budget they got last year. So if they get $50,000 and they only spend 45, they're going to get their budget lowered because they're like, oh, they don't need 50 G, they only need 45. So they spend the whole shit so they get the same amount of budget next year. I think that's their motive.
Yeah, but what would be the difference with a private business? And would a private business want to do the same thing with their customers?
No, a private business, if a private business doesn't need new office furniture, they're not going to just throw good office furniture out so that they can spend more money on office furniture.
And how
Here's
would
the
that
thing,
reflect
so-
to would that reflect to the pricing that they're offering the consumer?
So think of it this way, right? The income stream for governmental agencies is your budget. Your budget is your income, right? You're not dealing with customers or clients where you're trying to bring revenue in. Your revenue is your budget. So in order for them in order for them to increase their revenue, for lack of a better term, they're having to increase their budget.
Yeah, the
So
budget
there
is
is
the
an
cost of doing
incentive.
business.
So there is an
Yeah.
incentive within governments to ensure that not only are you at budget, maybe sometimes even over budget, so that you get a budget increase, because that's like a revenue increase.
Napalm.
Yeah.
Would you like to be the head of my new government or district?
No, thank you.
Why not?
So then if you go over budget, then how do you recoup that money? Like so that everybody's taxes goes up or down, or what happens?
Yeah, there's gonna have to be an increase. So think of it this way: if anybody's ever lived in a community where you have an HOA, your HOA has a budget. For my community, typically the only thing that we spend money on for the most part is ensuring that the common areas are cut by a landscape company, right? So we have like a landscaping fee. That's really our biggest cost, right? So we have a budget. Now, so if the cost of cutting our common areas increases, then we have to increase our budget, right? Because we've got all these expenditures. Say we have stuff that comes up throughout the year we didn't budget for. We're going to have to increase the HOA dues to ensure that next year we cover those shortfalls.
So it's
The same
whatever
way
the grass cutting company charges then.
Yeah, so
you get the shop
it's
for the
the
best
same
company.
way. It's the same way as a private company, but with a private company, if you're like, okay, my liabilities are higher than like my revenue and my assets. Like if the money coming in is lower than the amount of money that I'm spending on everything, you have to increase the amount of money that's coming in. And the way that you do that is to either increase your cost to the consumer or get more customers to purchase your product. Right? So
Or
you
cut
have a
or cut
motivation.
overhead.
So you have or cut things, right? Exactly. Good point. So within a business, you have all these parameters that you're working with to ensure that you are maximizing your profits, right? And decreasing like your losses. Whereas within a government, it's almost the exact opposite. If you're a governmental agency that survives solely off of a budget that comes to you from the government, if you want to increase what you're doing, you need new computers, you need new gear, you need all this stuff. You start to find out real quickly that the more money you do spend, the more money it looks like you need, which means it's the more money that you get. So whether you actually need all that stuff is irrelevant.
Fucking bought apples instead of Windows machines. Dirty bastards.
So there's no actual motive most of the time within governmental agencies to watch where you're spending your money.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you have no population increase within your city or town, then there would be no reason for the budget to need to increase.
Exactly.
But it does all the time, right?
Right, but is there any reason that it should increase if the population doesn't increase? I mean, obviously, as inflation pricing goes up for other products and services, then your budget would have to increase. But other than that, I guess predictable.
Population is always increasing.
Well, it doesn't matter population, but it's households are. I guess.
Yeah, more.
Well, no, I guess more kids. I guess then you have to have more buses, and you have to have a bigger school, things like that.
How about let's 10x the price of eggs? It might be that these school lunch programs gonna need some more money.
Yeah.
Hey, this guy's just running the shower, free township water while speaking on there, just to increase the budget.
It's on a budget, man. Yeah, I don't believe in government, man. I absolutely do not believe in government. I think we can do without it. The more I talk about it, the more people go, "Oh, fuck you, fucking your mama." No, we do not need government.
Yeah, back to that point about the fire department. Like at what point does it become more? At what point does it become more reasonable to just install a sprinkler system within my own home, like in every room, just run PVC pipes and sprinkler system, than it is to hire this department, right?
Yeah,
it could be, but then you also run the risk of that thing malfunctioning and completely flooding.
I have the best insurance guys in the business.
But doesn't it make sense to be proactive rather than reactive?
It does. Yep. Not necessarily a bad thing, but accidents always do happen. I literally just had a friend over holiday who his townhouse, he was out of town, and for whatever reason the fire sprinklers or whatever went off, and it took them like 3 hours to be able to turn them off. They malfunctioned. Total lost everything within his household.
Well, yeah, that's why they did. I'm trying to sort out who's making all that noise. It's Elijah. Yeah, Elijah, I think, is making all that noise. But I mean, that's the reason when you buy a home, they say you need to be living there. You can't let it sit there, right? You're not allowed to let a house remain unoccupied because it's like a 80% increase. It's every time somebody goes on vacation or they come back to a flooded house or whatever, right? It's never when they're there.
Yeah, but I say all that to say that everyone is reacting to the increasing value of products, but people's financial literacy aren't increasing. No one's even wondering about it, whether that's a thing or not, or if they can learn more or not. We're just reacting to the crumbs that we're given. I don't think that's necessary.
Can somebody put him in hot mic, please? It's ridiculous.
Well, you hear me, don't you? Yes, I have a background, so what?
What up, Eli?
Oh, that's you?
What
Oh,
up?
sorry, bro. I thought you were doing it. Sorry, my bad. I thought
Yeah, I'm
you
trying to mute after I stop talking, and this phone is a little slow. I'm gonna switch to my other phone so that it's not all of this freezing, and then my mic line stays open. Sorry. What's up, y'all?
Up, Elijah. Yeah, you need to switch from your shower phone to your non-shower phone.
Yeah, man.
No, but for real, I sometimes chime in from the shower. Y'all know it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, year in, year out, we complain about what the government's doing, and actually, if you were proactive, you kind of wouldn't care. Like a memes, for example, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, most people, it's very easy to point at what the problems are, right? It's a little bit more difficult to find solutions, and it's even more difficult to put those solutions into action, right? And that's basically what needs to be done, right? Most of the complaints that people have about government, there's certainly ways to become kind of ungovernable should you put yourself into that situation.
Yeah, it's actually easy. It's actually not complicated. I'll explain. You know how easy it is to explain flat Earth to someone who is indifferent, who hasn't really put all their stock into, space and this, that, and the third. They go, "Oh, that makes sense. I never really believed it anyway." That's easy, right? You can show somebody the reality or the math, and you say, "Look, this is the math. This is the reality. Obviously, it's not matching up." Well, with finances, it's the same. It's very simple. It's very easy, but because of what people are told and what they believe they should do, they think it's complicated. And it's the same system that's playing games with our people as far as globe Earth goes. They're the same bankers running the show with our finances, aka our currency, what we do when we wake up every morning. All of this shit ties together.
The solution is easy. I gave it, but nobody has the guts to do it. It's the lobby system. That's where you start. You want to make changes. This is not rocket science.
Yeah, it's really not.
The thing is, who will take time out in their day to go and make a difference? And they know that. They have think tanks. They think of all this. If we do this, this will happen. They know people are busy working every day. We'll talk about it, but nobody will actually make the move. And that's what they're counting on.
I would argue that they won't talk about it.
Well, we were talking about it today.
Kinda. Like we talk vaguely about it. Like, okay, in this is how I see it. In the same way that globe earthers will talk about, "Oh, the government's fucked up. We should do something." "Oh, I don't really know about the moon landing," but they still believe in the globe, and they still take their authoritative truth from the people that are oppressing them. It's the same way. We can talk about, how things are fucked and how, prices are high, but none of that is proactive. Like,
Yeah, I don't take my understanding of my reality from the government at all.
Are you sure, Left Lane? Are you sure?
Yeah, I am.
like for okay, quick test. Has anyone in here sat down with the financial planner?
Yeah.
Right, because that thing can range you $2,000-$3,000, depending on who you sit with. Did they explain to you the rule of 72? Well, there's a couple or a few, 70 and 69.3. We're a room full of flat earthers who the majority might not have ever heard of the rule of 72, even if you sat down with a financial planner. We don't know what the rule of 72 is. We don't know what our financial independence number, because sometime after 25, getting knocked down over and over by the system, we don't even believe in the things that we wanted when we were 18 years old, getting started in this life. It's possible. People are doing it. We just decided it's impossible because of the things that we've been exposed to.
What's this rule 72? Is this an American thing?
No, it's math. It's not specific to anybody or any company. It's a banker's rule.
Let's hear
What
it.
is the rule?
It's basically the
So,
time
so
it
you
would
get
take to double the money that you've invested. Basically, is what it is.
based on the percentage interest that you would get. Yeah.
That makes no sense.
You times that by I think it's you times that by 72, or you divide it by 72, you get the year that it would take to double. But here's the thing. Everyone's interest rates, they think they're doing well. Their interest rates are in a bank, which is like the lowest I've seen last year was 0.6%. But sometimes they promise like 1.5 or whatever. Then if you have a CD, you can get like 3. Then if you sat down with the financial planner, he might have got you 6. Maybe you got a credit union. Yeah, but guess what? What the bankers do with your money, knowing this rule, they invest it, they get 12%, 9 to 12%. The problem is, as simple as this is, most of us don't know it. And it's literally the difference between, now, y'all know I'm not a math guy, but it's the difference between, okay, if you invested $10,000, and it took, if you had like a 3% return, it might take 20 years for your money to double, versus 6, it would take, I think it's half that or something like that, and 9 to 12% would be closer to every 6 years. So it'd be the difference between in 20 years having 20 grand versus having over 100 grand for doing the same thing with the same amount of money. So what they do is do the best with your money, and they give you the minimum. That's important to fucking know. Who would choose that? We all choose that. That's the problem.
You're saying that if you sit with a financial advisor, you can force the banks to give you like 6% instead of 0.6, or is that what you're saying, Elijah?
What I'm saying is free of anything. Just me telling you this right now. Yes, you can go to your bank and ask them to set you up with a mutual fund or something. And guess what? They're going to probably try to advise you to do something else. They're going to give you a song and a dance and blah, 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 blah. But they could literally do that because they're going to do that with your money anyway. Or you can totally bypass the bank and do it yourself because they're going to do the same thing with your money anyway. So you don't have to ask them shit. It's the same problem with people's pensions. It's the same problem with people's 401ks. And it's not enough for retirement. Well, I mean, using the same money you're already breaking your back for, it's the difference between $1 million and a couple $100,000 that's going to get ate up anyway. If you're talking about generational wealth and trying to transfer that to your that 100 grand, 200 grand, 300 grand, 400 grand isn't going to do anything. But we don't speak about these numbers or if they're really possible because most of us don't even have, 10,000 saved up. So what's the point of thinking of all this? We're not there yet. That's what they want us to think.
Wait, are you saying that you're allowed to invest your money yourself instead of putting it in a savings account?
You don't have a savings account is not an investment vehicle.
I have a mutual fund.
Right. It basically sounds like that's all you just said to us.
Listen, guys, real
that
quick,
you can go invest your money yourself, or you can give it to a bank. and people don't know that. People know that.
Yeah, but like the things that I just said, no one here knew that.
Because that's what you just said. You said
What do you
banks they offer
mean?
you, sometimes 0.6%. If you're left
Yeah.
with 1.6, you put it in a CD, give you 3%.
Yeah.
Then you can put it in a mutual fund, get 6%, and you can
Well,
just not go to the bank at all.
mutual funds average 9 to 12%.
This is already known.
Mutual funds average. So then, why aren't we doing it then?
There's
Oh,
people out here
the Earth is flat. Why haven't we moved on that yet? We all know it's flat by now.
Yo, don't make it about the shape of the Earth, bro. Like, let's stick to this topic.
YM is very simple. It's like everybody knows that. So the question is, if you knew you were if you were making the worst choice, and the person you were making that choice with was making the best choice with the same money, if you knew that, you would do something different. So if everybody knows that, why aren't they doing anything different?
There's
I don't think people know
talk
that.
about investing money all the time, usually in cryptos, but
yeah, crypto is not the same risk as putting your money somewhere that's going to average 9 to 12%. You might get lucky, you might not. I'm talking about no guessing. I'm talking about no maybes, no possibilities. If you had a financial plan, you would know. It's like a GPS. You would know exactly where you're going. The problem is nobody knows where they're going to be 30 years from now. Not nobody, but majority of us.
all investments have risks. Even if you put it in a safe investment, in a somewhat safe investment, if the market goes down, then it's going to go down as well.
Yeah, no duh. But over 80 years plus, mutual funds have averaged 9 to 12, right or wrong.
Yeah, and you can get
right.
Get called what do you call those?
My point is nobody's investing in this way. Yeah, you're saying and I'm like, yeah, that's the solution, but nobody's doing it. You're talking about but everybody knows about investments.
Why are you saying nobody's doing it?
Way, whether or not you know.
But when I say nobody's doing it, is the reason we're in this room or any other room is basically purely for educational purposes. I ask people, well, did you know the rule of 72? Okay, that's pivotal. Yeah, one person. That's pivotal, right? To what you do with your money when people are throwing interest rates in your face. That would be important, right? To know.
Yeah, but hold on, Elijah. Somehow I got the impression, correct me if I'm wrong, you tied this rule 72 somehow to we're not getting enough interest rates with our money just sitting there as 0.6. The way I understood it is there's a way to get 6% of your money, not just doing nothing, but then you went to mutual funds. So how does that square?
Yeah, because 6% is like a credit union. It's not the mutual fund. It's still half of what you could be getting with your money if you knew a little more knowledge.
So are you saying that I can go to my bank and tell them about this rule 72 and automatically the money that's in my checking account will go from 0.6 to 6%? Is that what you're saying?
S.E. Montreal. What I've said is this is math, right? And it's useful for literally everyone. So now if you go to the bank that was predatory to you in the first place, how easy do you think that conversation? Let's say you did have a lot of money. Let's say you had like 300,000, right? And you had some bank like, helping you set up your finance structure and all of that. Do you think that if they're making the difference between that 9 and 12 average rate of return, that they're going to give you that, or are they going to give you everything else? I'm telling you, if you brought this up to your bank, they could set you up in the right vehicle if you spoke to them and you knew what you knew.
But nothing to do with this law 72, right? Nothing to do with this law 72.
You asking them what you're asking them is based on you knowing the rule of 72.
Which is what? What is the rule of 72?
Did you just come in?
No, bro, you're not being clear. Am I the only one here that's not getting
So,
it?
so
Then?
the other guy explained what the
If
rule of
I'm the only
72
one, I'll back
is,
out.
and someone else explained the rule of 72, and I did also, and I said Google it. I mean, it doesn't have to be
Yeah,
an
okay,
argument.
whatever.
Yeah,
I'm just saying I did explain it, and it doesn't have to be an argument. I'm trying to be helpful.
I don't
Like,
want it to
look,
be an
like,
argument, bro, but I did not understand this rule 72 of yours.
then okay, so guys, wouldn't that
something in chat.
so guys, wouldn't that accentuate my point? The whole reason I started talking is we're reactive, not proactive. Most people don't even know what the rule of 72 is. That's just one basic concept. Didn't I say that?
You did. See Montreal. I just posted something in the chat you can read.
So when you guys say, "Well, it's so hard to do it," yeah, because and maybe not SE Montreal, specifically, but like for some reason this conversation becomes uneasy. For some reason, it becomes an argument when I'm just putting shit out there. Oh, people already know this. Everybody knows how to invest. Oh, okay, but most people are living paycheck to paycheck, so something's going wrong. Somebody doesn't know something.
I think it's because you came in with like an air of like a revelation that you're sharing with everybody, but
It is a revelation.
It's not.
Well, maybe it wasn't a maybe it wasn't a revelation to you, Kosho. But you should have but you should have told your brothers.
Hold on,
if you cared about them.
hold on. The rule thing of estimating the age, that's not hard to understand. It's how do you use
Estimating
this
what?
banker?
Estimating, it has nothing to do with age. Well, yes, it does. It has something to do with time,
Okay,
which
and how
ultimately
does
is
this help
obviously linked.
you in getting? How does this help you in any way with your banker to give you this 6% instead of this
All right.
0.6%?
All right, check this out. I'm gonna post in the chat right now. Give me a second, because this phone is slow as fuck. Like I said, right there on Google, very simple, very easy. So you're asking how, right? Okay, so here's how. Did it pop up yet? Yes. Okay, compound interest rule of 72. Here's some interest rates to compare. Hey, they use my example. This is obviously where I got it from. As you can see, modest increases in rates have a dramatic effect on the doubling time. So this is your money. So assume that you went to a bank and you gave them $10,000. Okay, let's just say for whatever reason they gave you 1.5% because not many people are. That's not really happening on average. Okay, so that would take 48 years to become 20 grand. Okay, with the same amount of money, the 10,000, it would take 24 years to become 20 grand. At 6%, it would take 12 years to become 20 grand. At 12%, it would take 6 years to become 20 grand.
I get this.
The bank knows this. So what are you asking?
I'm asking you, can I go tomorrow to my bank and tell them, look, rule 72, can you please hook me up? You're not giving me enough interest. Can you please hook me up with 6%? Can I do that?
Yeah, you could.
All right, thank you then. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay. Well, to everyone else who wouldn't go back to the people that are fucking them, you have alternatives.
So what's your point exactly then?
This right here is the point. I mean, if it's not clicking, it's like when it's like when I say the horizon is not geometric, and then people go, okay, so what's the point? Like at that point, I don't understand what they're not getting.
Bro, you just came in with rule 72 and I asked you, can I go to the bank and use it? And you said yes. Then I said, okay, thank you. And then you said, well, if you're dumb, you'll use that. but you have other options. I mean, I'm just
No,
trying
what
to
I'm
figure
no
out.
what I'm saying. Listen, look. It's called the banker's rule of 72. Now, listen. I know I have a clear mic today, and I sound like an asshole. But put that aside. I'm genuinely trying to get you to understand this. It's the banker's rule of 72. So you go to the bank, the people that know this, and when you let's say you had money to save, they're going to say, okay, we're going to set you up with a savings account. If you have a kind of substantial amount of money, they're going to say, okay, we're going to set you up with a CD. If you have a lot of money, they're going to set you up with a financial planner. And you got to have a lot of money invested for them to offer you this, because they won't offer it, is the point. And they're going to, and I would guess that even then, because there are a number of ways to invest your money, and there are a number of practices that they use. I'm willing to, you know what, SE Montreal, this would be a good exercise. Go to your bank and ask them, do they know what the rule of 72 is? Speak to a manager. And then ask him what your rate of return on your money is. And ask him, was there something you could have offered that was better than this? See what he says. And then come tell us what he said or she said.
Yeah, bro, I'm not trying to be controversial. Thank you for this, because I didn't know about this. I'll be honest with you.
No, bro, it's free. It's free, and just like Flat Earth is free, like I just believe we should all know this stuff, like, because it's not rocket science, like you said.
I'm trying to butt in and point it. Can I be heard? Like that?
What's up, Hank?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to point out that what Eli is saying is that we're all, legal compartmentalized idiots. We're all financial idiots. In a lot of ways, we're not really properly educated. And even though we're all physically mature, maybe mentally mature, maybe even emotionally mature, we still haven't claimed our minor estates and haven't handled our business properly. Thanks.
Absolutely. Like, I never heard of this law 72. I just merely honestly wanted to learn more about it. That's it, Elijah. Nothing personal.
So check this out, and I appreciate that, and I know shit gets hot, especially when new information is being introduced. You go to your bank, you have that conversation, you come back to me, I'll have a lot more to tell you, because this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is
Elijah,
just one fundamental.
Are you implementing this in your private life? Like, are you benefiting from this?
Yeah, I just started.
Oh, nice. And how did you find out?
Say again?
Your money up, not your funny up.
How did you find out about this stuff? Do you have a financial plan? Or?
Someone came by and asked me if I knew any of this shit, and I said no.
Mm-hmm.
Now the difference is what I'm doing is not what I'm proposing everyone else does. Everyone can do what they want. People know me personally. If they want to get with me and have a deeper conversation, that's cool. That's not why I'm here. Right now, why I'm here is to put this out there.
And you did a service, man. You would have to be intellectually dishonest to say thank you, like not to say thank you for this. So I say thank you. I didn't know about this, so it might help me. It might help others.
I mean, yeah, it'd be good to throw $20-$50 a week into a mutual fund or an ETF or something. Yeah, get your money up.
Start fucking with your Roth IRA. Yeah, your true retirement, your true plan for retirement. Ultimately, for those of us who, I'm not married, but I have a child. Start looking at investments that you don't want to touch, that you don't want to play with, that you don't want to flip and use to buy a house or this, that, and the third. What about securing your financial future so that your children don't have to figure it out like we had to figure it out? What about that? That's what I'm about.
Yeah, we should have been set. Like, seriously, all my parents would have had to do was to buy like a couple of shares of IBM stock. and we all would have been straight.
Yeah, I think it's also more complex than that, right? Like obviously you have to run your household like a business, make sure you're taking account of your revenues and your expenses and how you're controlling that stuff. But just for the edification of the room, for those of you that are in the United States, it would be very beneficial. At least I've found it beneficial, and other people have found it beneficial. There's a program that is relatively inexpensive. It is run through churches, so if you guys are scared of those things, I understand, but it's called Financial Peace University by Dave Ramsey, and it's just very basic home budgeting and how to save money. It's very beneficial. It's a good start. They also teach you about the benefits of mutual funds, how trusts can help you avoid taxation, all kinds of stuff like that. It's a very beneficial program. Relatively inexpensive. I think it was about $200 was the cost per family when we did it. But it shows you how to make sure that you're paying attention to where every penny that you earn, where it's going, so that you can properly redirect your money into things that are going to benefit you in the long run. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Why can't we buy stock in THC? I think it would have surpassed IBM.
Now we're cooking, guys. Now we're cooking. I appreciate all the guys that did know a little bit about this stuff, piping up with me, because how we sitting here talking about truth and flat earth, and it's like there's this bit of information that the thing that really helps us out is not slaving our time away, right, for no reason. And that, how could we be talking about truth but holding on to the thing that would free everyone here for no extra cost, or maybe some extra cost?
You know what the best financial information that I can possibly give to somebody is? Work for yourself.
Money grows on trees. I just want everybody to know this. Money does grow on trees. Every form, shape, size, flower, tree, plant. It just depends on which one you want to buy and sell. You know what I mean?
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's technically it's so true. 100%. And you know what else? Like there are companies that you could work for. Like, okay, so the guy said, work for yourself. Every job, if you have a job, congratulations, your income potential is capped. There are, I don't know how many companies out there that don't cap your income. There are businesses that won't cap your income. I don't know why anyone would agree to be capped and then not have the no matter what they do, your position is just your position until somebody gives you something else. That's gay as fuck. I'm good on that.
Well, that's what most people are in the contract without commission or without overtime nowadays.
Here's the best financial advice. Don't be lazy, bro. If you're broke, if you don't have money in the bank, but you're up on all the television series, you know what happened on XYZ Netflix program, but you're broke, you're doing it wrong, man. You're too freaking lazy. There's money to be made out there.
Just take $50 or $100 a paycheck or whatever you can do, even if it's only $20. Get your mutual funds up, get your ETFs up. There's tons of apps you can buy stocks on these days. There's no excuse.
Yo, bro, I saw an example, right? Somebody helped somebody save money on like their auto insurance, and so the difference was like $40 something, $30 something. Using then now, how do you apply this rule of 72? Right, it goes back to that. So you take just that one payment of $30 something, and you do the math. And by the time your kids are old enough to go to college, they got 30 something thousand in there for them to pay for some college. I mean, off of some shit that you were overpaying at some point. that's insane.
That's the thing. All the different rates, all the, like, you can go to different companies and it'll be this amount, this amount, this amount, this amount. When those companies are paying a bigger company a small ass amount, and they're just making that big ass amount off you. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's exactly what I just told everybody when I first got here. That's what the bank is doing in SE. That's why I kind of got a little, peeved, because I'm like, sure, you could go to your bank, but at that point, do you still want to bank with them?
I hear you, bro. And how many people know that the bank, the assets that the bank has, they're allowed to lend up to, I think, is it 10 times of what they have, and like in actual assets, they can lend 10 times in electronic money. In other words, just print money out of thin air.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people know
Yeah, they
that
do
one,
that.
right? Yeah.
Reserve banking, yes.
Yeah,
Called
yeah.
reserve.
At least that guy's got that part right. Pointing people to the modern money mechanics document and all that.
Fiat currency, bro. Fiat currency.
No, but the lazy thing is funny too, though, because usually people say, however you can help a man be lazier, you'll become richer. So if you can make something to make everybody lazy, you'll become rich by that thing you made for them. So you gain off somebody's laziness, right? Or you gain off your non-laziness. It works out both ways. You can't be like, you got to do something. You got to get up somehow and do something some way in order to get the attribute from it. Can't be too
100%.
lazy.
You know what? I gain off people's laziness, and that's why I brought that up, because I work a 9-to-5 job, right? When I get done with my 9-to-5 job, I have side hustles. One of my side hustles is I go out and I cut some lawns. I got neighbors that have kids that are in high school that pay me to cut their grass.
Yep, same here. Same
And
here.
like
Nice.
legit cash money, right? So I also train kids in soccer, right? It's goalie specific, most of it. Look up YouTube videos and train your kid yourself. Nah, you'd rather pay me $150 an hour to do it. That's cool. I'm cool with it.
Right. The goofiest stuff. And like I said, money grows on trees. Anything you plant produces something that someone needs somewhere. I promise
And
you.
you know, one of those side hustles might turn into your main thing one day. Don't be surprised if one day that 9-to-5 goes bye-bye and you're gonna be just training kids or whatever.
Like Elijah's talking about, you be the middleman. All these dudes are just the middleman. They're like, oh man, I found this real cheap fucking thing. And they're like, man, what are you paying? What are you paying? What are you paying? And all these people tell him they're paying 20 times more than what he just found out he could pay. He could pay $10 a week when you're paying 50, or he's paying 10 and you're paying 70, right? Because these other companies are gouging the shit out of you. Some companies will charge you 200 a month. Some will charge you 30. Right?
Yeah, that's
What's
a good
the
point.
difference?
Yep. And
what's the difference?
SC made a good point, right? Like my side hustles could be my main gig, right? 100%. If my 9-to-5 goes away tomorrow, I've got 2 revenue streams that all I have to do is just turn the gears up a little bit on. And not only do I replace, I might increase my income just by doing that.
You can look up with online nowadays. Oh man, it's crazy. You can look up other countries, other places that we're legal to do stuff with. Places that are legal, because some places aren't legal for us to trade and do stuff with. So don't get involved with that. But places that are legal and stuff, you find shit for pennies on the dollar there. You take your money, you make your pennies work for you. Yeah, you might have to sit on something for like 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, whatever. But when it goes and you get a crazy ass amount and you're like triple your money, quadruple your money, triple your money, quadruple, 30 times, 20 times like they do. 100 times your penny. You sell everything for $1 you just bought for a penny. You found it. You found it on there for that price, and now you're shipping it to them. They didn't know. That it's not your fault. If they want to pay it and they're going to pay it, that's what they'll do.
Napalm, if you get too busy doing your side hustles, you can pay me to watch the Netflix videos for you, catch you up on them. I'll take notes, copious.
No, it's so cool. It's okay, man. I got enough broke ass paycheck to paycheck friends that know all about all the Netflix shows, so they can catch me up.
Oh man, they put me out of business.
What about making some cool little toys when we all talk about this physics and science and globes and flat and this and the reaction, electricity, like whatever, right? Where's all the cool ass, like, where the little toy UFOs we make? We're the big personal ones. I mean, we're not making no shit. Why not? Like, actual make something. What the hell? If you make the thing, no one can take that from you. That's yours. Regardless whether you patent it or not. If you make something that's personally yours and you take a picture of it, you date it, you send it in the mail back to yourself, that's your thing. You can do what you if you make it. You're the producer of it. You don't have no signed thing with anybody, FCC or no, like, you made it. Like, you can do that. You can do it with guns. You can do it with all kinds of stuff. You can do it with a car. If you make it, you're not trying to sell it. You're not trying to, like, I mean, you can eventually, but I'm just saying, like, at the point that you make something and somebody says, oh, you can't use that. That way you don't have to, no bullshit. If you make something, you only got to use $1 a year to run it, then that's yours. You're good to go.
So think about this, because I said that this is paramount as flat Earth. Notice I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't tell a lie. And Kosho is like, everybody knows this. I don't get it. Like, what's it? Like that kind of energy.
Before we start ripping Kosho, I need him for something.
No, I'm not ripping him. I'm not ripping him. I just want y'all. I just want y'all to think about. I just want y'all to think about how in opposition they are to for people to getting together and exchanging information. It's not about flat Earth like we've been saying all this time. It's about us not getting together and sharing information about truths that are obvious and observable.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, I've been investing my monies with returns for like 30 years. I've been making enough to put, invest. I don't know. It's like I've already been doing this for a very long time. So but I guess, some people that don't know to check into it,
Good on you.
Yeah, I'm grateful for that.
Did you know the 72 law, Left Lane?
No, I'll ask my lady about that, but yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, so check this out, right? I got people that make a shit ton of money. I'm just a roach. I'm broke, right? But I've been, doing music and being around financial services earlier in my life. This is just information that I came across. And the interesting thing is, I've had an opportunity to speak to a lot of people with money, and you know what I found? People with money throw away the most money. They're investing. They have their risk protection. They have everything in place, but it's just ultimately a bunch of products that a banker sold them, or some other agent from some other company sold them, and it's like
I've personally been getting my dividends up. Right? You get your dividends ticking it, bro. That's how you do it. Get your money up, not your funny up.
Yeah, Jeremy has taught me a lot. Like, you guys should, Jeremy is somebody that you've been in these conversations with.
Oh, I fuck with Jeremy. You always talk about like, yeah. I mean, this is pretty interesting. It's just, yeah, like Kosho said, man. I don't know if this is all new, Elijah, but the way you tell it, the way you say it, pretty interesting, no doubt.
Yeah, because I mean, I could pitch you guys. That would be easy, but like I said, I do that elsewhere. It's not my place to do that here. But what I can do is share information that people don't know. So this is not, I would assume that this works everywhere, all over the world.
It's less about whether the information is new or not. He's reiterating the information. It's like, are you doing it? That's the question, right? It's not whether the information is brand new or somebody does or doesn't know it. Just because you know something doesn't mean that you're actually practicing it, right? Like that's the
I knew this shit. I knew this shit for 13 years and didn't save a dime. I feel like the most retarded person in the world for doing that. But it's never too late.
Yep, exactly. And we've all been there. And there's many different ways to, there's tons of different ways to skin a cat and many different ways to invest and figure out how to become a little bit more financially secure. But like I said before, man, I feel like the average person, at least in the United States, their biggest struggle is how they're budgeting their money that they do have coming in.
They breaking up? Or?
Not even just.
It is breaking up.
Yo, Napalm, you robot, bro.
The IRS has got him. He's too over the target.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Saving. A lot of people think, oh, well, I don't make it. All right. There's for my. Was I robot? Shit.
How about now? Try now?
Am I roboting?
Nah. You good now.
You guys hear me?
You was
okay, so I was roboting. Okay. Yeah, no, I was just saying, man, like a lot of people will look at like the rule of 72 and be like, oh, I don't have enough money to even invest in these mutual funds and stuff like that. What you need to do to set yourself up to be able to be like financially secure, step one is ensure that if something comes up in your life that's going to cost you, $500 to $1,000, that isn't going to impact anything else in your life. Meaning, start setting $10 aside until you have $1,000 in the bank. Keep that money set aside in a different account. You don't touch that shit. That's there for emergencies. So when your tire goes down, you got a flat tire, guess what? You don't have to dip into the money that's set aside for your food that month if you're running at such a tight budget. You've got that $1,000 set aside. Right?
You know what I started doing? I start looking.
I was just gonna say, once you get that 1,000 set up, keep redirecting that same money you've already learned to live without into savings. Once you get 3 months worth of shit built up,
Smart man.
Start redirecting that into to savings to where you're earning interest, right? So now you're in a situation where you lose your job, you got 3 months worth of your bills and all your shit already sitting in the bank. You're never going to be in trouble. You got 3 months to figure your shit out, should it happen. After you've got that established, you're set, you feel more financially secure, you're not scared about your money, so you start redirecting that cash money, that other money, that extra money, or even more than you had been into shit that's earning you interest, like Elijah was talking about. Start getting compounding interest on that money.
Yeah,
so you've got your you got your little nest egg there. You've got your insurance policy as far as cash is concerned that's already sitting in the bank. So you don't have to worry about like, oh, I don't have this money to invest because if I lose my job tomorrow, I'm not going to have any money. So I need to keep this, or I need to put it here. I need to put it there. No, that money's already taken care of. Now you're looking at your future. Sorry, I just want to say that.
Brother,
No, you're killing it, man. You're killing it.
every single word he said is spot on. So y'all need to go back, listen, clip that out. Yeah, that was perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Yep, that was so super spot on, man. And that's why the first thing I brought up was the rule of 72, because obviously this is foundational to every bit of crumb of saving that you can have. It's all, well, is it a crumb in the corner? Are you putting it under your mattress? Or are you giving it to somebody who is going to be happy to take it because they're going to be earning 9 to 12%, but giving you less than 1% to at best 6%? That's what we're talking about.
He's about to beat him up.
Any good
there.
any good financial tips for anybody trying to do their own thing?
You know, like is there a different way to kind of schedule your stuff, or is it maybe more important to make sure you have that spare tire money or what have you?
You should have a few bucks set aside for emergencies. Your tire breaks. You need something. They
Yeah,
say to
I'm
have like
saying
6
that
months to a
those
year
things
worth.
should already be met before you.
They say to have
I
6 months to a year worth of bills saved up, but that's pretty tough for most people.
Think of
I
it.
would
Think of it
suggest
this way,
that
Snack. Think of it
oh,
this way,
go ahead.
Snack. Like shit comes up, like shit hits you financially. It usually happens about 4 times a year, right? Where you get hit with something that's between like $200 and $1,000 that you weren't planning on, and that those kind of scenarios come up usually at least twice a year that you get hit with something like that. And what you don't want to have is nothing set aside for these emergencies that you know are going to happen. So that when you constantly get hit with them, you think, "Oh man, I don't have any money to start throwing into my savings," right? Or
Now
throwing
this affects your
into my investment.
relationship, right? Now it affects your children, your relationship, even maybe with your children, because oh golly gee, you have to miss a soccer practice because you have to work extra hours now. Like I'm self-employed. I've been doing delivery for the last 7-8 years, and guess what? If I'm short, if some kind of emergency happened and I wasn't saving money, guess what? I couldn't be there. You know. So I would suggest that if you don't have 10,000 saved, it's not anyone else's job to figure out how to do that. That's essential. However you need to get that done, that's what you should get done, so that you can protect yourself and your family and your like all of the feelings and relationships that go into that. You can't have some small minor thing that you know is going to happen a few times a year to disrupt that. Got to keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, being able to establish those like emergency funds and just a little bit of that savings cushion, that helps free you up from it gets you in the mindset of saving. And once you're in the mindset of saving, and once you're in the mindset of like setting aside money and living, first of all, people like to live outside of their means, right? So I've personally, like, all of my increases I've made in salary or my extra jobs or that all that money that I'm adding on, that never is money that comes into my lifestyle and changes my lifestyle. Like, I just live a fairly decent middle class lifestyle. I don't go eccentric about any of that shit, right? The difference between me and my friends that have that maybe little extra things here or there, they always have the newest iPhone when it comes out, or the new earbuds, or the new watch, or the new this, or the new that. The only difference between me and them is that if something comes up financially, like, I don't have to pay interest on that shit. I don't have to go into my credit cards to be able to be like, oh shit, we need to pay 20 grand. Like, okay, I don't have to pay 6% on that 20 grand I'm having to give to somebody. I can just take it out of my savings account, and I know how to easily replenish that because I live a lifestyle of savings to begin with. So it's just like getting in the lifestyle of savings is really what it takes. Starting with that $1,000 and then increasing from there.
Yeah, but by the way, just based on what he just said, I know I was talking about the bank, that's that and the third. We do still need to bank, like, obviously. You do still need savings there. I'm talking about not relying on that for ultimately the savings that will take care of the generations after. But you do need a savings account to have money there that you can pull at any time, that nobody's gonna it's not gonna cost you any extra. It's your money. You're not gonna have to pay interest to that's what I'm so yes, you do need a savings account, but you also need to do these other things.
Yeah, because once you establish that good cushion of savings, like I said before, that's when you're already in the mindset of saving. You redirect what you've been putting into like building up this nice like safe cushion, into stuff that's going to be earning like compound interest. But you still need to have shit that's sitting aside that might not be earning a lot of interest, but you can tap into should an emergency come in. Once you've got that established, boom, then you're hitting that compounding interest. Like you can do this shit way quicker than you think, even if you don't make a lot of money. Trust me, you can do it.
Yeah, you use that rule. Look at the rule of 72. Get familiar with it, and then just put $50 in the numbers. See how long it would take to, like, say in 20 years, what that $50 would look like if you were averaging 9% or 13%. Oh well, 12%. Yeah, just see what it would be like. It's like just putting in $50 one time. Like this, anyone can do
That
this.
$50 should be, that $50 in 20 years is not going to be worth $50 anymore. It should be worth damn near, 1,000 or something.
No, that 50. Hold on, I'll be right back. Let me go see what that would be. Hold on.
That was just off the top. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely going to be worth more than 50.
Oh, what happened?
Listen, Kosho, are you here? I got the okay.
Nate's trying to get rich off this, dude. Nate's
Hold
learning
on,
a
I went
lot.
on Oakley's. He's trying to get his money up, not his money up. Don't worry about Nate. I went on Oakley's today. Okay,
Did you really?
Oakley gave me the.
Don't worry about it.
But you went on Nathan Oakley's?
Oakley gave me the okay to use Solarium for these angles.
Okay.
Okay, but the problem is the stuff you sent me is all goofy. As
it's
per
not
usual.
fucking goofy, dude.
As
Who the
per
fuck told you it
usual,
was goofy?
I looked at it and I can see it's goofy.
Well, open your good eye and take another look at it.
Let him explain why it's goofy. I want to hear what's going on. Like,
Because you got two columns, and I don't know which one's the GP's column and which one's
God
the angle
damn
to
it, dude. I talked to you about this shit.
Bro, it should be on the chart. Why is it not on the thing? You
damn it,
do
dude.
everything super goofy.
Listen.
If we were Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, you'd be goofy.
Let me tell you something, asshole. Let me tell you something, Jeremy. It doesn't matter. I set it up so that the purple side can be the location and the other side will be the GP where you can angle from. However, because of the nature of the data, I don't know if you noticed this or if you even looked at it, but you can look at it from either side. They're interchangeable. It has the same information no matter which side you look at it from.
Okay, where did you get the distances from? Did you make them up? Did you get them from Google Earth? Or did you use
they're based on the
formula?
angles.
You went off the formula of the angle to get the distances?
Yeah, they're based on the angles, yes.
All right, I'm going to have someone double check your work, obviously. But we'll see.
Well, you haven't even looked at it, dude.
I glanced at it. I browsed it.
Yeah, like right now, like there's one Alpharats and Deneb, right? Like if you're at Alpharats and you're looking at Deneb and measuring the elevation angle, you get the same angle that you would if you were at Deneb's GP and you were looking at Alpharats. It's just the exact same angle.
That makes sense, obviously. Yes, of course.
Yeah. So
I got to go check with my math teachers. I'm at the school right now. I'm going to go check with the math teachers. I'm going to give them these distances. We're going to do it on the chalkboard. And I'm going to give them the distances and we're going to see.
Now, a couple of them are slightly, so like that, the one I just gave you as an example, they were exactly the same angle. But then there's sheet and cheddar, whatever it's called. Those two, they have slightly different angle. Like I don't know, it's off by.
Bro, I missed everything you said. I had to take a phone call.
What? How long are your phone calls?
It was like 3 seconds. I don't fuck around.
The hell? Who's calling you for 3 seconds? You got another phone call?
Bro, it's not an important. It's probably somebody I was delegating some shit to, like I.
Yeah, Jeremy's like,
but they don't fuck around and do goofy shit. They get straight to the point.
Like it's go time.
Okay. Anyways, asshole. Here's I mean, I think I gave this to you, dude. Posted it again, loud and clear. I don't know what you had to talk to Nathan Oakley about. Ask him if you could use Stellarium. What? Like, what are you talking about, dude?
I just had to make sure that this shit was cool. He even said we could do some shit in the future. He's like, whatever. I was like, oh, all right.
Like, fucking God. Yeah, well, whatever, dude. You restricted it. Every time you talk to somebody else, you always take the restrictions off. Well, guess what, dude? I have it done even with your bullshit restrictions, okay? I gave you the map that this represents.
Yeah, no, nice work, bro. Nice work. About
You know,
time you fucking
there's
pulled your
one
weight
part,
around here.
there's one part that you're going to have a problem with, though. You understand that you can't find the third length of a triangle? Like, if you have two sides of a triangle, you can't find the third side of a triangle if it's a scalene triangle. You got to have some angle of some kind.
I'm worried about the triangle thing right now. I just want to get these distances down. We got 4 points, and the distances between all the points, that's all I need.
You don't have the distances between the points, not yet.
Yeah, we do. You need the distances.
You have
got
the
angle. You got it
distances
from the
from
angle.
each GP to. Well, I guess, yeah, okay. I guess you do.
Don't get crazy on me now, Kojo.
All right.
Yeah. Nice work, though. Nice work. You're gonna get a gold star in your file.
Yeah, all right. Well, I mean, when you said you do a time in the future, I made sure that all these were at nighttime, and so that date was like the only date, the most recent date that this works for. So
He was trying to tell, like, I still don't understand how the horizontal baseline proves the Earth is flat or not curving or whatever.
because
But
they're retarded. No offense to anybody in here, but they are retarded. Okay, and anyone who passes
anyways,
that on.
Oakley explained it to me like 4 times. I still couldn't get. I was like, dude, just forget it. I'm just gonna do this distance thing. And he was cool with the distance. He's like, all right, that's cool. Go get the distances and shit. I was like, oh, all right.
Okay, well, check this out, dude.
It went nice and smooth, and despite what everyone thought, the shit went nice and smooth. I was
Because-
screaming at George before Oakley got on, but when Oakley got on, it went nice and smooth.
Yeah, but that's I got to listen to it, dude, because I don't think that you probably didn't confront him with anything, or did you?
No, I didn't confront him with anything because all your goofy ass charts and shit. I had to make sure the shit was straight.
Oh my God! All right, anyways, this picture I just posted right now is the So yeah, they think that because they think that you have to make a triangle because they've seen there's other graphics where they show like the GP of the star and they show your location and they make like a triangle with the base of the triangle being on the ground, being the distance to the GP, but they're just misinterpreting that image. That's why the image I just posted is a more accurate description of the angles, and there's no triangles involved, and there's also you're not worried about any base that goes along the surface. It's just when you find the distance to the GP using that star angle, you can then attribute that to a length along the surface, but that's only after the fact. So they don't quite get that, and they're fixated on the base of a triangle. So I'll find Mitchell from Australia's video. He goes over it pretty well.
Anyways, did your distances match when you got the distances from the angles of the GPs? Did they match? Are they close to what Google said?
Close to what Google said. Let me find out.
Like, did you compare them with like Google or something? Yeah. Just so you're not like, I don't know.
Hold on.
Come on, dude. What the fuck, bro?
I already sent this to you. There that picture of the map that I sent you with all the fucking distances on it.
Why are you so angry, bro?
Yeah, seriously. Why are you so mad? Just relax.
Because there was no milk today, and I had to put coffee in my cereal, my Cocoa Pebbles, and It's the whole thing.
But did you die?
That sounds disgusting.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
I would have just ate them dry before I did all that.
That wasn't an option. All right,
Put
hold
some
on.
water on it or
I
something.
guess I could see you getting mad if you didn't have any milk and you had to drink chocolate water, but chill out, bro.
So you got mad when you didn't have any milk, like my newborn baby?
Hold on 1 second.
Use your words, Kosho.
Well, Witsit knows this argument, what is it called? Base of the triangle thing from Mitchell from Australia. Jeremy was saying that Nathan was trying to tell it to him, and Jeremy doesn't really get what the problem is.
I just don't understand how the horizontal baseline. Go ahead, Evo.
No. It's interesting. It's just sad that Jeremy doesn't understand. Well, explain it to us then.
Like, I'm cool when you guys say I don't understand with this thing, because I don't.
Yeah, usually when somebody doesn't understand something, if you're genuine, you're a human being, you do your best to explain it to them. Go ahead, explain it to us.
I've tried. I've heard it so many times. Oakley told me at least 3 times earlier today. I still don't. I just don't get it.
So what is Kosho telling you?
I said Witsit knows the argument. This isn't my argument. Witsit's told me this argument, so I know he knows it, but I'm not gonna try to tell somebody else's argument. I don't agree with it.
What's my argument?
No, I said
what's his argument? But what's the argument that you don't agree with? Usually, when someone doesn't agree with something, they disagree with it, which means they're making an informed decision. So what do you disagree? I missed it. I'm sorry, bro. Would you mind?
It's fine. You missed it. Rewind it. I'm not gonna go over it again. But somebody who agrees with the argument or something, they can go over it with Jeremy if they'd like.
Why are you
Jeremy, did he go over it just now when I was gone? And by the way, you were right. It's $1,000, like 800 in like 30 years.
That
You
was
were
a
right.
wild guess. Yeah, that was a wild guess.
Good. That's why I said these guys should have been talking to you fucking forever, bro. That's just anyway. So did Kosho explain to you
He just said it's retarded. He said they're retards or something.
Dude, Jeremy. So what I did was I explained to you their position. I posted an image that was a better description of what they were trying to get, but got wrong. The image that I produced. I described the picture that they produced. I told you where they're getting the triangle from. They're misinterpreting whatever image they saw as a triangle, claiming that that triangle produces a distance to the GP, and the base of that triangle is the distance to the GP, and so the base of the triangle has to be along the surface. And again, I posted a correct image, which doesn't include any triangles. So it's all been explained to you, Jeremy, but you might want somebody from your side to express your side's.
It ain't gonna work. I still don't get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Have them describe your side's position because they agree with it.
Well, this image that Kosho posted. I mean, what's the problem with just using a horizontal versus this extra bit?
There's no extra bits in this image. This image.
What do you mean? There's a sphere that's in question. So unless you're going to beg the question, I need to understand is there a necessity for this image, or can it be done without the circle underneath it?
Yeah. So this image is showing you how it's done on a sphere. So you could do it on.
And I'm saying, is that necessary? Is the question?
It's to show you how it's done on a sphere.
So I could do it on any shape, including a shape that has a horizontal plane on it, right?
Yeah, you could. You just wouldn't get the same. You wouldn't get the same effect because this effect only works if those lines intersect at the center, which only happens on a sphere. It's not going to happen on a flat plane like that.
Yeah, well, I would have to I still don't understand what you're saying isn't possible. You're not giving me any kind of method or walking me through anything. I just have this.
The lines that are dotted, they intersect at the center of that black object.
Yeah, I get
Right?
that.
Those lines
And
that
I'm
are
trying to
dotted,
understand the
the
necessity
lines that are
for it.
dotted, which are locally vertical, are not going to do that on a flat plane. They're not going to intersect anywhere. They're going to be parallel forever. So there's obviously a distinction there. This only works like this if it's on a spherical shape, or a shape where the verticals will intersect at the center.
Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna ask you again.
No, yeah, you're totally right, man. We should pack it up, boys. It's over.
Anyways, yeah, Jeremy, I just checked Google Earth or whatever, Google Maps, and at least one of the distances that I checked, it matches up. So
You know damn well this doesn't prove a globe, so it's just yeah, bro. Good job, man. You're crushing.
cool. Some of you guys are late to the party, but it has nothing to do with proving anything. Jeremy's going on racing with something.
Perfect, because it literally doesn't do that.
Yeah,
That's good.
Jeremy, the distances on the thing that you're presenting to Nathan, they did correspond to the distances on Google Maps.
Do you need to do some push-ups today or something, bro? You seem like pretty salty.
I thought you were packing something up, dude.
Why are you so mad, bro?
I'm not mad. I'm trying to share something with Jeremy, and then you guys are like, "Hey, this definitely proves the globe. Pack it up." I'm like, what is that? This is not about proving the globe.
He's been mad all morning, right, guys. The moment I came in here, he was salty.
Same.
You don't like you to teach the goyim about finances.
Yeah, right. Hank, I'm saying here, I'm like, yo, what I'm talking about is just math, and he's like, so what? Everyone knows it, and then it's like, but the room says I didn't know that, and he's like, yeah, but I don't understand. It's like that's the thing. They don't want us to come together and share information that's based in reality. Why? Because they gain from us living in their reality or non-reality. That's why. That's why it doesn't have to be flat earth. No matter what you talk about, you could be talking about world events. You could be talking about anything. Like, right? You go into Jim Panda server and you talk about something that isn't the mainstream narrative, they're going to attack you. It doesn't even have to be flat earth.
Dude,
and that's exactly what happened this morning. Or this afternoon.
I took a video out one night when I was barbecuing, and all I saw was like something in the sky. Like I couldn't make it out, didn't know what it was. So I titled my video Lights in the Sky. And then like weeks or months later, I checked my YouTube video and it says, yeah, Hank is a flat earther. He definitely misunderstands what's going on. It's like, wait a minute, how can I misunderstand something that's on video and I'm seeing it, calling it a light, not really making any claims about it other than it's a light in the sky. But they had to like use stultification because if I understood the lights in the sky, then that would make them look bad somehow or something. Like I don't get it. Like why was that necessary?
Bro, your mic is so low, dude.
About that, is this better?
Yes.
If you could turn it down all the way to 0, we'd appreciate it.
If you would just leave this room and never come back, I'd appreciate it.
That's not going to happen.
You get sucked out into the void of space.
Could you imagine this is like one of those sci-fi thrillers, like where the globe is real and they're doing Star Trek stuff? But could you imagine if this is a sci-fi thriller where your reality becomes what you believe? Could you imagine they'd all be sucked into space and we'd be chilling?
Oh, I think 2023 we're just so far beyond some of this. Like, if you're 1 or 2 boosters deep, you're gone, bro. It's over.
Hold on a second, Kosho. I got sheet to Alcatraz or whatever the fuck that city is.
It's not a city. Jeremy. Those aren't cities. Those are stars.
Whatever that is, sheet to Alcatraz. one of the columns says it's 852 nautical miles, and another column you have it as 853 nautical miles.
I went over that, dude. So if you look at Deneb and Alpheratz, those are stars. Those GPs and those angles, they're perfectly consistent. Now, even though sheet and cheddar, it's called cheddar, they were at the GPs, they were 90 degrees, but they're not as perfect as the other pair. So it's like 2279 versus 2280, for example, as distances in nautical miles, but 1 nautical mile off. So you're gonna have to allow for that that 1 nautical mile error. Now it's not going to be, it's not like the amount of error that you would be looking for in a difference between like the two different models is going to be much greater than that anyway. So you're just going to have to allow for that 1 nautical mile.
So listen, does this mean to you, sir, that we live on a spinning ball in an impossible medium?
Yes.
Listen, dude, this is what Jeremy asked for. He asked me to provide this for him.
No, I know.
I understand that. I understand that. So this isn't some sort of evidence that it's a globe, dude. This is just what he asked for.
Just you and me. Just ask yes or no, you and me. Is this really, truly evidence that we live on a spinning ball in an impossible medium?
Yeah, these are just numbers on a chart. So,
it's a yes or no.
Yeah, so no.
Is it a yes? Oh, so no. Okay, so why are you here talking about it if it's not?
I just get, this is what I'm saying. This is why I fucking cut you off, dude. It's because Jeremy asked for this shit, dude. This is just what he asked for. That's why I'm giving it to him.
Every time you talk, you're just so bitchy.
But he's lying, guys.
No, he's not.
Well, let me tell you why he's lying. So he's saying this doesn't prove his fear, but that was the point of him bringing all of this, is that it only works on that little circle thing in his diagram.
Well, I think Flat Earth
how is that?
all this celestial navigation stuff.
It doesn't matter who brought it up. What he said today, just now, to me, why do you guys have to talk in the middle of me talking?
Slow down, guys.
Not an impossible medium.
Guys, let's not overtalk, please.
You're being muted. No, I'm not doing the Jeremy moderating where the Globers get to run wild and they just say, "Oh, come on, guys. And then they do it every 5 minutes anyway. So I'm muting anyone that interrupts. Any of the ballers, you start screaming over people and all interrupting when you can do whatever you want to, you're getting muted.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense. I was almost done. Like, I don't. And I'm just, and maybe the reason y'all are cutting me off is because you can recall that what I'm saying actually just happened 20 minutes ago. So yeah, like I was saying, he literally, when I asked him to clarify, he literally said none of this would work. He said you could do all of this on a plane. However, these values, you wouldn't get these values on anything other than a sphere. Now he's saying it doesn't prove a sphere. That sounds contradictory to me.
Your question to me was about the picture that I posted, and it was saying that I presupposed a sphere. The reason I posted that picture was because Jeremy was saying that Nathan kept making this argument towards him, and he didn't understand where the argument was coming from. He didn't understand what the argument was. That they are saying that that there has to be a flat horizontal base to the triangle. I'm just explaining to Jeremy what Nathan meant when he said that, and I was explaining to you why there's a sphere in that picture, because that picture is meant to be is meant to show how it works on a sphere. That's the whole point of the picture. It's not proof of anything.
Elijah, just so you know, man, you cannot expect anything more than sophistry right now, right? So, I mean, if you want to pretend that isn't going to happen or something,
yeah,
you know,
I'm like it because he gets to a more. The more that I understand, and make no mistake, that you understand, the more you dump the garbage out, right? Like you don't have a clean window if there's a lot of dust and debris on it. So it's like that's what fallacious information is. It's like debris, okay? And the less I know, the wilder these people's claims get. It's almost like they get more upset the less believers we become. And it's like Kosho is now at a level of unreason that I would have never fathomed he'd be at.
The,
How you guys
the
doing?
thing is, both sides agree that you can get distances from this. I personally don't believe that you can get distances from this, but most people do. So these distances are going to tell us what's really good.
The distances actually aren't perfect. Can't even get perfect distances in any known method on the earth. Who cares, man? Like for me, I don't know. I'll just stay on mute. My opinion is just going to be like I'm just going to kind of poo-poo on this situation. I think so.
No. Go ahead, man.
This is super pointless. It literally has zero potential of having any fruitful outcome. And you're going to deal with people blatantly and intentionally flip-flopping, double-speaking, twisting, and manipulating the conversation, and with a tone of like a derogatory tone, as if you're incompetent, because they're constantly switching their story and lying, and they're really, really good at it. They're actually really good at it. Like Coach Show's really good at it. So it's just a waste of time. It's like objectively a futile pursuit. So
Hey, Witsit, can I ask you a question?
hey, are you gonna go proceed to do what I just did? Or are you gonna try to gaslight me like I just said you guys always do, or what?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, what's up?
Did you ever follow up with a lawsuit on that thing that happened to you?
We have not filed a civil suit that yet. No,
Are you going to? Do you plan to?
I do.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Like, I'm assuming these things take a long time.
He's in the process of building a family, bro. Can you have a little bit of humility and humanity? Like clearly, he's in the middle of, making his foundation at home strong. He has a wife. He has a newborn.
Elijah, here's what the guy's doing. He's trying to point out a personal downfall that didn't even happen in the first place of anybody who believes in flat Earth.
Whoa! What do you mean? I'm trying to point out a down. What the hell?
Oh, I'm not asking.
Why?
No,
Why would you say that?
I can tell with your tone that you're like backhanding, but I don't care because I know for a fact you have never done anything. You've never written a paper yourself, filed it in federal court, and then had 3 U.S. attorneys drop the case, have a federal judge drop the case and transfer it, and then have the second standing in federal judge rule on your behalf against 2 other U.S. attorneys in every one of the arguments. So for you to sit over here and pretend that somehow
that happened, that's awesome. No. I've never. Of course, I've never done that, right? But that happened, like with this case in particular.
With my free speech case in Mount Rushmore, yeah.
Is there public records for me to see this? I'm just curious, right? If you're open to, would you be willing to share them with me?
I'm driving right now, so.
Oh, no worries. Okay.
That was weird.
Jeremy, just to be clear, I posted the image from Mitchell from Australia's video.
Why? It doesn't prove anything.
Elijah, I think you're about to be muted according to the threat that just got put out.
I'm just saying
Wait,
why. I don't understand. It doesn't prove a shape.
Hold on a second, sir. But yeah, Jeremy, the image I posted is from Mitchell from Australia's video where he goes over the argument, but you can see that that's a triangle that they're talking about in the baseline of the surface. It's kind of represented in that.
Yeah, the arguments that's been posed so far.
Wait, Jeremy. Let me ask you a question. Considering that Kosho just said it doesn't prove that the Earth is any shape, what difference does it make what he just told you?
I don't know what that argument Coach was talking about, but the distances do prove something. So anyone that believes that we're getting the distance,
no, I'm just saying, like in the sense of, look, like we're here to, I would hope, show others how to complete an argument. So in Kosho's case, he's in a casket because why are you presenting to me information if you don't have a premise to prove? Right? So that's where the conversation dies, and people need to understand that that's what needs to be communicated.
Elijah, while you were off doing math and not here listening to the conversation, Jeremy had brought up how he was on Nathan's show, and they presented an
I was here for all that.
Elijah, that's fantastic. But he presented. He said on Nathan's show how Nathan presented an argument to him that he didn't quite get why that was their argument. Okay, so what I'm sharing with him is not an argument I'm making. I'm trying to inform Jeremy what the argument that the flat earthers on Nathan's show are making about the flat plate thing.
Yeah, they're saying they're making.
Okay, so your rebuttal is what to that? To them, to their argument? What's your rebuttal? That's the part I didn't hear.
Yeah, he's trying to. Y'all won't let him.
Wow, that's what you saved me.
There he is with the virtue signaling nonsense like every day. Go take your booster. Coach Joe's been talking 90% of the time, but no one's letting him talk. What a great input you've offered everyone.
The thing is, the arguments that have presented so far aren't. I don't understand it, so I don't even know. Like that.
Okay, so you don't understand. Let's say that that's true. Let's say that there is an understanding to be had, even though you're not there yet. Kosho obviously understands if he can say that it's a fallacious argument. So I'm trying to get from Kosho what his rebuttal, what their claim is, and what his rebuttal was, because I wasn't there today. Like, is that can we do that?
The same thing they've been saying.
Yeah, I've said it several times.
It's the same thing they've been saying.
Oh, you haven't said anything.
What they've been saying is that you have to measure an angle, and to do that, you need to get the tool horizontally so that you can properly measure the vertical. That's what they're saying. Now, how it's applied in various ways could probably be a little convoluted. I don't know, but that's the ultimate thing. Kosho, is Kosho saying that that's not true?
No, the claim is, as opposed to, I mean, that's what's showing in Mitchell's picture, is that the angle that you have to get from your point to the GP that starts above the GP, it has to include a baseline that's horizontal, meaning that the surface of the Earth is the baseline, and that's the base of your triangle. Now, when I'm presenting that picture that I've posted that I've made after that, is that the horizontal at your position, the red line that's intersecting the Earth, that's your vertical. The horizontal just has to be perpendicular to that vertical, and the angle that you get to the star just has to be just the angle to that star in reference to either your vertical or your horizontal. And you'll see that angle in reference to their vertical is going to be parallel to their vertical. So the distance to the GP doesn't have to be the base of that triangle. It just it's going to correspond to it, and it's going to be the green line on that image.
Let me take a look at the image again for the green line.
The green line.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm. Okay, so and so ultimately, so there is a claim here, Jeremy, is that all verticals aren't parallel.
Yeah, that's been their claim.
Right, but he's just that's where the confusion lies, is because he's basically just baselessly asserting that that's the case, and then he wants us to prove or he's saying that it's not the case if it's just a plane. But if it's this, if all verticals aren't horizontal, then he's correct. I just want to know how you would prove that, because that begs the question of the sphere and the lines going to the center, like he explained.
Green parallel, yeah.
You could just test the method and see if it works. If it worked, then using the components of a sphere, then you could say, okay, well then that's the case. It's a sphere.
Well, that's interesting, but remember, I'm an advocate for more information, not less. I'm not. What do you call that? What did they call Donald Trump? I'm not a dictator, okay? So when I first came in here discussing celestial navigation, what did I share with you, Jeremy?
The fact you need a horizontal baseline to make the
No, wait. Obviously, you're like, how do you? Obviously, you might have asked me, how do I know this? How can I? And okay, let me make it easier. I sent you a series from a Glober titled "The Practical Navigator," and one of the first things he says is that the method that Kosho's talking about is not really necessary or important to know for someone who's just getting started. Which means what? It's not a necessity, right?
You don't have
Which
to
is
do that. You don't have to
there
do
you
it.
go. There you go. So what
Listen, this
you would
whole
have
thing
to
is
do
about
to not be confused is do a little more information on your part. That's it.
Wait, what did I say you had to do that you're saying you don't have to do? Because obviously the only thing that you have to do
Make
in
that green line correspond.
the only thing you have to do in the method I supposed was find your horizontal or find your vertical, which are
No,
done.
no, no. It has to correspond. That green line is that corresponding line, right? That's you asked me what? That green line. That's the answer.
And when does the practical navigator say
Guys,
that you
don't
don't
even fret. Go ahead, Coach. No, my best.
I'm just wondering, when does the practical navigator say that you don't have to correspond your angle to a distance to the GP?
That's not the fuck I said.
So that's the green line.
We're all in. No. It's not the green line. You're asserting that it's the green line.
Are you all flat earthers?
No,
The mixed bag.
but I am. But no, we're not all flat earthers.
In this conversation?
No, I just explained that I'm a flat earther, but we're not all flat earthers. Larry just said it's a mixed bag.
Right, Kosho's a Glober then?
Yes.
Yes.
Huh.
Did you not hear how bitchy he sounded?
I hear how
That
bitchy you sound.
silence was golden before you started talking, by the way. And then that's what I like. All you got to do, Jeremy, is a little more looking into this. That's it. The same shit we've been telling you for months.
That's what I'm doing right now. And this bullshit. Everyone, don't fret yourself. This whole thing's about to come to an end right here because I'm gonna put we're gonna figure out this thing with the distances.
Or you could go to the video and confirm, because the distance isn't an issue. The horizontal and the vertical isn't an issue. They're saying that it's not actually a triangle. It's not a triangle with a flat baseline. It's really the Earth is a sphere, so something else is going on. So I keep trying to prompt you to validate that is a necessity. Because if it's not, we don't have to argue about distances, because that's not in contention. The distances are the distances. Isn't that true?
Yeah, the distances are gonna let us know if it's flat or planar. I'll tell you right now.
The distances are already the distances, and the angle measurements that they've taken were already the angle measurements. That it's already what is. So the only thing that changes is yeah. Sorry, Denmark. Go ahead.
Could you tell me how you make a triangle when you only have two intersections or two angles?
I don't know, but you make the angle. It's an elevation angle. Not that I don't know. I just don't. I don't want to have this argument again for the 100th time, because the point is that they're saying this angle is not really that.
You wouldn't want to have this argument with somebody who's actually done celestial navigation.
Here we go.
I don't know. The first time I had the conversation ever in this forum, and Jeremy will remember because he's always been here. That was the first thing that was told to me, and the first thing that was told. No, it was Brandon Toy Server, and what was told to me is at that point is that you don't need a 90. Right. That was the first thing that was told to me from someone who was claiming to be a navigator. And then when I said, well, how would you get the radius distance? And he's like, well, we already know the distance to the center of the Earth. And that's how I knew he was bullshitting me.
What do you mean you don't need a 90? I don't understand.
That's not what I said. That's what the first guy claiming what you just claimed said to me. And everybody heard it.
It seems like part of a conversation that is much deeper, because that sentence.
No, it wasn't deep at all. It wasn't deep at all. It was at the exact point we're at right now.
Just like your angles aren't deep and your lines aren't deep and you have no depth.
As a navigator,
How do you live on a globe with no depth? This is the question you should
No,
ask
you
yourself
couldn't.
with all these lines.
Yeah, they claim the Earth
Yeah.
is slowing down and speeding up and slowing down and speeding up. Crazy, huh?
Hey, what's it?
No,
By
we're
the
not
way, I
talking
added
about
to
that. We're
your
talking about
argument
celestial
about
navigation.
the fastest day of the year, right? And I
No,
added
how
to
do
the
you?
refraction thing. If the refraction thing is
Yeah.
happening where you can see 270 miles away, then how are they worried about the fastest day of the year being like a couple of milliseconds, rounding up difference? If that kind of refraction is happening, it would change the day cycle and the daytime a lot more than just a couple of milliseconds. So that debunks the whole refraction thing, because that kind of refraction can't be happening if they're worried about a couple of milliseconds changing the daytime. So the shortest day in the year, that recent discovery, on time and date, it debunks the whole refraction thing.
Sounds solid to me.
That's pretty funny, yeah. Because if they're gonna say like 1.21 milliseconds of the solar transit, then how are they gonna simultaneously claim that the sun's not actually there?
That's a good argument, Hank. I like it.
Thanks. Yeah, What's it showed it to me, the first half that I needed to complete the second half of the argument. So go ahead,
Good
Gus.
Has anybody bothered to look at the equation of time yet?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to bring up. Is they're not taking account of this equation of time. They also
Hey,
don't
sorry,
use
your
the
equation
uh,
of time.
they don't use the
Why
Sorry,
would
your
time
belief
need an
requires
equation?
you
they don't
to
use the
think that
sun to determine the day length.
sorry, your belief.
They
Sorry,
use
your belief
the
requires
stars
you.
and Greenwich.
The equation of time sounds so badass.
Yeah, it's so badass. It's so badass.
Time
Yeah.
of what?
You know what's awesome is that you guys automatically we get to tell you what your religious belief is because you're not independent thinkers and you're in a cult. So what you believe is that the Earth is slowing down and speeding up and slowing down and speeding up, but you have no
Relative
idea
to
why.
what? Relative to what?
To its previous speed. Are you lost or just
Right.
dead?
No.
To
Relative to
itself.
what?
Always relative to itself.
Speed is relative. Whenever you measure a speed, it's
Imagine
a
thinking that
speed
you're
relative
smart
to
right
two
now.
objects.
To
Okay,
resistance, to movement, to temperature, to everything, really. Relative to
what's the
everything.
Earth?
If you speed
What's
up
the
and
Earth?
slow down, go ahead.
Hey, what's the Earth's rotation relative to?
Rotation is absolute, which is different from speed.
Oh wow!
That's Mach's principle.
What?
Did
Movement
this dude just
is
claim
what?
there's absolute motion?
There is absolute rotation. Yes.
I would just like to
Wow.
point back
This
out.
is the whole
I
reason.
would just
This is
like.
the whole reason, right? Why the moon doesn't just fall to the Earth, right?
No, that well,
Yeah,
maybe you
absolutely.
wouldn't. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. I do. I don't want to argue that.
There is
I just
absolute
wanted. I
rotation.
just wanted to jump back in because remember we understand that that's what you believe, and if we don't believe it, we're missing some kind of math or some kind of knowledge. We get it. What I wanted to point out to everybody. Look right here, the equation of time. The precise definition of the equation of time is E equals GHA. Apparent sun. GHA means sun, where GHA is the Greenwich hour angle. What kind of angle would that be?
It's meridian at Greenwich.
Well, what kind of what an angle like what in reference to what?
And
Where you,
whatever the star's position is,
in relation to what?
In reference to the line that's at Greenwich.
So you wouldn't have to have had this measurement to build this system in the first place. You're saying that this is some kind of celestial knowledge that was passed down from the other side?
No, this is something that's measured daily. This is actually what the
on Earth.
This is what the rotation rate is measured off of. They use the
on
stars
Earth.
and they use as they rotate in reference to Greenwich, where they take the measurement.
Okay, so where they take the measurement from, so we would say the Greenwich hour angle would be ultimately, in order to obtain that, it would be an angle measurement from the Earth, right?
Sure, so
Greenwich hour angle is used.
So we're talking about an elevation angle then.
The Greenwich
right?
hour angle is used from Greenwich to the hour of Aries.
I'm just trying to lead it somewhere. It's an elevation angle, right?
No, it's an angle between Greenwich and Aries.
No, but there's a man somewhere Who has to? That's why I asked. Is it some type of celestial phenomena where a man on Earth doesn't do anything? No, he said to me just now that it's measured every day, aka someone on the ground is taking the angle. So again, an elevation.
You misheard what I said. I said the rotation rate is used is measured at Greenwich, right? That these hour angles, Greenwich hour angles, you can think of them like longitude lines.
What is a rotation rate? I'm sorry. What's a rotation rate?
You can think of them like.
Well, I'm asking for clarity. You can't say don't interrupt.
Interrupting and then getting it wrong because you're
Well, there's a premise. I need to know what a rotation rate is first.
Fine. The longitude, the Greenwich hour angles are like longitude lines in the sky.
What is a rotation angle?
LeMayo.
The Greenwich hour angle is used to find the angle of Aries and do your calculations in celestial nav from that. All stars are measured by their angle of Aries, their difference from the angle of Aries, and then you have to find where the angle of Aries is on the ground and use the Greenwich hour angle for that.
I'm so glad you guys got to squirm out of the little Charlie guy running his mouth like he's teaching us, but he's inept. Charlie, aren't you so happy you got to pretend you were smart?
I don't need to pretend.
Hey, does the Earth have a rotational speed, Charlie?
I'm sorry, what?
Does the Earth have a rotational speed? Yes or no?
Yes, of course it does.
Okay, so when I said that its speed increases and you pretended you were smart by saying relative to what? What's your answer to your own question?
Typically, people when they refer to speed, right, they don't mean rotational velocity. They mean translational velocity.
So basically, you're lost in the conversation. Is that what it was? So basically, what you're saying is you were lost.
No, what I'm saying is that the two things that you're not. What I'm saying is that the two things that you don't make a distinction of, you should make a distinction.
Well, if you weren't so incompetent, you would have heard that I specifically stated that they claim.
Come on, that's not so nice, is it?
Well, you're
very nice thing to say.
When you jumped in all cocky and talked down to me, now you're going to get your taste of your own medicine, where I'm going to intellectually expose how stupid you actually were being. So
excellent, let's do it. Come on, let's go.
Okay, cool. Well, listen,
intellectual dick measuring contest. I'm all for it. That's what I want. Let's do it.
Calm down, buddy. Listen, we were talking about the Earth allegedly speeding up because the day's getting shorter, and then you jumped in and said speed relative to what, as if you were teaching me something when you were clearly the one that was lost. Correct?
Correct. If all along you were talking about rotational speed and I missed that context, yeah, I was lost.
Okay, so you should probably not jump in like that next time and be a little more.
No, bro, I enjoy jumping in. It's very fun.
Okay. Well, you look stupid in the retrospect, huh?
I have no problem with you thinking that I'm stupid. I really don't. I don't know what you think that I'm going to be like offended by that.
No. Okay. Anyway, so do you have an answer as to why the Earth is slowing down, speeding up, slowing down, speeding up?
The rotational rate of the Earth slowing up and speeding up. I actually don't know if it is. Is it?
Yeah, I'm teaching you your own belief. Like I said earlier, you're in a cult, so I get to tell you what your belief is. You don't really get to argue about whether or not it's what you believe. You have to believe it because you're in a cult. So, yeah, the Earth is allegedly slowing down, speeding up, which means you now have to believe that happens in physical reality, and that's part of your world definitively because you're in a cult.
So here's why has the rotational speed varied? What is the reason? What is the physical reason for it?
Well, they actually don't offer a reason. They say that it's mysterious and they have no idea how to explain it, and it's completely sporadic and it's bouncing back and forth unpredictably. This is, of course, because of changes in the sidereal and solar rotations. So them getting shorter means the Earth has to be spinning faster, and then it got slower, then it got faster. So, but they don't know why, though. They can't explain why, even theoretically.
The Earth slows down its rotation a little bit. It's a very tiny change, though, over many years.
Hey, do you know what a
how does that conserve energy there, Bob?
That's not a energy problem, right? That's it's foreseeable, for example, that fluid from the center of the Earth flows inwards and outwards, right? So there's angular momentum is conserved, but because mass is it's changing its moment of inertia, then that's perceived as a different rotational velocity, and
that doesn't explain
consistent with. I'm not saying it explains it. I'm saying it could explain.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't because they claim that. Don't worry. I'm going to continue to teach you your own belief. And next time, you won't jump in and pretend you're teaching me stuff and that I'm stupid.
I'm not trying to pretend to teach you anything. I don't want to teach you anything.
You jumped in very derogatory, as if I didn't understand the principle of relativity.
Bro, you're the one who's fucking insulting me.
because you jumped in so derogatory, now you need to be
you
sat
are
down
insulting
like a
me.
little
All
child.
right, so that's fine. Like I don't care.
You started it.
Don't come in.
So just calm down.
Somebody who's done celestial navigation, like you're the boss or something.
He jumped in and tried
I
to act
wasn't
like
explaining celestial navigation at all.
no. He
The
had
fuck?
he jumped in like he needed
All
to
right,
teach me
let's
relative motion. So anyway, the
get back
point is
on the forward moving positivity.
trying to. So the point is that it violates the law of conservation of energy or momentum. So
No, it
either
doesn't.
or. But can you please stop interrupting me, pretending you're smart when I'm always 5 steps ahead of you? Have you not learned that yet? Are you going to keep doing it?
Are you going to finish your statement?
If you stop interrupting me. So
Go ahead.
it would violate the law of conservation of energy and momentum if there isn't an additional introduction of energy or a change in the distribution of mass. And this is just objective. It doesn't matter what you say. Oh,
Right.
look, I was ahead of you
exactly
again.
what I
Oh,
said.
it's
Right?
crazy.
I said if mass
So
from
why'd you jump in
within
and
the
say
Earth
no, it wouldn't?
flows
Why'd
in
you
or
jump in and
out.
say no, it wouldn't? Why'd you jump in and say no, it wouldn't then?
Why are you denying what I said? I
No,
said from within the Earth, if like molten metal flows outward or inward, that would cause a change in the rotational velocity of the Earth, and that
That's not what
conserves
you said.
angular momentum.
Well, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy if I've ever heard one.
Now here's the problem. So they claim that the Earth is slowing down over time. That's what they've been saying, right? Because the Sun, Earth, Moon system actually effectively the Moon like pulls on the Earth and slows it down. That's actually what you believe. I'm sure you didn't even know that, but anyway. So they say that the
Yes,
Earth
it's called
is slowing.
tidal. Tell him it's called tidal acceleration, so he understands.
So they said that the Earth is slowing down over time.
I
Well,
mean, that makes
they've now
sense to me, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure. You have to believe whatever your cult says. So it doesn't matter if it makes sense or not.
Now
You
it
push it
makes
out.
sense.
So anyway,
Listen, I'm okay with you believing that. I'm okay with you thinking that I'm an idiot.
Let him finish his point.
I don't think you're an idiot. I think you're religious, and that your religious position renders your arguments stupid. So
Okay,
my
that's
point to
fine.
you, okay, you see how you're adopting your worldview lifetime and internalizing whatever we tell you the belief is. So it's
No, I mean, do you want to like instead of do you want to like
I'm trying to,
continue?
but I keep
I've
getting
seen both. I've seen both of y'all do nothing but logic. Why don't y'all get the personal shit out of here?
Wow, yeah, there
I
you go.
agree.
Look, y'all both can be chill with logic. I've seen both of y'all
I'm
do
not
it at
gonna
a high
fight for the
level.
mic, so I'm not gonna fight for the mic. So I'm just gonna stop talking if I get interrupted every time I try to calmly talk while I have a newborn in the car because you people are like children. I'm not gonna like fight for the mic and raise my voice and constantly be interrupted. So I've tried to make the same point for 20 times. The reason I keep on saying personal things is because you keep interrupting me.
This is my fault for the interrupting, but can we just maybe y'all just keep it calmly Socratic, back and forth, quick yes or no's between each other? Would you agree? Why not? Like maybe y'all do
I
that.
agree. Let's do that. That sounds a lot more productive, doesn't it? Like put the personal shit aside.
Then stop interrupting me.
I'm not interrupting you.
All right, continue. Continue. Yeah.
Okay, so they're trying to explain a way to to theoretically explain this, but they can't. What you claimed, like the convection in and out of the Earth, like the Earth from the core to the surface, doesn't explain it at all. The dynamo model makes a specific prediction about that. So they did try to look at the outer core as an explanation, but it doesn't work because it would have to be gradually in one direction, or it would be a predictable rate based on the dynamo model, and it doesn't match what we're actually observing with the sidereal and solar day, so that didn't work. They also tried to propose the idea of ice caps melting, causing a change of distribution of mass due to the water entering the ocean, but that would actually result in an slowing down of the Earth, so that didn't work either. They then tried to propose the idea that a 2013 Japanese earthquake caused the Earth to speed up in 2020, but they found out that they couldn't fully make that math work either. So they're just at a standstill. They can't even theoretically explain how the Earth is supposedly speeding up. And one of the major problems.
So they do. What's it they do? They claim it. They blame it on volcano activity and stuff like that. They do blame that on volcano activity. Just so you know.
No.
The sun
Okay,
is
well,
falling out of the sky.
Instead of you just basically saying stuff so now the Globers can pretend I'm wrong, you
No,
can cite it.
listen.
You can't
I'm
cite
telling
it.
you, they equate to it as volcano activity is one of the causes for the Earth not having a constant rotation. This is what they state. I'm just regurgitating.
No, that doesn't mean anything though. Like the point is that there's a specific observation happening where it's slowing down and speeding up, and they have to show a theory to explain exactly why. Basically, saying volcanoes out loud doesn't mean anything. There's not going to be
I understand.
any
I'm just giving you. I'm giving you what they say because I researched it too. They say volcanoes are one of the reasons volcanoes activity.
Okay, well that doesn't make sense
reason.
either because volcanic activity is completely sporadic. You have to show volcanic activity directly correlates to the actual sidereal rotation measurements, which no one's ever shown me a paper like that. I've been asking the ballers for a week. They just believe whatever they're told. Anyway, just to finish what I'm saying. So the point is that they can't explain it because it's sporadic, meaning it's not increasing gradually, it's changing. So in 2020, it was the shortest day ever recorded. 29, the shortest days recorded since 1964 or something, or the 60s. And then they had 2021, the shortest day recorded in 2021 was actually longer than the shortest day recorded in 2020. And then in July 2022, they had the shortest day ever recorded. So it's like slowing down, speeding up in their paradigm. So they have to find some explanation to either show like consistent distribution of mass going up and down, or energy being introduced or decreasing, and they haven't been able to come up with anyway. So currently it's in like a realm of violation of physics.
Right. So you just said they have to come up with an explanation from which the distribution of mass goes up and down. Right? That's what you just said.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I
like
said.
Like melting stuff.
I said
That's exactly what I said.
It has to be my guy. It has to be specific to the actual rotation measurements, right? You can't just say it. You have to show the actual data, coherently explaining it with specificity. Okay, they already tried to use the dynamo model in the outer core, and it doesn't work.
I mean, you keep denying that I didn't say, oh, well, the moment of inertia of Earth must be changing over time. You said, no, that can't explain it. And then you just said,
no, that's
immediately
not what I said.
afterwards, oh, well, they have to find out how the moment of inertia changes over time. I'm like, okay. I don't claim to know what is going on here. It's okay for me to be in a state of doubt on certain specific issues.
Yeah, but you know what's not scientifically acceptable is you just automatically believing that the Earth is slowing down and speeding up because the stars are, just because you have a predetermined belief. That isn't scientific of you at all.
I never said I do.
You 100% believe the Earth is speeding up right now, but it's okay. The point is that, like, a reason I said your explanation doesn't work is you can't just say things. You have to show specifically how that would work. And I thought you would understand. Okay, go ahead.
I agree that if the measurements empirically show that the days are getting shorter, that to me would tell me, given that I accept a certain model of the Earth, right, that
That's
the
an affirming
rotation
a
of the Earth is
consequent
going up
fallacy.
over time, right?
That's affirming a consequent fallacy.
Dude, this whole conversation is me giving them tons of ground, right? I mean, obviously.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the like, you know, we don't disagree on the observations of the celestial bodies, right? We're all on the same page there. And you also just agreed that based on your model or current understanding of how things are in this reality, you've determined something based on what you already believe.
Correct.
You know, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy, though.
No, that's building on knowledge.
Because you know what I'm saying is I'm agreeing with you because you said you're not saying that you know. You just know that you've been told something that you believe to be true. I don't see why we have to argue that that's the case. I don't think that.
Which thing specifically are you referring to?
I'm sorry. Is anyone else confused about what I just said?
By the way, I just posted the article.
Well, I was asking you as well. I know you're trying to. I know you think Whitsitt is sandbagging him and all of that, but
yeah,
I'm asking you a question as well because I asked everyone else if they understood what I said.
I mean, does it matter if they understood? I'm telling you, I didn't understand what you said. Could you clarify?
No, I just want to because if I ask everyone else, did they understand? And they say, "Well, I wasn't quite sure, Eli." Then I would take a different approach to explain the same exact thing because obviously.
But you're having a conversation with me, right? And like you asked me, and I'm telling you, I don't understand what you said. Could you rephrase for me?
Okay. So during this conversation. Because when you're in conversation, if you're telling the truth, then things don't change or things don't move, right? So that would mean that there isn't a contradiction. There isn't a contradiction with what you say if I apply it anywhere else. If I say, hey, remember you said this, well, this is how this applies to this situation based on what you said, I'm just in agreement with you. Now, if you say I don't understand that, That's what I don't understand. So when you said, well, the based on the movement of the stars, what could be causing that, and yada yada yada, I have a belief that the Earth is a sphere and it spins, and perhaps that speeds up and slows down for some reason. And you also said at some point in the conversation that you're not saying that you know.
Correct.
So all I offered to you was that, well, that would be an affirming the consequent fallacy. That's it.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
It's building on knowledge that I already have.
Oh, okay. So okay.
You have
Yeah, what
first-hand
a cool story,
primary
man.
knowledge, like experience of this.
You got really low again, by the way, bro.
You
Do
got
what you did last.
first-hand
Yeah,
primary knowledge, first-hand experience.
Try to turn him up with it if you can, because I hear him pretty good. And then he just got louder. He did, but see if you got him turned down.
Well, I'm driving, man. Like, there's no doubt he's significantly lower than everyone else, except for whenever he talked right then.
Yeah.
But maybe I can when I'm driving. But anyway, dude. So this dude said I'm sandbagging, and he just dropped an article. I've already read that article, and inside the article, it literally says that they're unsure about what's causing it. So what a joke, dude. He probably just read the first paragraph where it lists a bunch of things that they say does affect the rotational rate, like a generally accepted knowledge, and then thinks that somehow answers it. And like literally in the second paragraph or something like that, it says they're not actually sure what's causing the increase in the rotational rate. So that's hilarious. That backfired.
So why
I
are you
guess.
trying to make us come up with a reason for it if they aren't sure of it yet?
Why are you posting an article like it refutes my position when it just actually
It doesn't.
reiterates exactly what I said?
I'm just posting the article you're reading from to try and sound smart.
I'm not reading.
Now
from
we're
the
all
article.
on the same page.
I'm not reading from anything. I dropped like
You're
10
quoting
different.
it.
No, I dropped 10 different sources in here yesterday on this. What are you even talking about?
You're quoting it. You're quoting it.
So what's wrong with him quoting?
like you're not
But even if he was, what's your issue?
That's the definition of sandbagging, where you read an article out of the Australian Journal of Family Practice and start quizzing your residents on it as if they read it too.
Okay,
That's sandbagging.
no. So, okay, I would agree that if he was doing that, maybe you could we could agree that that's sandbagging. However, he just tried to tell you, maybe you weren't here, but they've been having a conversation on this since yesterday, where he dropped multiple links, not just one Australian journal, and ultimately he's saying, if you were to look into any of these things, sure they presume that a number of things could be causing this, but also within all of the literature that he found, they also explain that they don't know empirically. How is that sandbagging?
No, that's no problem with that at all. I agree with that. They don't know.
I'm not sandbagging.
So I don't have an issue with it.
I didn't ask him questions I expected him to know. I literally informed him of something he didn't know and went further in detail, more than you even know, and you've heard me talk about it before now. So I explained actually what's wrong with the other theories. I explained that they don't know it. I explained the actual data. I didn't quiz him. I didn't even ask him anything. All I said was that if you don't have an introduction of energy or
you're roboting.
Math,
well, now he's read your article, and maybe he can have a more productive conversation with you now that he's read the article you're talking about.
Okay, whatever. I wasn't sandbagging anyone, so you sound dumb.
It's kind of the definition of it. Name calling doesn't let you win with it.
I didn't.
Well, however, but what's it? He also, you also, when we were just talking, unless you're calling him a liar, and then we'd be able to confirm that with the video from yesterday and also people that have been here. He didn't just do what you said he did. What he said was that everything that I had already mentioned, and you said I would agree that that's not sandbagging. So why have we circled back to the point of you telling Witsit he was sandbagging the guy?
Because they're just liars, dude.
Well, that's his usual operation, and I just called him out on it, so I don't have a problem with that.
See what I'm saying? He
how are you?
doubled down on it. Like he
How are
just
you
lies. He
calling
has
him
no
out
shame.
on that? Witsit literally just said he posted a bunch of different sources. You're claiming it's only one source. And he's sandbagging and blah, blah, blah.
No, he read an article,
problem?
and now he's trying to come in and present it. He's presenting it as if he knows something and everybody else doesn't.
What?
Because
I
he happened to
literally-
read that one article right there, which he got just
Dude,
by
I
doing a very
read
basic Google
over
search.
10 articles.
So
I read over 10 articles.
so we're all agreed. We're all agreed. We're all agreed. Let's just focus on what we agree on, because you didn't disagree when I said that all of the sources that he found and talked about in the literature states that they don't know empirically, and you said you agree. So if the argument,
I don't have a problem with not knowing something.
right. Don't interrupt. Almost done. Since that's the case, and we all agree on that, when the other guy that he's talking to says he doesn't know, then we're not talking about knowledge, even though he's saying he's building on knowledge. Isn't that true?
What I said was,
Well, isn't what I said true?
they don't
Isn't
know,
what
and
I
I don't
said?
have a problem with
Hold
that.
on, let Bob respond. Hold on.
No, but
let Bob
he's just
Well, you
repeating
guys
what
are
I said.
just
I
talking
just
over
asked
me.
him.
I can't hear anything anyway.
Hold on.
Well,
Eli.
I asked him.
Let Bob
No
respond.
bullshit,
We heard the
Jeremy.
question.
Hold Bob accountable. He didn't answer yes or no. He's repeated himself. He ignored Eli's question, whoever's question. Okay.
Let him go. Let him go, and then you can say he didn't answer the question after if he doesn't answer it. Please, guys.
Well, he didn't. He's just saying we agreed already. So now he's just telling us what he just agreed with, which I just already summarized. Now I asked him to answer. Him telling me what I just told him is not answering.
Okay, but just let him go though, and then he can point out. Please.
Well, if you want to get right down to it, Alicia, I do agree with you. We don't know. I'm fine with that. Are you?
Okay, yeah, thank you. So back to the point that the other guy says that he's building based on knowledge. It just off of this premise, he's saying he believes in something that isn't empirically true, and because of that, he's building off of an observation that is empirically observed.
I don't agree with that characterization.
That's not what he said at all.
Okay, so
That's not what he
explain.
said at all. If you want,
Okay,
if you want to hear my response, I'll give it to you.
not you. Don't have a response. I want it. If I've wronged him and I've mischaracterized his argument or what he's saying in any way, I would like to hear him.
Right, like it's empirically true that we observe that there is the stars are moving, right, at a faster rate and
That's
or
what I
slower
just
rate
said.
than
That's
what
what I
we
just
would
said.
expect.
Empirical observation.
Empirical
observation. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Jesus Christ. Eli.
But I didn't.
Bro. You can go next. Just let him finish. You can go next.
All right, go ahead. Finish, please. I'm sorry.
I said it is empirically true that we observe the data. I accept the data, and that's not something that I believe falsely. That's not a false thing which I believe. That's empirically true.
Correct. That's what I said. Right. Correct.
There is an inconsistency there with the model which I accept.
I don't get that. Because right now we're in agreement. You said the same thing I said. When I said you have an empirical observation, so that's what you just talked about, right? And that's what I just said at the latter of my statement. So you have an empirical observation, but when it comes to applying it to the earth, that's not empirically true.
I don't know what you mean by when it comes applying it to the earth. That's not empirically true.
That's not what he said at all.
Well, hold on, timeout. Okay, so you don't understand what I mean. What I mean is all of the articles that state that the earth is speeding up and slowing down, but that's not empirically true. According to the articles, you cannot say that you're building on that knowledge to conclude that perhaps the earth is speeding up and slowing down, because there's no empirical evidence for that.
So
let me see if I can summarize this so that you understand it a little bit better. You're familiar with the problem with Mercury and Newton. Now, Newton works very well for things, and we have a model that works very well for the rotational speed of the Earth. We found something that was a little bit different than we expected with the model. That means that our model probably needs to be refined a little bit once we investigate it further. That's all it says. That's all it says. It doesn't say the model's wrong. It just says that there's an abnormality right now that we need to look into. Period.
Yeah, what I'm saying is all of the whether they're okay, whatever you listen. The bottom line is when it comes to stating that the Earth is speeding up or slowing down, they don't have an empirically true answer to validate.
Correct.
Right. So
And
we're
it
in agreement.
is an unexpected finding based on the model that we understand. That may mean that we need to refine the model, or maybe there's a new model that we need to find that explains both.
Right, and I'm saying that's a reification and affirming the consequent. But
well,
I mean,
keep your
whatever.
logical fallacies to yourself. They don't work in science.
You know, Bob, because I looked at this a while back.
They don't work in science.
I actually have a spreadsheet based on the data time and date has from the 70s. And actually, it's kind of interesting because it's true that the old explanation is that the moon is moving further away and the tidal effect is slowing down the Earth's rotation. And that's been true. But if you look at the change, so if you look at the rotation rate of the Earth, it's been slowing down since the 70s. That's true. But the rate that it's been slowing down has been decreasing since the 70s. And so
it's slowing down for billions of years. That's the
problem.
problem.
Yeah, right. But I'm saying the rate at which it's slowing down. So it was slowing down in the 70s, and only the past 3 years it's speeding up. But the entire length of time, it's actually been the rate that it's been slowing down has been decreasing up until it started speeding up. So there's been a consistent speeding up basically since the 70s.
Hey Bob, can you substantiate your claim of billions of years as far as the data is concerned? Where did you acquire the data from billions of years ago?
Look at the article.
Ice. It's the ice.
Look at the article.
The article.
To address the fallacy thing.
Yeah. Good point, Nate. How do you substantiate? Hold on, we're staying right on this and not going anywhere. How do you substantiate the billions of years claim?
Not a geologist, kid.
So there's something within geology that tells you the rotational speed of the Earth for billions of years. Can you tell me what that is?
I'm not a geologist.
But you claimed it, right?
Yeah, that is what's going on.
Guys, I need people to stop making stuff up. People that don't know any better might be listening to this and just believing everything everyone says. So
I'll just go ahead and post
stuff
it for you. That's not a problem.
Please don't make stuff up, guys, for the audience's sake. I mean, come on.
Well, Bob thinks if he posts an article that claims billions of years, that somehow that's empirical evidence. But there is no empirical evidence that was gathered billions of years ago that you can point to. Can you at least be honest on that?
Wait. So you only qualify empirical evidence of billions of years ago as evidence that was gathered billions of years ago?
Well, he said that there was evidence of the rotational speed from billions of years ago.
How do you prove billions of years? Yeah, by empiricalness or any other means. What does that mean?
We know you can't. And second of all, we understand that from the perspective of them, they think it would be absurd to think that that's possible. So obviously, they think that there's some other way that they empirically know this stuff. Like why argue about it? I hate to agree with Hank, because he definitely did, because this is really the issue. And again, you want to close problems, not keep them open all day. And the problem is, when I called out the fallacy, he said, well, you can keep your fallacies. It doesn't belong in science. I would agree. You wouldn't make fallacious statements and then claim it's science. Fallacious statements don't belong in anywhere near a proper hypothesis or a proper logical syllogism. But that's what you've submitted, not me.
Yeah, but even in science, what can you do with the hypothesis when you can't prove it wrong or right?
That's the point. You have a hypothesis that you can prove or disprove. If you don't have that, you can't. If you don't have that, you can't use that method for whatever question you're asking.
So that'd be
I'll
like
tell you
problem you run
forensical.
into is
That'd
that
be
logical
forensics and
fallacies
physics.
don't disprove
It
things
would
in
be
science.
physics and
That's a
forensics.
fallacy.
Bob,
Fallacy.
you
You
can't
need
hear
actual
anybody
evidence
talk.
to disprove things in
Bob,
science.
hello.
Guys, one at a time, guys, please.
Let Bob know he can't hear nobody.
Well,
Not
when two
saying one at
people
a time
start
because
talking
that
at the
didn't help
same
Bob
time,
figure he's got me muted and he talks over me every time I speak. He acts like nobody else is speaking who he's got muted and he does it to four of us in here religiously.
when two people start talking, both parties have to stop. It's not going to work otherwise. And let me just say, Bob, a fallacy would be if if weight changed with latitude, then Earth is rotating. You can check with Ruhif on that fallacy.
Fallacies don't disprove things in science. Evidence disproves things.
Physics does. You
Period.
should physics some things. Stop science and stuff and physics it. Forensics and physics.
Actually, actually, logic applies to all linguistic domains. So it doesn't matter if you're talking about math, English, science. Doesn't matter. Logic applies everywhere.
Exactly. That's what I'm arguing, and that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't disagree with that. But the problem is the problem is a fallacy is basically nitpicking. Just because I'm about to tell you, bro. If you would just be quiet. I'm telling you what it means. You said, what is a fallacy? Fallacy. You didn't say give an example. If you want to give an example, I could give an example, but let me answer the question first. Right? That's reasonable to those listening in the audience. I hope that's reasonable to everyone else in here. Right? I hope.
Just keep going, Jesus.
Get on with it.
Okay, so a fallacy is when your premise is solid, although you might have used a fallacy, and then someone calls out that fallacy, even though it's not destroying your argument. It's nitpicking. It's fallacy.
So simply claiming something has a fallacy does not disprove the conclusion. You can employ a fallacious
of course not.
Correct conclusion. So therefore, claiming something is a fallacy doesn't disprove it.
Yeah, of course not. But the point is, your conclusion, the way you're concluding your statement, is a fallacy. I'm not saying there's something in there that's fallacious. I'm saying your premise itself is being presumed based on some other observation. That would be the affirming the consequent part. Never mind the begging the question. Because we're already way beyond that already. That's why I didn't even bother to call it out.
Hey,
you can have givens in an argument, and givens can be proven by other arguments that don't need to be reproven in your current argument.
Okay, but so is the given that the Earth is a sphere? Which part of this argument is the given?
The Earth is a sphere.
Right. Okay. That's why I said we've moved beyond that. That's why I didn't address it.
Okay.
I allowed that.
From there.
Yeah, but the argument that was made beyond that was affirming the consequent. That's the point.
How so?
Because you're saying that the empirical observation of the stars, based on the model that you already believe is reality, right?
The given, you mean? The given?
That's the point. You say it's a given, I say it's begging the question, but that's nor here nor there. It's affirming the consequent.
Yeah, science has never settled, Bob.
There is no given if you don't understand what they're saying. There is no given.
Hey, take your degree, put it in the pipe and smoke it because you're getting your ass handed to you by a dude from Brooklyn.
Hey, I wonder. The reason I brought up this data was actually to show you that if the people who were looking at this data, like an article, maybe it was suggested by the people who wrote the article, not by the scientists, but this data wouldn't have been startling. So it shouldn't have been startling that it's actually been speeding up in the past 3 years. Because if you look at the data since the 70s, as I said, the rate that it's been decreasing, or the rate that it's been increasing in length, so slowing down, that's been shortening consistently, almost perfectly consistently every year, with some anomalous years or whatever. But it has a trend of going down up until 2020 when it's speeding up. But that would have been predicted by that data.
So what is the reason? So right. So we're getting down to the reasoning for this data, right? Because we agree on that, right? So what does that mean? Does that mean that the Earth is speeding up or slowing down? Yes or no?
The trend currently is that it's speeding up.
Right. However, all of the articles that Witsit linked, they admit in that literature that they don't know what you said to be true.
It doesn't mean the Earth's speeding up. It means the sky's moving faster. That's the empirical part of it. Your Earth speeding up thing is your guys affirming the consequence fallacy. Eli.
Say at all.
That is, I mean, let's pull them up. Right,
That's not what it says.
make me a liar.
Let's
Let's pull.
good explanation as to why it's happening. The observation's the observation. They have
but the observation. Yeah, you're right. We don't argue. We're not arguing what's happening in the sky.
You just got your ass kicked by a guy in Michigan.
No,
that's cool. That's cool. That's cute, man. I'll give you that. I'll give you that because I like.
Now we
like
can be friends again.
Yeah.
Hold on. The empirical part of this is not that the Earth is speeding up. It's that the sky is moving faster. That's the observation. That's the part we can all agree on. When you say Earth speeding up, there's your affirming the consequent of spherical Earth movement, all that.
Let's go ahead and move past that just quickly.
Let's move past that. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I think that would just take us to an argument of going into the weeds. Because first of all, the way that they measure this is using, like I said, celestial observations at Greenwich. They look at the stars at Greenwich, and the way that these observations are made are using the celestial sphere and all the things we've been talking about with celestial navigation. And so these all of that has properties and angles which are attributed to a sphere. So we don't have to be discussing whether it's the sky moving or the Earth, stationary.
What, are you talking about the celestial sphere or the Earth sphere? Which sphere are you talking about?
Can I get in with you for just a second, just to give you an update?
An update of what?
Gio, last night you were asking about how they measured the angle between the sun and the moon. Let's go ahead and measure it.
I don't think Gio's here.
Yeah, can we?
Right now.
Let's measure it together on the 28th at about 10 o'clock in the morning.
Nah, so there's the update, but back to what Kosha was saying about the Greenwich and all of that. Remember at that point, since we're going back in time, back to the future, back in time. And so now remember the whole argument where you went silent was, well, how do we know that green line, that corresponding line to the horizontal angle that you do take, which nobody disagreed with, how do you know that that's necessary?
It's not about what's necessary, that's what's used. So the reason why we use the celestial sphere is because it works. It works such that the angle that you're observing from your position to the GP, those lines being parallel, meaning that the light coming in is parallel, and the angles of y'all's verticals being different. So the angle that you receive could tell you the distance along the surface of a sphere. All of these properties, these angles and distances only behave that way if you're talking about distances along a circular circumference, like a circumference of a sphere. So it doesn't; those numbers don't work if you use anything else.
So when I asked you earlier, doesn't that prove that it's a sphere? You said it doesn't prove any shape, but you're arguing that you're saying, well, we would have to eliminate everything other than it being a sphere. That's effectively saying that it does prove it's a sphere, even though you contradicted yourself in saying that it doesn't prove anything in relation to shape.
Yeah, I'm answering your question is what I'm doing, just as I was answering Jeremy's question earlier. I wasn't proving anything.
Okay, so in you answering that question, you're saying that it's empirically true that the Earth is a sphere because you would only have these angles corresponding to one shape that would be a perfect circle, aka the sphere. That's the thing. And then I said, well, is it a necessity? You said no, but this is how we do all of this. I would argue that that's not the case. And again, to get started, for anyone who wants to dispel any preconceived notions or any false conclusions, just go ahead and look at the Practical Navigator series.
I posted the Practical Navigator specifically where he says what you said he doesn't say, but regardless, I want to.
Can you play it?
I'll post it again.
Can you
and
play
then
it?
I'm going to try to.
Are you going to play it?
Said,
Are you going to play
that
it?
it's not missed or anything, but he's talking about the quarter moon phase.
Why are you relying on
I
his
get people to participate in that. But I'll post
Can we just play it? Because you're claiming that you found the spot that I was talking about. I want to hear that you found it and that we're talking about the same thing.
What's the timestamp? Yeah, what's the timestamp?
It's on the link. So you guys can silently play the video.
All right.
It doesn't have to be a big announcement, but the timestamp's on the link. The link's there. You click on the link, it takes you to the timestamp. I don't know how else to tell you.
Nice work.
Anyway, so I think Bob was trying to say something about the quarter moon phase, and he's exactly right that you can use it.
Yeah, but he was talking to Gio. I don't know if Gio's even here or not.
Yeah, and secondly, Kosho, this is incorrect. This isn't the introductory series that I was referring to. So no, you're not disputing what I was talking about with this timestamp, because this isn't the timestamp or video that I was referring to. So you got to at least, just based off what I'm saying, either I'm a liar or you can say, fair enough, why don't you go get the timestamp for what you were talking about, right? That would be reasonable.
What you were talking about, if you like, but this is the Practical Navigator. I think this is what let me see, like the 5th, or maybe the 8th series, the 8th video in this series about celestial navigation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of advanced stuff, like I said, but also at the same time, and this is why I'm asking if it's necessary, because all I want other people to realize and understand that little green line, that thing that you're saying is necessary is not necessary. That's my only purpose in this.
We all know Coach will be doing wild extra stuff.
That's the outcome. That's the thing you're looking for. You're looking for your distance to the GP.
Yeah, but you don't know whether that's horizontal or if it's corresponding to a sphere. But you're just asserting that it's just a horizontal line. And if you look at the introductory portion of what I'm talking about, he says that's not necessary.
Okay, go ahead and post it.
Why you be doing wild extra stuff all the time? So you always do this, and I tell you, don't do no extra stuff. Remember when you were trying to make that?
This isn't extra, dude. This is just the Practical Navigator's videos, man.
Well, I was very specific.
I'm explaining what the distance to the GP. I mean, what those angles get you. If you're not looking for the distance to the GP, then those angles are irrelevant.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking for it. Don't worry about it. Remember, just when you're looking for what I'm talking about, then you go to Practical Navigator, then you go to the playlist, and then you go all the way down to the bottom where it says getting started in Celestial Navigation film series. That's what you want to be paying attention to.
Yo, this celestial navigation thing's about this is about to not be an argument for one side or the other, depending on what these distances show. Now, I just asked 2 of my math teachers. Granted, I'm only in a high school, but I asked 2 of my math teachers if you had four points with the distance all in between, could you tell if it was on a planar surface or not? They were both unsure. I'm going to ask the head of the math department tomorrow when I catch them.
Wait, what's your question again?
We have 4 points.
Where?
With the distances in between all the points. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay, so you have 3 distances.
Nope. We have.
And you know that they're in a triangle.
Absolutely not. We have 4 points.
Okay.
With the distances in between all of them. That's going to be 6 distances, right?
4 points with the distance between all of them. I guess that would come out to 6. And what's your question? You want to find out what?
The question is, with those distances, can you find out if it's on a planar or non-planar surface?
It's an interesting question.
I am pretty sure that you can. I'm not 100% sure, however. That's why I'm trying to ask some of my math teachers in the school I work at.
Yes, you can.
The question is,
I am not going to believe anything you say, Bob. You make up so much stuff, it's unreal.
So the question, Jeremy, is: will you believe the math teacher?
Yes, I will believe the math teacher. Yes.
This is a linear algebra problem. If you give me some time, I can probably come up with a solution.
I find that a little bit hard to believe, but okay.
I believe my math teachers. They're legit.
Okay. I will be very.
We're doing science over here, remember? We're doing science over here, extremists.
This is actually math, I think, but okay.
Science, math, all kinds of stuff over here. Don't worry about it. We got this.
Fallacies don't work in scientific debates, bro.
I mean, the thing is, if
if they're in a perfect square, then you'll get the same. If it's a perfect square, you'll get the same measurement.
It's not a square. It's not a square.
It's not a square with an X in it.
It's not a square. No, it is. It is 4 points, not a square. If it was a square, I wouldn't even be asking this question. I already know the answer to the square question.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's more difficult with this scaling triangle, like I told you.
I think I can come up with a solution. Just give me some time.
No, you don't. We're not trying to solve anything. I'm just saying, can you tell?
Right. That's what I'm trying to solve.
Oh, right. all right. Who are you?
You don't remember Charlie?
You got to look at the angles, man.
What's that
in their
guy's
world?
name? Josh Lays?
I don't think so. I don't think you need to look at the angles.
Well, in your world,
we're not doing angles. There's no angles, bro.
Okay.
Just distances.
That's a problem though. Without angles,
in their world, that you can't have a perfect square on their surface. Period.
So this question is equivalent to: can you find 6 distances for 4 points in which they could either be on a plane or they could be not on a plane?
Non-planar. Yep. That's the question.
Right. If I can find you 2 of those scenarios, obviously the answer is no, you can't. It's not constrained enough. I think that'll be the easiest thing to do.
What are you looking for? What scenarios are you looking for? I have a scenario.
No. I know. That's not what I mean.
That's the argument I was trying to tell them with GPS. Like if the satellites are curving around and equidistant from the ground, or if they're going in a circuit equidistant from the ground, then it's the same fucking math.
So obviously 3 points are always in a plane. So the extra information is coming from the 4th point.
Well, you're advanced in the argument. It took us a fucking 5 hours to convince Rumpus and Zanuck of that.
I don't think Rumpus is sure yet about that.
Yeah, no. He agreed before he left. He agreed adamantly, and gave his final statements. He agreed that 3 line of sight points are coplanar, no matter what.
We're not talking about this. Has nothing to do with line of sight, bro. This thing I'm giving you with these 4 points and distances between them all, this has nothing to do with line of sight or anything. Just can we tell? There's no angles, no line of sight, nothing.
This is actually an interesting question.
My math teachers were very interested in this. Yeah. I'm way behind now because I was chit-chatting with my math teachers.
Jeremy, you ought to have your science and math teachers actually discuss the flat Earth and some of the proofs for, I'll use that as quotes, and against it.
It's interesting talking about it with people who've never been in the topic because you'll get an honest answer, and then sometimes it's eye-opening to outsiders.
Dude, you can't, because I went to talk to the earth science teacher one day about the Coriolis effect, and he didn't know about the reference frames. How can we go farther? And he taught it. He said he taught it every year. So we can't. There's not really they're not informed. I mean.
Okay, fine.
They don't even understand what they're teaching. They're just reading it like you got a paragraph to read. You read the paragraphs, you read the example, you read the answer, then you give an example the way it shows, and then there you go. You don't have to really understand anything to read from a book and tell the kid, hey, this is what I'm reading from this book, and this is what you do on page 5 of your book.
I say Kosho and Zanuck and Rumpus and all them guys and Bob and Blumart, when I say those guys are the top globers in the world, there's nobody better than them, because no one else is as informed on any of this stuff as anyone else is.
I'd say Soundly is one of those too, because he's got the bridge to
whatever. All the globers in here, you know what I'm saying? Just all these globers, they're the best in the world.
Yes, sir. All
That's
the
what I
best.
said. We're
nothing to
arguing
talk
with the
about.
we're arguing with the first and the forefront. They're the only globe, scientists and the blue marble scientists in the world. They're,
Yeah, but
anybody
are
else?
they really scientists that we need to talk to? Like,
No.
really?
I'm just
Fuck
saying,
no.
with these other people, with these other like mainstream people and teachers and stuff, you're only going to get so far. Like, you're never going to be able to take it to the depths of what Kosho or Zanuck or someone can go.
Don't you find that a problem? Doesn't everybody find that a problem that a regular man can't take something and have it peer reviewed and like physically like touched and tested by other dudes and be like, okay,
The
don't
Great
you see
Awakening.
this works? I mean,
Why
look,
would
Great
a
Awakening.
regular
It's the Great
man
Awakening,
do it?
brother.
Whoever that was.
why
Hold
would
on,
a
who was
regular
that?
man be a part of science and physics and everyday life that he is? What do you mean? That's a weird question.
Who was that dude that I was talking to a minute ago? Charlie said he was going to look into this and find a solution or something. What's that? Whoever that dude is, when you find something, DM it to me. The
fine.
citation or...
Is Jeremy?
What's up?
Is Jeremy? I mean, I'm trying to solve it
Yeah,
myself. I
Jeremy.
wouldn't be able to cite you a solution. I'd be able to give you the solution and give you proof. Like I can
There's no
walk you.
like math book or geometry book or something that says...
No,
They're
I mean,
not going to trust you.
I mean, this is a geometric question, right? I can give you the geometric proof if I find it.
Is that like a
Okay, if you do
pyramid?
find it, send me a... If you do find it, send me a DM, will you, please?
It
So
won't
that's not
matter.
actually a triangle.
Math
That's a
doesn't prove
pyramid with the
reality.
4 base. Well, that's a pyramid with 4.
He's not
like,
asking a reality question. He's asking a math question.
Yeah.
No, it's reality. He'll turn it into a reality question.
Oh, we're going
got
to turn
it
this
for
into
you.
reality, no doubt.
How do you
Jeremy,
make a
I'm
pyramid
posting
on a
it for
globe?
you. I got it for you.
How do you
And
make
the
a
answer
perfect
is yes.
pyramid on a globe with 4
No,
and 8
I'm gonna
sides?
post it so
hold
everybody
on a
sees it.
second. Bob, send me a DM, please.
It's right there.
Will you send me it to me in DMs?
Just download it right there.
How do you
Jeremy
guys
doesn't
make
know how to use
pyramids
the
on a
text
globe?
stream.
How do you make a pyramid on a globe?
It's a
Four-sided.
tricky answer, man, because all they do is change the fucking angles, bro. Like you take a...
Pretty pleased with it.
Sound like a champ, Jeremy.
Come on, I can't, bro. I'm working. I'm way behind because I really need this thing.
Shitters won't clean themselves, man.
These toilets aren't going to clean themselves over here. I really need this thing. Please, somebody DM me the thing that Bob is spitefully not DMing me.
I assure you, you will not be happy.
What's the username you're using?
Jeremy?
Thing is, Jeremy's seen this before.
So show us how to make a pyramid, right? A pyramid
Jeremy's
with
seen all
4
of this
sides
before.
or 8 sides on a
Explicitly
globe.
explained all of this.
Well, it'd have 5 sides. Well, 6 because the tip, the point would be a side, and the bottom would be a side. So, a 4-sided plus bottom plus the point pyramid on a globe. How do you make that? How do you even do that on a globe?
Why'd you post that, Bob? Dude, that's what we were saying. All you're doing is changing the fucking angles. You're not proving anything at all. You're making it now. You're just making it down to proving the fucking angles between the lines, between the points.
To do with angles, it has to do with the distances between cities.
Yeah, but that's what it boils down to, bro.
Just has to do with the distances between
all I'm
cities.
looking for is the geometry, the geometrical proof or whatever, if you will.
That's it right there.
If we have 4 points, be able, and all the distances, we'll be able to tell if it's spherical or planar or non-planar.
That's exactly what that does.
That's it.
That is exactly what that does.
No, it don't, bro.
And is there
Go ahead.
If we measure curvature somewhere, then we know if it's that it's a sphere. Unfortunately, I have not yet seen any curvature measured.
Right.
Oh, I did.
Basically, you got to what you posted, Bob. If you're going to prove them distances, okay, then you say that it proves it's a sphere, but you're assuming the angles are larger than 180 or 360. I mean, you just pushed it off back down to you just pushed the argument down the line. Is all you did.
No, just straws that represent distance. Only fits one. Only
my
fits one
question
shape.
is,
why is
the question is there a geometrical proof
right
that
there?
If we had 4 points and 4 distances in between them, did you just do it once, or do you have
6 distances?
Bob, I don't understand.
Did you do it once, or do you have an actual proof though?
Why is it always the globers that call themselves professors? Or
He just drew a spherical square, Jeremy. All he did is draw a spherical square, change the angles.
Bob, how does this prove it's a globe, bro?
Did you watch it?
None of the arcs have the same radius. It's
Did you
pathetic.
watch it?
It's pathetic.
All the arcs have the same radius.
No, they don't.
Sure they do.
Bob, watch
All
it
the
again.
arcs have the same radius.
None of the arcs have the same radius. It's pathetic.
They all have the same radius.
Yeah,
you
watch
saying,
it again, Bob, and then tell me that's true.
I know the video.
No, Bob, did you make the video?
No, Josh Glaze made it, and I know exactly what he did, and I'm very familiar with that video. It's absolute proof.
Right, okay. I'm just posting a screenshot. Right, tell me these arcs have the
Go right
same
ahead.
radius. Tell me they have the same radius. If you do, you're geometrically illiterate, Bob.
I mean, if there's arcs, just can we cut them out and overlay them on the other arcs, and that'll tell you.
Those aren't scaled properly.
That's your best
not the same
excuse.
radius.
No,
Now?
they're not
That's your
scaled
best
properly.
excuse.
They all have the same.
not the
They
same
all
radius.
have the same radius.
They don't have the same radius.
If it's
They're
not scaled properly,
in that drawing, but they all have the same radius by definition.
Yeah, what's the difference in 1,200 or 12,000 and 6,000? It's about half, right? Are those lines scaled properly?
No, you tell me. It's your drawing, Bob. I'm just telling you that the
They're
radiuses
not
aren't the
scaled
same.
properly. I already told you.
Well, go and scale it properly and come back and tell us it's approved then, Bob.
Why?
It's pathetic.
You're not getting the concept anyhow, so why should I bother going through the work?
Well, Bob, it's your claim.
I'm waiting for that other guy to come back.
And it's an absolutely valid claim. Just fine.
It's
Yeah,
pathetic.
we solved your question about the radius thing because they're not scaled properly. What's next?
No, you're just saying. You haven't solved anything. What you're doing is saying words.
That's what you're doing.
It's pathetic. Well, you can see they're not the same freaking radius in the screenshot that I've just taken.
Because they're not scaled.
Yeah, well, that's
scaled
your
correctly.
claim. That again is your claim to undo the fuck up that Bob came up with by posting this in the first place.
Holy
it's
shit,
pathetic.
Yeah, is this dishonest, guys?
What fuck up?
Yeah, it's a fuck up, Bob.
You're
You
misunderstanding
fucked
is kind of pathetic, and you calling him out for it is even in the realm of like mental illness.
Yo, entertainment guy. If you're here for entertainment, don't mess up the comedy
just
show.
talk someone, psycho.
Seriously, if you're just here for entertainment and for a comedy show, then don't interrupt the comedy show.
Hey, Jeremy, why don't you suck a fart out of my ass, you fucking janitorial retard?
That's disgusting. You can't do that, bro. Don't insult Stone, please.
Is Stone gonna tell us why he cut off his own penis yet?
No, guys, please, let's get on to a more productive thing, please, guys. Now, I think for my geometry
People like to
question,
eat meat.
I think for my geometry question, something like Blender would actually solve this, right? Because you could
Oh,
do
dude.
this in Blender. Not Kosho, but somebody that actually knows how Blender works could do this.
Hey, listen.
And then
cock holster. Listen for me a second. I got it. Yeah, because with the triangles, you can't find the third side of a scaling triangle if you don't have the angles. However, you can obtain the angles of a trapezoid. So like a four-sided rectangle that's not a rectangle, right? So it's got four sides.
That's what I said. It breaks down to angles, bro.
Dude, listen.
The shape you gave me was a trapezoid, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I said. It breaks down to angles. All they're doing is pushing the argument to angles.
Not yet, Brian. Not yet, dude. Wait for him to finish. Anyways, so if you first solve the trapezoid, which once you have those sides, there's only one trapezoid that can be formed. So those angles can be determined. Once you determine those angles, you can then choose that diagonal. So that would be the third side of your triangle, and two sides of the trapezoid. You can use that for your triangle. You can determine what that would be given the angles that you've now.
So it's angle dependent, right? It's angle dependent.
I think
so. Kosho, you're saying with the distance.
I have a question. Why is the sphere that the guy used in his video a perfect sphere? I thought the Earth is roughly a sphere.
close
Think about this, Jeremy. Think about this real quick. Jeremy.
Wouldn't a roughly sphere have different distances than this perfect sphere? He
No,
would
yeah,
do?
but here's the point. Yeah, but this is the
not
point.
scaled properly.
If we
We
draw
already know
four,
the answer.
if we
It's
draw
not
4
scaled
points,
properly.
we could draw 4 points on a globe and on a flat circle. But the only difference is the fucking angles. You could draw 4. You know, Kosher, would you answer the question honestly? It's angle dependent, right?
That's what I'm keep seeing. I don't understand what you guys are trying to look for if angles don't come into play at all. Kosher, can you explain it?
Yeah, the angles will have to come into play. If you have
Make
an
believe.
alien triangle, unlike a a right triangle, or even a what's the other one? Isosceles triangle, a scalene triangle. You actually cannot find the third side if you only have 2 sides and no angles. Okay.
Right. So here's how it works. Here's how it works, guys. Hold on, dude. Hold on. If we draw a triangle, this is what they're pictured in their head. If we draw a triangle like their 80-mile line of sight, this is why it took so long to convince Ruppus and Zanuck that line of sight is planar, because on their map, it's going to be curving around. In other words, if I'm looking at it, it's going to be a straight line to that point. But in their world, it's more than 180 degrees. You got to curve out away from that point, but your vision doesn't do that. But they act like the world does. So their straight lines would be angling out away from the point and then curving back around to match the point. So you're starting off with a bigger than 60-degree angle, like an equilateral triangle. It's a fucking bunch of assumptions, man.
It's
Right,
always
so-
this gibberish globe make-believe that they create within these videos. Absolutely pathetic, especially when you take account that they always use a perfect sphere. As we also see with the NASA pictures, we have no pictures of a roughly a sphere or a pear-shaped sphere or a sphere with a bulge. It just doesn't exist. So everything in itself is just inconsistent, and it's just a make-believe. They make just these videos to create themselves something as to avoid the reality of what we actually see outside, which is water doesn't curve; it's always level. And we live in a geocentric stationary plane. This ball does not exist.
Now, the thing I'd like to say
yourself.
about that, first off, one thing you said right there is you said that it doesn't show the bulge in the pictures. Actually, it's exactly the size that it's expected to. You take the vertical and the horizontal image and you paste them together, and you can see that there's a 14 or 28 mile diameter difference.
In which
that
picture?
happens to be only a couple of pixels on anything on a screen that you're going to do, but they are out of round and
So we
it's
can't
measurable.
see it. So we can't see it.
You
No,
can see
there's
it.
no
You
way.
can count it.
There's no way 14 miles, if you can see the whole Earth, there's no way 14 miles would be in a pixel.
Right. It's,
What do you got? One of those 8 million
embarrassingly
take?
small.
You like
So
one
you
of those
can't
8 million
see- so what you-
pixels cameras?
What you're saying is you can't see the roughly spherical Earth or the pear-shaped Earth.
I think
It
it's
just
sidetrack.
always looks perfectly like a circle.
Yeah,
Like a perfect
hold on.
circle.
So, Kosho, you're telling me you have but the angles wouldn't match if it's spherical or if it's planar.
Okay,
Why
so
are we
what-
using angles, bro?
Listen to me, dude. Let's establish one question. The question is, do these distances make sense on a planar surface? That's the question.
Okay.
Not does it make sense on a globe or a sphere, but does it make sense on a planar surface? Because
Okay.
this question will answer
That's
that.
a good question. That's a
Yeah,
good
this
question.
question will answer that because you can determine these 4 sides, and you can determine the trapezoid. You can determine the angles of that trapezoid. You can then use the angles of that trapezoid to take 2 sides of it and that one angle that they share and determine what that third length is, and you can compare it to the actual length that you get.
And is this some kind of, hold on real quick, is this some kind of like geometrical formula or something, or where are you getting these these equations and shit?
Couple of geometrical formulas, yeah.
Okay, you ready for your next homework assignment? You did good. You did good on the first one. You passed. You passed. You passed the test, and you know it was a good job.
Have you finished your homework assignment yet, Jeremy?
I'm the teacher, Bob.
No, you're not.
I'm
You're
gonna see
the janitor.
you
You're
after.
asking the teacher. You were supposed to ask the teacher if you could have an angle to a curve.
I'm gonna need to see you after
Hey Bob,
class.
can you help me with something? Jeremy, let me get the photon conserving momentum, Bob, when you're done.
I wouldn't ask Bob anything. He'd be making up so much shit over the past 3 days. I mean, when's it gonna end?
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really frustrating when the logical fallacy is like, no, I didn't do that. I don't commit those. And even if I did, it's the fallacy because it doesn't work anyway.
Did you read another article or something on photon momentum?
No, Bob. Bob, I just want to get like an agreement. It seems that I can't get mainstream agreements, man. And I'm like, you're confident, and I know if you speak about it, you probably know the real answer, or else you'll just say you don't know.
Or he'll just make something up.
Nah, he ain't. Stop pulling his shit. Come on, Jeremy.
Bro, you think
I
I'm
don't
playing? You weren't listening the past few days then, Don.
It could be. Could be.
Yeah, you might have missed it.
Well, when you're talking with people that are confused about basic concepts, they always think you're making stuff up.
You're the one confused, bro.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So,
like if you're not
Bob, you
capable
might want to
of,
pump the brakes.
if you're
bro.
not capable
We
of
were all there. We
realizing,
saw you lie multiple times.
if
So why
you're
don't you
not
pump the brakes?
if you're not capable of realizing that the Earth is not a sphere tilted, flying through an ever-expanding universe, wobbling
say testicle.
and speeding around other planets, then I'm not sure if I can help you, dude. Like, if you experience that to be the case, and you think there's gonna be a space stream coming through for you someday, then I'm sorry to burst your bubble, bro, but it will never happen. You will never see that.
Well, you bursted my bubble. I was hoping you were gonna say testicle. But anyways,
Yeah.
Kosho. Kosho, listen. These distances will tell us, yes or no?
Yeah.
Are we doing math over here?
All right.
What? How do these distances tell us so, Kosho? Like if we figure out all the lengths, like how did you get the points?
We just use
They're
celestial
GPs.
navigation.
Yeah,
GPs
the points are
stars.
GPs.
Oh, are we doing this math shit?
I'm either going to be a hero or everyone is going to hate me after this. Well,
Is it a WAGP?
There's going to be a lot of people that are going to hate me after this.
That's
He already told you it's angle dependent, bro. So in other words, if I take 2 or 4 spots on a flat Earth, it's going to be a perfect 360 degrees. From when you start off from each point, you're going straight toward the other point. On a sphere, they change the fucking the degrees.
Greater
Basically,
than
you're not starting off straight for the other point, and they're just changing the angle of the line. It's angle dependent. He already told you, sir. Not trying to
So,
work
Kosho,
against
we
you.
could-
I'm just trying to.
Kosho, we could do this mathematically, right, with all the numbers and the formulas and shit. Can we also do this in Blender so that we have a visual to go along with it?
sure you wouldn't need Blender, but yeah, why
Just
not?
something to get a visual to go with it.
Yeah, but like I said, right now the only question that we're answering is, does this work on a flat plane?
Okay, that's all we need.
Well, right now I can tell you that according to what I just did, it's 50, about 60. It's about 60 nautical miles off of what it needs to be on a flat plane.
What, the X? One of the X's? What's off?
Yeah, the diagonal. 60 nautical miles away from what it needs to be.
So what? What's that mean?
It doesn't work on a flat plane.
Oh shit!
Because it's 60 miles off. Well, how
60
much
nautical
off?
miles off, yeah.
Yeah. Well, how much off would you have to be on the
He
other?
didn't change the angle.
Hold on a second, Brian. Christ. How off would it have to be on one of the lengths for it to be off on the X? Like, let's say we were 2 miles off on each of the lengths. How much off would that make it for the X?
Let's see.
Because you had a nautical mile just in your error.
Yeah, 1 nautical mile off in the measurement error, but that would change the
Kosho,
that would change the
isn't it
distance
not
by
true?
1 nautical mile.
Isn't it not true that the arc minute in the linear distance over Earth is not 100% accurate?
Well, I mean, I
It's
could use any.
It only
unit.
appears to be accurate at. Pardon me, I wasn't finished. It only appears to be accurate at the equator, 1 arc minute for 1 mile.
It doesn't matter
when you move around the body of the surface of the Earth, the angular resolution or the angle that you get doesn't match the linear distance. Why is that?
I
By how much?
arbitrarily picked a unit. I can
By how
arbitrarily
much?
pick the inch, and it would be the same problem.
By how much is it off?
It was off by 60 nautical miles, one of those diagonals.
No, he's making a statement about 1 nautical mile and 1 minute of angle. How much is it off as you go around the Earth and go to the
So,
different
for
shapes?
instance,
It's not
for
a perfect sphere.
instance, according to the star chart, if you go to the star charts and you look at the angular measurement between latitudes, starting from, let's say, the North Pole to the equator, apparently it starts out around 60 nautical miles or 69 miles, and then gets down to 68 miles per degree. So, if that's true, how do you get a 1 arc minute for 1 mile around the equator if the stars are showing you that the Earth itself is not truly 1 degree per 160 or 1 degree per 69 miles?
What's
It
the
changes
measurement error? What's the measurement error?
up to a mile, dude, from
No,
69
what's the
degrees,
measurement error
69
when you're
miles to
looking?
68 miles. So it's
All
almost 1
right,
degree
no,
error.
try and listen. Try and listen. What is the measurement error of your observation of the star?
So
Around the equator, just add a mile for every degree.
I'm not making the claim that I'm just reading from
Yeah,
your
you
own
are.
model, Bob. No, I'm not. I'm reading from your own model. Okay.
Okay, so
this is what your own model states, buddy.
then what we would have to do is we would have to look at the measurement error.
So
And
Kosho is
then we would
saying
have to
that
sit down.
it doesn't work on a flat Earth because it's off by 60 nautical miles, and I'm telling you that your Earth itself, the star chart shows that it's off by 1 degree, which would be 60 nautical miles. So it would work on a flat Earth because it's all from right angle triangles, all those angles to do.
Okay, Kosho, here we go. I know the fix for this. Run the math for for these distances on a sphere of 3959 radius, and then let's see what you come up with.
Turns out they work.
No, you didn't do it that quick. Come on, bro.
Hold on, I did the
I already
other.
told you.
Go ahead, sorry.
We already know what he's going to come up with. He's just going to, the angles are going to fucking grow. Once he puts it on a sphere, the angles are going to get bigger. He already, like, I don't know how to keep saying this.
No,
It's
all
angle
I have to do is
dependent.
put in the coordinates to the Haversine function and see what comes up. So we can do that.
You're trying to use the world. That's what's in question, bro. Don't use the fucking.
Okay, me and you are going on Oakley with this, Kosho. I'm not taking full
I can't do that.
responsibility for this. Tomorrow we're going on Oakley's.
I can't do that. Sorry.
Why? Your handler said you can't go on Oakley's anymore. Did your handler tell you
He'll
that?
void his contract. He'll void his contract if he goes on Oakley's.
I'm not allowed on there. I'm certainly not allowed on there to present anything.
Who tells you what to do? You
I
have a
get
handler. You do have a handler then.
Yeah, I won't be able to show my face in Japan.
Jeremy, be honest. You can't talk over there. So what's the point?
No, I had a nice conversation.
You
this morning.
don't
I mean,
show your face
I was
anyway.
screaming at George. I was screaming at George a little bit before the thing started, but it calmed down. And me and Oakley had a nice conversation. I don't understand the argument still, but whatever. I didn't bring these distances to him either, so we'll see. Because I didn't know how if he was cool with like getting angles from Stellarium and shit. He said that's cool, so we're good.
All this shit about celestial navigation, they're talking about the distances and all that, and they're going to, like, say, come up with a 45-degree angle, and you wind up with 3,000 something miles. Dude, it's not the fucking distances when you're navigating; it's the fucking angles. That's why, I mean, you're never going to prove them distances over great oceans with any kind of anything nowhere near perfectly accurate. But it's the angles is what it boils down to. Is what direction are we heading? And the globe angles are funky. Like to get south from to get to Hawaii, which is further south than me in North Florida, I got to start off going north. They tell me that's a straight line to Hawaii. That to me is what's in question. If I head toward North Alabama from where I'm at, they tell me I'm going to wind up in Hawaii if I keep going in a straight line. That's what the fuck to me is in question. Is all these fucking bullshit angles. In my opinion,
Kosho, is there any way we could do this? You put in good work with the thing, but is there any way you could do this with 4 points that are equidistant?
And using stars?
Or the sun. They were talking about doing it with the sun, so you got the sun to work with. But I don't know how that would work because then everyone's in date, or I don't know.
By the way, whose claim was it? Whose claim was it that a degree changes to 68 statute miles?
It was a
I
flat
don't know
earth
what
data,
data was.
aka what is he?
Okay,
right now?
data that would give a difference in diameter of 127 miles, which is 5 times the actual distance of the difference in diameter. So your measurement's in error.
It's just your model.
I think
It
we should put a
states that
string
the
around the
star
world.
chart and the change in
360
degree
fucking miles, bro.
and change in degree per latitude is comes from the star chart according to your model. So I'm just
It's
regurgitating
in
what your
error
model
then,
said.
because that would indicate a change in diameter of the Earth of 127 miles.
Your model is
Changes
How
over
can it be
1 mile.
127 miles when it's 1 mile per degree? That'd be 360 miles.
Can I just say some real quick? I'm not trying to interrupt y'all conversation. Jeremy, and everyone else who is listening, I have to make an important concession that I was absolutely wrong when I stated that in the practical, as far as because I'm like 30 minutes in, I can't find it. He didn't say that specifically what I said, which is that little corresponding line right there, the globe thing. That's not necessary. He didn't overtly say that. No, he didn't. Now, because I'm upset that it's not in there, I'm going to have to do like fucking hours of diving for whatever navigation video I did see that did say that. However, I still encourage you all to watch the Practical Navigator series when you go to the playlist and you click it, because he's going to mention a couple of important terms, specifically the horizon and their illustrations, or him using his hands as an example and using the sextant in reference to what he's saying the horizon is. Like, because obviously when we talk about the horizon, we're talking about specifically the line out there, but when he's saying horizon, he's talking about a horizontal. And that's clear based on what he's illustrating with his hands and everything else. Anyway, I'm not going to disrupt whatever conversation you have going on any further, but it's very important that you guys watch that series.
Good man, Eli. Good man. You don't hear that much in this arena.
Well done.
People willing to admit when they were wrong. No doubt. Good
Well
shit,
done.
Eli.
No, it'd be fucking uncomfortable to come in here and pretend that what I said can't be found. Like, that would be weird as fuck. Like, everything that I say is always facts, or I was incorrect. Those are the only two options. And if I'm incorrect, I'm definitely going to be the first to let you guys know.
No doubt.
By the way, to answer your question about the degrees of latitude, there is such a thing as significant digits. So what you're getting from the star charts does not have the same number of significant digits as the circumference of the Earth. So when you calculate one based on 69 degrees of latitude, you get like 24,850 or something or other. And when you use 68,
Bob, would you like the source of
degrees.
the video to go watch it, so we might want to learn something?
No, I'm explaining.
His
it
name
to
is
you why.
Randy Carlson. He is into sacred geometry.
Randall Carlson, I love that dude. That's my dude right
Who
there.
the hell
Hell
cares
yeah.
about that then?
So if you want actual information instead of your bullshit rhetoric, we know that
No,
you're
I
full
just
of
went
shit
ahead and
most of
gave
the
you the
time.
answer, so I'm
You're
done.
mostly full of shit, Bob, most of the time. I apologize for saying that, but that's true. You're mostly full of shit. If you'd like
All
to see
right.
the video where the star chart is actually documented, I could send that to you if you like.
Go ahead and send
Faux
it.
show.
But I can check on
I have one more
stellarium
thing.
too. The more
So again,
significant
Bob,
digits.
it's actual data
You're
that
next, Eli.
basically surrounds your sphere model, and you're trying to debunk your own data about your own sphere
From
model.
stellarium?
No, again, Bob, you're trying to
There you
correct
go.
your own globe model by debunking the evidence that's stated as a globe. Do you understand what you're doing?
I'm familiar with star charts, and that's the first I've ever heard of that. So
Randy
I'm comfortable with the star
Carlson,
chart.
if you want to go look, he's a YouTube guy. He's well known. He does lots of sacred geometry, but more importantly, he goes in and shows you how the sphere model was built on sacred geometry. He presents a star chart, which I presented to several people, several globers who want to either claim that's ball proof or refute the ball proof. So it's quite interesting that you want to
Show me the
refute
star
this is
chart.
ball proof.
Show me the
So it's
actual.
Randy
Yeah, he's
Carlson. I'll put the
actually-
link in the video for you.
That guy's actually a Freemason, Randall Carlson, and he says that there's a lot of this geometry and math and shit they make you learn when you're coming up in the ranks through the Freemasonry. But yeah, go ahead. If you guys are done, Eli's next. So
Well, good for them.
A couple of premises that givens that you must accept as they build upon, the reality in your brain for you to. Anyway, I also wanted to make another point, as I made the previous concession. I'll also say that also when you watch the video, it doesn't validate or confirm what he said about the green line either. I mean, so my argument being, well, is it necessary what you're showing, what you're doing? That still stands. So
no
that's
doubt,
why I'm
no
saying
doubt. It's still on
watch
the
it
table.
thoroughly.
No doubt. It's still on the table. We'll keep that in our back pocket. But yo, real quick, Kosho, can we do this before distances that are equidistant distances? That makes sense. This would be so much easier. Like so much easier, dude. There's a formula for it and shit. It's like blatantly obvious if it's four equal distances. I know you can do it, bud. Come on. We all got faith in you. Are you there? Maybe his handler told him he had to get off the internet. All right, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, man, I don't know. It's just super interesting. The further, like, I just speed watched that video. By the way, guys, if you've ever not tried to listen to something, double speed, it's not like, double speed is going to work for every video, depending on how fast or slow someone is talking, so you can adjust it. But once you get used to it, give yourself a good 5 videos. I know it's going to be like, oh, this is annoying, but eventually your brain will be able to keep up with retaining what you're hearing in the video. And so that's going to cut your time for watching videos way down. Also, go ahead. What were you going to say, Jeremy?
I was just gonna say, imagine trying to listen to Xanax replay back at two times the speed.
Yeah, nah, you gotta slow it down.
Slow it down on some rap battle shit.
I do it every day, Jeremy.
So it was interesting that he was talking about the horizon and zenith distance, because like these guys always talk about zenith distance, that's something that you can't do while you're navigating, so they use the horizon instead. So they want you to accept the hypothetical already. Well, no. The method is still practical in the sense that if you were standing on land or something fixed and it wasn't a lot of rocking, and then you would have your 90-degree position. But you would, I don't know how you would get that. You would have to have some kind of reference. But obviously they'd somehow there's a way to do it. So let's say hypothetically you did get a perfect 90 above your head. The whole point is trying to find the distance between you and, say, if you're shooting the sun. So that's what the zenith distance is. The distance between some point above your head to the star, and that corresponds to the distance between you on the ground and the point of the star or the sun or whatever it is, wherever it's at, 90 degrees above that ground. So that's the whole point. That's the whole point
Oh, that
of
sounds like
using.
what Elijah. That sounds like you're making a square, not a triangle.
That's the well, yeah, it is a square, but still, it's a square, no doubt.
Rectangle, but yeah, whatever.
When you say something like you can't get a zenith,
Absolutely, but remember, because you can't get the zenith distance from your 90, you're using the triangle from you to the GP to the thing that you're shooting the angle to. That's and I'm not making that up. That's literally what I just heard the man say.
What makes you think that there be any appreciable error in getting zenith?
No, I didn't say there was error. What are you talking about?
I thought you were implying that we can't get the zenith.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't.
I say
I wasn't implying that. You can.
Is it
I was.
easy to define as horizontal?
Well, you were incorrect. I wasn't implying that. In fact, what I was saying was a navigator on the sea is using the horizon to get the zenith distance because he can't use his because he can't
But
use
he
his
also
navigator.
was saying, even it's like, to tell me if I heard you correct. It sounded like you were saying, even if you could, without horizon, use some other plumb bob or whatever mechanism to get to
Yes.
zenith. You were saying we don't know the distance up to that thing.
No. Well. If we had a plumb bob, we got the 90 from our position. Like all we're concerned with is the horizontal distance between some point that is undisclosed, not like that is not it's not known. Some point above our head, horizontally across to the point where whatever celestial body you're shooting is. Hypothetically speaking.
So we are talking about above how far above our head. We don't know what that is. Is that?
No, that's not even right. That's not even.
Okay, I'm not familiar enough with it. I'll stand back.
See, if you
No,
could make
it's a good question. It's a good question.
I actually asked Oakley this earlier about, because they started talking about doing celestial navigation of the sun. I'm like, well, we got 2 angles and a distance. We could fill that triangle in with the rest of the numbers and have that distance up to the sun. And he said,
but you only have one angle.
I forgot what he said. No, you got 2 angles. You got, if we're on the ground, we got the angle. We have an angle to the guy on the GP. There's one angle.
Oh.
Then we have the guy at the GP has an angle. Star, and then we got a triangle there on a flat on a flat Earth.
Okay,
You
you're
got a
talking about 2
triangle.
locations. I thought you were talking about one observer. I got you.
Well,
does anybody realize though? As soon as you invoke the word angle, you invoke a system. As soon as you invoke the word angle, you evoke a system, right?
And that's what I'm saying, because the reason that's not the case, because it's not. I guess it's a point at a certain point, but that's only because you have a system in place already that you even know that. Because you're going to have to look to the almanac and you're going to have to look at what time that thing is where. Above the ground somewhere else. Now, in order for that to have been in the tables, someone would have had to know what time the sun was 90 degrees there, right? So they would have had to take an angle measurement, right? Ooh, that's obvious, right? It didn't just pop out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, this stuff all had to come from measurements, no? I don't know, because they have shit in the future.
I'd say we don't have measurements for every point along the sun's route. I believe they use the Haversack formula. So they go basically to one place on Earth, or several places. You can make a measure place. Okay, yep, it's 90 degrees over my head here. And using the Haversack formula, that's what's going to carry it out between points that you didn't measure. Because it follows a track that is predictable and identifiable.
Yeah, I don't think you actually have to make the angle measurement, because they have like Stellarium and shit has shit for the future. And even Oakley told me today, he's like, you could go make angle measurements in the future. That didn't even happen yet.
Yeah.
The almanac, typically they have some for a couple of years, but that's why they got to remake them every year, because like you wouldn't be able to make an accurate one for 100 years in the future, but you can get close.
Because Earth's speeding up, and you guys don't know why. Yeah, we know.
No, that's not why.
Well, why? Then
It's
why?
because in actuality, some of the celestial bodies deviate slightly.
Yeah, that's so. Look, think about yeah, y'all. So, this is my I don't even know if it's a spec. So you guys tell me if it's speculation or if it makes sense. So there's the Farmer's Almanac. They know when it's going to rain and everything. Like it's predictable up to a certain point in time. At the same time, like we all agree that the stars are drifting. Now, we're not talking about drifting away. We're not talking about it. We're talking about empirically what we can observe is that like how you can be in one position and be under the house of Aquarius. At a certain point of time, you will have moved out of the age of Aquarius from where
points, bro.
Using GPS to stars or the moon or the sun.
I don't know about the moon. Let's just stick with the sun for now.
Yeah, the answer is
Okay,
no.
go with the moon. Go with the moon. Yes, the moon.
It cannot be done. No.
The moon. You have the moon.
So if you can use the moon and the sun, maybe you'd have to find two stars that were between the tropics, and that were also in the same meridian.
Do it up,
and
bro.
you'd have to find a perfect date where the sun and the moon were also on that meridian. I mean, not
What
on
are you looking for?
on the latitudes.
Bacon. Thank God, bacon's here. Ooh.
You fucking asshole.
Thank God, bacon. Here's what we need. Competent. This is what I can smell the competence in the air now. Here's what we need. I need 4 equidistant points, bro, with using celestial navigation.
Other 4?
They have to be equidistant.
Oh, 4 equidistant.
4 equidistant points. Yep.
Are we
And they
restricted
have
to?
to all be able. And they have to all be able to see the other things. Like every point has to be able to do a celestial navigation on the other point.
I don't think that's
That's not
possible.
bacon, that's sizzling.
I think if you have 4 equidistant points, the distances are going to be bigger than 90 degrees. So the celestial body, the other 3 celestial bodies are all going to be below the horizon.
What happened? You can't get four GPs underneath the same distance.
You only
I
have
don't think so.
54 stars to work with, right?
The distance. Okay, so the elevation is going to be the complement of the distance. So if you have like if your distance to the ground position is 30 degrees, then the elevation angle is going to be 60 degrees. So if that distance gets to 90 degrees, then the elevation angle is 0, which means the celestial body is at the horizon. And if you're further than 90 degrees, then it's below the horizon. And to 4 points equidistant on the sphere, all those distances are bigger than 90 degrees. So you can't see the other celestial bodies because they're
So
all
this is
below.
impossible to do. So I got to stick with Kosho's cockamamie method now with this trapezoid bullshit. All right.
Yeah.
Kosho was sounding like it was possible.
See again. You hear what he just said about if the celestial body is on the horizon. Again, if you watch the Practical Navigator, you will hear what I'm hearing.
What are you hearing?
The thing
Are
is,
they in the room with you now?
as many times as we try to explain it, it's like, again, you have to fundamentally, because the Practical Navigator is just going to show you what they're doing practically, and then you practically. So all this other stuff falls into place, like when they say, well, something is at the horizon or beyond the horizon. It's like, well, practically, I know this is happening. So whatever that means.
Yeah, you cut
I
out.
don't understand what he's saying.
Because that it's now, somewhere in this line. You see what I'm saying? Like,
no.
Well, watch the fucking video, man. That's what I'm saying. Watch the damn videos. That's please.
No, we didn't hear what you were saying because you're in like the subway or
okay.
something cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
What I'm saying is, the like, you know, one of the things that like, and we picture, or we try to picture it, because we try to picture what things we can't see, right? So when he says that, you know, you have a celestial body like on the horizon, or let's say you can't see it but you know it's there, so it's like somewhere in the southern hemisphere. I'm like, okay, or on the other side of an equatorial line over a plane, right? Like, but nobody, you wouldn't even begin to look at it that way unless you understood practically how we use this stuff in the first place. Because your skepticism lies on whether or not it's on a plane or on a sphere. How do we know? That's the point, right?
Well, we don't
That's
use
why
any of
watching
these.
the video is essential.
Right,
Oh,
I'm confused
everything I
by
said.
that. We don't use any of the stars that are below the horizon for navigation. So why do you even bring them up?
And
Well,
everything I said.
I didn't. Obviously, I brought them up because the question is whether or not you just can't see them, or you. Well, we can't see them, but we say you just can't see them because of some angular resolution problem. Versus, it's in the southern hemisphere, which is angularly, like, you know, away from you,
All right.
from because it's a sphere. Like that, obviously that's the argument. So that's why I'm bringing it up, because we're talking about why is it that there's stars you don't see? Shouldn't you just see them all? Blah 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 blah. Da 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 da. So again, when you know what they're doing practically, then you understand why they use the math the way they use it, why the celestial sphere is the way that's what I mean. Like, if you want to come to that conclusion, you can. But for those who have not decided before seeing anything that it's a globe, and they're trying to figure out what the fuck is this method, what are they doing, and what does all this mean, in order to understand what all of the hypotheticals mean, you have to understand what they're practically doing first and how they're applying that to the hypotheticals. Does that make sense?
Yeah, everything we've talked about with this shit so far, we're not coming to an agreement on. This new shit that I'm on,
Because
I think.
no one is watching the videos that I'm talking about. No one is reading the material that 10th is begging everyone to read. Do you think that maybe that's why?
No one's doing a fix.
Okay, matter of fact,
Hold on one
why
second,
don't
Eli.
no
Real
no
quick. I'm not even going to say anything pertaining to this. Just Costo, drop down on the live stream too with me real quick. And Bacon.
Hey, does anyone know what
he
camera
doesn't care.
he uses? Does he have an actual infrared adjustment like on his camera? Does he do it after the video is recorded? Does anyone know?
That sounds like an interesting
What
question.
video you're talking about? What's it?
Sensei Flat just dropped like a video.
J Tolan Media?
J
There's
Tolan
only
Media.
two
Does anyone
ways.
know what
There's only two ways to achieve infrared. Of course, is to alter your 2D sensor by removing the filament over top of it. I have infrared lenses. There's two different effects. When you have a sensor that doesn't have the filament removed and you're using infrared, you're limited on. I find you're limited on actually true detail, but
That's
your main
correct. So what he's
your-
using is obviously very fire. So does anyone know what it is? Like he has very crisp
if
images, and then he actually
if
goes
it's
back and forth between color and infrared. So
if it's true, then he must have a particular sensor that doesn't have that filament over top of it, and allowing to get the.
but how does he go from
visual
color to
spectrum.
infrared?
So
I want to get the camera he uses. I'll just reach out to him. It's all good.
you can get a P900. There's a video online to show you how to do it with a P900 to show you how to take it
I
off.
used to have one, right? So I recorded a rocket launch in infrared with a P900 that had been like adjusted, but
Yeah,
it did
you
not
can
look
take.
anywhere as crisp as his video.
Yeah, you
so.
got to go online. They'll show you how to take the filament off of the sensor for the P900, and that's what you have
Someone
to do.
did that for me. I literally on tour I had a normal P900 and an infrared P900. I'm just saying it wasn't as crisp as that. I don't know. It's all good. I would much rather just start getting on planes when I fly out to interview these astrophysicists and then take videos and then just completely ignore the globers as if they don't exist.
The funny thing about like Jay Tolan is Jay Tolan Media's videos make so many claims, and The ones
So
that
when
I
I say I
checked
don't
are
want to talk to
completely
Globers and pretend that they don't
are
exist,
completely
the Glober
horseshit.
feels.
And I was talking. I know you have a real hard time understanding. The Jay Toland I find very interesting because when you get down to it, he makes these claims. Oh, I see XYZ Lake, and when I look at those images, I don't see XYZ Lake. He doesn't point at XYZ Lake in his video, so I'm not
That's
sure
incorrect.
how
He
he's
labeled all of
concluding
it.
that these things. Shut the fuck up! God damn! Now you got to
Dude,
speak.
you're
I don't
just an
care. I don't want to talk.
emotional little bitch, dude. I just said I don't want to talk to you, and I don't consider you as existing. You then felt the impulsive, emotional need to jump
Shut
in
up!
and talk to me. You're conversation raping me. I don't want to talk. It's not consensual. No means no.
You ever read Green Eggs and Ham, bro?
No means no. I don't want green eggs and ham. No.
Tough luck. It's an open room, and you're not the fucking boss of it, douche.
Well, you just went on this big long monologue. There's a video in the chat that debunked you where he labels everything. So what are you talking about?
Yeah,
He
the
labels
video's
Your
actually
web
what he
on
always
people.
does. He shows like the Google Earth position of it and everything.
Yeah, he literally labels every single thing he points out. Okay, so back to the Globers not existing because in the real world they don't. And the people that think the Earth's a ball in the real world, they think the anti-flat earthers are super weird. So anyway, I think that we should all start getting on planes, taking this crisp infrared footage, and then just showing people. I'm about to launch a business. So I'm going to have true Earth audits, and then I'm going to have like either true Earth test or I haven't decided. Yeah, I think true Earth test maybe or observations. And I think everyone should be doing it. Everyone should be going around auditing their police officers and stuff like that, and then slipping in some true Earth stuff. And we're gonna create a program to do that. And then we need to all be doing observations, right? So I think infrared is kind of a glitch. Who cares what the people in this room say? If you come back and you see mountains from 1,000 miles away, they'll say refraction. Like, who cares what they say? The normal person's going to be like, there's no way I see those mountains rising up 1,000 miles away. That's insane. How does that work? That's insane. They won't say that. So why talk to them?
I completely agree with every word you just said.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm going to start putting money aside to try to get. I want to get the same camera he has. His footage is fire. Like, anyone that lies about how his footage is clearly fire is just weird.
Yeah, really is. I know in some of his videos he'll talk about like what he's using. I know he does like change lenses and stuff sometimes, but I'd have to go back and watch it all.
I'll try and email him and stuff. But I'm saying I want to know specifics so I can like literally create a program, right? So people can like all begin to get the same equipment, take different flights, different conditions, different areas. Maybe you can even take flights at the same time. So you could turn and like video the other flight. You know what I'm saying? You could literally video your friend in the flight as you're somewhat close.
That's pretty interesting, actually. That might, it'll definitely open eyes for sure if you can replicate the same camera.
Yeah, dude. And then so the new Level movie's coming out in April, and the pilot, and that's going to be in it. And I think that like somehow boiling down like this, the military uses radar equipment based on a horizontal relative position of planes at vast distances, which literally debunks the globe. It makes no sense. We should also like try and get someone from the inside to really document that.
Like you're saying, they're like their radar, like the traffic controller people, they use like a horizontal program.
Yeah, like the actual plane itself has a radar, and it finds positions of other planes close to it, like in theory, also enemy plane, and it's literally a horizontal grid. and they determined this elevation based on horizontal, like literally just a horizontal. So say they're like 50 miles away, it just has a horizontal line from that plane to the other plane. 50 miles away doesn't account for Earth curvature.
What? That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and this is how they find actual enemy planes, like in the real world.
Exactly. Why? Because there's no elevation change, which debunks your claim of level being equidistant from the center of a sphere. That sounds like a great idea. What's it? I'm on board. Any way that I can help, let me know.
Yeah, cool. I'm gonna try to like really put together these businesses and programs, and I'm gonna like try to get a bunch of people to kind of like, yeah, be a part of it. Like I'm so far beyond talking to these people, dude. Like so over it. Like just running my errands, listening to it was super aggravating, dude. Just being honest. And I get it. I do it sometimes too. I'm not like judging people, but they suck. They just
They
suck.
got
Dude.
nothing but tactics.
You know what they have? You know what they have, bro? They have nothing without us. They literally have nothing. They have no one to talk to. They have nothing to be interested in. They have nothing. They literally are obsessed with our cosmological opinion while claiming it's stupid. That's objectively weird. So, if they're in here strictly for that reason, of course you're never going to come to some type of cordial agreement with them. That's why they're here, is to never do that.
What if we didn't? What if we went on strike? Just strike them out of business.
Oh, maybe I should start that business. We physical striking, flat Earth versus globe, and we get in the ring. We throw strikes.
No. I mean, just.
I'm joking, bro.
Don't let them in.
It's never going to happen because a lot of flat earthers love our debate junkies as well. I mean, I get it, so it's annoying. It's just annoying, bro. Like if I say a specific argument about the earth speeding up and slowing down, they literally just straw man what you say. They ignore what you say. They change the subject. Everything they do is dishonest, bro. It's literally they're only in here to try to like see if how smooth they can be subversive to the true logical consistency of the argument. I'm just telling you, man, the real world people think they're weird.
Yeah, isn't it just keeping up with, like, they're trying to prove their philosophy, and that's merely what it is. It's like I see a parallel when it comes to like a religious belief. Like even if you grant them the idea that flat Earth is a religious belief, they're using the same exact tactics. The way they tackle this debate is from like a religious kind of point of view. Like the only way I see a parallel between flat Earth and globe Earth as a debate is one that is religious, right? Like
They're not even in here to prove their philosophy, dude. They're literally in here just to try to get a rise out of people and come up with some way that they can say something snarky, some little gamma comment to try to act like they're better than you. They're literally
I
only
guess,
in here for
in that
self-validation.
context, exactly. In that context, I mean, if flat Earth were like a religious thing, at least the flat earthers are trying to turn people. In that sense, there's like that aspect. But for the globers, it's either confirming it for themselves, just feeling good about themselves, not necessarily like disseminating truth to the public like the flat Earth is trying to do.
Dude,
Like in
exactly.
theory.
They are objective. We're in here because we're trying to figure out where we live. We're trying to figure out some of the stuff going on, some of the big gaps in knowledge in the world, even admittedly in their own paradigm. They're not trying to figure anything out. Whatever's not known, they just say, oh, well, that's how science works. We don't know things. They're not in here to learn. They're not in here to try to raise awareness. They don't feel like we're being lied to. They took boosters. They promote the boosters. They ridicule people that didn't take them. They think children should be getting killed. I don't like these people. I don't think that we should be giving them energy. I think they're in here because they can't get validation in the real world. So they're in here in this weird little way to make themselves feel cool. And every time we take the bait,
but
and then say Brenda comes in here and starts bashing people. People can't help but take the bait, right? So then they start engaging with Brenda. When Brenda comes in, I say, wasn't the moon landing like the greatest accomplishment in mankind history? Oh my gosh, go patriotism. Yes, freedom and capitalism beat communism. Yes, wasn't the moon landing amazing? Till Brenda just short circuits, implodes, and leaves. I'm not gonna, you know, like
Yeah,
we just
definitely.
gotta step up. You know?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I don't want to like stereotype the globe Earth, like just as much as I wouldn't like them to stereotype us as
No,
flat
they're
earthers.
anti-flat earthers, man. They're anti-flat
Yeah,
earthers. They're not
yeah,
Globers.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. If you're gonna
Well, if
like
you
talk about
identify
that
by being
niche,
anti, think about this, bro. If you identify as being anti something, you have no identity. If your identity is hating on someone else's position, if your identity is anti something else, it's objectively weird.
well, at least like if they did so, they'd be honest. But they don't. They don't.
What
They just claim
what
they're
about with
Globers,
the
not anti. They're not trying to bring down the flat Earth. They're not against it. They're
And
very
remember,
open minded. Yeah,
and
go ahead.
remember.
what about
So this
does
is
that
like
same thing apply to
when I first came in here. Everyone was already talking about like the government, how they're keeping us down, and how we don't have options, and yada 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 yada. I said, well, no. Number one, the reason most of us are hurting is because of financial illiteracy, and obviously that's going to be questioned. It's like that can't really be the problem. I said, well, does anyone in here know the rule of 72? Only one person at the time was like, yeah, I know what it is. Everybody else didn't. And the point that I'm trying to make is Kocho came in and was like, everybody knows how to invest. Everybody knows how to do this. But the entire conversation that took place between me and two others that were kind of like keen, and Jeremy as well, were keen on like certain concepts and things. Like, everyone else was like, thank you very much. I didn't know this stuff.
Yeah, everybody knows it's a globe,
Kosho and the
Elijah.
other Glober, and Kosho and the other Glober was just like, well, why would you? Everyone knows this stuff already. As if, which they didn't, and they were thankful. But it's like he would rather have been a disruptor to say, oh, why are you in? Why are y'all even discussing this stuff? So what they are people in place to literally stop people from communicating. Like that. That's what someone who scares you away from looking into information is. So when people say that we try to convince people about flat Earth, that's not actually true. What we're trying to convince people to do is take a look at what they thought was true their entire lives. The end result after that is whatever it is, but that's our intention, not convincing people that the Earth is flat necessarily.
Yeah.
Like you have to convince people that the Earth is a globe.
No, yeah, exactly. 100%.
Look, they're in
Elijah,
denial. They're in denial, but it's just objectively weird. If you're obsessed with flat Earth and you claim it's stupid, it's objectively weird. Okay? So, like, would you invite these people to your party? Would you hang out with them?
No.
Would you invite them to your party? If they came to the party and they're the guy that has, like, 2 beers and then acts really, really drunk and then, like, touches the girls inappropriately and makes them feel uncomfortable, then they leave the party and they go to the club early and then they never want to come back, would you keep inviting those guys to your party? Just, well, yeah, I don't like them. They suck. They ruin all the conversations. They always get really drunk and they start groping women because they have no game. They're super thirsty and lame. We should invite them to all our parties. We should make sure that they're like the center of the attention at all the parties. No, we wouldn't invite them.
That's oddly specific.
Well, Doug, there was
I
an
know people like
anti-party.
No, that was an analogy, and I would say it's a failed analogy, but I appreciate the thought there. Would say, but
No,
no.
it's very accurate. Those anti-flat earthers are those people.
Well, I
Okay,
mean,
to be fair, they wouldn't be invited to the party. So
yeah, but
Austin,
no,
you
you are right. Like on these flat Earth servers, they are the people being invited on these to these so-called
That's what I'm saying.
quote
That's why
unquote parties. Yeah, I agree in that. Yeah. In that sense, your analogy is spot on.
That's
But,
what I mean. Yeah. Like I just tried to make a joke about them groping women. Like the analogy is, the analogy is okay. It's like, do you go knock the dude out, or do you just not invite him to the next party? Do you go like do you consistently bring him to the party so you have to consistently have a confrontation with him as he begins to touch women inappropriately and be super lame? You know, doesn't bring his own drinks, but drinks everyone else's drinks.
Depends how drunk you are, right?
You just wouldn't bring
Are
him
you
to the
gonna
party.
knock him
That's what I'm
out?
saying. So the drink is the high that people get from
Exactly.
debating. Yeah.
From debate, yeah. That's exactly what I meant. Yeah.
And a lot of us are debate junkies. So I would rather debate another true earther. Dude, I'd rather debate germ and terrain theory in front of thousands of people. I don't know. It just, to me, I just feel like it's lame. Like, dude, I cannot even imagine coming to this place for years claiming that flat earth was stupid. How does that make sense? Can someone make it make sense?
No, not at
but
all. I mean,
you should get into debating evolution and creationism because
Yeah.
lots of
I'm
really
into
good
that.
shit lots of really good shit is happening in that arena, and I believe that will grow faster definitely than true Earth or flat Earth or whatever you want to call it. I think flat
Yeah,
Earth.
but it-
I think flat Earth is designed to go political, and that will probably happen when there's a revival of sorts. That's the only way I see it happening. Is there has to
I
be a
actually just
revival
did it.
for
I just did a creationism debate. Creationism and objective morality. And I had the atheist conceding objective
Nice.
morality, and then as soon as he did that, he was done, right? Because well, then what
Exactly.
set the objective standard in place? Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, the whole point of atheism is subjective moralism. They don't have objective. It can't be objective. If he's an
Yeah, it has to be,
atheist,
yeah, exactly. Moral relativism is
it's
a
a given.
requirement of atheism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what's
They don't get that.
Yeah. Well, I guess the problem, yeah, I mean, it's so easy for that debate to be like just over once you establish that. I guess flat Earth is more intricate and has more depth.
No, flat Earth is also very easy. So it's like,
And
okay,
very-
the Earth,
also
the Earth's
very
a sphere, there's a
new.
geometric.
And-
If the Earth's a sphere, there's a geometric horizon. That's a physical, tangible obstruction, right? It's at a specific location. It's an actual specific location of tangible obstruction. So do we ever see that location? Do we ever actually see that tangible physical obstruction? No, you never actually see it. You never see the actual position. So how do you know it's there then? Debate over. Debate over.
Yeah,
So-
I guess you can summarize it as such, but
Well, they say they never.
Are you
have an
talking about
answer
like the
for how do you know
Heisenberg
it's there.
principle? You're talking about light predicting its spot versus speed.
No, it's much more about if you don't actually have physical, empirical evidence of tangible obstruction, how do you even know it's there in the first place?
Oh, you're talking about the horizon. Pardon me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Flat
Yeah.
Earth debate over. So now what we've just established is you're making a claim antithetical to empirical default observations, and you don't even have an observation to counter with. So you're not
You know
even
what's the-
allowed at the table.
You know what's a really good question to ask any glober I found is that one question I stuck with was what causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground? Earth curvature or your eyesight? I asked what's his name there, the guy who did he was pretty not soundly, but Tim Osman. I was debating him and I asked him that very question. You know what he said? He goes, I can't
Both.
answer that. That's no, he says
if I were a Glober, I'd say both.
well, you'll see that I wrote it in the book, but he says I that's too much. I can't answer that. That's literally what he said when I asked him that question.
Too deep.
Hey, what's it? What would a Glober
Yeah.
say to us saying, like, why don't we feel the Earth spin?
Oh, they would say
Negligible.
because of
This
oh,
is
yeah,
going
because of
somewhere.
conservation of angular momentum.
Okay, so
Why
Mike,
is it?
we
Why
bringing
would
this
we
up
say
real
that?
quick? Hold on.
Wait, that's a funny
Stop,
answer. Why
Zanuck.
would someone say
Stop.
that?
Stop, Zanuck.
I'm curious.
So-
No, I'm
Zanuck,
curious. Why would
I'd
they say
literally
that?
rather go
Oh my
jump off
God.
a bridge. I think. I mean, did you not hear my whole like rant about how I don't want to even acknowledge that you guys exist anymore?
I
Did you
got
miss that part?
But I was talking to the other guy who asked the question, and the answer was conservation of angular momentum. But why would a Glober say that the reason we don't feel movement is because of conservation of angular momentum? How is that an
What do
answer?
you
Why don't
say?
we feel it? Why don't we?
What do
feel
you
it?
say, Zanuck?
Because it's beyond the levels of perception of the human sensory system.
Negligible.
What is beyond it?
Any change of direction, which is a force.
Hey
Oh,
Zanuck,
requires a force.
could I
Angular
detect
momentum.
30 kilometers if I was going 60 and I went from 60 kilometers an hour down to 30, could I feel the change?
Tell me how fast you change from 60 to 30, and I'll tell you whether you can tell it or not.
Well, would you be able to feel? Would you be able to feel it in a vehicle?
Depends on the rate. Depends on the change of velocity, which is defined as acceleration.
Okay,
Data.
so if there's a change in velocity, what would be the resisting my velocity for the Earth speeding up and slowing down
There's a
to
force.
control it?
A
What
force
force
has
would
to
that be?
A force is required
What
for any
force would
change
that
of velocity
be?
to occur. So depending
Sure,
on
what
the rate at which the velocity
what
changes,
force would
meaning
that be?
change. Hello, this is why
So
we
you guys
can't
see,
interact
this is
with you
how
now
it
because
happens.
there's
Yeah,
no
This is
there's
how it
no
happens
interaction.
Danik
There's no
Danik
interaction.
won't
he's at
answer.
the party. Real fast,
Zanuck,
real
you're
fast.
being asked for the threshold that you're
Real
saying the
fast,
human
Dominic,
can't
point.
feel.
Let
So
me just make a
what
point.
can
Like,
the
so when I
human
said,
feel? What's the threshold?
listen, when you see the guy that's at the party drunk groping the girl, you're automatically going to intervene if you're any type of man. So the only solution is to not have him at the party. Do you see how it's
Okay,
like you can't
Data.
help
He's trying to
but
subvert
address
your
the
question to me.
sophistry? No, Zanuck, I just think
Not
that
at
you
all, dude.
shouldn't be invited to the party. That's all I'm saying.
And you interrupted me and then complained about getting interrupted. I was in the process of asking Witsit stuff.
Dude, I know so many guys like that. Oh, wait, no, I don't know him anymore. Does that make sense?
So Witsit, the reason I was asking that was if you're still there. I was thinking about the question you proposed earlier about the globe spinning up and slowing down and speeding up. So they say that the distribution of mass could be a possible, answer for it. But wouldn't that distribution of mass have to be like lopsided on like one side of the ball, and wouldn't that throw everything out of whack?
Exactly. If you had a tilt rotation, each latitude with a tangential an angular velocity, you would have to have a change per latitude, and that would be you would have an obvious effect of that. It's not observed. It's not even calculated. So it's ridiculous.
Yeah, like I don't understand how they can say, there's no friction in space, and that's why we don't feel changes in Earth spin or the Earth spin in general, whatever. But then, why would any distribution of mass that still leaves the Earth able to spin without going off course, like why would that make any difference if if the atmosphere moves with the Earth and there's really no friction stopping it? Like, why would the ice skater's arms being pushed out do anything at all if the arms aren't pushing against anything?
Bear, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just asking for clarity because you asked a question about what Globers think, and I heard something completely contrary to what any Glober would say.
Why
Hey,
would there
hey,
be
dude,
wind or anything if there's no resistance? Why would you have a spin at all? Why would you have orbit? Why would you have anything but just fall?
That's a good question,
Just fall,
but that
fall,
wasn't really
fall.
what I was applying to. Bear, I was just going to say that the reason we don't feel spin is not because of conservation of angular momentum. That's kind of a silly answer. I don't know what you came up with that, but what we
Okay.
don't we don't
Did
feel
you
we
ask,
don't
didn't you ask
feel
a
the actual
specific
change in
question?
direction.
I think you asked a specific question in regards to like a figure skater, like why they spin faster when they pull their arms together and slow down when they pull their arms apart.
That is due to the conservation laws, particularly the
You
conservation of angular
can't
momentum.
conserve momentum. Show us how that's done in a lab.
That has to do
Show
with
us how you
the
conserve
mass
70
hold on,
miles an
Dina.
hour.
But
How long
Zen,
can you conserve
Yeah.
70
is it
miles an
because
hour without creating
I can't
the
hear you too
push?
much talking over you.
is it because her arms are like pushing against the air more when she has them out? Is that why she slows?
No, God, no.
How's the
Ken
spin of the
Wheeler,
Earth
Ken
speeding
Wheeler
up?
did a video on this specific question, and
Can you let him finish? Can you
yeah,
let him finish for a second? I mean, that's
How
also
can the
good.
spin of the Earth be speeding up if it's constantly being bombarded with micrometeoroids and meteorites and other things like that? Wouldn't it have to slow down, right? Just like
If you're
the Earth
adding
stretching
mass to
out
the
their
surface,
arms,
yeah, if you're adding mass to the surface, that would slow the Earth down technically.
but it's speeding up.
It's speeding up if the mass beneath the surface, it's like plate tectonics. You've seen those animations where the mass is going underneath like the other mass and it's digging down toward the core. If there was enough mass that was moving into the core, so the radius of that particular amount of mass is less than it was before, then that, due to the conservation laws of angular momentum, that would have to increase the spin rate because that's what the conservation law says. If you the angular, it's not about the wind resistance, but the skater. When the skater's arms, which have mass, come inward to conserve angular momentum, because momentum is the angle, the speed times the mass, we would have an increase of the speed because the mass came inward. So the angular velocity increases. That's
so versus conservation of angular momentum is the answer. What would your answer be then?
That the change of direction, i.e. these forces that acting on you when you do change direction, whether it's a acceleration, deceleration like in a car, or a change in direction like in a turn, or going in a circle, which is a constant change of direction, that force created by that change of direction is too slight to feel. That's the correct answer.
What's the threshold? What's the
It's not
threshold?
conservation law at all.
What's the average threshold for a human being to feel
What's a
a
fraction
force?
of a G?
I think it's like point.
If it's a vacuum, then there's nothing to stop.
0.003.
No, I don't think that's right. 0.003 is not correct. That's way too
Gravity? 0.000.
No. We're talking about the
That's
minimum
not
that
gravity.
humans can
We're talking
feel.
about what the human body. If I
Your
put you in a
G-force,
chair
right? Pardon me.
and I
Your
moved
G-force
you,
is
there's
centrifugal
a
acceleration.
certain speed, there's a certain change of velocity, which is acceleration.
Acceleration, yes,
And there's
or force.
hold on, let me finish. Come on, it's a
Yeah,
simple
no,
stuff. There's a certain change of velocity that you can feel. It's called because it requires a force, and the force you either feel or you don't feel it.
Yeah, and I asked you, what's the threshold for that for the human
It's a
being to
fraction.
feel?
I used to know it's some fraction of a G. It's very small, but it's still.
But you're determined.
Many orders. Hold on.
You don't know the figure, but you
because I know it's many
hold on.
because it's many orders
Hold
of
on.
magnitude, many orders of magnitude above what the change of direction is around the Earth in 24 hours.
Okay, give me both so I can then believe you in what you say. Like you don't know X, but you know its magnitudes. So
Well, yeah.
I don't get it.
I think it's
like you don't know one
if you're in a
figure.
merry-go-round and I rotated you once every 24 hours, do you think you would feel it?
That's subjective. I'm asking
And that's
for
many
a
orders of
figure.
magnitude.
I'm
even still.
asking for a figure.
Well, I've been on a restaurant, and it's called the Space Needle.
But you
in
believe
Seattle.
it's
There's a restaurant that rotates every hour. You can't feel that either, and that's every hour. Think about every 24 hours, and then think about a turn that is many orders of magnitude greater than that. So if you just understand basic math, this makes total sense to you.
Can you feel your heart beating, Zanuck? Can you
Yeah,
feel your heart beating?
what about all the other vectors of motion that are happening simultaneously, right? The spin of the Earth, the movement of the Earth, like the combined motions create a complex vector. So your analogy of the spinning in a restaurant is not comparable to the motions that are supposed to be exhibiting on the Earth. So it's just a trash analogy.
It's not actually, and I can address it if you let me, but I don't.
Yeah, well, the restaurant's not spinning. The restaurant's not moving around another object. So it's just a shit analogy. So don't use it.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's not the same size. If the restaurant were as big as the circumference of the Earth, then the outside of the restaurant would literally be moving at 1,000 miles an hour. You can't compare it to a clock.
No, that's not how it works.
He's talking about acceleration. Acceleration. Wait, but address the first point, Zanuck.
Yeah, you got 5 points.
The valid
yes,
point.
it makes the problem worse. The smaller the circle, the greater the forces should be for that same 24-hour. Because the centrifugal force, the equation is the velocity times the mass divided by the radius. If that radius is millions of times greater, then you would have more forces. We have
address the
less
complex
forces in the
vector.
restaurant. Now the compounded.
Issue.
I got fired 2 questions. No, but second one, I'm not going to be long-winded. It'll be half a sentence, I promise. The other one, multiple movements and multiple changes of direction are so much smaller than this particular one we're talking about that the net vector of all those forces combined is still beyond human perception.
Well, yeah, but still the size matters because 1,000 miles an hour at the equator is the literal speed, right? So if that restaurant were as big as that, it would be that fast at the outside of the restaurant. Now, if you had 1,000 miles an hour in a smaller circle, if 1,000 miles an hour was applied to the smaller circle, then yeah, it would be worse. But you're applying one rotation. That's the trick. They get you to think one rotation is the same no matter what.
Can you stop and I'll tell you how big. You didn't listen to the equation. It's mass times velocity divided by radius. You just said 3 or 4 contradictory things in your rebuttal or retort. You can't say just let me finish your perspective.
Zanuck agreed with you actually in what he said.
No, he said 1,000 miles an hour would be at the restaurant. No.
Why do you always let Zanuck allow you to focus on the small crumbs, dude? Zanuck, what about the 66,000 miles per hour that we're flying through space at a single vector? What about that part? Like, why do you always want to bring it to the fact
that's
of
even
this
smaller.
rotation?
That's
How is
even
that
smaller.
even smaller? You think if we had a single vector of 66,000 miles per hour, we wouldn't have like some sort of a difference in how the gravitational field works?
You just gave me a speed. What vector?
There's actually 8 vectors at least.
So if you're talking about vectors, now I'm going to give you a little bit of education here if you don't know this already, but I think you might.
No,
Don't
do that.
velocity.
No, Zanuck,
I don't need
A velocity is a vector.
education.
It's made up of a magnitude and
You
a
already-
direction. You just gave
you
me
already
the
addressed that.
magnitude.
Yeah.
You didn't give me the direction. The direction
Okay,
change is so
okay.
small that
Yes.
this change in
Bro,
velocity
stop
is
interrupt-
so
stop flipping 'em.
infinitesimally small. Even though the magnitude is very high, because the change direction is so small, the net vector is very, very small. You're not going to have any feeling of this spinning around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour because the direction change is so slight.
That's not the one I'm talking about, Zanuck. I'm talking about the whole solar system moving in a single vector.
That's millions of miles. That's 500,000 miles an hour.
Okay, so even stronger. So how is that?
Not stronger, higher magnitude.
So how is that?
buying it?
Right. Like how is that more
everything I
negligible?
tell you is the truth. You're just not absorbing it, and you're just fighting me. Why?
Yeah, Dyslow, he's talking about. He's talking about.
The problem is, how do you know it's the truth? How do you know it's the truth? What'd you do?
Simple math. We don't know whether it happens or not. We're just talking about it in concept.
Listen,
We don't know whether it happens or not. I'm not telling you whether it's happening. I'm just telling you. People are telling me they know they're telling me they know the speeds. They don't know why we don't feel it. I'm telling you why you don't feel it.
Look.
Because
people are
we're not looking at the bigger picture. We're not looking at all the data. I know the data. I know that data you're inferring to.
Hey,
You're
Zanuck.
referring to a
Zanuck,
velocity
settle
which has a
down.
magnitude and direction, and that direction change, which causes acceleration, is so
Settle
incredibly infinitesimally small you could never feel it by your wildest
Zanuck.
imagination. But you're not thinking
Zanuck,
about
settle
that.
down.
I'm
And the
trying
girls
to
are
help you
leaving the
think about it.
party and they're going to the club early.
Yeah, I think Egypt had something to say. I think he was upset we were steering the conversation in a different direction. Go ahead.
No, not really. But what I was trying to say, Dyslow, like you didn't really address his point because he addressed the idea of like an Earth going around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. He's addressing the change or the acceleration, right? The force, which he's calling negligible. Now, somebody else was saying, "How do you know it's true?" And he quite truthfully said he doesn't. He's just saying this is what the math works out to be. And if you're attacking, like doing an internal critique of his model, then you don't really have a point. He's like within the internal critique. He is correct. Unfortunately, guys, but I'm gonna be truthful here. But yeah, if you address other points or address this point more relevantly, I mean, I asked for figures at least for him to be able to address this point, which he didn't provide. So,
I can give you the force. I think you can put it two and two together and realize you can't feel that. This 25,000 mile circumference or this radius of 3,900 miles and the speed of 1,000 miles an hour. I'll give you a G-force number on that. It's going to be so small that we're talking about. It's like you move. Well, it's obviously you're moving 1,000 miles an hour, but you're changing directions one revolution every 24 hours. That tells you what the acceleration is going to be. If something takes 24 hours to make a full circle, you don't even need to know what the speed is. That gives you enough information right there to say you can't feel it.
I hate this argument. So stupid, dude.
problem is, Zanuck, is that there's no proof of Earth spin. So all you have is a model.
But I agree.
And your
Thanks
math.
for standing it for me, and thanks for talking logic to these guys, because you're right. I'm not saying the Earth is spinning or not. I'm just saying that the reason why we don't feel it, if we were going that fast, is you said you agreed, and thank you, because that is the actual truth. You can't feel
I'll
it
agree.
because
Yeah,
the
I'll
force
agree
field-
with truth.
Yeah. Thank you.
Always.
No, it just speaks to how it's devised. It's all spread out in just the right amount that you could plausibly think that you wouldn't feel it because the distances are so spread out. That's how they do it. That's how it's
I
devised.
posted the values, and I think SC posted this meme a long time ago, and then I added the values onto the meme that he put, and the acceleration values, and they're extremely small. What Zanuck said is exactly right. The further out
Because
you
it's
go,
so spread out.
those accelerations become orders of magnitude smaller than anything you can detect, so that they don't compound onto each other. If you wanted to add the vectors together, which you can do, you can add vectors together. You still wouldn't get anything much greater than the largest value there. So.
Well, that's how
So
you
do
have to
you
do it. You have to
also
use the vector math. You have to add the vectors together to make it seem like one smooth motion, when really it's separate directions at separate speeds.
Yeah, tiny ones though.
Yeah, that's how it's devised. Doesn't matter. You're talking about going 66,670,000 miles an hour, 66,670 miles per hour.
Right.
Right. The smallest change. You can't
Okay,
even
calculate point zero.
imagine what the smallest change would
Yeah,
actually
point
be.
033.
It's a good one by Owen Benjamin. I'll post right now.
0.033 meters per second squared. That's the force at the surface of the Earth.
That's the rotation. That's right. And 0.006 is the acceleration of the Earth around the Sun at any given point.
Still have a change in direction.
That. 0.033 meters per second squared. That's the acceleration rate.
Is that the combined?
I'll spread out
combined
just to make
vector?
it seem plausible.
Pardon me?
Zanuck, is that the combined vector?
Well, if we add another vector like the 66,000 around the Sun, that would add maybe 10% to it at the most.
Let me ask you this: what would the angular velocity have to be in order for us to feel it of the Earth spinning?
Well, the velocity.
I think human perception is about. God, I used to know this.
It's 0.02.
Is it 0.02 Gs?
0.02 meters per second.
That threshold is determined.
Feel that.
That's very questionable the way that threshold is determined.
Wait, hold on, guys. Like Kosho just gave a figure that is beyond this threshold, and now Zanuck is trying to argue against Kosho. He didn't mean it, but he said it. He said it.
No, but he didn't mean to say that. Kosho.
Okay.
Can't feel 0.02.
Besides, the threshold's using one linear direction, just like airplanes.
Say again, Zanuck.
Guys, are you listening to this conversation, or is it just me?
I can't even hear the conversation.
What's human perception? How much of a G
Can you cite it? Can you cite it?
Yeah, I remember from what I read, the way they did it was they had these dudes literally set up in a lab, and they were asking what they could determine, what they could detect with their bodies. But yeah, it was 0.02 Gs, 0.02 meters per second. I'm sorry, squared, which is about 0.002 Gs, right?
So we could be rotating with a linear velocity of like 10 million miles per hour and still not feel it, right?
If you're running around the Space Needle at 1 revolution every hour, you can't feel that. If it was
my question, Zanuck?
obviously it's 24 times less, and the Earth, instead of being, a few hundred feet in circumference, we're 25,000 miles. Your numbers are way off. I mean, not even in the right.
Well, are you saying that linear velocity of
you better check that number again, Kosho. That's completely
0.02 meters per second.
Zanuck.
Yes,
it says 0 to 2 meters per second.
So the linear velocity of the surface of the Earth could be infinite, and we would be fine, right? Like if gravity remains the same.
Hold on, guy.
If the radius is big enough,
Regis,
what I'm saying.
Human differential thresholds to linear self-motion have been investigated by Nassiri and Grant over a range of 0.5 to 2 meters per second squared.
Right.
Okay, now you're agreeing with Zanuck.
How? 0.5 is actually more sensitive. Wait, what?
No.
Hold on.
I'm just telling you what the data said.
They don't
know their own claim.
Exactly. I mean, Kosho is saying 0.2. You're saying 0.5.
That's what
so
he said.
That's
0.02, and this paper says as low as 0.3 from McNeely.
0.3. You couldn't feel it, and it says 0.3, which, as I said initially, a fraction of a G, 0.3 of a G. I'm talking
but Zanuck,
0.
Why are you lying?
Hey, can I finish the sentence?
You stop lying.
0.03.
No, Witze, he's not lying. He's
did not say 0.3.
No, he did. He did. He actually said 0.3.
See, he's literally saying something different right now.
0.03 is what you have at the equator due to the Earth spin. Your
what does that have to do with what you can feel?
What?
You're talking about what's the sense?
I know you. That's why you can't feel it, because it's 10 times, more than 10 times what you could feel.
Well, I just told you the number. You didn't know the number until I said it.
I said a fraction of a G, and then I said 0.3.
Oh, you could just say a fraction of a G. There you go.
Yes. But then I
great
early,
answer.
then later, you weren't listening. I did say 0.3
This
in
paper
that
says that it
range.
could be much
I
more
said
sensitive
imagine
than
about
that.
0.3, but I don't know exactly.
This paper is actually combining all the different tests, and it says it could be much more sensitive than that, and that this is just a rough estimate of the sensitivity because there are all kinds of caps and limits on the testing method.
Right.
Yeah, I
Well,
put the testing method in the chat, in fact, and it says at the very beginning that effective navigation and locomotion depend critically on the observer's ability to judge direction of linear self-motion, linear, like one linear direction. They don't do multiple directions, obviously.
Well, you don't feel anything unless you're turning or accelerating, or changing direction and changing velocity.
Yeah, so we have
which
how
is
many
change
different
direction
direction
or
changes?
magnitude. You got to change one or the other, otherwise you don't feel it.
Well, they're literally
Yeah,
saying
you'd
that if
have
you
to-
just go vertical or horizontal, that you feel it. So that's weird.
The
Well,
desperation
let
to
me tell you
defend-
this.
the
Can I
desperation-
ask a question
the
to the whole room?
desperation to defend the globe narrative is really astounding.
Okay, I'm not defending globe or flat
I
Earth.
know. I'm just listening, and it's like, holy
this is a
shit.
question. Yeah, this
What
is a
a
question
fucking
to everybody.
cognitive ride they're taking us on just to defend
Yeah.
a lie. Sorry. go ahead.
Well, just in the theoretical aspect, I'm going to ask a question. Maybe it's going to get people thinking. If you have 60 different vectors, do you think your own perception or direction would go one way or 60 ways or somewhere in between? That's my
Well, see,
question.
that's the thing. The test only includes one direction. They base it all on the sensitivity of one direction, right? So they're not even including two vectors in the test. So it's all debunked right there.
No, but I'm saying the end result of 60 vectors, would that be one vector, many vectors,
Yes.
or
Guys, are
no
you really? Are
vectors?
you playing?
One
Are
vector.
you playing them, or are you just trying to get my goat? I mean,
No,
come on.
see,
Let
I'm
me explain something
addressing
to you. Let me
the room here because of the
well, I can
questions I'm
explain it to you
hearing.
so you learn something. If you want to listen, I'll tell you. So an
Zanuck,
effect
I'm
works like
actually
this.
helping you. It's
Well, you're not
weird.
helping me. So
I am actually.
if you have a vector and if a vector, then you add another vector to it. You have an additive of these two vectors. For example, when I'm in my race car and I have a lucky keychain that most people make fun of because like, why do you have shit hanging from your dashboard? Anyway, I like doing it because it kind of when I take a hard turn on the video, it shows it at a 45-degree angle. If it goes to a 45-degree angle, that's the net vector is a one G down and one G to the side. That ends at 45-degree down. So you add those two vectors together. Instead of going straight down, instead of going straight horizontally, it's at a 45-degree angle, meaning that the additive of the two vectors make it a 45-degree angle. This works in every vector additive situation. So just because you add all these other vectors, millions of vectors, if they're all very small, they're not going to make much of a difference to the main vector that you started with. Does that make
Well,
sense?
you just answered my question, and that was the point of my question. But
Does that make sense?
no, it
Well,
makes sense to me.
when you add all the vectors into one motion,
you're
talking about multiple speeds and multiple directions. It's not really the same.
There's every vector has a value, and that value you add them all together, and you get a net vector.
Yeah, it's a mathematical solution to your
Not,
problem.
you don't just
not
you don't
reality.
add all these numbers together and have some big number. They all will change the direction and the magnitude depending on the force that they have, that are added. And if all these 60, let's say there's 61, and the one vector is the one on the surface of the Earth, the 0.03 Gs, and all the others are 0.0005, 0.0010, 1, 0.0008, whatever those numbers are. If they're all real small numbers, they won't change the net vector of 0.003, but by maybe a 0.03, 0.031 or 0.032 as a value, as the answer.
Let's not jump the gun, Zanuck. All my point is if you have X number of vectors, the end result is one vector. Whether it's 100, a million vectors, your end result is one vector. You can't have
not necessarily. They're all changing. They're all changing. This vector, net vector. Hold on, because everything's
linear.
in motion.
I'm simplifying it.
Can I finish the statement? The net vector. If you were looking at this in a cartoon picture, the arrow would be pointing one direction, and it would have a magnitude of its length, and it would change in direction and in size. It'd be constantly rotating and getting longer and shorter constantly, based on all these vectors. How things are rotating.
How things are rotating.
But the maximum value would not be much greater than the one
Zanuck,
vector
you're not
that
listening.
is that highest, because that one vector is tremendously higher and greater than any vector you could add through the path around the sun, through the solar system, and through the universe.
Those other vectors are always going to be insignificant, no matter how many you add together.
They don't want to
So
hear that.
basically, what it is the universe came from nothing, expanded in all directions. Everything's random, chaotic. The Earth has no specific special position whatsoever. It's just a dot.
Non
But
sequitur.
it just so
And
happens to be.
everything is spinning, but you can't
What they're
feel
really
it, and you
saying
can't
is,
measure
what's
it.
your vector?
That's-
Hold on, yo, let him talk. Chill.
It just so happens to
No.
be inhabitable. So we're on this inhabitable planet out in the vastness of the vacuum of space. And there are multiple vectors going on. And we just so happen to live on this inhabitable planet in which we never observe or directly detect the changes or effects of any of these vectors. Wow. That's amazing.
Well,
No, it's not
yeah,
amazing.
we're
If you
living on
understand,
a habitable planet because we're living, so it's
if you understand
habitable.
how things move,
Before we go back into
Or would I
the
say
infinite
inhabitable?
loop of like reference points and vectors, I wonder if you guys would be willing to talk about how we detect these changes in motion and direction, because it all has to do
Yeah,
with our inner ear, which
we can't.
has
That's
fluid
the
in
whole
it.
point.
Yeah, semicircular canals in the vestibular system. I dropped like 12 links, but real fast. I almost like, why did you correct inhabitable? Do you not know that means suitable to live
I
in?
wasn't done.
Well, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my apologies.
I just
Quincy
this
just wants to
is
fight
the
everybody.
point that I wanted
No,
to
it's not
make.
like when people act like they're correct.
Our entire ability to sense motion and different vectors and directions comes from this fluid in our ear, which they claim is directly in relation to gravity. But we got the moon, which is going through its normal cycles, which is affecting the gravity on Earth, allegedly changing the tides, but never affecting our ability to detect motion. So I'd say that's sketchy at best. That's all I want to say.
Wait, I'm just trying to make a bigger point, which is like they claim that it's like this random, chaotic, explosive expansion, and we just so happen to have an inhabitable position in this expansive, random happenstance, and within those like improbabilities, which there are tons of them, right? Optical illusions of the stellar eclipse, the sun and moon looking like they're the same size, blah blah blah, tilted, wobbling, gyrating, spinning, rotating, revolving, shooting through space, ball, and we don't directly detect any effects from any of the vectors. That's I mean, you would have to say that some type of creator made that if you believe that, right? I mean, unless you're literally
Totally agree.
completely and utterly logically bankrupt.
Yes, 1,000,000%.
Not unless you say, multiverse theory, where
So just blatant denialism of a creator, basically.
No, I'm not saying it isn't possible. I'm just saying you're saying that's the only conclusion that you can make, and that's
what
wrong.
I actually said. I said it's the only logical one.
Yeah, well, no, the other one's logical too.
How is multiverse logical? Please enlighten me, Arma.
Because it means everything, exists. So therefore, in one of those universes, that is possible, and we would be in that one.
I asked you how
We
it's
know
logical.
what it means, Arma.
I think it's logical. That sounds logical to me.
Wow.
Logical.
Dude, you've been watching too much Rick and Morty, bro.
Yeah, you're not addressing the
I mean,
need
that's
for
funny, but
sentient,
no.
intelligent. Hey, listen, man. You're not actually addressing the need for sentient, intelligent design and intention. So you actually don't even answer the actual problem.
Yeah, dude, you
Fine-tuning
assumed
problem.
that.
You're just saying, well, if you had a quadrillion of them, eventually everything would work out perfectly.
Exactly.
No, you
Which
still
is
need
fine.
specific intention. So, and you want to talk about God of the gaps? You just made up an unfalsified. This is the religion.
I'm
of atheism.
not saying the other one isn't. I'm just saying you said that was the only logical conclusion, and I'm saying no. You could technically have this other scenario.
It's not logical.
Yeah, we said it
I
wasn't
think it's logical.
Okay,
It
you're
seems
not logical.
I'm
You're
pretty
not-
logical, I would say.
You're
That's-
objectively
that's-
not, though.
Something
Well,
makes
will you
everything
explain to me how it's not
happen.
logical then?
Yeah, it doesn't have intention or sentience, intelligent design, the antecedent for order.
And you didn't
All
even
right, well,
answer
hold
when we.
on. No,
when we
okay,
asked-
hold on. So you mean to tell me for my hold on? That doesn't really answer my question. How is my argument not logical?
It doesn't
I can
acknowledge
address
the
that.
need for sentience and
Hold on,
intelligent design and intention to get order.
Yeah.
That's not
your
true.
example.
Can you prove that? Hold on. Can you prove that you need that?
Yeah, I can tell you exactly
You need
what the
memory.
problem is. Can I go ahead?
I mean,
real quick. Okay, yeah, Arma. All you did was, like he said, just compounded the problem, but you didn't really address the issue. Like
his
even in
he
your
said.
hold on, let me finish. Your multiverse still needs a creator.
Yeah, like you're assuming, Arma, that would explain it. And we asked, how's that logical? You said, because you assume that it was happening, and that is where the logic comes in. We know that if that was a possibility, that, yeah, we would see that. But you're skipping over the whole point.
Yeah, you're presenting a false dichotomy of multiverse versus creator when you're like
No, because
your hypothetical multiverse still requires a creator.
Listen,
it has the
that's fine.
exact
That's
same
fine.
problem.
No, that's fine. But Witsit, okay, listen. Well, to some extent, anyway. Witsit said, right, from my knowledge, he said that in order for us to get all these vectors and all this shit to work, whatever, you need a creator. Otherwise, it's just not logical. Like that's the only logical conclusion you can make. And I said, well, you could technically, like if you want to say, yeah, you need a creator for the multiverse, then fine. But that's another, we can go into that later.
Diamonds.
All I'm saying is that if you assume what. Anyway,
finish.
if you assume, if you assume chaos, right, like perfect chaos, all right,
yeah, like
then you could have order in that.
Did this dude
you
just
get
say
everything
perfect
from that.
chaos? Look, here's the deal.
Yeah, like
man.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
I
No,
know you don't know what chaos theory is, but let me teach you about your bankrupt belief here. Chaos theory is very highly sensitive to initial conditions. Do you understand what that means?
Look, I don't care about that. I'm just talking.
So you don't care about logic.
I don't care about any of the theories. No, I don't look. Because that's not my argument. My argument
Dude,
is
I
that
could
if you
Jameson
just
and debate you about this, you just tap out.
Yeah,
no, okay, so all my argument is that if from like perfect chaos, like absolute, just everything, just like all things, everything could exist, right? Then you could have this scenario.
It's called chaos theory. Okay, let me explain it to you. Chaos theory is the idea that even with something completely chaotic, you could get something ordered out of it. Okay,
cool.
Chaos
so how is that relevant to
theory, which
this?
is what you just invoked, is highly sensitive to initial conditions, which means the initial conditions would have to be very specific in order.
Okay.
What? Okay, look, man.
I'm not talking about this though. I'm
this?
talking
Let me ask
about
you this,
literally
Arm,
all
do you
things
agree
and
or
everything
you-
existing.
Hey,
I'm
Arm,
talking
do
about
you agree-
that.
Do you agree it's either that there's intelligent design or multiverse? You have no other options? You want to just say that?
As of right now, I'm sure if I looked into it, I could come up with more. I'm just saying that a creator isn't the only, logical conclusion. You can make other logical conclusions.
Hey, are these infinite universes sentient or do they have intention?
From chaos, I'd imagine they wouldn't. I imagine some could. In theory, if all things existed, you could have things.
Chaos doesn't exist at all.
And
They're just
that's the
concepts.
absurdity.
Look, I'm just saying.
See, this is what's sad, bro, is because I was just making a bigger point and you impulsively need to disagree with it because of a personal issue you have based on your own moral relativism, Arma. And I've tried to big bro you about your prediction. But listen, Arma, here's the deal, man. I'm not trying to be personal. I'm sorry. I take that back. All I'm trying to say is that if you believe this model, right, the only logical way to accept and grasp it would be that this amazing illusion of stillness and intricate order and the cyclical nature of all things that we observe from the small all the way up, like the quantum is very ordered, okay? You would have to acknowledge some type of intelligent design or intention that is not limited to space, time, or matter that was able to put that into place. Now, I know you may want to
I don't agree with that.
But that was my point. I'm actually making a philosophical point. The irony of this worldview or paradigm or philosophy or cosmology being proposed as if somehow to justify not acknowledging the need for a creator is hilarious to me. It's ironic because it means one more than anything almost.
I disagree. I disagree with that whole point, though, that you need a creator for for there to be this perfect whatever. Like I think if all things and everything exist, then obviously there will be that little slither where it does work.
So we just happen to be in like the one of an infinite amount of multiverses that everything became perfect.
That's how it works. If it works, then then the people in that universe where it works are going to say that. They're like, oh shit, I'm in that one. That's how
logical?
it works.
Are there more that everything worked out perfect?
Yeah, sure. That would be how it work. Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be.
Just willy-nilly, whatever you want.
There would be a few, and there would be obviously a few where it doesn't quite work out, and then those people, fly into the sun or some shit, or
You sound like a child, bro.
One other one.
How do I sound like a child? You guys sound like childs trying to fucking
You're just making shit up, bro.
I'm not making shit up. That's the argument.
We need to calm down.
Just chill, man. Just chill. I'm trying to tell you, man, that even most atheist academics don't absorb multiverse because it's so ridiculous.
I know,
right?
it's ridiculous.
So
I'm just saying.
See, you're not in a position to listen and consider your philosophy.
I am.
And that's why this conversation cannot be fruitful, man.
No, I'm listening.
Okay,
I feel like you're just trying to ignore my.
Listen carefully, man. Okay. So the problem with that is one of the main pursuits of science is to avoid what's called the God of the gaps.
You're literally just throwing in God. Literally, just do that with the creator. You said, "Oh, you know, the creator would be the reason
Oh
for
my
that."
God,
And
dude, are
I'm
you
giving you
still
another.
not listening?
Go on.
Okay,
Explain.
so one of the primary goals of science in the modern day is to avoid the God of the gaps. Okay,
Mhm.
meaning every time you don't know an answer, you just say God, right?
Mhm.
If you then dwindle all the way down to a position where you invoke multiple universes, infinite amount of universes, so that literally anything could happen and it's entirely unfalsifiable and must be taken purely on blind faith, you might as well just say it's a God of the gaps theory.
So
Okay?
we're both doing that thing. You're saying it's a creator. I'm saying it could also be multiverse.
No,
But
Arma.
the
One
but
is
one of them actually
logical,
addresses
and
the
one isn't.
antecedent of something existing outside of the confinement of space, time, and matter to place the system in order and acknowledges intelligent design and intention, which is a logical way to have order, as opposed to just ad hoc, baselessly asserting that you could get intricate order from an infinite amount of chaotic systems and then still never address where those systems came from. One's logically
Yeah.
viable, one's logically bankrupt.
I think
Yeah,
mine is
oh,
pretty
no,
logical
I'll-
too. If you have all things, you're going to have order. I mean, I don't get how
Where'd
you
they
guys
come
aren't
from,
getting
Arma?
that.
Where'd it come from?
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
with
chaos. It's
what
just
what
it's
what I
perfect
would just
chaos.
add.
Where'd the chaos come from?
Yeah,
I don't know,
all
but
I'd
that's not
add
that's
is
besides the point, though. I'm not
No, it's
saying
not.
that it doesn't
No,
come
it's
from a
not.
god. I'm just saying because you're saying to get like I don't know. I feel like we're sort of like not on the same
In order
page.
to have multiple universes that one of them just happened to be perfect, then some type of intention and intelligent
Yeah,
design would have to
you're
create
repeating
all of
yourself.
these infinite universes that could do that in the first place.
Well, maybe not.
Well,
Maybe.
Okay, man. Okay, just go through life just
listen
saying
real
stuff like
quick,
that. I mean,
Arma.
you know, go
What's,
ahead.
what's up?
Yeah,
I'm
the
not
idea is
in the business of
preposterous,
trying
right?
to
We can.
convince him.
Is the other guy going to talk or what?
Sorry, dude. I keep talking over what you talk. I was gonna say that this whole multiverse the thing is silly, right? So if we can just say, well, there's a multiverse for this thing, and there's a multiverse for this thing. Well, okay, well then in your infinite multiverse theory, well, there's a multiverse that doesn't have any multiverses. So how do you know that we're not in that multiverse with no multiverses? Done. Shut the book. Done. Your multiverse theory's done. Just fucking throw it in the garbage, dude.
Well, I mean, I imagine there are some limits, obviously, but I'm just saying, like, you could still have like this, chaos and whatnot. Like, for example, all right, if you were to take like I don't know, like a screen or something, right, and you were to do every single possible like pixel, combination, right? Like, yeah, you're gonna have a bunch of random static, but there will be parts, images, that you have like like a bird or something will pop up eventually because you have every single possible combination. So in theory, if you were to do that, you could have order. The bird in that example would be order.
I turned myself into a pickle, Morty.
A pickle Rick,
Unfalsifiable.
Well, so is God, I guess.
no, God is not actually.
No,
The idea of
definitely
God
not.
is falsifiable, and it's logically sound, and it's empirical. I mean,
Wait, God is
Arma,
falsifiable.
How do you get creation without a creator?
what was your what?
No, wait,
What was
God
it?
is falsifiable. He's falsifiable.
Yeah, yes, God is falsifiable.
You know
How would you falsify?
you know what's funny? Everything that you see in the world that has that you use most of the time has been invented and created through the hands of men. And the most things that are very sufficient, let's say for like traveling with an airplane or
I know, I get this argument.
traveling with an airplane, for example, the only reason why man has got to find out how to fly is because he studied the very perfect creation within birds, how they lift up and how they fly in the air, how they glide and so forth. So you can see that what the creator has already made was a good template, or not a good template, but a lot of wisdom that man could apply to create machinery that would bring man forward, right? There is nothing in this world that points out randomness, man. Everything has been perfectly made, like the scripture says, for you as a human being. And if you want to believe something else, then you're living in a fictional realm, man. It is not reality. The reality itself of the creation is showing you that it indeed has an author, and you cannot delete the author, no matter how hard you try.
I'm not saying it is multiverse. I'm just giving it because he literally said only logical conclusion, and I said no. I threw in the other thing. I'm not saying I necessarily believe in it. I'm not saying it is the case. I'm just saying if you had a bunch of randomness like with the fucking screen, and you randomize the pixels, you will eventually get a bird. That's all I'm saying. All right, you will get order from chaos. That's all I was saying.
But again, this is not what we observe in reality. That we get order from chaos. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and
doesn't that imply an intelligence, though, Arma? To get order, if chaos has an intricate order in it, is that not validation that there is an intelligence? Because real chaos would just be absolutely chaos, but the fact that that doesn't exist shows that there is an intelligent force behind it.
Maybe. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that there is. All I'm saying is
indeed true. You cannot have chaos without intelligence, because otherwise you wouldn't know what chaos is in the first place. So there needs to be an author of perfect, perfect straight structure.
Without family of
okay, anyway, that happened. So I don't even know what the fuck this is going anymore. I don't know where this is going.
Well, Arma, if you could just address that last point.
What was the last point? Say it again, because the guy
the idea that the fact that there is perfection, or like the idea of how do you say fine tuning, the only way it can be explained is intelligence. It cannot be chaos that gives you chaos cannot give you fine tuning.
Look, I think this is sort
the
of
way the universe is built.
I think this is
in all aspects, even from the heliocentric model perspective.
I think this is potentially a God of the Gaps argument going on here, where we're saying, well, we
no.
Well, let me explain why. I think it's because every time I say chaos, you guys are saying, well, don't you need like a person or a creator or some kind of mind to create this chaos, whatever, or to get this order from the like. What if that isn't the case? What if we're just kind of jumping the gun with that? You know what I'm saying? I feel like there could be other.
Can you show me chaos existing in nature?
I mean, maybe if I look, if I maybe not off the top of my head.
How about anywhere in the universe? Can you point to what chaos is?
Maybe not, but I'm just saying, like,
yeah, it's
outside,
a radical, insane concept. That's what it is, bro. That's all it is. It doesn't exist.
Look,
it's no different than a shadow, dude, or emptiness.
Look, all I'm saying is the pixel analogy. That's all I'm saying. All right, if that was the case, all right, then
what is the pixel analogy again?
I said it already. I said if you have a screen and you randomize the pixels on it, right? Or you know what? I guess that's not quite true. I guess you could argue that.
How do you randomize the pixels on it?
Well, see, once again, this is why I'm saying this is potentially the God of the Gaps argument, because now you're saying, well, you need a person to randomize. I'm just saying, what if,
what if structure to make it randomized? So indeed, it must be programmed beforehand. So it is a structure upon creating something that you would view as being chaos, even though in the background there's a perfect structure running that simulation of chaos of pixels. Like, dude, there's nothing you will find that makes whatever you want to make believe, whatever you want to make real. It doesn't exist.
Well,
yeah, and real quick, Arma, when you say that this seems like a God of the Gaps argument, are you referring to your own argument? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm referring to you guys tackling it, saying like it could only be like a god. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm thinking
science, man. We're challenging you.
But Arma, see, just a minute ago, when you were asked where that came from, you said, well, everything came from chaos. So that's a chaos of the gaps fallacy. It's the same thing. You just say God of the gaps.
No, I'm not arguing.
In your case, it all just boils down to chaos. Everything came from chaos. That's your answer. That's just chaos of the gaps fallacy. It's trash, dude. No, nothing.
No,
the universe didn't just arise out of chaos. What a ridiculous notion.
That was the whole point, though, because literally Witz said God, and so I was making my own, God of the Gaps with chaos. I was saying chaos. Right? He was saying God. I was saying chaos. That was the whole kind of point.
Okay, so Arma
chaos theory is highly sensitive.
I don't care about chaos theory. This is my own chaos. All right, I made up my own theory now. All right, there you go.
You're being very emotional and chaotic.
And that brings me back to my point.
Because you're strong me. I don't care about chaos theory.
That's why I say you're being childish, bro. You're just like throwing willy-nilly ideas out there, bro.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
it's not-
We might as well be
just one-
talking about
one-
fucking unicorns right now.
Dude, you are
One
you
more.
are claiming chaos theory if you claim that there's chaos and it results in this intricate order observed. That's literally what chaos theory is. And
Okay,
if you
well, I'm
have
talking
enough
about my own
chaotic
version of it then.
Arma, chaos theory is if you have enough chaotic systems, then
No.
eventually you will attain some semblance of order. Do you
Look,
understand? Is that not what
I
you're
get
claiming?
that. I get that. I get that. All right.
You
But
understand the logical follow-up is that would be highly dependent upon the initial conditions. For example, if you're going to take a mason jar and you take the world's most complex watch, and then you take it all these
yeah,
little
I
intricate-
know.
Can you please stop, dude?
Because I heard this. You shake it and you said, "Well, you're not going to get a watch or whatever."
Are you not like a veteran here? Why would I have to mute you?
Go ahead, man. Just
You don't even. I guarantee you don't know what I'm about to say. 100%.
I do. It's shake the jar up. You know,
You want to bet 5K?
5K. I mean, maybe not 5K. Maybe I'll bet like $5. All right.
$5 bet.
I'm not 100.
$5
I'm not
bet,
like
and then
100.
we'll see if you'll be honest. Okay. So you take the world's most complex watch apart and you put it in the mason jar, and you start shaking it up, right? And then the idea is, of course, will it ever become that watch? The point is, though, it depends on the initial conditions where you have a watch that's complex. You can take it apart. You can put it in a contained system of a mason jar. Then you can introduce the motion that actually moves it up and down for an extended period of time, arguably infinitely forever. You 100% did not know I was about to talk about the initial conditions. So send me my $5. $ Wits, it gets it on Cash App.
Wait, hold on. How would you? First off, how did you know I didn't know that? First off, I mean, you
Okay,
should have
we'll
had me
just see.
say.
We'll see if
you
you
should-
lie or not.
No, you should have. You should have literally had me say the answer first, and then
Well, no, be honest. Did you know that's what I was about to say?
That was just shake the jar. I was literally gonna say shake the jar. You know,
No,
get the
that's not
fucking
what my
watch.
point was.
Okay, but you literally just you did say that part though.
But that wasn't my point, though.
Okay.
The
what is
point
your
was
then?
See,
infinity.
so if I
That's
gave you
that-
$5
that-
more, could you say my point?
What?
If I was to give you $5, if you could still man what I just said, could you do it?
From my knowledge, from what I understand is that your whole point was that if you have the parts of the watch inside a jar, or whatever, right, and you shake it up, whatever, right, I guess depending like on okay, so if you shake it up, could you actually get a watch to really form? I mean, I
That's not
think
my
you were
point,
saying
though, man. I'm giving you a chance to win your $5 back.
Okay, then
I knew
maybe
that,
maybe
I
I
knew you had heard of the analogy of the jar before, okay? But I knew that you thought that's all I was going to say, and that wasn't my actual point. My point was to drive home that chaos theory is highly sensitive and dependent upon initial conditions, meaning
Initial
you
conditions.
can claim that watch would actually come together inside of the jar, right? That's a cool claim. It's ridiculous anyway. But even worse than that, you still have to have the jar. You still have to have the pieces. You still have to have a lid to close the container, and you still have to have the motion that shakes it. Okay, so those are the initial conditions that you can't even invoke the theoretical idea that the chaos will turn into order without those specific initial conditions. Do you understand?
Which is order itself.
Correct.
Yes.
True. Okay. Well.
Exactly.
So
that is the
this is why I
intellectual
say
refutation of chaos.
That
theory.
was
this
was
is a
Clay's
waste
his
of- I mean,
point
it was
like
all good
15
points
minutes
made.
ago.
Yeah, but this is exactly. This has been a fucking roller coaster dealing with you, Armin. It's like
I stepped away.
I don't know, bro. Like you got to pay more attention or stop trolling. One
But
of the
I
other.
have faith in Arma, though. Arma's young,
well,
so.
To be honest, Arma, like this is the most I've seen him emotional. So he is being kind of trying
Emotional?
to be true. Yeah, I mean, this is the most.
No,
I've
because you
ever
guys keep
seen
jumping
being
in. I'm trying to
emotional.
talk, sometimes, and
That's
it's like,
fine. That's fine. I
I
mean,
think I'm happy that he's being challenged right now. I hope it will lead to a good place for you, a foundation of truth and objectivity regarding reality. And I just wish the best for you, man. Like literally, get out of that heliocentric cult where everything revolves around the sun, Helios being the worshipped sun god, and come over to the people who really want to observe reality for what it is, man. And you will have a lot of fun.
Before he even gets there, Clay, he needs to there's a philosophical growth that people go through, and they have to acknowledge the need for some type of sentience or intention. Right? You need intention and you need initial conditions, man. And this is just like logic. It takes people time to fully address and digest that, but ignoring it isn't going to somehow make your position philosophically sound, right? And I know you've never thought of it. And every time I debate someone, I just debated someone on creationism and objective morality. And he brought up the chaos theory, and I'm like, okay, this is awesome. Debate's over now. Chaos theory is a concession to intention. and initial conditions, meaning the antecedent to the initial conditions being, intelligent design, right? A producer, a fine tuner, a
Mhm.
manufacturer.
Even the chaos theory in reality would have always had an inventor or creator who would come up with the theory itself.
Well, yeah, that's a whole nother point too. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a philosophy which acknowledges the
Yeah.
metaphysical.
Yeah, it's just a mathematical basis, isn't it? It's like like you said. I mean, no, I agree with you. It's at 100%, and Clay too. You addressed it. I think more than enough. Maybe it went over Arma's head at the moment, but yeah.
Armor's not stupid, but he just I think sometimes that philosophical bias renders your position stupid. I don't think he's stupid, but yeah, man, it's
No,
all
no,
good,
yeah.
dude.
Could
I'm
we-
serious. I think this
I
is
didn't
the
call him
easiest debate
stupid.
to have ever, personally. Creationism, so easy.
Could we philosophically say that chaos ends where thinking begins? Because once you would think of something that has like chaos, that once you would start thinking about something like that chaos, for example, exists, you already have destroyed the very thing you would try to create, right?
Yeah, I can agree with that notion.
Hey, Arma, do you know what determinism is?
I think is that like basically hold on. Determinism. Isn't that just like where basically everything can be determined like because of like if atoms are moving in a set what is it called trajectory or whatever, and if we can like know all of like we I guess basically we could predict like the future in theory if we knew like the initial state of like certain like atoms and shit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm probably saying
is a philosophical doctrine where the idea is that everything is determined by like external causes outside of will.
yeah. I mean, that was more or less okay. So yeah. So isn't like what I just said kind of like the idea is that everything.
But sure, I'm saying I know that you would basically I know where your position leads to. You're gonna have to invoke determinism, right?
The atoms, right? The atoms having
It has nothing to do with atoms, man.
Okay, well, okay, fair enough. But it could be with atoms, though, right? I mean, you could do with that.
Okay. So, anyway, you have to invoke because you're saying there's no intention, there's no sentience, there's no intelligent design, which means there's no will. Will, intention, synonyms, right? So, that's what determinism is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's what you think, right? And this is how people justify moral relativism. They claim determinism, but this is the problem with it, right? So, what makes the determination? How are specific determinations made? With no intention.
No, I guess. Wait, can you say that like in a different like set of words real fast? So maybe I'm not quite getting what you're saying. So you're saying
How
like
could the determinations, which are it's basically like say the Big Bang, right? And like everything expands and this turns into this and this. It's like a domino effect of determinations or decisions. How can the decisions or the determinations be made without intention?
okay, well, like I said, okay, so I imagine at least the way I picture it, if there is like this chaos, whatever, I imagine it also there is order on the side. That's sort of like this balance, like a duality between chaos and order that sort of creates like everything. Like they literally balance each other out. And obviously, yeah, if order is there, then yeah, you would have something like intention, But I don't know if that's like I don't know. I don't know if that's.
Would you agree that we observe order, Arma?
Yeah, sure. There is order for sure.
Okay, so don't you agree that the most logically viable position is that there was some type of intention behind the order, right? I mean, what else determined the situation? Like determinism doesn't work. So
I say maybe, but the reason why, once again, though, I'll say maybe, but once again, it could be that there's something else that I haven't thought up yet. But I will say maybe.
But is that a productive way to go through life, right? If there's one like glaringly obvious philosophically sound position and you can't think of any other philosophically sound alternative, like why would you just choose to ignore the philosophically sound position in hopes that maybe one day you'll come up with something else?
Something you're ignoring it. I mean, you have it there. You're like, okay, that's definitely very possible. But you still want to think about it and kind of keep going just to see if there are other possible,
Okay, I'm not gonna take over
Would
the
you
whole
say
room,
it's
so I'm gonna say one more
the more probable scenario.
Maybe because
Like
I mean,
what, in a probabilistic. I mean, I know you love math and all that. So probabilistically, probabilistically, speaking,
Probabilistically.
yeah. Would that be more like viable? Probabilistically.
I lost the point. Say that again.
The
Which one would be
idea
more
of
probable?
intention.
No, say it again because you were stuttering it. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying you were stuttering it and it
No.
kind of
Would
lost the
intention or
point.
no
The idea of
intention be more
intention.
probable?
Yeah, intention versus no intention that you're trying to think of that could possibly have some explanation in the future, which you don't have one for now, but we have a logically sound explanation for intention right now that you're ignoring, as Witsit said, which is more probabilistic. And does that hold any value to you if one is more probabilistic than the other? Or
I mean, I don't know. I just look. All I know is that there could always be multiple reasons for things, whatever. And that's kind of like what I was kind of doing with this. I was just trying to like look at other possibilities, whatever.
It's called an appeal to possibility, dude. It's fallacious. So if the entire history of man has had like tons of very smart, profound philosophers, and no one in the history of man has been able to come up with a logically viable alternative, because I just gave you as a gift, I gave you the best one you can invoke. So like, what makes you think you're gonna randomly do it? I mean, you need to think about it. It's whatever, bro. But I'm just saying, like, I don't want to take over the whole room, and I'm about to finish. I'm about to start eating. But just, do you think that morality is objective or subjective?
I think you could human morality. I think that could be kind of a little. I do think we have a base version of morality, as we all have like there's certain things we just don't like or whatever, and we're like, no, don't do that. And obviously depending on different cultures, that can maybe change a little bit. It could be a little bit tweaked, but for the most part, yeah, I do think we're born with like a basic, like, what do you call it?
objective? Objective. That's what he called it.
Yeah,
and
I guess practically
that's what you're
objective. And I think even outside of humans, there are like there's sort of an objective, like like just I don't know. Yeah, I think there's something of an objective morality thing going on.
Okay.
There, argument done.
Yeah, you lost. That means that there has to be something that puts that objective moral standard in place with intention. Dude, come on, bro. Come on. You think chaos made it in a linear code of ethics and an objective standard of morality?
Well, I think in terms of like if you're gonna like, okay, like obviously I think no matter.
I think you should think more about it, Arma. Like this is something you should get into, like philosophy. Yeah,
Well,
it is.
okay. Well, I think there's like the very. You know what? Hold on. You know what? Might have. Yeah, give me a little bit more time to think about that specifically.
Yeah.
Look, Armin,
That's
if
an
you'll be
honest
honest and
answer.
you'll really think about what we talked about and maybe go back and listen to it, then you don't have to send me my $5.
What? I'm not sending you $5. You said you already.
Don't make it about money. What's it?
No, he said the answer first, and then I answered afterwards. You could argue, yeah, I answered, maybe wrong, whatever. But
what I said was, I'm gonna trust you to be honest, right? And you tell me if that's what you thought I was gonna say or not. If that was the point I was gonna make, and we both know it wasn't. I mean, if you want to lie to get $5, you can. I don't care, obviously, about $5. I'm making a point. Just think about what's being said to you, man. It's not like I'm not trying to argue with you because there is no debate. So.
Okay.
Dude, come on, man. Is rape objectively wrong, Arma?
Yeah, I mean it's wrong for sure. I get
Okay,
that.
If there's some guy in the desert who rapes a girl and says, she was asking for it. I don't think it was wrong. Is it still wrong even though he thinks that?
Of course, it's still wrong. But I mean,
why? Why is it wrong?
Yeah, you need to think about why.
Okay,
Arma.
I guess it's wrong because sure, like I guess you have the woman, right, who is suffering because of it, all right, and that he's gaining from it and whatnot, but like
this conversation
you
never
should.
ends well. By the way, it's a stupid fucking topic, but go ahead, watch it.
Okay.
No, it's wrong because she has a right of association, and for someone to take that right away from her and force her into contracts that she didn't agree to is wrong.
Okay, but dude, I wasn't asking him why rape is wrong. I'm asking him why is something wrong outside of what people think about it. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
like if
mean,
the tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound if you're not there to hear it?
objective morality is the like what Whitsitt said. Does everybody understand what objective versus subjective morality mean
Kind of an
It's all good.
in
We
this
agree.
room?
but yeah. Can we move on?
No, I mean that's what we're talking about. Why
Wonderful.
move on? I mean,
Wasting a lot of fucking time. Where's the curvature?
You know, in my investigation,
Yeah, I've been talking about curvature in the chat and refraction. If you want some entertainment, go back and read those. I think I'm still working on that argument, but I would love some input on that.
I'll give some, but you know, in my investigation, with objective morality, it's true that most morality can be subjective, but I found really only one objective moral kind of rule or guideline that you can kind of base all the rest off of. But it does depend on a worldview. So you know, it could after all be subjective. But you know, if you for some reason think that like all things in the universe are connected, or at least have a shared a shared outcome, if you think of things that way, then sure, there would be an objective morality in that all your actions should be based on either creating an overall good or a net gain, a net positive for most things, for all things, with doing as little harm to anything else, and also without taking away the freedoms or you know, or you know, hurt or hurting something else as little as
Yeah.
possible.
all the terms you just used are subjective.
I know. He's
Harm,
exactly, dude. He's
gain.
saying,
Well, yeah,
he's
it all
saying
depends on
good,
that.
and he's
Like,
saying
Depends on that
it's
objective.
so ironic.
you just said the word
it's
good in
funny.
your explanation.
Good,
Dude,
yeah.
No,
the problem,
and net
Kosho,
positive.
the problem is, dude, there's not a scenario ever that exists where doing certain things is good. Okay? No matter what someone thinks about it, the tree fell. It doesn't matter if I saw it. It doesn't matter if I don't think it fell. It doesn't matter if I think it's not really a tree.
Doesn't
right?
matter if it crushed a baby.
Like the tree fell regardless of what I think about it. It's the same thing with, like, say, murdering an innocent baby, or like, you know, raping or whatever. It sucks to even have this conversation, but you have to use the most egregious to make the point very abundantly clear in 2023 for whatever reason.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter what the guy thinks about the rape, bro. It was wrong. It's always wrong. It's objectively wrong. It doesn't matter if society evolves into where we're half robots in 100 years, rape is still wrong. Okay? And it doesn't matter what we think about it. And that's all there is to it, man. Or you would have to say that rape, there are scenarios where rape is good, not just not wrong, but good, and based on what people think. And that's just an insane, untenable position. And then, of course, it does have an implication, which is if there is an objective moral standard, well, like, how did it get here? Like, what put that here? What put that in place? And so, whatever, take it or leave it.
Worse than rape is killing, is murder, and there are acts of killing that are extremely necessary, like to.
It's not murder then.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is when you kill something to eat it, to get sustenance from it, it's extremely necessary. In some cases, in other cases, it may be actually not correct to eat and kill something for sustenance.
Yeah, that's your subjective opinion.
Total
No,
red
that's
herring,
what I'm
man. This
saying.
is why I said
There's not a clear cut way to do that except for by like the least amount of
Exactly. Argument done.
if there's a little coach, if there's a little 5-year-old child over there
net
that just
gain of the total, the net positive of the total is the only thing that you can be considered.
you keep just
Otherwise,
invoking subjective standards. So
yeah,
like
but
if,
otherwise there is no objective
Positive is the same, Kosho?
Yeah,
You're
Kosho's
vegan,
saying the
you're
net objective reality of the subjective moralities is objective.
I just
My
want to say
God.
this, that even if you're a vegan, right, and you don't eat any animal products, well, when they plowed the field, they chopped whatever was on the ground in tiny little pieces, and that's why the birds come after the plow, right, to get the little pieces. And then, if anything creeps into the soy garden while the soy is growing, it's going to be met with pesticides and all sorts of weird things, Agent Orange, Roundup, sorry, let's be specific. Right, so then, then you're murdering some plants. like they're not alive and don't respond to damage and spike on very intricate machines when they're hooked up to plants. So I don't really see, either way, when you're eating something, you're killing it, right? You're
Yeah, none of it
murdering it.
even. Yeah, but none of that, like none of what Kosho said, Matt, like that was just a diversion. Technically, it's obfuscation because, like I said, specifically murder an innocent baby. So, like the idea of killing an animal for food is a complete red herring, right? It's like there are things. Are there gray areas that are debated as to morality? Absolutely. Okay, but does that mean that our ineptitude or inability to properly define morality somehow makes it subjective? No. Just like your inability to understand the phenomenon of something falling down doesn't somehow mean things don't fall down. Okay, so objective reality is not dependent upon our perception or how we interpret it, nor does reality change relative to our interpretation. And this is very easily detected with stuff like rape and murder of innocent babies and stuff like that. So
yeah. What's it? What did you think of Kosho's explanation?
hold on.
He said the net outcome is objective.
The totality
Yeah.
of all things.
Yeah, the totality of all things is objective. Doesn't that isn't that funny? Like
there's one scenario where raping a girl has a net positive.
Regardless,
I have no problem with that. Actually, but he's saying there is objective. There is an objective morality.
The point is not about a single point set or objective from our perspective. But there's things like eating eggs, like chicken's eggs, which is eating the young or the babies or the indefensible or whatever, where you could argue all day that is morally okay, but obviously there must be some line that has to be drawn there, because from the perspective of a chicken, that's certainly not okay, right? Like it is killing the fetus.
Yeah, but Kosho, in totality, like as a person, could you ever grasp the totality of all moralities to make an objective moral decision, like to stop eating eggs, for example? Would you ever be in that position to be morally objective for you to stop eating eggs at this situation, for all totality to be objectively moral? That doesn't make any sense.
You would never be able to grasp it. It would only be something that you could.
You can never grasp it.
Kosho, answer this question point blank, please. Is there ever a scenario where raping a girl is good?
Yeah, I would say no, but that has nothing to do with the totality of objective morality.
That's what he's asking you, Kosho. Answer the question. Answer the question.
I already answered it.
So if the answer is no,
you said from your point of view, which is not in totality.
Our perspective, my answer is no. That's
let me make one more point. If the answer is
that's
no,
not
right, then because the counter is, if it's subjective, that requires you state that if someone thinks it's good, then it becomes good. Okay, and that's insane. So teach their own, man. There's a linear code of ethics, and there's a bunch of gray areas. Sure, not the point though. And you can look at fall tests of infants. You can like at our baby shower, there was actually a 6-month-old baby, and then a 1.5-year-old baby, and both the moms were holding them, and the 6-month-old started crying, and the 1.5-year-old immediately went to try to hug and console her. And they've done fall tests of like little babies as well, right? Where they show like innately the babies know, like they feel bad for the baby, they want to help the baby, they want to help protect the baby. Okay, and this is showing you that we innately have a sense of morality. So
I think that's true. I've seen studies that describe how babies and puppies and kittens, they all have different facial features than adults of all those species. Like the mammals specifically, they have bigger eyes and drooping ears, and they have these features that make them more aesthetically pleasing and sort of easy to look at, which for mammals will like soften your heart or whatever. And they concluded that the reason that this exists in those species,
bro?
The reason that these exist in those species is to prevent the mother and the parents of the species from consuming and killing the young, like as a biological evolutionary I think
Well,
that's
what's the
been
basis for that claim? Evolutionary biological defense mechanism, as you put it.
Cats
What's
still do
your
this. There's certain cats that will
what's
still do
your
this.
evidence for that? That it's biologically and evolutionary.
This is the
what the
argument
fuck?
made by these are the arguments made by the biologists. So this is
What give me one biologist that makes that argument. Fucking hell, man.
Is it possible
Bigger
that
eyes.
it's just constructed?
They have the same size eyes, by the way. I mean, your eyes are one of the organs that don't change size
Well, bigger eyes in
as
the
you
sense
grow
that
older.
relative to the face.
Relative to the face. Okay.
Kosho, is it
Like the
possible
ratio,
that the
because if
animal, like the cat or the dog, they did not evolve to be the certain way? They were engineered that way.
That's certainly possible, but obviously my paradigm would suggest that they've evolved because evidence points to that.
Kosho, whenever was there any animal in existence that went from its specific features of being that specific animal, for example, a dog turning into a flying dog, or a dog turning into a diving dog, or a dog turning into like a completely new species. Whenever was there any species recorded that turns into a new species?
Well,
Whenever have you
species
seen
is a
it?
made up word, so you can't use species, right? We all know what kinds of animals are. We all know that a zebra is a kind of
Yeah, but
animal, although it's very close to a horse. It's not the same kind. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but I'm asking him specifically because that's what he believes that things evolve. So I want to know: is there any proof he can show me of an animal completely turning into a new type of animal?
Yeah, so I don't believe what you just suggested. So
you don't believe in evolution?
I don't believe what you just suggested. You said.
Oh, okay. So you cherry pick evolution.
No, I don't think anybody who understands evolution believes what you just suggested.
So in evolution, it's not like that a species for some reason was once living in the water and then thought about getting out of the water, and growing legs and a new lung and so forth.
Yeah, a
It's not
single-celled
evolution.
organism became a human being.
So
That's
is
not
it possible
evolution.
that the globers are confusing adaptation, which is
Hold on,
the
Matrix.
body
Let
adapting?
Kosho answer.
He's not answering anything.
Well, I mean,
Well, just give
I
him
can't
a
answer a
chance.
question that he didn't ask. That makes more sense, but I can't answer his question because I don't believe that. But
So single cell organisms turned into human beings. You don't believe that?
Sure, that's sort of in line with what I believe, but I believe more so that that certain species can, over time become new species and can no longer procreate, and over time, those differing species will, will look very different from their ancestors.
So
loss of function or gain of
when
function?
Clay actually stated that, you said you don't believe in that kind of evolution. He
That doesn't
told
believe
you
what he said.
a dog that becomes a flying dog or a bird in this example. You said you don't believe in that.
Yeah, that's a
But that's
strong.
exactly what you just said.
It's not what I said.
It is.
It's not
A
at all what
single
I said,
cell,
and
a
I guess
single
I
cell
don't.
organism becomes a human being. You're fine with that, but not fine with a
So
dog
I said what I
flying
said because
over
what was
time.
asked was nonsensical. So I said what I said,
Kosho,
which is more in line with what I believe.
Kosho, are you an animal?
Am I an animal?
Yes.
Part of the animal family, sure.
So like you have like a genetic pool that goes back to like apes and monkeys
I
and
think we're still in
stones
the
and
genetic
rocks.
pool that is apes. Yeah.
So your great 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 great, you know what I'm trying to say, grandfather was like a You believe that?
I don't know. I never heard him speak, so
You
I
know
could
what's so
say that
cool
he said those
about
exact words.
our evolution gene pool, that we still have fellow grandpas and grandmas or even young folk, in the zoos right now. We put them in the zoos of our own gene pool, do you think that's morally okay if we put our family members that do, you know, and didn't really evolve so far as we did, put them in like cages and stuff so we can look at them that they are not officially evolved like we did?
Yeah, they're genetically retarded.
Yeah,
Also
they're
begs the
deficient.
question: what allowed them to evolve? Why are they still the same?
No, but
They
I'm
did
asking,
did
Kosho,
evolve.
isn't that sad what they do with your family members, like with your gene pool, that like that they force some of them that are genetically deficient into like cages and zoos and
Come on,
and
this is a
then
nonsensical question.
Yeah, you're going into morals again. They don't like morals. Morals are
No, well,
subjective,
just having
objective.
fun
Yeah.
They're
with that
subjective,
idea.
objective. So don't get into morals because
Yeah, I'm just
it's
making fun
tricky.
of the whole thing, you know.
No, appreciate it.
I mean, that's the craziness you need to believe in, you know, that these things are like in your family tree.
Me at the millions of billions of years of evolution. I would love for somebody to try and prove that to me.
They do what now?
Look, this my brother.
Prove the millions of billions of years of evolution that is necessitated for things to evolve according to the global story.
My fellow brother. He has much more muscle than me.
Let me see.
I like my gene
Oh,
pool.
the silverbacks, man. They're powerful beings. Even the chimpanzees, man.
Yeah, like they thought, nah, let's stay like
Pound for pound, they'll fuck you up in a fight.
Yes.
I'd be more inclined to believe that something genetically modified, maybe something like a chimpanzee, was something that might have looked like us. I'd be more inclined to believe that than we evolved over millions of years.
Oh, they have hands, they have feet, they have a face. Therefore, they can therefore be part of the same gene pool.
Well, I mean, there's also the DNA thing, but I mean, I don't. You guys.
Well, what about the DNA thing? I mean,
I'll admit I don't know too much, but I heard that they have like 90.
well, if you don't know, if you don't know too much, I'm pretty sure you shouldn't bring it up in here.
Well, they have over 90% similar DNA, if I'm correct, or maybe it's a gene thing.
You have the same. You have the same with a banana.
That's a good
percentage with a banana.
That's a good point. That's a good point, actually.
Supposedly, the monkeys have like one more chromosome than us, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the case? That's the difference between the humans and the chimpanzees or the monkeys, is that they have more chromosomes, or is it less chromosomes?
I think they've got like 16 to 18 on average, and we've got like 23 to 24, something like that.
We share DNA with plants. I mean, it's argument over. Like, I don't know where the argument even is. You share it with plants. Do you think humans? So humans evolved from other mammals or plants or both?
Plants and mammals must have evolved from the same thing. Yeah.
More than likely, humans evolved from the materials that are already on the earth. This is why all those materials that are on the earth are on our bodies.
Kosho, do you think it's possible? Do you think it's possible you could have one more chromosome than me?
What a pure cycle of cannibalism is it actually?
Wait, hold on. The banana thing. I'm seeing like 50-something%. Hold on. Banana DNA to human.
Photons.
This is more. This is more than 60% identical. Although let me just double check. Let me see.
Dude, like literally, if you eat a banana, you make yourself a banana smoothie. You're like cannibalistic, kind of, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing 60%. Where did you get the 90% or whatever? I mean, 60% for banana.
Dude, thinking about drinking water, man. I mean, what a cannibal you might.
Yeah, we're like 70% like water. So,
but what? Okay.
Hold on, Morty. Hold on. So you know how they say, do the planets give off their own light? They do actually. They give off electromagnetic fields that we can measure from here on Earth. And these electromagnetic fields, even though they're invisible light, they're still light. So,
I can address Arma's question because he
Yeah.
was bringing up 60% versus 90%. So is 60 versus 90 more fact than 100? Would you consider fact to be 100%? 90 wouldn't be fact, would it?
Well, 100%
according to
would
you?
be the exact same thing. It would just be another human, right? I mean, because it would be
No,
no difference.
100%. No, in the context of fact. Do you believe in facts? Do facts exist?
Facts, okay.
I.e., the fact that you are a banana, the fact that you are a descendant of an ape, the fact.
We're not
Would you
talking
need
about
that to
that.
be? Would
We're
you
talking-
need that to be 100% fact, or 90%, or 60%?
I guess if you want like for it to be a fact, I guess 100. But you're making you're this is like sort of almost like a fallacy. But I'm literally just talking about DNA and like
Almost a fallacy. What fallacy is that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't need the name for it, but I will explain why it's fallacious. Because I'm talking about one thing, and then you're bringing up this other point. Like we're just talking about the DNA and how much the thing has. Right? Bananas have 60%.
Yeah, you said we share. Yeah, you said we share DNA with apes, and I told you
it's like
we share
97%.
DNA. Yeah, and we share DNA with bananas, and it's a 60%. So
yes, but out of all
60 versus 90.
Okay.
Is the threshold here the issue? Like how much of we share the DNA with a certain
the closer we are to the thing, I'd
it
imagine. I guess to some extent,
closer
I guess,
in what sense? When you say closer in what sense?
I don't know. It's just a larger number. It literally is. All I'm saying is that it's
exactly. That's my point. It's
like
just
90
a larger number. It's nothing. All you have is conjecture. It's a subjective thing. Yeah, 90, 60.
Well, how about this?
Fact. Fact you said would be 100, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's proof.
100?
I think it's good evidence, though. It's definitely good evidence, though. We're talking
Good
about,
evidence for what?
that we're related to them to some extent. We're talking about.
What is the overlap, right? So if it's true that humans share 60% of DNA with a banana, and it's also true that humans share 90% DNA with a chimpanzee, then how much does a chimpanzee's DNA share with a banana?
Probably a good chunk.
Probably also 60%.
That's a probably. It doesn't sound too convincing. How do we know it?
It would seem very likely that 60% would be the accurate percentage.
Well, do we know that? How do we know it? You're just saying that.
It would be 58.5%.
63, 70, 77.
If we share 96% with a chimp, meaning that our DNA and a chimp's DNA are for the same, probably identical, and we have 60% of DNA that we share with a banana, it just so happened could be the case that the 60% that we share with a banana is the same 60% a chimp shares with a banana.
You're a banana man.
You're cherry picking from the 5% of the DNA that we can actually decipher. So you need to take those numbers and reapply them and stop cherry picking numbers to fit your theories. There's 95% of DNA that they call junk DNA. That number might be 90 one day as our knowledge increases, but that still means that you need to refigure the number, because what's 95% out of 5%?
It's not called
cherry pick.
It's not called junk
Don't cherry
DNA
pick.
because we can't decipher it.
Well, then assign the genes that the junk. Not sure if I was heard.
You weren't. Assign the genes.
Was I heard?
Not all of it.
Yeah, I dropped my phone. So out of that 5% that we can read, you claim the other part, 95%, is not junk DNA. Then assign the genes to the actual traits of the human body that it produces.
Yeah, that's not what's in question. What's in question is, can we identify those? Is that DNA decipherable? And if it's decipherable, we can tell if it's shared with a banana.
So like I said, you can't decipher the 95%. So you're only deciphering the 5% that you can see. And out of that 5%, you say that 5% were 95% like chimpanzees.
But you guys are focused. You guys are focused on genetic sequencing rather than looking at the pairs of chromosomes. Like, when have we ever seen any species of animal gain or lose amount of chromosomes? Like, we don't see that.
Never. Yeah. Which came first, banana or chimpanzee? Which came first?
I would say it was the
This is the part.
banana.
This is the part where they tell you that the chimpanzee came first, and we genetically modified bananas to the banana that we have today. And
Oh,
if you
that's
want to
not-
know what old bananas taste like, you have to eat like some Jello that has like that old flavor that we don't have anymore.
Well, they do. They do
banana
claim.
actually.
They do claim an apple. They do claim an apple from 50 years ago is literally like eating 12 apples today because it was like that much more potent since GMO. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, GMO does things like banana initially, like natural banana had seeds. You know how you eat a banana today? It doesn't have any seeds, right?
I saw
Right, that's GMO.
Owen Benjamin one time. He said, I don't know if it was a joke. He said something like real bananas are actually purple and are full of seeds.
They are full of seeds. I don't know about purple, but I know they had seeds.
Yeah, purple. That
For a
purple
fact.
bit sounds a bit. I don't know.
Bananas we eat today are all of the same, genetic code. So it's like they've isolated like a specific strain, and they just keep cloning those. So
and
what Kosher is trying to say, very culturally, is that most fruits are genetically modified.
No, I'm saying
but if I can say something real quick, the consistent thing I've figured out about GMOs is like the idea of seeds. They try to get rid of the seeds. It's for you not to be able to grow that same genetic organism again, getting rid of the seed when it comes to plants. That's the whole point. It's an economical aspect of GMOs.
They have
that's all it is.
Go ahead, Kosher.
No, I said it already. I'm just saying that I don't know what he's saying because there's plenty of fruits and veggies that still have seeds.
Well, the thing with the as far as I know, the GMO seeds, they're only good for like one like you can only plant them one time, and after supposedly you plant them the first time, they don't grow anymore. They're like, I don't know, GMO seeds, I guess.
That's not true.
Specifically created for that, so I guess we don't farm our own shit.
Yeah,
Wait,
they can create.
Kosho,
They can create
hold on.
infertile seeds
Are you
easily,
saying
Kosho.
GMO? The idea of GMO did not get rid of seed generation in plants for economic reasons. Are you saying that?
No, I'm not saying that. I didn't say that at all.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Why are you refuting it?
You said that we're getting rid of the seeds, but most GMO fruits and veggies still have.
I didn't say all.
Well, I'm saying that most still have seeds.
That's fine.
Well, yeah,
because
but
maybe
you claimed it's
they
impossible to
can't
make
get
them
rid of the
infertile.
seeds.
And they can make seeds infertile, Kosho, just so you know.
Yeah, so a pineapple, what do you call it? Guac. What do you make the guacamole?
Okay. I'll tell you because I'm into agriculture. Hold on.
Green onion.
Some
things you can replant and regrow.
Some plants. There's no like need for you from the economic perspective. If you want to take over a plant and name it as yours, and the idea of the GMO I'm proposing, it's already hard to grow. It's not that accessible, so there's no need. But for crops that can grow, let's say anywhere and any time of the year, basically, these are the kind of crops you want to control. You don't want everybody in the world anywhere at any time to grow them, so you'll start controlling them in the GMO sense, and let's get rid of the seeds.
Mainly
that makes
for
sense, right?
Mainly for the cannabis seed that they use in bird seed, they keep it infertile so that it doesn't like just start popping up weed plants everywhere, obviously. But yeah, most bird seed contains cannabis seeds in it, and it's all infertile.
So you can literally slice a tomato. You can slice a tomato and plant it in the yard and grow tomatoes. Okay?
So it's like feminism for marijuana seeds.
Nobody disagreed with that.
Okay, well, you're saying that you can't use the
address
seeds.
the point.
You're saying you can't.
No, nobody said that.
Plants, but you can.
No.
We're saying that you can genetically modify a seed to become infertile. So anytime it produces a seed from that plant, it's no longer fertile, and they do this all the time. It's
and you can genetically modify a fruit for it not to put out even seeds at all.
Wait,
That's
Yeah,
even
that's
possible,
true.
and it's been done.
They got that with watermelon. You could buy seedless watermelon.
Oh,
You know that?
besides,
Expand on that a little bit more.
I can give you at least 20 plants right now with no seeds that have been genetically modified not to put out seeds.
Yeah, but like
Would you like
seedless
that?
watermelons is not a good example because people
It
buy
is a good
seedless
example.
watermelons so
Thorn,
that
it's
people
got
buy
the
seedless
juice.
watermelons so they can eat them, and you can still
Yeah,
buy
it's not about
watermelons.
why you're buying them. It's like
Yeah, but they still sell
it's the
watermelons.
idea
and
that
sell them.
we're talking about the idea that you can genetically manipulate fruits for them not to have seeds.
Is the only way you can sell them.
You're
if you
saying that doesn't happen.
modify the fruit. You can't sell
You got a-
nothing natural. You can't.
Yeah,
You
but
got a
I'm saying
fruitless.
the purpose in the
You got
case
a
for
fruitless
watermelons
argument,
is not
Kojo.
so that you can't grow watermelons. It's so that people can.
We're not
eat
talking about the
watermelons that have
purpose.
seeds in them.
Yeah, we're not talking about the purpose.
Well, then what's your point?
The point is that you can genetically modify things for them not to have seeds. Do you agree with that? Is that something you agree with?
You can do that. That's true.
Yes. And then intentions is something completely different. Your intention behind it could be anything from A to Z or
what's your point?
Further.
So getting back
No, I'm
to
just
evolution.
saying, I gave you examples, like literal physical examples, and my explanation of why they did that, like a banana. Why doesn't banana have seeds? Because so we can eat it, like convenience, like a watermelon.
How'd we get on a GMO from evolution, though?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They always confuse genetic expression with evolution.
Supposedly, the reasoning behind all of the GMOs, instead of other than trying to kill us, supposedly the elites, they cannot sell what is natural, right? They cannot patent it natural things, so they have to genetically modify fruits and other things like meat, like animals, to be able to sell them. Because for some reason there is a rule that they cannot patent and sell natural things.
That's
what I've heard.
But no, but that's not true. The reason why they genetically modify them is so that they can sell them, but not because they can't sell them otherwise. It's so that they can sell them at the grocery store, because otherwise apples would go bad quicker and these things would get rotten easier. So they genetically modify them so they last longer and
So they can patent them.
More capable.
Patent.
Yeah.
It's about patents, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have to genetically modify it to be able to patent the fruit. They can't patent
Exactly.
something that's natural.
You know what's funny? When I look at
That's
all
U.S.
the,
law there.
when I look at all the fruits and veggies that we modified actually to make them kind of lucrative to actually farm and harvest them and have them for food, just makes me more understand why the vegan diet is literally, I don't want to go into it, but it's literally retarded. But that's just what I wanted to say. I think when you look into, like, no one would eat these original fruits or veggies because they would not give you anything.
With the philosophy of a vegan. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
That's probably why they go so hard on. I don't know if you guys ever gone on like an airplane and the TSA is always harassing you over fucking fruits. I think that's why they go so hard on that, because it's probably company secrets, right? Every company / country have their own patent on their own type of fruits. So it's probably very inconvenient for them if you start taking a specific fruit from a specific country and planting in your fucking country. That's probably why TSA go hard on it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all about
I want to address something that Kosho brought up about the seeds and the intention behind whether like a GMO would contain seeds or not, convenience versus economical or like profit reasons, right? It is a case by case basis, because there are, like I said earlier, there are plants. What's that?
Why do you want to eat the babies?
Who want to eat the babies?
This channel does not condone.
So you're not eating the babies.
He's basically saying that a fruit is an ovary and you're supposed to eat the whole fruit. I, however,
Seeds
I
are
do.
good for
I
your
do eat
digestion.
seeds. I eat seeds.
Well, yeah, I mean, when it comes to fruits and plants, it's eating the whole thing. Like how it, let's say, if you juice an orange versus eating it, your digestive system treats it in a different way. And we know about like fruits containing
Do
a
you
lot of
want an
sugar.
orange to grow inside of you? Why would you eat an orange seed?
The reason
No,
why
it wouldn't.
seeds,
It never grows inside of you.
the
An
reason why
orange seed
seeds
would.
Are you
seeds develop
serious?
in the fruits and the flowers is a mechanism of the plant to
Yeah.
spread
To
its
yeah
gene.
to
Were
procreate.
you there? Do you know, or was it built in? Doesn't it seem like it would be built in?
Well, it's actually kind of a recent thing. I'm pretty sure. Aren't flowers?
So seed is a recent thing, huh?
No, but flowers. I think flowers are actually a recent, as far as plants go. I could be wrong.
Yeah, you are
Flowers are
wrong.
recent.
What about stamen?
Flowers are where you get the seeds or get the fruit, and it depends on the plant. Like, what do you say? What do you
What
mean flowers are recent? That doesn't make any sense agriculturally. And like, do you have any
what came
agricultural
first, the
experience?
stamen or the petal?
Yeah. So actually, flowers. It says flowers are actually more recent than dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs don't exist.
Well, not anymore.
No, they never did. What's your
Yeah,
proof?
it says about 100 million years ago they diversified.
100.
Were you there? Is this a knowledge claim, or is this one of your sciences that proves your
Dude, there
claim?
is
No,
no
he's
way you
reading
got
it
100
This is
million
from a book.
bone. No way.
This is so far what the investigators have.
Investigators. Is that a
People
title,
who
or
investigate, we call them
is
scientists.
that a
Yeah.
scientists?
Yes.
What kind of scientists?
This would be botanists and geologists and biologists,
Botanists and geologists have nothing to do with
biologists,
dinosaurs.
paleontologists.
Scientists.
Paleontologists. Okay. Paleontologists might have something to do with dinosaurs, but
Paleontologists are biologists.
That's right.
no, they're well.
Yes, you don't
that's
study
not.
paleontology, you study biology and then you specialize in paleontology.
That's correct.
Yeah. So paleontology is just made up.
No. Well, it's
No.
made up by the
So
Nah.
yeah, by the
paleontology is the study of fossilized bones, right?
well, not just
So they're
bones,
so remains, right?
Fossils in general.
anything in the fossil record. Yeah.
So that would be like bones and
Plant
Animals.
life,
in plants,
bacteria,
plant life,
you name
yeah.
it.
Right. So we mostly think of bones, right, because of dinosaurs, right? But yeah, of course they study all life, right? But what they can't do is, they can't make up stories about these bones. Like, well, I think that this bone is over here and that bone is over there because there was a savage attack. But what if there was a tornado? And once the animal was thoroughly decomposed, some wind came and blew it around. Like, you're not going to be able to tell what's what, and make up stories about them. Like when there's the Biloxi River in Texas, right, where there's a dinosaur footprint right next to the man's footprint. Like Smithsonian goes and they go check it out or whatever, and they're like, no, that's not what it is. But for some reason, people in Texas keep paying to go to the site and check it out. Right? It's like, how
Yeah.
did they know?
Even
They weren't there a million years ago.
Yeah, even the order of composition of these bones that they find. I mean, it's not like they find them intact in their bodily position, right? They might find a paw of some dinosaur and then give you this idea of,
Wait, have they though?
therefore,
Do we have any physical
according to the
evidence of a T-Rex anywhere?
well, according to the mainstream narrative, you might have
Yeah,
a few
but I'm
bones.
just saying, the
There
public would
is
have to be aware of it, and like, do they have a public
yeah.
display of an actual T-Rex, not a replica? Because if you go to the La Brea tar pits out here in California, all that stuff's replicas. None of it's real except for like the small fossilized bullshit that's not a fucking T-Rex or
Yeah, the real
reptile or
shit
some
is
shit.
in the vaults. Like, in any museum. I've been
Yeah,
to
the vault,
quite a
right?
few.
Just like the
This
golds in
is
the
these
like
are
the golds in
cast
Fort Knox, right?
replicas. Yeah. The real shit is in the
Right.
vaults. Like you don't want to expose them to
Yeah.
our
What?
atmosphere, right?
Oh, come on,
But
dude. Why? Why?
because they'll biodegrade and we'll lose them,
Oh,
and
okay. So
people
they
will
got
touch them and shit.
Yeah, don't touch the bones that aren't really
you
bones.
buying
Do you
that?
have any idea how expensive those not bones are?
Yeah, but in actuality, what is the order in which you find the bones? Like, you can take a fucking chicken carcass and make a dinosaur out of it. There's a YouTube video for that if you want to look it up. You can
Yeah.
use chicken bones and align them in a certain way and make a dinosaur.
I'm about to
So,
deep fry some dinosaur tonight. Feed it to my
yeah,
family. Chickens are
nice.
dinosaurs.
Yum yum. Bon appetit. But at best, that's what these paleontologists have done is find some bones, but rearrange them in a certain way that fits a certain narrative, a story at best. Never have they found an intact like dinosaur 100% complete in its
I
grave
found a
or
tooth one time. Turned out to be a pig's tooth after they told this elaborate story about how this is a dinosaur. That was a pig's tooth. Not to mention Piltdown Man.
Why is it that they want to have kids hooked on this dinosaur and space stuff? Like that's like the primary stuff that they want to make kids be hooked to when you look at toys and games and films and documentaries for children.
it's the gateway drug for the heliocentric
I think it's to
fucking
sell the
bullshit.
billions of years. I think that's the way to do it. To convince the
Yeah,
people
yeah.
dinosaurs are real. That way you could understand or believe that the billions of years also have to have been real.
That's very astute, bro.
God doesn't exist, basically. That's the whole point. That's the intention. That's my opinion
How wicked, isn't
of the
it?
situation. Yeah.
Well, I think it boils down even a little bit further, and you'll have to forgive me for indulging those of you out there. But if you don't know that you have God given rights, then you might think that you get your rights from the Constitution. And if you think that your rights come from, some codified pieces of paper where they recognize nature and nature's God, right? And then you think, okay, well, I don't believe in the God part. I just believe that, we get our Constitution, we get our constitutional rights, and that's where they come from. It's like, well, if the state gave them to you, if men give you your rights, then men can take them away.
They're not rights; those are privileges. Anything that men can take away is a privilege. God gives rights.
Yep, I think that's what this is all about. I think Rome is trying to recapture her fan base and get everybody paying their tithes and taxes again. And we're dealing with Roman missionaries. They're called esquires. Also known as lawyers. Trying to get
Well,
everybody to
yeah.
pay their tithe and their tax.
Yeah, we live in a world where two things are fact: death in Texas, right? So
Yo, Larry, thinking about that, right? We talk a lot about that law stuff. You don't know any Discord servers that talk about that? If not, maybe we should consider making one.
I think the law people are mostly on another app or website. I forget what it's called. What are some of the other
Most of them
apps
are on
like?
Telegram and on
Yeah,
TikTok.
that's right. Telegram, that's right.
I think it would be interesting if we made like a server just talking about it, and after a while, after everybody learns everything, we could start making like mock trials and stuff, so we could really so we can learn the protocols of what the judges do, what the clerks do, what the what the deputies do. You know what I'm saying? That would be an interesting kind of journey.
Well, I think that a lot of people would do good just by learning either trust law or grammar. Starting out with those two would be great because that would help out quite a bit.
Yeah, because to explain to regular people the thing between the capitas, the capitas, the neutral. What is it called when they capitalize to explain that to people and the difference between spelling the word the correct way. It sounds like it's irrelevant, but it is actually very relevant. It is very relevant. It is very mathematically precise. It's called syntax grammar, if I'm not mistaken. You guys, any of you guys heard of that? Syntax grammar?
Yeah. Once you learn what dog Latin is and that it doesn't really exist, and that when you put something in four corners, like little brackets,
Yeah,
that doesn't
four-corner rule.
exist. Yeah.
It's
So
within the four-corner rule.
there's these like basics of law, like the fundamentals. Like you create that which you control, right? I forget what those are called. Like those would be good to learn too. What are they called? They're basically like the fundamentals of law. It's basically like the natural laws of law. What are they called?
You told me about them before.
Yeah, I forgot what they're called.
Talking about witchcraft or something, bro?
No, I'm talking about, there's real law, right? We know there's real law. Like the supreme
I think
law
you're
of the land.
talking about hermeneutics or something.
Oh no, that's natural law.
You
We're
mean
talking about
hermetics?
we're
Is that
talking
what
about
you're
something
trying to say,
else.
hermetics?
Why can't I remember?
Hang know all that stuff, man.
I think there's a little truth in all of it. I think there's a
Maxims
little truth
of
in all
law.
those things.
Yeah, there's maxims of law. So let's look that
Maxims
up.
of law.
Yeah,
Tell
it's
me
like
the four corners thing. Tell me the four corners.
it's not really in the sentence. When you put something in brackets, the four corner rule means that it's not actually in the contract.
Yeah, it's out of the
Or it
contract.
means it's not in the quote. Like if someone's quoting someone and you see like the brackets, like they're talking about this, so that they're not giving you the whole page. They're just giving you the quote and they're filling in the part so you know what the subject matter is of the quote.
Yep. Like when they send you a bill, and most of the time the amount that's in the bill is inside like a little box. Well, in the legal world, supposedly whatever's inside that legal box is outside of the contract. You don't really have to pay, but we don't know that.
All right, so it says right here, writinglaw.com, 138 legal maxims for law exams. So basically, once you understand the maxims, like ab initio from the beginning, right? Once you learn all these, it's kind of like learning natural law in a way for law. Because you have to understand natural law to understand physics, right? Or you have to understand natural law as in you have God-given rights, nobody can take those from you. Like you have to understand these. I'll go ahead and post it for you.
You talk about mens rea and all that stuff.
Yeah, guilty mind. Yeah, here you go. So grammar, the maxims, and trust law would be a good start, or contract law. But trust law is the highest law. It's the law of the air.
What was that about trust law, Larry? I didn't follow that.
So if you're going to start studying the law, like there's a bunch of things you need to start with. Like you need to be real keen on grammar. You need to know about capitalization, punctuation, the four corner rule, that sort of thing, right? And then once you're good at grammar, you can recognize like this is in all caps, so this is in dog Latin. So it's a debased language. So it's like it might as well be written in the four corner rule. It doesn't really exist on the page because we don't speak hieroglyphics. We don't write in hieroglyphics, right? That's not how we write. So another thing you can do is get an app where you can type it in English and it comes out in Greek and Hebrew. And you'll see that our words of our definitions have changed. And that, you got to get the real definition, which would be Black's Law 4th edition or something like that. There's a bunch of different law dictionaries, and it would probably be best to look every word up that you don't understand in multiple dictionaries to get a better understanding of the word, because you think I just said understand like comprehend, but when they say understand, legalese is totally different. It's like
Yeah,
you're speaking Chinese in there, and you think you understand them because you think you're some kind of legal expert, but you're a legal idiot and you
because
don't
you
know
watch
it.
Law and Order, right? Because you watch NCIS or whatever the fuck. I think the purpose of these cop shows is specifically to get the public to think that this is how the law works, right? That if you do something bad to a little girl, the officers are gonna do whatever they can to apprehend you and to, you know, hold you accountable and shit. I think that's the idea. That's the fantasy that they give us. So when it's happening to us, we would think that the cop is gonna look out for us. We will think that the judge is gonna look out for us, but they're looking out for themselves.
Legal terms do change over time, though, 'cause they can be redefined in a new law. I mean, they can change the meaning of pornography or something, however they're defining it in that particular code.
Well, see, law is not like science. It's not supposed to rapidly change, right? If changing definitions to words, then you need to, file a notice. This is the dictionary that I'm using, and then put them on notice that this is the definition that you're going by. Like in here, we have to agree on definitions. Well, in courtrooms, you have to make them agree to your definitions. And if they don't, agree on definitions, then it's like, what are we talking about? If we can't understand our words, how are we going to come to an agreement?
Or at the very least, make them define how they're using their words.
Because the court's not going to explain the law to you, and they're not going to agree to whatever definitions you want to use. They're going to use whatever it is they use. I mean,
But if you're confused about something, right, and if you're not clear, you can write a letter to them so they could make it clear what do they mean by this specific word and what legal or what dictionary are they taking their meaning from. If they don't make that clear, they're violating, I think, the right to your due process.
they might tell you where the term is defined or something, but they don't have an obligation to explain the law to you. That's your obligation.
I'm not saying they have to explain it, but remember, it's the courts and the record, and it's the people, which is them, supposedly the court, me, the plaintiff, and the record, which is supposedly the state, right? The judge is supposed to be unbiased, right? So they're not supposed to say we're gonna help you out or not help you out. They're just supposed to take whatever you submit to them. They're supposed to be a third party, like a referee, right? They're not supposed
to. Judge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But what they actually do is they team up with the lawyer, with the cop, to conspire against you while you're thinking that these people are gonna do right by you. But that's actually our fault. I actually can't hold them accountable because there's a saying that says ignorance of the law is no excuse, and I absolutely think that's correct. I should have learned the law when I was younger.
You guys want to have a laugh for hours and hours? I'm going to post this. Daryl Brooks, remember that guy who ran into that crowd of people at like Christmas time, killed like 6 people. And
fighting with a girlfriend. That guy.
Yeah, he tried to defend himself in court.
Time.
He tried to defend himself in court because he was a what do you call it? Like a
ring-a-ding.
Whatever you call it. A free man of the land kind of guy.
And that doesn't work when you actually commit a malicious crime. Even though what we're talking about is correct, because you committed something fucked up, the court will take it upon themselves to exercise that karma against you.
Yeah, well, no, they're actually really quite lenient on him. The judge is extremely lenient on him as he tries to navigate through the system with his knowledge of how it's run. But you can see it at firsthand what it's like when someone who thinks they know, that they know the true, court lingo and the we call it the Black's Law Dictionary or wherever he gains his knowledge from. You see what
Why
actually
would you
happens
say it
when
like
you're at
that, though,
court.
Kosho? Why would you say that they think they know? The lawyers and the judges, they learned somehow, right? They wasn't born knowing. So is it possible for somebody that isn't a lawyer and a judge to learn what they know?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. But it's not through these extra so it's not outside of the same system that the lawyers actually learned from. It's actually inside that system. But people go to things like Black's Law. People go to like Black's Law and to there's another book from like what do you call it?
Black Law,
Maritime Law, which
Merriam-Webster's.
people think that you can learn law and that shit works, but it actually doesn't.
Kosho, it does work. Trust me. Once you truly understand it does work. The problem is when you hurt people. All right. So all of this, as far as I understand, works on some sort of karma, right? If you're an asshole that you go around drinking and driving and potentially putting people in danger, it don't matter what kind of sovereign you are. They are going to hold you accountable, and that is extremely irresponsible. You understand? If you're doing fucked up shit, it don't matter how much law you know, because they are going to take it upon themselves to punish you, and well deserved, might I say. You understand?
Yes, you should be punished for that. Yes.
Hold on. This is for people that are righteous, upright people that want to do the things the correct way, not people looking for a quick way to be rich and to get one on the government. Right? This is not what that is.
I think Kosho's point is you can't come into the courtroom going on Black's Law and win your case.
You can actually, but not when you kill people left.
No.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. This guy killed people, and the judge didn't treat him more harsh than other people. She was actually more lenient than any judge had ever seen anybody be treated in court. He was allowed to fucking trash talk the entire thing nonstop, over talk people like he was in one of these servers.
I don't get it.
She barely did anything to him.
I don't get it. Every time I bring up the law, the Globers automatically start talking about this guy who's making these arguments about violating commercial codes, right? So if you get caught with weed and you make those arguments, I'm not saying they're going to work, but it's a totally different argument than getting caught running people over and killing them in your car. Those commercial arguments are not going to work in a criminal court. We have Article 1, we have an Article 3 court. That's what the lawyers are hiding from you. They don't want you to know that you have the right, according to the Sixth Amendment, to ask about the nature of your charges. Are these charges commercial in nature or are they criminal in nature? So once you know, then you can, figure out how you're supposed to plead, right?
You should know that before you go into the courtroom, whether it's commercial or criminal.
Yeah,
exactly. Kosho, here's the thing, though, bud. You brought up something as if it was relevant to what Larry was talking about, but it either shows that you're saying or you're bringing up this incident of somebody that obviously murdered people, who is standing in court representing themselves, and you're alluding to them being some sort of free man on the land and trying to associate with his ability in court failed to do what? What do you think? Somebody that commits an obvious murder is going to be able to go into some sort of court and talk their way out of it?
So
is that what you think people understanding the law is?
Attention.
Well, it either shows your ignorance of the law, like Larry was pointing out, or it shows that you're just doing that so people that may be listening, so that they don't look into how to properly understand the law themselves, because that shit doesn't work.
My
because
point
when
is
you
not
obviously
about the
murder
outcome of the
people.
case. That's not my point. My point is about how this guy is trying to maneuver through the legal system, and how he thinks that the terms he's using and the things that he's asking for that he claims are appropriate, turns out they're not appropriate. And even still, the judge is giving him more lenience than I've ever seen a judge give anybody. So he's being allowed to make these claims and do these things. And I'm not talking about the outcome of the case, because I never even though I know that he got life or whatever he got, the outcome of the case is not even the main entertainment value of this thing. It's just the way that this guy's.
What is your point of bringing this guy up?
Is throwing these things out there, thinking that they have any sort of credence in the courtroom when they do not.
It does have
In that courtroom,
It does
wait,
have.
in that courtroom they don't, right? But in a commercial courtroom, like if you get caught with marijuana, it's because you didn't have the marijuana tax, right? So if you get caught with marijuana and you go in and you ask, Your Honor, before I plea, may I know the natures of the crime brought against me? Right? Is this a commercial court? Is it a court of record? So if it's a commercial court, they're trying to settle the balance, and you should pay your tax. If you got caught with weed, you should pay for it. You should pay whatever the court says you owe. I think in Texas it's like $2,000 or something, right? You should pay your tax, right? Because you got caught without a tax stamp. Right, but if there's a body, sorry, listen, if there's a body, you don't make commercial arguments in criminal courts. It's a court of the record. It's a totally different court.
Yes, defend yourself. Don't listen to Kosho. Defend yourself at all costs. Thanks.
Yeah, but in the case of the guy, right? The guy listen, regardless of if he was innocent or not, he took lives, bro. People take that into account. We are human beings, right? Regardless of his sovereign rights, regardless of his God-given rights, the courts, the judge is going to take that personal because, believe it or not, a lot of these people actually want to do good. Not all of them are corrupt, selfish assholes, right? A lot of them are moral, stand-up people, right? And they would exercise karma on you, right? If you run fucking 6, 7 people over and you're gonna come with the sovereign citizen shit. No, because you should understand that once you took a life, that shit no longer applies. Someone is gonna hold you accountable, and more than likely is the de facto. They're gonna hold you accountable. So that sovereign shit don't work when you actually committed a crime, when you actually harm people. That's the difference, Kosho.
Well, no, the difference is when the state is charging you or when a private person is charging you. It's not like a mystery of whether you're being if you're in a commercial court or criminal court. It's plainly obvious by who's charging you. You're not in jail and you're being charged by a person who's suing you for something. It's very different than being in criminal court where the state themselves are charging you. It's never a mystery.
A state isn't the government, though. It is a private corporation, Kosho.
No, it's the government that's charging you.
No, Kosho. For the state of whatever, state of New York, the state of whatever the fuck. These are
is the state de facto government, Kosho?
The state, it's usually going to be literally the state that's charging you. It could be the federal government that's charging you. They're going to be the government. When they say the state, they're talking about the government. Yeah.
Not the federal government. No, sir.
The federal government can charge you.
They can. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, what they usually on traffic tickets or whatever minor thing. It isn't a state. It isn't the government charge you. It's literally a private. It's like McDonald's charging you a ticket. This is what the DMV is. This is what the these people are all corporations, privately owned by someone, not the government. These people have the DUNS number on them. They have
the DMV doesn't bring traffic tickets. Traffic tickets come from the state.
So I'm asking, is the state de facto or de jure?
What would you say?
Is the state de facto or de jure? That means, is the state in fact or by law?
If it wasn't elected properly by the people, it's de facto.
It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
What would the difference be? I mean, it's obviously by law that they're the state, but what's the difference if they became the state by law through, force? I mean, it's obviously the case. So I don't know the distinction you're making.
Never mind. Move on.
Are they acting in the color of law?
I mean, they're using the law to act. I don't know what you mean by that.
Yes. In color of law only.
Kosho, as far as you can understand it, what do you think law is?
Law? Well, in this country, it's the rules that we've established that are upheld and kept in audit by the judicial system.
Which supposedly we put in power, right? The people, for the people, by the people, right?
Well, it's been established by the Constitution, yeah.
A constitution established by who?
By the framers.
Yeah, usually they're established because somebody was doing something that that they had to make the law against because maybe it caused harm or something like that. You
But
know?
regardless, it's still for the
Oh,
people,
yeah.
by the people, though, right? Not by the government for the people, or for
I
the
always
people by the
wonder.
government.
I always wonder if people didn't steal, would there be a law against stealing?
Right. Or black men looking at white women.
What?
Yeah, that's some of that color of law shit right there, for sure. Because there ain't nothing wrong with a black man looking at a white woman, right? And for anyone who would pass a law like that, that would not be de jure. Wait, let me make sure I get that right. That would not be de facto. That would be de jure. So they're forcing it by color of law through threat of force. But there's actually nothing inherently wrong with it.
And it's weird how these guys say that, like these anti-sovereign guys always say, "Oh, that shit don't work." Bro, I have dozens of videos on TikTok of people talking to the judge and talking to them like a regular person, not screaming at them or the sovereign citizen talk, just talking to them, making them understand that they understand the law, right? I have a dozen videos of people, quote unquote, getting away with it. I don't understand how they say this doesn't work.
That's not sovereign citizen. That's just knowing the law. If you know the law and you know your rights and you know what the judge is restricted by and what they're capable of doing and not doing, knowing this stuff is just well within your ability to learn. But I don't think that makes you a sovereign citizen, right?
No, okay, that's the thing. The sovereign citizen was a label created like the label conspiracy theory, right? So is a label put on the people that want to learn law, that are halfway into learning law, but don't quite understand it. So they do that buffoonery like the other guy did when he ran over fucking 6 people and then try to play sovereign citizen. Those are buffoon people, right? Those are the people that they call sovereign citizens, not the people that actually want to learn the law.
Let me explain sovereign citizen. So basically, they learned a little bit, right? Like they read a few court cases, positive law, right? So they read a few court cases. They may have read quite a bit of court cases or American jurisprudence, right? So they've read it, right? And they think they got it all figured out, but they haven't learned everything yet. So they're only like 10, 20% the way there of being like rather a man rather than a person, but they're still acting like a person. They're still checking boxes and giving minimal points of contact, which is giving jurisdiction to the state, but they're pretending that they're a sovereign. So you can't be a sovereign and still be a citizen, right? So that's why they say that. But if you're saying that I'm down with the law, I respect the law, I'm learning the law, and you're just trying to honestly learn the law, then that's not calling yourself sovereign, right? Because the way I see it, there's one sovereign God and we're all equal under him. So there's a difference between me and a sovereign citizen, because I don't think I'm sovereign. I'm trying to learn to handle my own affairs, get my business and trust and land titles in order, right? That's the land, air, and the water, right? Business being maritime, right? Because we all have to put our piece on the board of Monopoly, right? So you have to learn commerce. The UCC is a good thing to read if you're trying to learn commerce, start your own business, right? Then you have to get your trust, right? You get the air in order, right? And then the land is common law, and then the trust is air, and then water is the maritime law. So you have to have all of your affairs in order, and then, who's master over you once you have all your affairs in order, because they can't interfere in commerce. They can regulate commerce, but they can't interfere in commerce. And if you have a trust, right, and you bring your trust before the court, they can't interfere in your trust. Well, if they can't interfere in commerce, they can't interfere in your trust. And then you have the actual title deed to your house, right? And you don't actually, you're not classified as a tenant. Then your common laws and everything is in order. How can the judge mess with you then? How can he interfere in your business?
Universal Commerce Trust.
Your trust has to be legal. Okay, you can't enforce a illegal contract. So first and foremost, whatever it is, it has to be legal. You can't make you can't have a contract to kill somebody. Okay, so the contract has to be legal. That's the first. rule.
Yeah, your business has to be legal, right? Your trust has to be legal. Your, title and deeds. I forget what it's called. Something title, where you actually own the title, and you're not a tenant. I
Your
forget what
title?
it's called.
Allodial title.
Thank you, allodial title. So yeah, someone who's learning to get their affairs in order, if they think that they could just, register a car with the state and then drive with no license, that's extremely foolish, and I don't recommend anybody do that. Yeah, you shouldn't travel without a license unless you have a vehicle that you bought and you don't have the, you didn't register it with the state, you didn't do all that stuff, right? And then you have to rescind your driver's license. You have to do a whole bunch of stuff, but a lot of people don't know all the stuff that you have to do to be able to travel and not drive. But basically, the way I see it, you should always have your license and insurance and sticker and all that stuff when you're in a vehicle, because you don't know the many ways that they can get jurisdiction over you. Go ahead, Bethany.
No, I was going to say on the vehicles. I mean, to operate your vehicle on public roads, it's a law that you've got to have the vehicle registered, and to operate a motor vehicle, it's a law you've got to be licensed, right?
That's correct.
Yes, if you're driving, right? If you're driving, yes, but if you're let's say a Native American, right, and you're on what is it called, the reservation, right? They have different laws in different jurisdictions, right?
That's correct. Even on your private
It's
property.
like if you're driving on laws in Mexico or Canada, yeah, there are different laws in different jurisdictions.
Well,
Okay.
you can give notice
So,
to just travel through somewhere in a car that's not driving.
yeah, but you're probably going to get a ticket.
I have no idea what that means.
No, you would already have like a written permission. Free travel? No? Okay.
I'm not real sure what you're saying there. You're going to operate a vehicle, but you're not going to operate it, or you're going to be a passenger in it?
You're not operating under the premise that you're going to be doing any kind of commercial business.
Doesn't matter if you're doing commercial business or not. You could be driving for pleasure, and they still have jurisdiction over you. If you're driving on their roads.
I don't know. Maybe you should look into it.
That's correct. If you have registered your vehicle and are possessing a driver's license, you are correct.
Yeah, you can't have a driver's license.
Can a man travel down the road freely? 100%.
Yeah.
Walking,
if you have a driver's
yes.
license, this is going to make this impossible. You do not. If you have a driver's license, you would have to surrender it. Yeah.
And you don't have a license, and they stop you operating a motor vehicle, you can go to jail.
It's an automobile. You register it as a motor vehicle. If you don't register it as a motor vehicle, then it's an automobile, right? Automobile manufacturers automobiles.
Oh, goodness.
You're still going to prosecute you under the motor vehicle laws.
You register. Think about it. You register your motor vehicle. Automobile manufacturers manufacture automobiles. What's incorrect about those statements?
An automobile is a
without
vehicle,
difference,
right? Yeah.
Automobile is what it is. A registered motor vehicle is commercial terms.
If you call it whatever you want to call it, if you drive it down the road, they can stop you and issue you a ticket.
That's where you're misunderstanding. I'm a driver. I'm a professional driver. I'm not bragging. This isn't me going, oh, I got one on you because I'm a professional driver, right? I drive and get paid for it. It's my profession. So as a licensed driver, I do commerce. Look up the legal definition of driver and then get back with me. And once again, I'm not saying anyone should do this stuff without doing a great deal of research. It probably takes 5 years for people to be able to do this if they're studying like 40 hours a week.
Correct, because if you're a licensed driver and you're operating a motor vehicle, you're 100% going to be, yes, held accountable for what you're doing.
Because you signed a contract with a driver's license place and you registered your motor vehicle as you registered your automobile as a motor vehicle. So it's no longer an automobile. It's classified as a motor vehicle, but that's how you registered it. So yeah, you can't break contracts. That's dumb. Don't be driving around without any license plates and acting like a sovereign citizen.
That's right. Defend yourself at all costs.
No, I don't know what
And
that
don't break
means.
the law.
Defend yourself at all costs. Like, you should be able to defend yourself at some
It
cost.
depends on the law, partner. Depends on the law.
Yeah, I agree. It depends on the law. If you're operating under your license and you're doing commerce, you're under the Commerce Clause. The Congress has the right to regulate commerce. That's where they get jurisdiction over you, because you're a commercial driver.
If you learn how to litigate, you can do fine. If you want to try to defend yourself, you have to know a good lawyer, and you have to spend years learning about it for you to really get the job done. People get lucky and do the sovereign citizen thing, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, Kosho, whatever pigeonhole you want to have going on there. People, sovereign citizens, just recognize who and what they are and what they aren't. That's all that is. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, for me, I would definitely recommend people start out with simple stuff, like just reading. You know, don't be like day one, I'm a sovereign now, or year two, I'm a sovereign now. It's like, no, you're just learning. You're just educating yourself because the government schools didn't do it for you. Not one law class in 13 years of school. But ignorance is no excuse, right? And then when you try to study the law, you know, there's people out there like, oh, you're a sovereign citizen. Look what this guy did. He ran over some people and went to jail for it because he tried that sovereign citizen shit. No, he didn't go to jail for it because he tried that sovereign citizen shit. He went to jail for it because he killed people.
Yeah, and to even say, you know, oh, I'm going to lump the sovereign citizens into a category with a son of a bitch who would do something like that, and then try to get out of it with that sovereign citizen stuff. Yeah, it's just tactics. Anti-flat earthers. Get a new script.
Yeah, this is not legal advice. You should probably consult your lawyer and ask your lawyer if what I'm saying is true. I think you should obey the laws and pay your taxes.
Definitely pay your taxes. The IRS doesn't mess around. They carry guns, people.
A bunch of fucking pussies, huh?
Here's the Deal made a new video not that many days ago about cops, and all they preach is your only job is to go home safe, like everything else doesn't matter. It's like, wait a minute, I thought your job as the government was to protect our rights, liberty, and property and borders and, you know, enforce laws. Like, no, we're just here to enforce policies, and it's your job to defend yourself. We just, you know, serve and protect the public, but that's not you. You're not the public. What they really mean is public interest.
And if that wasn't enough heavy shit, where's the curvature, Globers?
Is the curvature bending around the lat race?
Ooh, can you bend laws? Honestly, I don't even want to go down that road. How about we get someone to admit that eclipses, sun stuff, sky stuff, none of that has to do with how the ground measures? Can we get a Glober to at least concede to that? Right, the sky has nothing to do with the ground. Can we do that? Please? Please be honest once.
So did you ballers look up the legal definition of driver? It's a commercial term. Driver
Of
is a commercial
driving?
term. The legal definition of driver.
Gotcha.
I would love to ask cops that have been cops for like 20 years this question,
The definition
because if they
according to
know the
where?
definition. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
According to Black's Law Dictionary.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's sometimes referred to as a one wood. You usually use it off of the tee box.
Take a snapshot and post it when I get a chance.
So this is a legal dictionary. Legaldictionary.com. Driver, one employed in conducting a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horses, mules, or other animals.
Black's law says it's a person actually doing driving, whether employed by owner or to drive or driving his own vehicle.
Employed.
Or driving his own vehicle. By owner, to drive, or driving his own vehicle. I don't think he has to be employed.
Then look up drive and vehicle.
I'll let you do the rest.
You have Black's Law Dictionary?
Yes.
The driver you are referring to is somebody that drives a team of horses. It doesn't have anything to do with riding a motor vehicle.
No.
The definition
The legal
says
definition of driver.
Vehicle.
The legal definition of driver is not found in a dictionary.
Really? How do we know what it means then?
It's in the law. Look up the traffic law.
Vehicle code books. There's two versions of the vehicle code in California. In those books, you'll find the definition for the driver. You'll find the definition for an intersection. And a lot of times, you got to cross-link both books to find out the real definitions of the situation that you're in too. I was defending myself one time and had to do just that to find what it had to do with going through a light, whether the yellow light denoted whether you could be in or not in the intersection. But between both of the books, I determined that one said you could not enter the intersection unless it was safe to progress through it. But it also said in another book that if you saw someone in an intersection, even though you had the green, you had to yield until they safely and legally exited the intersection, which implied that you could be in the intersection legally even under a yellow light. So therefore, I had to find what an intersection was, and I got that from another book. And eventually, I gave the whole presentation to the judge, and he didn't find me guilty because if he had already said that I was in the intersection, but I passed the limit line after light turned yellow, Then I was legally in an intersection so that I was not in violation of the red light. But that's how they're going to
Zanuck,
play
could you
with you.
say that
can't
whole
play-
thing again, Zanuck? Say that whole thing again for me.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Don't do it, Zanuck. You just got done doing it.
Just the summary was just that there's two books, two vehicle code